Uh, hello, all. Thanks for being here. Thank Wick for being so kind as to raid the channel. Must have just raided. Thank you for the kindness. Wick, hope you had a fantastic panel. Yeah. So, if you are new here from Wick's crew, hello, hi. How are you? Hope you're having a great day. We're going to do the Reverie Roundtable in just a second. We're going to do a panel show. We talk about trans women being banned from chess, which is a thing apparently, and also uh, the other thing is I already forgot. Oh yeah, pro MRA women. Sorry, I got got something in my throat. But yeah, pro MRA women. They are a thing. Men's rights activist women. And you know the things they do online. So that's what we're going to be discussing. We got a group of people will be with us, so stick around for that. Hit the follow button if you haven't done so yet, and subscribe if you're watching us on YouTube. If you're in YouTube land, I don't have my YouTube thing opened up yet. Let me open up my YouTube dashboard. But yeah, thank you all for being here. Check us out. We're on Twitch and YouTube, so if you prefer watching on YouTube, please go ahead. We'd love to have you there. Oh, Wick TV also rated us on YouTube. I didn't realize that as well. I just opened up my dashboard. So a shout out to the people who work there. So yeah, just Expert Social. I'll put that here so that you guys can follow me. Go on to YouTube if you prefer watching on YouTube. Thank you, Wick, for using your Prime Games for 18 months. Wick is so cool. Thank you, Wick. Wick, for the kind support. Shout out to my man, Wick, for constantly supporting us. Really do appreciate him. I'm glad he's doing well in this space. Okay, let's see if we can get this together. Who do we have? We got two people. Sure, yeah, Wick, it's true. Wick is indeed awesome. Shout out to my man. A very hard worker. He's really doing his best to, you know, make his mark in the space. And it seems like he's doing a fantastic job, honestly. Seems like he's doing a bang up job. So shout out to my man, Wick. Okay. Let's jump into it. And what we got here? Hey, fellas.
Good evening.
What's up, dude?
What's up? Appreciate you guys being here.
Appreciate being here and being invited.
Corey's the leftist that actually comes on time. I thought that his whole political group didn't, but I guess I'm wrong.
I'm trying to break barriers and stereotypes. Like I think I have a pretty good track record of consistency and being on time.
You're one of the academic lefties though, like the
Yeah.
employable one.
aim your criticism at black people. Black people are honestly, I'll keep saying it because they keep
I can't
being
do
late.
You can do that. I cannot do that. Not on Twitch.
And I will absolutely.
Black has never criticized a black person in his life. How did that slavery panel go last week, by the way?
Technically, it went very well. It went very well. I thought me and Dooley destroyed the competition.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of fun.
There was a slavery panel? What?
There was.
Why am I back in Twitch ball? What? Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Good evening.
Wait, this is the one that's making the noise? Oh, man. I'm so bad at this. It's been so long. I'm a professional streamer, I promise. Yeah, sure, whatever. Okay, we don't need this anymore then.
Audience members were just waiting on two other people to get here. One other person.
I see one. Here. Yeah.
So hopefully they'll be here soon. But yeah, so I just give us a moment and sit back, relax, enjoy the show or not. I don't know, whatever. It's up to you. You know, you can also hate it.
I instruct you to not enjoy the show.
Instruct you to not enjoy the show. This is a pretty easy instructions. These are the follow instructions. But talking, Corey, save me. What's going on?
I'm trying to think. Grasping at straws.
Wait, really?
Oh yeah, actually, yeah. Prime. Are you So I was on a WIC panel last week about MAID or medical assistance in dying. Are you pro, anti, on the fence? Don't care.
Bro, you've heard me say this before. I mean, you've been here long enough for me to run through all the topics with me.
That's what
But
I
yeah.
figured. So I'm curious, let's say, how pro in terms of like, the Canadian legislation is moving towards of like for certain mental health issues, you're potentially eligible along those lines, as in basically non-terminal conditions. A certain
Oh,
set of non-
yeah, I've said it before. It doesn't have to be terminal. Like if you need to end your life, like if you're if you're having some sort of extreme suffering, then I'm not going to keep you in this world.
Yeah, that was pretty much my position.
Yeah. All right. Once again, we line up. Right.
I'm shocked.
Hey, right.
I can't believe it. I would never have thought. Not in a million years.
WIC definitely had.
I agree with you though, Prime.
I don't want to like mischaracterize their position, so like I'll try to but like, well, I'll just say WIC had a very interesting position. I would encourage
I
everyone.
feel like you should.
check out the panel.
I actually want you to mischaracterize it. Go ahead.
It'd be way more entertaining. Just like give the worst, like least charitable one seat.
Way more entertaining, but it would be abandoning some.
Here,
sense
I'll
of
take it for
integrity
you.
that I have.
La la la. He's a Nazi. Got it. Okay. Moving on.
Yeah, I don't know if I've argued with Wick. I was gonna call him Nick. I don't know. Wick about this particular topic. We might have. I mean, we've been knowing each other for a while. But I don't remember what his position. I mean, he's a fucking centrist, so it's going to be awful. All right, he's gonna like stake a middle ground. He's like, well, this is completely reasonable when it doesn't actually accomplish anything. But yeah.
That's too far. It's different. There's a line.
Yeah, exactly.
You got the tone of voice too. Pretty.
Yeah, right.
You guys are gossiping about Wick like crazy while he's in my chat, just listening. Going,
No, not just that.
He
Not
can
just
get in
that.
here. I'll tell him his face.
There's actually a WIC raid watching Prime right now, and they're all hearing it too.
Yeah.
It's a whole thing. We're causing
Okay.
a lot of drama right here.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, Wick, you heard.
I
You're
speak.
invited on.
Mic drop.
Send your name.
I speak truth to power.
Corey was very smart to be like, look, I don't want to put words in his mouth. All right.
I'll put a
Corey
lot more
knows
than
how to-
words in his mouth. I mean, what?
All right. Okay, we'll leave that alone. But yeah, I don't know. I'm sure whatever his position was really bad. Didn't accomplish anything. Like rather than like a conservative stake that would say like that I could respect even if I disagree, saying like we just should respect all life, and this comes from some deeply held belief from whether it is the Bible or something else, that he'd have something in the middle and it'd be useless.
Is this on abortion? What is the topic that Wick's opinion is about?
We're
Maid.
relating the maid.
Maid.
Panel that we were on. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the maid panel.
Oh,
See,
You know
thing
what? I'll talk shit about Wick too. I had the worst position. Fucking
Rip.
Well, see, if you're not an extremist, you're carrying water for all other extremists, which makes you a double extremist. actually. So being an extremist is the least extremist position you can hold.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than nuance. It's so annoying. Holy shit. Shut
But
the
like the
fuck up and
neutrals.
appeal to your base.
The centrist
like the-
position isn't the nuanced position. I don't want to make that clear, right? Like the centrist
That's
position
fair.
is a nuanced position. It is like almost always the worst position. It's almost always like, hey, like I miss, like I'll pretend like I can find a middle ground where there like is no middle ground. Like I'm just going to like cobble together something that sounds reasonable within my head, and then I'm going to project that out into the world and go like, well, if everyone else is yelling at me, that must mean I'm doing something right, and thinking that actually makes fucking sense. Yeah, that's the central position.
It's like the neutrals from Futurama. The ones who are just like sitting there doing absolutely nothing when like there's a crisis. It's like that. That's all I've got.
It's better than being part of a leftist religion that doesn't have a god but is still somehow fucking religious.
Wait, what's the?
Leftists
Whoa,
are the
hold on, hold
most
on.
religious people I've ever met. It's so true.
they're worse than fundies. They're worse than any. Like I
Oh,
grew
no.
up fundy, and when I hang out with leftists, I'm like, this feels the same.
Stop
What?
talking shit about my Dark Lord.
It's just
but-
true. I don't know what to say.
Oh, wait a minute.
You guys
hold on.
have catechisms, things you have to say. You're not allowed to doubt, not allowed to ask questions. You get purity tested all the time. You have little songs that you sing together. I don't know,
Yeah.
it's fucking.
Wow.
It's just your
okay.
God is called progress and
So,
inclusion versus like Jesus,
erudite,
spaghetti
erudite,
monster.
Are you
Thank
just,
you.
is this a
Thank
stereotype?
you.
I'm sorry.
No. Thank you for
Whoa,
giving
I was
me
here to
a,
talk
a
about
child's-
chess. I'm not ready for this,
yeah,
but you know what?
Don't worry. Yeah,
Hold on.
don't worry. I got you. Thank you for giving me a child's understanding of religion, right? And of in-group dynamics. Like, oh, okay, yeah. Like, you got an in-group, and people like do what they take actions to prove that they are members of the in-group, and those things. If
Do you
left
want to know
unchecked,
most of the
can be
effective ways to
extreme.
make large in groups? Religion.
Wait, hold on. Before we get into this,
I
real
get,
quick,
I
just
get
real
that
quick.
religion.
So you
is
pointing
also
out that
an
it's
in-group.
in-group testing
Yeah.
also
Okay.
suggests
I'm
that
sorry.
it could be religious in
That's
nature.
beautiful.
So, I
Eric.
just wanna point
No,
out-
no, shut
Ritualistic.
up. Shut up. So we have the idea of an in group, right? Which is overall umbrella
Uh-huh.
term, and within that we have different types of in groups, and one of them is religion. And then you say like, well, see, one in group has similarities to another in group, so I guess these things must be the same. I like what?
Did I say that
brilliant
there- did I-
analysis.
Yeah. So I said the reason specifically why I think leftists are religious in nature.
Okay.
Yes,
So-
I know
You
that.
guys
I
have-
heard
you guys
that.
have
I just wanna-
you
I
do
just wanna-
purity test.
Hold on,
Yep.
hold on.
Purity testing is not always part of in-grouping at all. That's a very distinctly religious behavior. Purity
That's
testing
not.
specifically-
That is not distinctly
not
religious.
true at
What
all,
are you
but-
talking about?
okay.
You just made
Oh,
that
wait,
up.
hold on.
She literally just made that up.
There's a
purity,
Republican
purity
debate.
testing to the greater noun is absolutely a
That is
religious.
There was
You
a
guys
Republican
also have
debate
your own
that
Catholic
happened like just a little bit ago, and there's that question about Donald Trump being a convict. Would you still, vote for him as, the president? And 6 of the 8 people said, yeah, I would. Like,
Yeah.
what is that if that's
Reasonable.
not purity testing, right? Like, you have to be Donald Trump's like little like slave to be a Republican contender for the presidency. That's purity testing.
It was kind of, yeah, but I would say the Republican Party is extremely religious. What do you mean?
And then okay. So we've covered that the
Okay,
Republican
true.
Party.
Yes.
Okay, so yes, but this so Donald Trump's their god. Is that what you're saying?
In many
was
ways,
sent
yeah.
by
I'd say-
God. It's different.
Yeah, he's sent by God. Like legitimately, lots of religious people
He's
in the
Jesus
Republican
who's
Party.
come back.
No, they
He's the
believe.
second coming of Jesus.
No, they don't believe that, but they believe in like he's a leader that like represents like God values and shit. I don't know. Go talk to a
Well,
conservative
right.
religious
But my
person
point
who likes
is,
Trump. Yes, absolutely. they
my
think he's
point is
connected
that
to
like
their
purity
religion.
testing goes across like all political spectrums, right? Like to be a
Yes.
centrist, you also pass some sort of purity test on some level, right?
What are the purity testings of centrists?
So in my mind, and I don't want to stereotype you. I don't want to stereotype you at all. Oh, look, there's
Y'all
Wick.
talking mad shit.
That's
You
right.
have
I
to.
will-
Just to be
I feel-
clear, I'm not a fucking centrist in any world except for fucking Twitch online Twitch poll. Just so it's clear, I'm a fucking progressive liberal. Like the idea that I'm a centrist is
Boo.
terminally
Are you-
online.
are
Just so
you?
it's clear.
But are you
Yeah,
progressive?
I'm pro UBI. Yeah, I am very progressive. I'm pro UBI. I'm pro LGBTQ inclusions. I'm pro like systemic dismantleization of like white supremacy. What else would be super progressive with my policies?
Pro-choice.
I'm pro-choice. I'm pro like legalization of most drugs. Fuck, what else is there? I don't even know if I could think of a super conservative position that I have. Maybe auditing like banks and like big companies more, but I don't even know if that's a conservative position anymore. So
you don't
I
have
don't
to
know.
have a conservative position to be considered centrist, obviously, right? Like that
Right.
wouldn't be the
I'm not
I'm
gonna-
not left enough. I
Well,
know,
and-
because I'm
and-
not
no,
religious
I mean,
enough.
I don't-
Yeah, it's true. I'm not a good leftist.
I
You
hate
failed the
I will
purity
deal
test,
with
and
it.
thus you are a centrist.
I
Yes.
hate
And
to, I
that's
hate to
confirmed.
butt in too much.
I don't
and
think you
don't
hate
have
it.
a lot of time. I can't stay very long, but you guys were talking about my takes here, and I
Hi,
wanted
Wick.
to respond because, again, having a nuanced position isn't the worst position. It's recognizing that there are a lot of factors, a lot of variables at play
Not
for
nuanced.
most things. And again, much like Erudite, my voting record, the things I support, pretty progressive for the most part. There's a few Republican-ish things in there. I guess free speech, if you want to consider that a Republican thing, that
That's
would
not
be
a
the
Republican
biggest
thing.
one.
Yes.
It's
it
not a
is.
Republican thing even remotely. Look at Florida. Look what they did to the
I
company
agree with
to
you.
try to do.
I
Flo-
agree
free-
with
okay,
you.
great.
I
Cool.
agree
So
with you.
why are you calling
But
it Republican?
most of the people who say that when I ask what's my most conservative position, that's what they tell me.
I'm sorry. So you're letting other people tell you that's your most Republican
What do
belief?
you think my most conservative position is?
What was it? The thing we disagreed on. What was the thing that we disagreed on like a year ago?
Free speech, motherfucker.
No, it wasn't free speech. It wasn't free speech. It was something
We
else.
did, though. I remember on a Prime panel specifically.
No, that wasn't it. It
You
was
don't believe
something
in the
about.
proletarian revolution, right? That's pretty right.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I,
let's.
I, I'm
let-
not
we're
That's
gonna
extremely
go
right
down-
wing.
Yeah, but anyway, Wix. So they said that you had some sort of centrist take on death.
I would say it was pretty
medically-
conservative on.
No,
Medically
my
assisted death.
my suicide take, right? My suicide death cult take.
medically assisted.
It's for sure. It's for sure conservative. He's opposed to any of it.
Sure,
Except
that might
for-
be
except
mine.
for up
I
to
think
6
that,
months terminal
again,
illness.
6 months terminal, as well as if you're being kept alive on machines, right? Like if you're brain dead and things like that, then I think that, you know, if you have a DNR or something like that, then that's fine. But again, it blows my mind that I am being called unempathetic, that I'm being called some
Who
sort
said
of conservative,
unempathetic?
because
I never said that.
a lot of people have, because if you are on the ledge and about to jump, I would pull you back from it. Right?
That's not the
if
same
you are
thing as
about to kill
policy.
yourself, I will try to
That's not
stop you
policy.
from killing yourself.
Yeah.
Anyone
Even
who is
if the
pro.
government is helping
Nothing
you,
to do with anything.
No,
Great.
anyone who
even
would
if the
stop
government
someone
is
from.
trying to help you kill yourself, I will try to stop them from trying to help you kill yourself.
Just to be clear, even though I'm like very pro-made, if the government was trying to push you off a building, I would also pull you back from the ledge as well.
I don't know.
I don't think you would, Corey.
Like, I don't know.
You failed the purity test. You have to push.
the state
State sanctioned.
Throw 'em off the
the
building.
the
Right,
state
that's
sanctioned
what it is.
sidewalk splatterer. Yeah. Like just quickly, right? Because you don't have much time.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, why is it that you only allow for medically assisted suicide when you have 6 months left?
Well, 6 months is a rather arbitrary number. I understand. Like, it could be a year. I could be argued for a year or something along those lines. I'm not going to die on the 6 month exactly hill. But when it comes down to it, the reason why I'm not okay with like just some kind of indefinite, you might die in 20 years time, like you have a condition that might kill you instantly anytime with tomorrow or within the next 20 years, is partly because I think it creates a lot of bad incentives on the part when the government specifically is allowing this to happen, sanctioning it to happen, and even assisting it to happen. We can look at how it's playing out in Canada to see how this is, as they have expanded the scope of their MAIDS program to allow more and more different types, from getting rid of the language of, for example, I think it was like imminent death, or I forget the exact verbality.
Reasonable foreseeable death. Yeah.
Reasonable foreseeable death. As they remove those strictures, we've seen suicide skyrocket, right, in Canada when it comes to the MAIDS program. And don't call them suicides, but that's what they are. They're euthanasia.
Okay,
They're
so
suicides. And I
they
think that this
policy.
this policy and this absolutely because it's always going to be cheaper for the government to kill the people that are expensive than it is for them to keep them alive. So you see people who need disability, right? Who need, just simply a lot of care being pushed towards MAIDS.
Are they actually being pushed? Because see, here's the thing. Like, people have made claims about that, about people being pushed. And then we examine those claims, and it's simply, oh, here are the options available to you. And then it's reported as, or at least people interpret it as, oh, look at these people being pushed. Like the government is encouraging them to die. But no,
providing them the option
here are
is
the
a form of
spectrum.
encouragement.
I mean,
Oh,
like if I were to tell you, like
Wow.
like we understand how someone who is suicidal can be pushed to suicide by invoking like suicide, right? We could say like that's why we don't like, and we think it's pretty faux pas, and it's bannable in a lot of cases. If you say, hey, why don't you just go kill yourself? That's a bannable thing, right? We can understand. So when the government is saying, hey, you have this option that you did not have before, it is going to, at least subtly, encourage people to take that option who otherwise would not.
I mean,
To
okay,
think the
so that's
unthinkable.
true. Like,
So,
that
hold
is
on,
no. I think
this-
in a sense it's true. Like, if the policy is there to allow more people to do a certain thing, more people are going to do that thing. The question isn't whether more people doing that thing is the problem. The question is, who are the people who are taking the option?
Wait a minute, hold on. We can't move past this, because when you say encourage, right? Like what people hear in their head when that's reported is that, oh, the government is literally pushing these people when they have when there are other options available to them, right? Well, when these people want to live, the government is saying, hey, maybe you should just die. Maybe you should
They
just
send
die.
pamphlets and
Actually,
everything, I'm
right?
sure.
Yeah, right. Like, why don't we like
Here's a brochure. We've got 5 different
Hold
options.
on, my God,
for you.
Madeline, please. We have all kinds of other options available. We're gonna disincentivize those and then push this. That's what people hear, and then you go, well, I guess it is encouragement in a way, but that's not how that's interpreted. You know that's not how that's interpreted, and it's a dishonest way of putting that out there, especially on this sensitive subject. You know that.
I do know that, and I do it for a reason, because it is whether it's direct or indirect, it is a form of encouragement. And I know what they hear, and they should hear it, because that is what I believe is happening. Is the government?
So,
again, it's always,
so you'll misrepresent what's
have
actually happening.
Healthcare, like healthcare costs in Canada, like for the government itself, they're pretty high, right? The end of life care, palliative care.
Do you have any evidence? I'm sorry, you're just putting all this out there.
What do you want? What evidence do you want for this?
Sure, evidence that like the government has made a decision that people who are expensive in terms of their health care, that those people specifically we are going to encourage, by that I mean disincentivize all of the options, and push them towards ending their life. Do you have any? Yes, you have evidence, please.
Sure.
Source.
Source. What we can look at is who's taking that option, right? Who is more attractive to, right? And we can see the different types of people that are taking maids.
I don't think you are. I don't think you're looking at the correct. There's actual research in terms of who actually gets made. It's typically people of higher socioeconomic status. Where typically speaking, those in lower socioeconomic status, like this is access to medicine just in general. In terms of accessing healthcare, just like broadly speaking, in developed countries, like it's more accessible to the wealthy. And if you actually looked at the stats,
can you show me those stats?
Yeah, absolutely. I'll send you the paper.
I don't mean to interrupt your panel, right? And we argued about this.
No, sorry, no, we called you out. It's fine.
One thing, everything that you're sort of saying, Wick, in terms of like, you know, if you change the legislation and therefore it encourages this type of thing, I think you'd have to explain then of where, generally speaking, this is not available in the U.S. and just by every other metric, your suicide rates, however you cut it, is way higher than Canada.
Well, we have more access to guns. That's the biggest thing that allows that. We should probably cut that down too.
In addition to drug overdoses, you can also talk about alcohol, opioid overdose, etc. By how that's why by any way that you cut it,
not suicide. Is it?
Oh my God! Okay,
there are totally mixed in there.
Like people consider overdosing on drugs.
Yeah, let's not get distracted by that part. Let's not get distracted by that point.
That's how I do it. Wait, no. The point is, all right, Wick. The point is, you're making a lot of really outrageous claims about what the government's intent was behind the policy. You're talking about cost cutting.
No, I'm not talking about intent. I'm talking about this is what's naturally going to enter. I'm talking about incentives.
Yeah. Great. Show us that. Give us.
Yeah, you're going to give us some stats.
You want me to show you the incentive, how it's cheaper for someone?
No. Give us evidence of this actual result.
And
give us.
That's literally intent. Like that's like. Okay, so you're saying there's you're saying that there's an incentive for the government to promote suicide.
So it's not mischaracterized. Is that it's always going to be cheaper, right, for any government or any institution, right, to not care for someone.
Was the cheapness relevant in making the policy the policy?
Because we understand how economics.
No. Was it? Was that their like?
It doesn't matter if it's the intent. Okay. Do you think you can support fascism unintentionally?
Yes, you do it all the time.
Okay. So does intent matter?
Nope.
No. Okay. So
sorry. No.
Being
okay.
Changed,
hold on.
Whether or not they intended it for the best of reasons.
My point is, you're using an argument. You're making this argument suggesting that the cheapness of killing someone off is better than the health.
I'm making the argument that because of these incentive structures and how it's always going to be cheaper to take one option than the other, it's going to indirectly, directly, subconsciously, implicitly, explicitly, it's going to nudge certain types of behaviors. It's going to nudge the society, the government, and the culture to behave in certain ways.
Is there a historical record of something like this happening? Do you have any sort of proof that this nudging is going to happen?
We can see the amount of people who are taking up maids increasing, right, at higher and higher and higher.
Well, that's just
rate.
a policy thing. That doesn't necessarily mean that there's like some
because
sort
there
of
was
thing
an
attached.
option, obviously.
Like
Yeah.
when the option exists, like just because like the government promotes cigarettes, for example.
Okay.
Oh my God, you
But my
lift weights while you're
position
doing this? That's
is
so
that
cool.
that is
That's a great
bad.
idea. I'm gonna do that
That
too.
more people killing themselves actually
No,
is
we got that as
bad.
bad. Yeah, no, we got that as bad. Yeah, thank you so much for that, Wick. No,
You're welcome.
no, because don't hide behind that.
Hot take,
because,
Wick.
Yeah. So you saying it is?
Apparently,
No, Wick,
we already did this. We already did
don't
this.
try it. Don't try it with me because I'm not going to let you do it. I'm not going to let you do it, Wick, because you made these specific claims about like what the Canadian government is doing. Yeah, you got me defending fucking Canadians, and that's something that really pisses me off. But like, you make these claims about what the Canadian government is doing, right? And then you hide behind, once we push you on this to actually have any evidence for anything that you've said, right? Well, actually, my statement is just that it's bad. Actually, that's really only the problem.
About what the Canadian government is doing. Can you repeat to me what you think?
Sure. Those claims are that when we have this option, it creates a slippery slope that ends with, or at some point in time, you'll have the government incentivized to push people who are more expensive to their medical system to the option of ending their life, thus cutting costs.
Yeah, that's not something the Canadian government is doing explicitly, but it is something
Great.
that
So
is
I
happening.
did get your point right. I did get your point
the
correct.
Evidence I would point to.
Did I get your point correct?
The increase.
Right.
Right.
Yes, so I did get your point correct, right? Okay, so you want to ignore that. All right, that's nice. I did get your point correct, right? So I knew what you were saying.
But you implied that the government is doing this. I'm not saying that they're necessarily doing this for nefarious intent. They don't have to. Right? This isn't something that there's not some council that
and I'm
asking. Like,
can we reduce costs? Understood. And I'm still asking you for any evidence of this, and then you still have not provided me with any evidence of that.
I keep pointing to the astronomical increase in maids, people who are accepting this, people who are
because it didn't exist before, and then all of a sudden it does exist. So there's going to be a point in time where people take that option. Right, and then at some point we'll have.
You are suggesting that the only reason that it's increasing is because it's more accessible. Because it was accessible before. You're saying that obviously it's going to increase to an extent. What my argument is, and what I am saying to you, is that it's increasing at a rate that is greater than would just be suggested.
How would you know that? 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 What is? So there is a slope. There is an upward slope, right? But you're saying that there is a delta between the current slope and what would actually be expected. How do you know? Like, where is your evidence for this difference?
Again, I can point to some intuitive things. I do not have a smoking gun for you.
Of course, you have nothing.
I don't have a
smoking gun. Why are you making the argument if you have a smoking gun?
And I've exposed you because you have nothing. Yes, people are dying because we're talking about a smoking suicide. Yes, thank you very much.
So we'll go in.
Yeah, all right.
So it took me. Swastika tattoo.
It took me.
Republicans will be like,
it took me
like. Do you have any really
great. It took me like 15 minutes to like literally demolish your point. Thank you so much. Well, Juby, you want to say something?
So if it was like a population control thing or a bid to get rid of people who are costing government money or were inconvenient, would that even be a problem? So hold on. So if an extremely old person who's sickly, right, is putting their family and the healthcare system through hell, and through financial hell, emotional hell, because they're just like clinging to life with everything they have, right? Would it really be so bad for someone to present the option to them?
No, I think it is. I think that by kind of encouraging people not to fight, right, to not to try to get through it. And I understand that.
How do you get through having
for what? For like another 5 years of life where you're so sick and dying?
Keep this in context because I'm okay with it. If there's some sort of imminent, like if 6 months to live, a year to live, right? Okay. We can't do anything for it.
Your most conservative value is legislating other people's bodies. All right, can we move on now?
Okay. Legislating other people's bodies, we're talking about not letting them kill themselves. Do you want people?
Moving on.
You think people should be able to just off themselves as
Sure.
they want.
Okay, so we've already
Okay.
Sometimes.
well, you guys
demolished your
are
point.
done with
So
it,
look,
but
I'll say this one thing about
Sure.
your centrist points, because that's what you came
Is that a
on to say
centrist?
specifically, right? Is that the centrist mindset? Okay, I'll say that is that like you'll stake these positions, and you'll call them centrist, as in like this is like looking at both sides and arriving at some nuance that others just couldn't do, because they're still stuck in their own paradigms and their own like I can't remember the religious text that you can't go against. Oh god, no one remembers. Guys, help me out here.
The thing we talked about,
Religious
Dogma, I
dogma.
know.
Purity
Thank
testing?
you, thank you, dogma. I do appreciate
You're
that. I'm
welcome.
sorry.
I can help you out more if you just.
You
listen.
can you can help me out with that. But anyway, yes, your religious dogma. You're caught up in your religious dogma, and so both sides are incapable of seeing these things. So I've like found like the middle ground that's actually where we should be, when you actually have accomplished nothing. Right, even your position here, like it literally accomplishes nothing. It like why stake it at 6 months? You admit I got no reason to stake it at 6 months. Why just terminal diseases? I could walk you down that tree, right? That discussion tree where it's like, well, yeah, sure, terminal illness, but okay, also extreme suffering. Oh, okay, well, you have a situation that'll last 40 years of pain, and so maybe we would want to cut it short. There's already like this like clear path to having a position that actually addresses more of the population, right? Actually solves more of their problems, rather than just like arbitrarily setting these rules, setting these parameters that helps a narrow band of people. But that's what you get when you're a centrist. Like I guess I'll just help this narrow band of people rather than taking care of the entire problem.
Again, I think what you do, the ideological dogmatic mindset does, is it creates an adversary that it must fight, whether this adversary exists or not. And what it comes to a treasure hunt. So, for example, once you've slain the dragon, we all acknowledge was there. You get fame, you get glory, so you have to find other dragons. But the problem is, there's only so many dragons to go around. So suddenly, you're incentivized to say, well, that's not exactly a dragon; it's an iguana. But we're going to treat it as a dragon, and we're going to find this, and we're going to seek it out because you're rewarded for it. And this is what the dogmatists do. They want to signal to their crowd, they want to signal to their team, and it becomes a team sports thing, so that the team becomes more important than the problem and the people. And I care about more than just the people on my team. I care about people. I don't care about political parties at the end of the day. And I am not a centrist.
You put the tickle in politics?
I am just not so far progressive.
You're a friendly fuzzy fella now?
My brain falls out of my head, okay? I don't lean so far left that my brain falls out.
200 people are yawning right now because this debate already has happened.
No, because so Wick, I sent you at least like one reference, but I have others of like the socioeconomic status of like generally speaking. Well, so it'll depend on like sort of like time point and like maybe things have changed since this data came out. But generally speaking, the data seem to point to that higher socioeconomic status. Those are the ones that are seeking out MAID and medical assistance in dying.
Okay. All right. So are we? Do you want to say something back to it?
But we will argue about this later. Okay. I hate all of you except for you, Prime. I love you, but I love you too, buddy.
I sent you sources to help you out.
You did. I'm just busy arguing. But yeah, the data, Corey, it's not as clear as you're cutting. Women especially are dying at more and more increased rates because I get it. You hate women, but that's okay. But anyway,
that's a different argument.
See you, friend. Okay. All right.
Yeah, Corey, what the fuck?
I got. That was fun. I really do, and just to be clear, I really do love my friend Wick. We just have these disagreements, and I think they're worthwhile disagreements. And I think, well, on Twitch we don't do it in a respectful manner, but like still, I respect him as a person. Shout out to my man Wick, who's always been just a really kind and positive force in this community. All right, let's get started with the actual panel.
Derail it by mischaracterizing Wick's position.
No, it's fine.
Why don't we invite another random person who had a debate last week and argue their position all over again too? before we start?
Good.
That'd be really
I'm open
fun.
to it.
No.
Hello all. Hello all. This is Reverie Roundtable, which we have Mondays 8 p.m. Eastern. If you enjoyed that little preamble, then be sure to hit the follow button. We do this all the time. Hit the follow button, or if you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. We'd love to have you here in our community. Yeah, we have great conversations with great people. We've got quite a few of them here. And also, of course, as it says at the top of your screen, hype chats and super chats are read on channel. So if you want to say anything to any of these individuals, or you just want your comment to be heard, I will read anything if you pay me for it. So thank you so much for anyone who is supporting. So let's get started. We'll start with our friend Lactoid. Lactoid, thank you so much for putting up with all of that.
No, thank you so much for having me. Really looking forward to taking on, as usual, this panel, and my anti-women takes are going to be very prominent here. I can't wait to just unleash. It's going to be wild. You can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch and YouTube. Thanks.
Thank you so much. All right, next we have our good friend Corey. Corey, thank you for always fighting a good fight.
Yeah, super appreciated to be here. And again, apologies for derailing, I guess, but I totally, I still enjoyed that regardless. And I still have more to say and argue about with Wick. But yeah, you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, Corey Campbell 84, and on X and Instagram and other platforms, it's Corey Campbell. I'm a biochemist, cover science, research, and news. And yeah, looking forward to getting into the topics.
Okay, all right. Next we have one of my good friends who I'm always happy is around, right? She adds a lot to these things, and like it just makes so much more fun, right? Like even just then in our short little interaction, she said something that riled me up expectedly, and we had a lot. It was a fun interaction. So shout out to my friend Erudite, who is joining us today. How are you, Erudite?
I'm good. You should give yourself all the credit for my career. I'm pretty sure I spawned out of your channel, so.
I don't think I deserve.
I literally did. I'm pretty sure that was like the main thing that got me like moving. So you should say my channel spawn, Erudite. Erudite came from the loins of my channel.
She's intent on getting me canceled again. But thank you, Erudite. Seriously, she's a great member of our community. If you haven't, for some reason, haven't followed her already, please do. Like, head over to Erudite's place. Thank you, Mad Latin, who is a long-time member of our community, who hasn't been here for a while, but we really have missed him. I have missed him. Mad Latin, how are you?
I'm doing great. Yeah, so I've been busy. I've been doing a ton of work in chess, which is really relevant to one of our topics tonight. And that kind of keeps me off of stream, which is sad. But I'm going to try to get on stream a little bit more. You can find me at twitch.tv/MadLaden. I just went back to Mad Laden from Giga Chad Laden. It was a good bit, but it's getting old. And I'll be doing like some of this. I'll be doing some chess. I'll be playing some video games. I'm going to explore the world. We're going to try new things and see what happens.
All right. What about Hyper Ultra Mad Latin? God.
Oh, actually, that reminded me. I have a second edition of a chess book coming out in December, so stay tuned for that.
All right. Hey, and your first chess book was like pretty popular, right? Like it.
Yeah, it was decent. It did okay. We're hoping the second edition is a little bit more fancy, since I know fancier chess people now, and we're gonna let them do a forward and stuff. It'll be really exciting.
What's your rating? What's your rating, Madline?
So one unfortunate thing about running chess tournaments is that your actual chess capacity diminishes. I'm a floored chess player now. My peak was 1813. I am now a chess rating point pinata at 1600. I can't lose any more rating points. I can lose as many games as I want now. No fear.
All right, fair enough. But like, Madland doesn't know how to advertise himself, but like if you want to learn chess, Madland actually has a company. Or not
so
anymore?
That company, I work for a chess center now. So I run all their tournaments, but I also teach, and I do teach private lessons. But the company doesn't mesh with actually working for another chess organization. And
never mind.
Like
No, it's moving on. This is awkward. Doobie.
Thanks, though. I appreciate it.
Don't ask, don't tell.
Doobie, our Dark Lord and Savior, thank you for joining us. We're really happy that you managed to make it.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay, so let's jump into this. First topic. A private couple shared details of their tumultuous divorce online. It garnered attention, and soon enough, pro MRA influencers picked it up. They poured gasoline on the flames and soon had an online mob that harassed the wife. Should these creators be held responsible for the abuse they can direct against private individuals? Or is it fair game when people put their personal struggles online? Are pro MRA women all fools abiding in their own persecution? Or do they have the clarity of vision to see both sides? Oh my God, when I wrote that in, I wasn't thinking of Wick, but now I am.
You're gonna summon him again.
This is like these two army veterans or whatever. They are, I think maybe they're currently in the army, whatever. They had a divorce and they decided to share their struggles online, and like from what I can gather, it's just like a normal divorce that if you like put cameras in a lot of divorced couple like or divorcing couples apartments, like this is what you would find, right? It's like not savory, but and really unfortunate. But they put their struggles online, and like they thought it was just gonna end there, but then like the MRA crew picked it up, and then these influencers grabbed onto this, and they started like directing harassment at the woman, the wife in this situation. And so I want to examine that. Examine, is it like their fault? Like, should you just expect this in our digital age? And like this idea of pro MRA women, are they in itself like problematic? So we'll start from our friend Lactoid.
All right, so Scott's not here, so mine's going to be a little bit longer. I apologize in advance. This reminds me, and especially because of what you just said, Prime, this reminds me of the Steven Crowder situation, where there was an out of context video, and a lot of people were defending him, saying, well, if you put cameras in a lot of people's homes, you would see fights like this. And a lot of people were saying, well, no, that's not acceptable. That's abusive. Really what this is, at that situation, there was an out of context video. People kind of took that and said, oh, this video appears to show emotionally abusive behavior. And then people just took it for what it was, which is exactly what's happening here. There's some videos which appear to demonstrate abusive behavior, and people are just taking it for what it is. I'm going to put out a disclaimer. There is likely a lot that I haven't seen. And there's likely a lot that I don't know about this entire situation. So the following takes that I'm going to give are entirely based on what I have been able to find. And I have been looking at shit, trying to find shit on here. And there's limited information you can find in it. The first thing I'm going to say is Roma Army, who's a pretty popular pro MRA female streamer. She was way too emotional during that video to effectively interrogate Samantha White. That said, she picked the right thing to focus on, which is how she points out that Samantha admitted to falsely accusing her husband of rape and pedophilia and threatened to call the police on him. And I know there's a few people on here who would agree with me that falsely calling the police on somebody is an act of violence, meaning that, if we want to take this to its logical end, there is a record here of a threatened battery. Her response when confronted with this horrific thing that she did is, oh, those accusations were made in a fit of anger. In fact, NBC News even backs her up on that. Well, no, she was just angry, as if that's a reason. And then she also, when confronted by Roma Army, accuses her ex-husband of raping somebody else off of hearsay. So firstly, a fit of anger is no excuse for violence ever. And two, it appears as though her go-to deflection is just rape accusations, which maybe says something about how much social power rape accusations have. When flustered and angry, this woman repeatedly falls back to just trying to levy rape accusations. That's troubling, and it's also troubling that NBC totally glossed over that fact. It's troubling that TikTok banned his story and his videos of her, but did not do vice versa and ban her videos of the situation, which it appears that she's taken down. There may exist some evidence of him doing terrible things that I just simply am not able to find, but that has nothing to do with her being deserving of criticism. NBC left out the part where she went to jail for assaulting her ex-husband. That was conveniently not mentioned. I don't think these pro MRA women are being any more unreasonable than the people were being when they watched the Steven Crowder video. And I think generally, as a rule, critiquing somebody does not make you responsible if an online mob goes and does something that you don't tell them to do. So no, I don't think that you're responsible unless you and try to, again, incite people, unless you tell people to go and do something, the idea of holding people responsible for what crazy mobs do is just wild. Shouldn't be a thing.
Thank you so much.
Quick question. Is there any chance it'd be super helpful if we could watch maybe the full Roma Army video? I think I only watched like half of it. And so a bunch of stuff that Lactoid said, I'm willing to grant is true. I'm like, what? I feel like I didn't see that in the video, but I think I only watched the last like 2 minutes because my link was started. I linked it in the group chat. It would just be super handy for us to all have like context of the Roma Army stuff.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's possible.
Is it possible? I don't think we get sound if I do this on StreamYard.
Oh, right. The sound is split.
Yeah.
I think you do get sound on StreamYard as long as we're not deafened to StreamYard. I think if you share your screen, we'll all be able to watch and see it. Is my understanding of StreamYard, but I don't use it.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I'm wrong.
Let's see. All right, we'll do it live. God damn it.
Sorry, not to interrupt. I feel like that video I would love to see. And
you don't know until you try.
I don't know. I don't want to fight with Lactoid if it turns out that there's just context of the video I missed.
Okay.
Quite in many ways.
Let me.
I'd like to be informed if I can.
Trying to make it happen right now, everyone. Please be patient with me while I set this up.
Because I was.
Okay, and let's see if we can share this. Like never even do it. So present. Video. Share screen. Share screen. Okay. Ghost of Tsushima. I don't know why it's popping up. Oh, application window. And here it is.
I have some friends in tech support. I can reach out.
Oh, don't. All right. StreamYard is now sharing a window. Okay. But where is it? Oh, here it is. Okay. All right.
Things are happening.
Whoa,
Things
this
are
is wild.
Wow.
Whoa, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. Nicely done.
Yeah. Oh, and back it up to. Oh, it looks like it still has like a.
Okay. Sure. Sorry from the beginning.
That was not intentional.
Please let me know if you all over there can hear it.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
You can't hear it.
I bet you if you
Yeah.
unmute your mic, it might be.
Yeah. Sure. Fair enough.
And that'd get better internet.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
No.
Still not.
But
that was good.
Okay, wait.
You can't hear it?
No.
Okay. Guys, then let's do it just simultaneously. Okay? All right, just like
Oh, we're all gonna watch it at the same time, and you're gonna play it.
yeah.
And then the sound's gonna. Okay. No,
Yeah,
it's
but
just
you'll
stream
need to
getting
mute your
it.
mic and StreamYard again though, because
Mhm.
you're echoing.
Sure. Let's just do it all.
Ah,
I actually like that go. It's twice as much Prime.
Yeah.
I'm even less good at this shit than you are, Prime. Am I? Okay, hold on.
Don't you know people in tech support? Lactoid?
Yeah,
I
I know. That's what I'm saying. You're gonna turn my shit back on me. It's not
Okay.
Okay.
So we're all gonna hit play at the same time, and then anyone who's streaming is gonna have the audio for their audience.
Yes.
I'm just gonna deafen. I'm gonna deafen while I watch it.
Yeah. Hold on. That's a good
Okay.
idea. Give me a second.
The Padawans become the master. That's
I'm just going right now. Just go.
All right, I'm going.
All right. 3, 2, 1, click.
Hello?
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, wait. So you saw my video,
Yeah.
right? So I guess my question is like, why would I believe a single word you have to say if you got upset with him and started saying that like he was touching children and shit? Like, you understand when you make baseless claims like that you lose accountability?
I understand that, and I would agree.
So did he touch your kids?
As far as I know, no. He did
Okay.
not touch my kids.
So why did you say that?
Because I was most likely in a fit of anger, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell that he's not fucking perfect. I can tell that there's some. I get a little bit of like a
Well, no one's
narcissistic vibe,
perfect. I mean, none of us are perfect.
but I also like stand on what I said, that you're fucked, and trying to be like, oh, the military pension and shit too. Like, where do you even get off? Like, you're actually fucked. And then trying to, in that video, you were like, on YouTube, you were like, oh, well, fucking you said some shit about the military pension because you were like, you're just dumb, bro. I don't know why you would try to play victim with me.
Okay, so did you video call me to purposely degrade me and further abuse me, like Joe?
Oh,
is this
God.
what this is?
This is beautiful.
Because I thought, I mean, I'm not used to like this Instagram video thing, but I thought
I know girls
you
must
actually
stick
wanted to talk
together,
to me.
and I know. No, I wanted to make it very clear that you're to stop fucking playing fucking victim. You're fucking stupid. I'm gonna make another video on you, and I'm gonna let you know. I'm gonna let people know that you're fucked. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, so just out of curiosity, because I've never heard of you before, and like.
Okay, what?
Jesus.
Like, so I don't know what you do on your platform.
I've take
heard
down
good things.
dumb bitches like you.
I've heard good things and I've heard bad things. So I'm just like, I don't really have an opinion
I thought you didn't know who I was.
Can I speak? Sorry, I'm just trying to ask a question.
You're just talking out of your asshole. Like, tell me something that I want to hear.
It's like 8:40 in the morning.
I don't care.
And this is how you speak to people. Okay.
You made a claim against a man that he touched your fucking children. Not only did you weaponize your children out of anger because you have that small of a brain and that much.
Is that your only problem? Is that your only problem with this whole situation? The children comment. I agree because even in a fit of anger, I should have controlled my words, right? And said, you know what?
Controlled your words. I mean, I've gotten really upset with people before, and I've never accused them of touching children. So,
okay, and I'm so glad. At that point in time, in September 2021, excuse me, I had done so much research on abuse and found out how many women he's actually abused, and had heard that he had raped his sister as a young kid, and now I don't know his sister,
disgusting.
so I don't know.
Why would you make claims like that against somebody? You're disgusting.
I'm not the one making the claims.
Honestly,
I'm hearing this from other people.
You
his
genuinely,
baby mama, his ex-wife.
If you really believed that, you would have had disdain and disgust on your face. You said it with a smile because you take pleasure in the fact that you can degrade him and say disgusting things about him. I see through people like you. So I'm going to let you know. Stop playing victim. I'm going to make another video on you because you're fucking whack. You can expect that in like probably 20 minutes. And I'm going to make sure as many people as possible see your face and see that you're fucking dangerous. And personally, I hope you get your kids taken away, because if you act that dysregulated and you fucking threaten to shoot yourself over some fucker, you shouldn't have your kids. You are mentally unstable. Okay? Thank you. Have a good day.
Jesus.
I'm done.
Yeah, I'm done too.
Have a nice day at the end of that. Like, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay, so
I think my summary was pretty close.
And just for, because we didn't really give much context when we started watching that video. So to be clear, Roma was the brunette, and she is the influencer. And she has like the Roma army. Those will call her
and
bands.
She's fundraising for it. If you see in the bottom of the.
Yeah, she is.
Did Roma let her know that they were recording?
That's what I was wondering about.
I'm almost certain the answer is no there, but I could be wrong. But in any case, so Roma is the pro MRA influencer, and the blonde is the wife of who is involved in this divorce type situation, and she made some claims that she's being confronted over those claims, and yeah, so that was it. Okay, so now that we have all that, let's go to our friend Corey for opening statements or so on that.
Yeah, well, so outside of the video that we just watched, like, I only read the article. I didn't have time to like go do any more digging, but I'm glad that we were able to watch that video. Not that I don't think it changes much on my end of, like, you know, at the end of the day, I don't know what's true and what's not true, what's fact or fiction, and just like going by probability wise, like, you know, most abuse in relationship is like reciprocal, and this is probably just like a toxic relationship, although generally speaking women have more severe outcomes. But I think this is like a good example of just like, I think just at a societal level, we're bad at talking about relationships and what it takes to, you know, be in a healthy relationship, or what a healthy relationship looks like. But to, I guess, answer some of the questions in the prompt, Should, I guess, overall, zooming out, should people be held accountable if they're like generating toxicity online? Would it be nice? Yeah. Is it possible and practical? Probably not. As in, like, it seems like what this Roma Army is doing is like sort of like weaponizing their community to a certain extent. And I have some issues with that, but can you actually stop that? I don't know. It'd be nice if you could, but I'll leave it there for now.
So much. Next, we'll go to our friend Erudite.
Yeah, so okay. I'm just pulling up the questions too. I just want to make sure I answer them. Yeah, I think mostly it sounds like there's a lot of mutual abuse. There's something to be said about the fact that the Coast Guard investigation found her claims of abuse all credible and not his, and then discharged him. Obviously, like you could maybe contend with that about like, are the courts being fair here? But we don't really have access to any of the evidence, so that's going to be a really speculative argument to make. And I'm willing at this point to grant like some level of credibility to the courts. The biggest issue is she didn't really make public false accusations of her partner from at least those videos, like the pedophilia and stuff, because he recorded them and made them public. And so there was not necessarily this intention of her to go public accusing her husband of pedophilia and rape. I also don't know if she knew that Roma was recording her and planning to release it. So when he mentions like raping the sister and stuff, again, I think there's a lot of toxicity and like she's clearly a problematic actor in this. The issue is like how much culpability is on somebody again if they don't know that they're being recorded, because it's bad in that she's like gossiping about her ex-husband and making severe claims to other people, but it's not the same thing as making like a public trial by media false accusation against her husband. And so that's kind of like the distinction of moral culpability I want to like make with the women. It's hard to kind of know which she was aware of. I think the Steven Crowder callback is really relevant. 2.5 minutes of a relationship, even a 4.5 conversation with Roma Army isn't really enough to tell you anything about a couple and their relationship or the dynamics there. Like I said all the time, if the video of them fighting is the worst their fights ever got, well, they're toxic, but like, I don't know if I would establish abuse there. If that was the best their fights ever looked, I'd be really, really, really concerned, right? But we don't know. We have no context of anything that's going on in the situation. So it's just like, I just hate weighing in on couples like abuse status based on like 2.5 minutes. I think if anything's toxic, it's the public feeling confident to weigh in on the status of abuse in a marital relationship from a 2.5 minute clip. Unless that 2.5 minute clip is like egregiously abusive and like self-evidently like somebody's like pounding their wife in the face, right? What other questions? Should creators be held responsible for the abuse they can direct against private individuals? It depends. You should probably be aware of what your community is like. If you have a community that tends to get very motivated and harassing, then you should realize that any person that you make public is likely going to get harassed. If you're aware that her phone number and full name were released by the boyfriend, which has happened, then you should definitely be cautious covering this entire situation. If Roma explicitly said, hey guys, I'm covering this, but don't go after her, then yeah, she's removed all of her responsibility by and large. But if she explicitly said, go call her and tell her she's a bitch and report her to like CFS, well then Roma Army is doing something really bad. And I hope in the future we can try that as like a criminal thing. I think that's fucked up. Is it fair game when people put their personal struggles online? Kind of. I wish it wasn't. But the internet's kind of like the Wild West. So it's really hard to like pontificate about like what's okay and not okay to cover. I think you just have to like cover it in the way that you think is most ethical, and hopefully you're right, I guess. That's kind of my thoughts.
Much. Let's go to our friend Malad.
Some would be like really broad to start, and then I'm going to try to like fit the situation into like my broad like perspective on this. So I think that like when people are in conflict, it's like sort of a situation where people are it's because like the parties involved are not like validating what hold on, sorry, I just broke my stream because I'm a silly man. Give me 1 second. Okay, all right, let me try something different. I'm gonna try something different. I have notes. See if this fits. Okay, this should work. Yes. All right. Sorry. New streamer. So when people are in conflict, it's because the parties involved in that conflict aren't getting the validation they need from the other parties. So like for my purposes here, I'm going to kind of use validation and recourse interchangeably a little bit. And basically, if you're not getting validation from the parties you're in conflict with, you're going to seek validation elsewhere. And usually it's amongst your friends or whatnot, but because of the internet, you can actually get lots of validation from a lot of people because you're going to publicly post whatever happened, and then people are going to be like, oh, they're there, poor baby, this person did this bad thing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So because you have the power to gather that much validation, it's kind of really, really tempting when you're in like some sort of conflict where you're emotionally not altogether there. And that creates like a situation where you're going to get like parasocial validation, right? And so it's like every time we are validating or airing our grievances, there's a risk involved, right? Like the audience that you're offering your grievances to might be a good listener, but they might be like some sort of crazy actor who will do something with that information that they shouldn't, right? So if you're publicly providing grievances to a whole slew of people, you can't actually reasonably account for everyone's response to that. And that's kind of a huge danger. So my thoughts on this is that we shouldn't air our personal conflicts online because we don't have any control over that audience. We don't know what the message is going to do to that audience. We don't know how they're going to respond. And so whenever I get into like conflict with anyone on the internet, regardless of what the situation is, I keep it very, very close and tight to people I trust. And I never actually talking shit like using my platform or my Twitter or any of that stuff. It's always something I keep to myself. Because I don't want some crazy asshole who follows me to do something horrible, that I have a lot of followers, to do something horrible or mean to anybody that I have a problem with. So I think, yes, the internet's the Wild West, but honestly, I think there's like a probability thing here where the more broad your grievance message goes, the less okay that is, because there's bound to be an actor in that audience that's going to do something not so great. I'll leave it there for now. We'll get into the other stuff, but that's my stance.
Finally, a friend Doobie.
I basically agree with everything Erudite said.
Okay.
Next.
Off to a great start. All right, let's jump into it.
So we
I
all
guess-
like agree that.
Well, I'll just say, did you guys see that video of the actual fight that was recorded about the Wi-Fi password?
Yeah.
That-
And you guys heard the part where she's like threatening to call the cops on him over fake
And he threatens to
allegations
call
of
the
rape.
cops on her over false allegations of sexual assault. Yeah.
So
Right, which is true, right? She did make the false accusations of sexual assault.
No, he was saying because she wouldn't leave the bathroom.
Jesus.
Wait,
That was my memory of it.
because she wouldn't leave the bathroom. He said,
He said,
I would like to.
yeah, he said, I would like to get ready right now. This is I could be wrong. I only watched it once, so we can like review that video to everyone. My remembrance, so maybe I misunderstood what he was trying to say. So they were in the bathroom. He was like getting his keys out. He was clearly trying to get ready to leave. And it was like in his bathroom stuff. And he said, like, can you leave the bathroom? I want to get ready. And she says, no, that's too bad. I'm going to stay. And he says, you're going to say I'm not comfortable with you being in here. And then she said, I'm going to stay. And then he said, great, well, I guess I can call the cops for sexual harassment or assault or whatever he said.
Jesus.
That's what I remember from the video, but maybe
Well,
I'm wrong. Or maybe he
I'll
was
have to
talking
rewatch it.
about
I don't-
yeah.
Well, I
Can
guess
we
like my
also,
Or maybe he
acknowledge
meant
that
I
Lactoid
can
lied
call,
in
yeah.
his opening.
Wait, what'd you say?
You lied in your opening
What did I lie about?
about what the Roma army pygmy was pressing her on during their conversation.
In that initial part, hold on. We all listened to the video. She absolutely pressed her on the fake rape and the fake pedophilia accusations.
Okay, so first off, I don't think it makes sense to say that we know that the fake, or the rape allegation was fake. We don't know anything about their relationship, right? So he might have raped her at some point, or maybe he pressured her into sex when she wasn't fully consenting, which happens all the time in abusive relationships like this, right? It wouldn't be surprising at all. So it could be true that happened. We don't know whether it's true or not. So just assuming that it's not true, I think it's kind of sexist, to be honest.
Well, I don't know if the specifics of what happened between the two of them are necessarily relevant to the question at hand, right? Like the question is, should these creators be held responsible for the abuse they can direct against private individuals, right? Like that's
I think
like
at
the
some level,
overarching
yes.
question. Like, yeah, the details impact what level of abuse and how much you can incite a crowd, but really, it's all like, you know, you could throw in any hypothetical relationship in this situation, and have results like what the crowd will do based on whatever hypothetical. But the question is, should these creators be held responsible? So like my opinion is yes. Like if you're a creator and you're talking shit about other people on your platform with like any sort of intent, like you are responsible for the words that you're delivering. And like we've seen
Well,
this,
hold
like
on.
even
I don't
amongst
even
Twitch
think it needs to be
politics
like
folk,
a.
right? Like there's
I don't
been
even think it
people.
needs to be like a creator, right? And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
Yeah.
just really quickly. So I don't think what if like it's not like a creator, like someone with a platform, but like what if someone in your family or your life is having a really intense emotional moment, and you record that, stick it on the internet where their employer, their friends, their
That's bad.
coworkers, etc., could see it. Like, why shouldn't you be held liable in some way for
You
that?
should
'Cause
be
that
held
could absolutely
liable.
damage
Yeah.
their life.
Yeah, that's bad. Like
And I
basically
think that's
using the
basically
internet.
what her husband did in this video.
I mean, yeah, like I guess like my point here is that anyone who is using the internet as a way of getting recourse for whatever relationship issues they're having is liable for whatever happens, right? So if someone loses their job over it, that's bad. And there's some sort of like I feel like a civil suit at the very least is something that you can get, right? Like you're the lawyer, like you could civil suit that, right? Libel, that sort of thing.
Phew,
I think,
life was so hard. But yeah.
I think he's
I think he's
busy.
focused.
He's
I think
busy.
he might be
He's reading.
watching the first video. I think he's watching the
I
first
am
video.
watching the first
Yeah, it's
video.
fine. It's fine. It's
Okay.
fine. But like so like I mean there's responsibility attached. And I think so the second part, is it fair game when people put their personal struggles online? What does that question mean, Prime, exactly?
Well, I mean, I feel it's pretty self-evident. Self-evident. So, oh my god. Well,
Self-evident. Yes.
Self-evident. Thank you. Yes, please. Not good for words today.
Yeah.
That when people share their personal details of the things that are happening, well, whether it's like something as bad as a divorce or fights with their parents, their children, their struggles, like that. Is it fair that once you put that online, that anyone can take it and do anything with it? That story. I mean, you are putting it within the public square. So is it fair public? Is it fair game for the public?
I mean, I feel like what people do with that is also something that should be scrutinized. I know that like in our sphere specifically, like in Twitch politics, like people watching other people's like struggles and then responding to that is like actually a thing that like a lot of people do, and some people do it responsibly and some people just don't. And I think like what it really comes down to is trying to handle that responsibly is kind of a big deal. Like if someone's talking to you about their personal struggle, you shouldn't necessarily do something that's actionable off of that, right? Like that's like kind of bad
So
because you're involving yourself in their struggle at that point. You're becoming an actor in their struggle, and if it's online, you're just a rando anon person just charging in and saying, "Hey, yo, I'm your hero. I'm going to take care of this," or maybe I think this is disgusting and I'm going to go after you. Like that's bad, right?
yeah, and look, I watched this channel. I keep bringing it up, but I actually just brought up recently in something I brought up last night actually on another stream. This channel called Truly, 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 and it like shows different people from like all kinds of different backgrounds, and they put their lives up, right? And you oftentimes it's tragic or it's weird, right? One or the other. And I just watched a video today of a woman who is suffering for some awful disease. Basically, it's like skin cancer on steroids. Like any exposure to the sun, like does like extreme damage. Any UV light does extreme damage to her skin, and it's awful. And okay, she had a baby, and people were criticizing online for having a baby because the baby might get it, but like the chances are extremely low. In any case, she put her struggles there online, and so people like responded to it. Now, I wouldn't respond with cruelty to this woman. Like I just would never do that because I'm not that type of person. But once you do put that put it online, like it seems weird to be surprised when you have a whole bunch of people who are going to comment, right, and sometimes comment negatively on your life.
Yeah, you don't know what audience you're going to get. That's the point. So like if you're putting your personal stuff on there, be prepared for anything. Like just probably don't do it. Like we've seen enough of that. Like I mean, we know people who've done this. Like literally they get in a fight with someone else on another streamer, or like they let their personal details leak, and then people writing manifestos and all this other stuff. It just shouldn't happen. It's bad.
Well, so this is like the push and pull that I wanted to talk about. So I like on one end you are putting your life within the public square, and so like public comments will ensue. But on the other end, do we want it so that like we all must be guarded to the point that we can't share with the world, right? Like, should we not have space for that? Because on the other end of this, people get strength from these things. So like again, watching
not worth it.
1 second, please, 1 second. So people from this channel that I watch pretty regularly, right? They talk about, yes, there is an avalanche of negative comments, but also like positive comments. Sometimes I can form a community, especially when they do ones about people with like extremely rare diseases, like this woman. They form communities online by sharing their struggles that they literally cannot have like otherwise, because it's just so rare. Like everyone else is scattered around the world, but they gain strength from that. So are we saying that we can't do that as well? So like I want to other people to jump in. What do you guys think about this?
I mean, yeah, there's the pros and the cons. Like, would it be nice if everyone that shared their stories for good, like they were able to like cultivate a community and there's no toxicity? Yeah, that would be great. Even just like using examples like body positivity, and like people sharing their struggles with body image, and let's say the relationship to food. It'd be great if like people were more supportive. But then you gotta take the good with the bad, and I don't know how to weed out the bad, or like if we can actually like stop it. Other than like hopefully just people be better people.
Yeah, I mean, if you're okay with the bad and you can, filter it out mentally, or just like have a handler just kind of just give you only the good. Like when Donald Trump was in office, he had someone who just gave him all the nice comments, and then he could just pretend that there's no one talking shit about him. So if you have a situation like that going on, then that's great.
But
But
that doesn't
like,
mean you invite like a
Actually,
person. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, it's even used as sort of a more Twitch specific example. So like I'm part of like Twitch Health and Fitness, where I used to stream workouts, and I also mod for another fitness workout streamer, who happens to be a woman. And like they're explicit about like I work out for my mental health. And like and their rules are like don't comment on other things that you shouldn't be commenting about, but like as a mod, when you see like pretty much first time chatter and just like the most disgusting thing ever, it's like, yeah, it's really like disheartening.
What? Sorry, I'm confused. What are they commenting on?
This woman is like working out and they're wearing workout clothes. I'm like, yeah, no surprise.
Boobs. They're commenting on the boobs, Prime.
Or whatever. They're commenting on obviously like their body.
For a single second, boobs weren't on my mind, but thank you for correcting me. I appreciate that.
That's a rare phenomenon.
Yeah,
very
yeah.
responsible of you. Yeah, like, so I get like the thing, and actually, Corey, I've seen a few of your streams where you talk about like personal things, and I actually found it really helpful. I actually really like. I mean, I lurk a lot. I try not to
I
be
appreciate that.
present all the time, but like, yeah. So like, I found a lot of what you say about personal struggles like helpful, and if you can handle the critiques and the scrutiny, that's absolutely fine. But the focus of this is like interpersonal stuff, right? The interpersonal stuff, I think you just don't do, because like you end up in a situation where people are doing streams on their conflicts, and then people are doing panel shows on their conflicts, and then it just gets out of control, and then like your people are going to take sides. No one's going to get a fair shake because it's an audience of like the audience is heavily fans. What up? Okay.
I want to talk on that. Like, I think that's interesting where you're going there. But first, I want to ask a question to Erudite for something she said previously. You had said that if Roma, like, and during the course of her stream says, "Hey, audience, don't harass this woman, this lady," that removes all her responsibility. Was that?
I said the bulk of it. Yeah, I think I put a caveat in there because I would say if she has a community that's notorious for doing this behavior and she's encouraged it in the past, and she just says that one statement this one time, I think she's still responsible for cultivating a community that feels like emboldened to harass people. So what I'm saying of this is because like there's a case on TikTok of like a TikToker named Rexorcist, for example. She's kind of notorious as like a dox talker, but she claims she doesn't talk, and she claims she doesn't encourage her audience to harass people, even though she releases all information necessary to contact their like employers, their like schools, all sorts of things, and actively celebrates her viewers who do these things, and then puts celebration videos up when like people that they've been targeting get fired. And so she says, I don't direct anyone. I'm not for harassment and stuff like that. But I'm like, I don't care that you're saying that shit, right? So like,
Yeah, you're celebrating it.
I'm putting it in context. If somebody says, just because I'm saying this, please don't harass them, they mean it seriously, and they actively like punish their viewers if they ever find out that as a result of their stuff, like I would ban people if I found out that somebody I covered, one of my viewers felt that was like a reason to go and attack them. I would just ban that person cross-platform. If she doesn't have that standard or anything like that, and people are being clear that they're not trying to do that, then yeah, then everyone's going to have schizos.
I mean, we could talk about like the most like, I mean, there's like that really public thing that happened in our community like 2 years ago, right? Like there's like a certain blue-haired creator, temporarily blue-haired creator, who was sexting someone who was doing 18-hour streams on like their relationship, and he was calling this other creator psycho and all this other stuff, and he was privately sexting her the whole time, right? And this person got lambasted by thousands and thousands of people and harassed and doxxed and all that other stuff when she was in the right. I mean, not her response wasn't right, but a lot of what she was saying apparently was very, very accurate, right? And like that whole shit show, I think, is a fantastic example of why people's personal stuff should not be talked about on the internet. It's not okay. The person tried to get recourse from the public, and the public, turned on her very, very rapidly, so that was bad. But like the blue-haired creator didn't really do anything to stop it either. It was bad. Like there's no good actor in that situation, right?
Mm.
So I think it's really important that when it comes to interpersonal conflicts, we don't use the internet as a means of addressing it, at least in a public way. Like we do it anonymously, sure. But then B, I think when we are seeing that kind of conflict, we should probably, kind of withhold judgment lest we do something like kind of rash.
When we're talking about public creators, like, or public figures, whatever that fucking means. Some people think I'm a public figure, but I don't know how I count.
There's a statue of you in some small towns, I understand. And apparently, you birthed another very important creator from your loins.
Apparently, I did from my loins.
You're a very public figure. You're the grandfather of public figures.
But does that change the calculus? Right. So, what we've talked about, for instance, on All Black Everything, my other show, check it out. Thursdays 8 p.m. Eastern. We've talked about Jonathan Majors and the struggles he's having right now, where supposedly there was some domestic abuse type stuff with his now ex-girlfriend, and he's going to trial for that. But even before the charges were laid, the legal charges, right? Once this came out, we had a discussion about it. Now, is it wrong to do that, especially when we're talking about it in a larger political context, or are there exceptions to this rule?
I think the way it stands right now, especially when you put stuff public, I think almost exclusively you'll be judged on the way that you cover it, like almost completely. And I think that that's like the best that we have until we have like some level of probably some level of top-down policy about this that makes sense. And also like our society has had enough time to like figure the fuck out what social media is and how it impacts the world. So like I wouldn't feel comfortable telling people that if you cover this type of content in any way, you're automatically doing an immoral thing, because I think it's way more complicated than that. But I think there are obviously ways that you can cover certain situations that are really gross, and there are obviously ways that you can cover them that are like really cautious and careful and pretty even-handed. So yeah, I don't know if I would ever just say like full claim, just covering any sort of crazy stuff.
Like, I want to agree with you. I really want to agree with you, but like the number of times I've seen like a circus get like, tons of subs and tons of bits, and like just people making like profiteering off of like interpersonal things going out of hand just makes me feel like the coverage, you're like, creators are actually incentivized on Twitch at least to
Mhm.
do it in the worst way possible, because
I
that's where all the bits are at.
I agree, but the issue is that doing it in the worst way possible is the immoral thing. I don't know if covering it is, and I think the only way we have a Mullick's game right now, where you're right. There's an incentivization to be as salacious and as crazy as possible. Hopefully you're on the winning side because it can get you a lot of money and views. And I think that that's bad. I just don't know if the solution is like this bottom up approach. I suspect it's going to have to be like a bit more of a top down, but like I'm open to a bottom up approach. I just don't know how to do it because our society is fucking
There's no way
stupid
to.
at
Yeah,
trial
I
by
agree.
media.
Well, like I don't think there's any way from my viewpoint to be implemented even remotely, right? Like I don't think you can just say, oh, okay, we're just not going to talk about interpersonal drama on Twitch and ban. And I feel like interpersonal conflict can get like I feel like that's a slippery slope, like dangerous thing where like a lot of creators who aren't doing anything bad could get lose their channels or whatnot. So yeah, it really does come down to a grassroots approach. It's just I'm very wary, I guess, generally speaking, of folks when we're talking about interpersonal things. Like there's some trusted creators like Erudite, I think you do a great job of actually talking about conflict. So like I'll occasionally lurk in your stream and go, oh hey, this is very, very interesting. But there's not very many creators, I think, who handle this delicate stuff particularly well.
Did you have something you wanted to say right when you watched that video? After that, I want to move on
Yeah,
to another.
well, I got a couple of things, I guess. I've just been listening to other people and kind of trying to form my opinion here, because he does say it at the end of the video. He says he's going to call them. He's going to call the police for sexual harassment. But I think it is very different, and the reason I think it's very different is that what he appears to be threatening to call the police because he is perceiving facts that he erroneously believes are sexual harassment. The facts themselves being real, right? She's following him around, definitely harassing him. And he's going into the bathroom where he wants to be alone, and she's following him into the bathroom and refusing to leave, right? And so I can see how maybe somebody who doesn't have a strong grasp of the law might think that, well, this is sexual harassment. Like you were harassing me, now it's in the bathroom, this is sexual. I don't think that's the case here, obviously, but he's not making up facts. He's just misapplying what he thinks the law is. Meanwhile, she is alleging pedophilia, which is just like fact that she recounts later on. And the reason I think this is important, and I think we can actually get something broader from this video, is that yeah, there's a lot of context missing. But that said, I think we have enough context to at least criticize, like very strongly criticize that particular action, and to say that particular action is fucked up while reserving judgment on the broader context. And an example of this could also be that one famous video of the jogger in the park with the dog, and it was a racial thing, the bird watcher, or the one with the bike, the dispute between the four young black men and then the nurse, the female nurse. Those are all situations where we didn't have the full context, and yet plenty of people were commenting on it. And in fact, some people, and in the case of certain instances, people will riot over incomplete stories and will take mass action really way too quickly. That's all fair, and I think people should generally withhold judgment. But we can comment on interpersonal conflict at the very least, right? I'm not saying we should always reserve ultimate judgment, but if we see a video of people fighting online, right? If I'm watching a video of a cop with his knee on like a black guy's neck or whatever, and I'm watching that, I'm like, there might be more context here, but this right here is kind of fucked up, right? There's other context that could totally make things, like potentially make things different, but this right here, based on what I know, is totally fucked up, and I'm going to say it. And that's the feeling I got watching this video.
It's not even that fucked up, right? So
she falsely accused him of pedophilia.
The context, right? So she didn't even falsely accuse him of pedophilia. He said you probably like molest my daughters or some shit, right? So it was like you probably did this thing versus you definitely did this thing and I'm calling the cops, which she didn't do.
She said, "You probably molested the kids too. I'm going to call the cops." Is what she said.
Out of curiosity, like just so I can understand your position better, so do you pretty much you place the woman, like you view her as more in the wrong, like you're reserving absolute judgment, but you're leaning towards like they're probably more in the wrong as a result of that? Or I'm just
based on that video, she's clearly the antagonist in that video. There could be other instances in which
that's
she's the
not true.
antagonist.
Oh yeah, so are you saying
That's
like,
not
okay,
true either.
just in that few minutes there, taking that in a vacuum, you see her, okay, well, but you're not making any judgment of the relationship as a whole.
It's also tough. Like, she's not even like the reason the fight starts is because he won't give her the Wi-Fi password. And again, we have no context. Like,
Because he
maybe
changed it.
Yeah,
She
he
says in the
changed the
video
password.
that she woke up and he changed the Wi-Fi password.
Right. And so, like, we don't
So
have context. Maybe he changed it for a reason. Maybe there was some context that would make me feel like less. And I don't think changing the password is like the most awful thing. It's petty and shitty to do, right? It's really mean to do. So in many ways, let's be honest, he instigated the fight. It's not like when he changed it, he's like, she's gonna be super chill about this. No, he's like, she's gonna be fucking pissed, and I'm doing it anyways. Like, he obviously did it to get a little bit of a jab in her. And then she started following him around and also being toxic by never giving him his space. But like the idea that like you're conflating her visage in the video to basically like these similarities of the guy kneeling on George Floyd's neck feels really disanalogous.
Yeah, and
It's,
also
it's different in scale. Well, let me explain. It's different in scale, but it's the same in principle.
No, it's so as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, but there's some sort of like police training manual to reference in terms of like how to like whatever deal with potential as opposed to
Corey, this is exactly what I'm saying. This is exactly what I'm saying is you can look at that video without knowing any of the prior context and say what's happening right there is fucked up, even if he was doing fucked up shit beforehand.
So then I need to ask you, like, please refer me. I wish it would actually existed, but please refer to the relationship training manual. That would be great.
No,
I mean,
I'll grant you this. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
I'll just grant you, because I agree that you can watch that. I agree that even if you're really upsetty spaghetti at your partner and you're having a really toxic divorce, you probably shouldn't throw around even like probable accusations of molestation, right? That's fucking awful to do. The issue is that both of them do throughout the video multiple things. And I would agree, she does probably more awful things, but I'm also not surprised. He uploaded the video. Why would he upload a video where he looks way worse? That's ridiculous. So like, yeah, she looks worse than him by and large, but the problem is they both look awful. She just looks a little bit worse. I don't think it's like this clear, unless the principle is like, you can look at this thing and say, this is clearly a wrong thing without context. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
No. So I don't know if in the overall, like obviously again, withholding judgment for the overall relationship, in that video, she looks way worse. I don't think you guys are understanding the gravity of in the Me Too era, accusing somebody of rape and pedophilia and then threatening to call the police on them. That doing that carries with it a tremendous amount of gravity, right? You are threatening to destroy this person's entire life, just point blank. I'm going to end you now, unless you give me the fucking Wi-Fi password. I'm going to end everything about you. What if he was like, I'll shoot you, right? I mean, we'd all agree, like, oh, that's fucking crazy. That's ridiculous. Well, it's not all that different than what she just
happened in relationships, but like,
and it'd be awful if he did that. It'd be absolutely awful.
I don't disagree, but this is where, like, again, I think we're just like really bad talking about relationships and healthy relationships. But like, this is like a private conversation. I'm like, yeah, no surprise. Like in toxic relationships, like people say like ridiculous things that they shouldn't say. Where I don't think, as far as I know, correct me if I'm wrong, like they didn't actually file any formal charges. And like, I'm not justifying them saying this, but they pretty much, they were just behaving like a toxic person.
You're minimizing it though. You're not justifying it, but you're minimizing it.
So Lactwood, what you're talking about, I think, is the is like the soft power that women have, right? When it comes to things like this, right? Like even the accusation, whether or not it's true, could destroy your life, right? Or even just destroy your like social circles, right? If the accusation is made with no evidence, no police report to follow
put you on a list.
Accusation could destroy it.
Well, yeah. So the soft power there, but when she accuses again on top of that to call the police on that specific thing, now there's the whole like threat of you get put on a list. You can't live any like you can only live in specific circles in your city now. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah,
so
it's particularly fucked up.
I think I would grant you that like probably we're minimizing it and like what it could have meant to him. If I'm being honest, I think part of why I'm minimizing it is his response seems pretty minimal. Like if it was that grave of a threat to him, if he was taking it that seriously personally, his response was to be like, yeah, okay, where it sounds like basically she makes these like really insane, possibly claims against him all the time that are really, really wrong to do, but he's also like pretty used to them and isn't actually like concerned. Like he seems quite dismissive of her, and then gets in like the petty jab of like, in the bathroom be like, well, maybe I'll call the cops on you, which is like a callback to that. So I think the main reason why I'm probably saying like it's less severe is because his reaction's less severe, which isn't necessarily a justification of whether it's severe or not. It's just like a context clue that I'm using of like, maybe in this dynamic, she throws this out all the time, which is fucking like wrong. Obviously, I'm never going to say that it's not wrong to imply that somebody's molesting your children when they're not. But I think part of why I'm not taking it as like this really serious claim is because she never filed charges and he doesn't seem to react to it really strongly.
And also, just to clarify, Lactoid, so I'm going pretty much based off of like the article and just like the video we all collectively watched. So like in the video you're referring to, does she say like I'm going to call the cops because I suspect, or is she just like in what? Because I'm just going by the article of like she just in a private conversation that happened to be filmed, like she lays out like you probably touch my children. As
no, the article's obviously biased towards her perspective, clearly. If you go back and watch the video, I mean, so he's walking away, she's following him, saying, essentially like, you raped me, you probably touched my kids, I'm going to call the police on you, right? And like all in one sentence, right? It's all happening at the same time, and she's following him doing that. I think that is, again, given the fact, and I criticize Roma Army for how she did that interrogation. She totally, I think, some people thought she was great. I thought she flubbed the fuck out of it, right? That's not how you do an interrogation. It's just, you don't fucking become that antagonistic, start calling her dumb, start insulting her for no reason. It's ridiculous, right? But she was right to hyperfixate on, why the fuck did you call this guy a pedophile? Why'd you threaten to call the cops on him? Like why would you and I understand she didn't do it, but again, the threat of violence in of itself is pretty fucked up. What if the video? What
she
if
doesn't
it was
say? She doesn't even say what you said. She said. She says I'm gonna call the cops on you because of the Wi-Fi password. So when she threatens to call the cops, it's specifically
what is this spin, Lactoid?
So when she's talking about calling the cops, I was just going through the transcript. So when she mentions calling the cops, it's in context to him not giving her the Wi-Fi password, which is why he laughs and goes, "Go right ahead," because the cops aren't going to care about him not giving her the Wi-Fi password, obviously. And then she later, because he probably gets mad, she probably gets really mad at him for just dismissing her like one threat. She like ups another ante, which again shows super toxic, really unhealthy. It's extremely inappropriate to be like, oh, I'm not getting my way. Now I'm going to up the ante and be even more awful towards you. But it doesn't look like she says, you probably abused my kids and I'm going to call the cops on you. She doesn't say that. She says, I'm going to call the cops with the Wi-Fi password, and then later brings up the kid shit just to probably try to like thing. And then he goes, really? You're going to have somebody live with your kids when they're abusing? Like he just like fully dismisses it and laughs it off. Like he doesn't even take it seriously at all. And then she like moves on to something else.
So in the Roma video, right? So one that comes up, right, when she's speaking to this lady, she actually says that the reason she said that, it wasn't random. She said it's because she looked into his history of abuse or whatever, and that she found out that he probably like raped his sister when he was younger. Right. So I have no idea if that's true. She says she doesn't know the sister, so she doesn't know if that's true. But it seems like the reason she said is because she'd heard he had a history of that kind of shit. Right. And again, this is like a snippet of their lives, right? They're probably extremely stressful and toxic lives. So like, I don't know. I don't think it makes sense to be that harsh in judging her specifically in the encounter.
I mean, we don't know what happened, right? Like that's the thrust of all this.
I think what's more interesting is so he got fired, right, from the Coast Guard over the situation. I think it was for abuse, right? And I'm wondering if you guys would classify what he did as abusive, right? And what I mean by that is him recording the interaction and then posting it online, right, where people are going to get their hands on it. And he apparently, like he actually posted screenshots and videos that had her full name and phone number in them on the internet, so people where people took it and fucked with her, right? So how is that not abusive to do that to a person? Which is why I mentioned earlier, like, so you're taking somebody at the most like an emotionally intense moment, whether it's your friend, family member, whatever, and you're sticking it on the internet without their consent. Like I think that is abusive, right? So I think it was reasonable for them to fire him.
Well, from what I understand, like I guess the Coast Guard did whatever their investigation, whatever that means, and they found like the claims to be true, and therefore like they discharged him. I would agree that it's probably toxic. Whether it actually crosses the line into like legally abusive, it doesn't seem like it. But I'm not a legal scholar.
No, okay,
But,
hold
like,
on. I just watched. So no, she links calling the police with the rape accusations. She said, "I'm going to call the police on you," and then his response is basically, "For what? Like, what are you going to do?" And then she's like, "I'm going to say that you raped me," and then blah 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 blah. It's because you touched my kids. Like she says the rape thing first, and then immediately follows it up with the claims of like, once he asks, "Well, what are you going to say? Like, what are they going to do?" And then she talks about how she's going to say that he raped her and how he touched her kids. She absolutely weaponizes allegations with the threat of calling the cops.
Didn't we already agree that like they're both like really? And I don't want to minimize it by saying, oh, they're both bad actors, but like
we can talk about how bad he is in a second. But right now we're talking about how bad she is.
None of us are trying to even talk about how bad he is. We're basically just saying, I don't know if the like level of intensity of what you're describing here. I understand like what you're saying, right? Of like why a man could feel like this type of accusation is that serious. I agree. And I'm just going to agree that women making these claims are kind of being gender opportunists, right? And I think that's really, really bad, obviously. The issue is that like when you're, I think maybe we're struggling with like when you're comparing it to George Floyd, I think the analogy is just when you look at something, you can all agree that it's bad. The issue is that we're all agreeing it's bad. We're all like, yeah, it is bad. The issue is like you're being like, no, it's more bad than you realize. And it's like, okay, so is it more closer to George Floyd as far as like that severe of a behavior? I know you're not saying that. And like, I'm not trying to like use the George Floyd as a weapon, by the way.
But let me explain the George Floyd. The only reason I brought up the George Floyd comment or the bird watching comment or the bike comment was that was in terms of specifically, there was a discussion.
Watching something and knowing it's wrong.
Exactly. There was a separate discussion
no, I get
as to
that.
can we comment on interpersonal conflict?
I get that.
We form decisions all the time or form opinions about this all the time, right? Obviously, this was nowhere near the gravity of killing somebody. However, I do think it has more gravity, in my opinion, than people at least here seem to be giving it. I can imagine a scenario like, let's say she's videotaping for a second, right? And she's walking away and he keeps following her. And she's trying to get away from him and he keeps following her. She walks in the bathroom. He walks in the bathroom. Please leave. No, I'm not leaving. And he's staying there. And then like mixed in somewhere right around there, he's like, I'm going to beat the shit out of you. He never does it. He never aggressively gets in her face or anything like that. But he says it. He says he's going to beat the shit out of her. Just watching that would make me nauseous. It would make me want him to go to prison. Like, just like that. Okay. That's the same feeling I get here. And I feel as though you guys are not having the same feeling.
Well, right. So like this actually goes into that thing where I was talking about where like, okay, you're disseminating a message to an audience and then everyone in that audience is going to have a different response to what they're seeing. And like the point here is that we don't actually know what happened. We have no idea what's happening. And if you're getting that sort of strong emotional response, then that's on you. And that's something that you have to figure out. I think the reason why most of us are just kind of chill here is that we literally don't know what happened, and having an emotional response to something where there's just a ton of unknowns leads to people making decisions that are inaccurate. At least that's for me.
I would agree actually with how Lactoid is responding of basically saying like, it seems like we're emotionally disresponding. In fact, when I first watched the video, I'm so black-pilled on like social media allegation shit that I almost at this point, like I have to be cautious of being like, okay, just because it's a woman coming forward on social media doesn't mean it's just some bullshit, right? Like that's how black-pilled I am on a lot of this fucking shit. And then I watched it and I was like, ooh, she looks really bad. I think that she looks really bad here. I think the reason that I didn't give it the gravity that you did is following people around, I think, is a really unhealthy behavior. I also think it's self-evident why people react to it when the gender roles are reversed. I think this is one that doesn't translate nearly as well to like a gender role reversal. I'll grant you like the beating in the face because I understand that you're saying it's like the same level of severe threat as her threatening to like go to the police. I understand the analogy there. So I'm being super good faith on that. I think that might be maybe a close analogy. I need to think about it more. But if I'm being honest, I'm biased towards as many people will joke about me being a pick-me, about being against these like women in social media dynamics, which I always have to caution myself. And when I watched the video, I actually, especially after reading all the details, I was like, yeah, he seems kind of like a fuck face overall. It doesn't look very good for him. There might be like more complicating factors here for sure, but like this one is not making me obvious that like he's just the victim of like really bad social media trial stuff here.
Well, I guess what did he? So 100% on the Wi-Fi, stupid petty. what else did he do in that video that really made you think he was like the aggressor?
Nothing in the video,
Exactly, the
actually.
video
It was
is her.
Right.
it was the video. It was the releasing her public information afterwards, and the fact that the Coast Guard had abuse reports from both of them and had tons of evidence. I think they had like 300 texts and multiple emails, and they had reports of him agreeing to and admitting to abusing him, and found enough evidence to find that he was guilty of physical, emotional, and sexual abuse against her, and she was not responsible. So those are the things that really swayed me against his side specifically, even though, to be clear, I think it's more of a mutual abuse, like toxic type situation for sure.
So you're right. The Coast Guard did find that, and I think that's the strongest. That's the strongest thing to look at in terms of we know this. So clearly, there's probably some other history that just isn't being shown.
And her docs. I think her docs is like really bad. Like I think it's real. It might have even been.
I wasn't aware of that. If he intentionally did that. Okay.
I'm not sure if it's intentional. The issue is he, in another video, released a bunch of screenshots of their text together to show like what an awful bitch she's being. And in the screenshot has her full name and her phone number. So people started like calling her and threatening to call like CFS on her. So that was the situation. And I think like, even if it wasn't intentional, I think like releasing your ex's phone number in this type of situation is just like, bro, like even if you didn't mean it, if you didn't intend it, I guess it's slightly less worse, but like, bro, you fucked up. Like you can't do that shit.
No, that's fair. That's fair. If he did that, if he dropped all of her personal info, that's obviously a problem. And then obviously the Coast Guard stuff is an issue. I read those texts where he admitted to being abusive. Obviously there's different ways you can look at that.
Yes,
I think to me it very clearly reads that he's trying to be sarcastic.
It does read sardonic to me. The question for me is, did the court find enough of a pattern of this type of responsiveness that they felt? Because I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt to the committee or court. I'm not sure what the Coast Guard has, but that they're not so stupid that they like wouldn't be able to read like glibness into things.
You would be surprised.
And
that's possible. I'm just giving the benefit of the doubt.
That's fair. That's fair. And that's a very good point. And that's why I'm trying to this is why I keep trying to hedge it. I really do. And I even started before I even talked about this, I even started by saying like, there's a lot of things I don't know. And in this whole situation, it very well could be that he's a terrible piece of shit too. But I've just noticed this trend of like, yes, we've established that, but in this video, we can agree that's pretty shitty, right? And people will say yes sometimes, or people will say, well, like her defense, right? Well, I was angry. The fact that you can give that, and the fact that NBC would publish that sentence in like a positive light, like, yeah, she was angry. I mean, women get angry and they say shit. Like, what? No.
Yeah, it's benevolent sexism, necessarily.
Yeah.
Kinda.
So on that, like, Erudite said something super interesting. At least a term, like gender opportunist. I love that term. Like, I'm guessing you just made that up, but that's a really good term.
I did.
Like I would call, for instance, the person that our friend Lactoid brought up previously, the Central Park Karen. She would be a gender opportunist, right? Where she used her gender, like as a weapon, her white woman tears, to threaten.
I don't think just her gender.
Please don't use this example.
But
to threaten.
We're just gonna start fighting about City by Karen.
Yeah. But like it was just. I wasn't bringing up the city bike. That's another thing. But like that's a harder fight to make. But like I think clearly that woman was in the wrong. But I'm gonna move past that. But the one I'm more familiar with, any which way, is the Central Park. Central Park. But the Central Park Karen. Yeah. But like that's the idea of like, gender opportunism.
Don't steal my laconic words for the wrong moment. My Karen was not a gender opportunist.
Once you put it out there, I don't know. It's out in the public, out in the wild.
Yeah, I made the word, and I'm telling you, no. So by Karen was not a gender opportunist.
You came out of prime point. So
I didn't focus on her. I said.
Wait, my parents get all the credit for anything that I produce?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I said Central Park Karen. I was talking about the dog, the bird watching situation that they brought up previously, and now I'm saying yes, like that woman like weaponized her white women tears against that black man, and much the same way. And it's weird to me that people who can see it see that in one situation, being this divorce, can't see it in that situation. That like, oh, like what are these differences that cause people to have a blind spot when we're talking about? Is it the racism? I don't know. I don't know. What is that the racial aspect that does it? But
I was
it's
going to
literally the
ask,
same thing.
if he was
There's a-
black, would people here have a different like position? If she was threatening to call the cops on him then, and he was like just a black guy, wouldn't then are we like, oh shit, like now this is fucked up?
I'm
Right.
not leftist enough, so probably not.
We
But
have the
maybe somebody else.
technology to
would.
make
Yeah, you're
that
not a
video
fucking leftist,
and then
but anyway,
send it out there.
Oh, this would be a great social experiment.
Yeah, I
Someone
mean,
deep fave it.
there's definitely something to like trading all these roles. There's a really interesting paper actually about things like benevolent sexism and hostile sexism, for example. And I think that there's things that happen like benevolent racism and hostile racism, right? Because both of these things are based in like stereotypes associated with gender. So like oftentimes when we watch videos of women doing really awful things, we're like, oh, but she's like a nice, especially if she's a white woman. We're like, oh, but she's a cute girl. Like, you know, maybe she like punched a dog. Actually, dogs are the line. It seems like white women hurting dogs is a hard line. But anything beyond that, like white women could like basically be like, yeah, like I killed a baby. And people are like, I mean, she was really sad after her pregnancy. And you're like, what? Right? So I do think that there is that like benevolent sexism, particularly that intersection of benevolent racism and benevolent sexism towards like white women. So that possibly is going on here. So that might be going on with this woman specifically, where I'm like, well, like, is her claim about like the pedophilia like maybe not as intensely serious as I would maybe take it otherwise because she's like a cute little white woman? I'm not sure. Super hard to know. I guess I'll think more about that one. But yeah.
Like Doobie and Lactoid, like I don't know, I'm just gonna call you guys out. Because it seems like for the Central Park Karen, you guys had a lot of grace for this woman when she did like a very similar thing, right?
Yeah, I think she's like objectively, esoterically, transcendentally in the right in Central Park. I think he was like a fucking weirdo and should probably be in a cage somewhere. Okay, and I think the reason he got so much like empathy and airtime, and he got a fucking TV show for a bit that failed, thank God, is because he's black. That's why.
I don't know about
Right?
the TV
That's literally
show.
why. It was the black privilege that let him get away with what he did.
I've seen him
there's a
on
TV
TV
show?
previous.
And well, yeah, I'm almost done. And because there are self-hating whites like Erudite and the other liberals in the United States and Canada, whatever, that will just shit on white people and white women specifically all the fucking time. They were very willing to believe that she was in the wrong in the situation because, of course, you know, the white woman emotional.
I thought City Bike right. What?
No,
I said
no,
City
no,
Bike
no,
Karen
you're getting the
was
wrong
right.
one. You're getting the
What?
wrong one. Now we're
Central
talking about.
Park.
We're not talking about her.
I
Central
talk about it later.
Park one.
Yeah, I'm also correct about that one. The white lady did nothing wrong. She's totally innocent.
I'll have
The
to
black
deal
guy
with
did
it
all the
a
I
wrong
don't know
thing.
what that one is. I don't
The
know what
Central
that one
Park
is.
one. This was many. Sorry, the Central
Is
Park.
that the dog?
Basically,
Yeah.
he tried to fuck her dog in front of her.
Oh
That's what he did.
yeah,
trying to
he was
fuck
a
her.
fucking asshole. Wait,
Yeah.
why are you saying that
She was like,
I'm,
"No, that's my
I'm a
dog, that's why."
self-hating white person?
I'm
I
not-
just
I'm
think
just
that there is
saying
like
there are a lot of-
racist
there are a lot of
benevolence
whites out
towards
there
white
that have,
people.
like,
Hold on,
and
but she
terrible white
weaponized
guilt
her.
issues and will
Yeah.
automatically assume that
She-
that the white woman's in the wrong when she's interacting with the black.
She hold on,
I
she
agree.
weaponized her tears there. So it's interesting. Like so
She was
right
crying.
now we're seeing it right now, okay? Right? So like in one area that these people can understand, these people being the panelists, right?
These people.
These non-black people, right, can seem to
6%
understand where like a person is using their gender like opportunistically, maliciously to their benefit. They can see that when making false claims, right? In a toxic situation, right? In a situation that doesn't have like a clear black and white, like a clear hero and a clear villain. But they can still see that like, well, this instance, this is wrong, right? The thing that you're saying here, that is wrong. But then when we move it on to this, to the previous situation with the Central Park Karen, and to just like reiterate for you guys quickly, if you don't know what the fuck we're talking about, is there was a person in the park, a black man, who's doing bird watching. A white woman was like walking her dog, and he was like, well, you can't like walk your dog there because it like interferes with the birds, what the fuck, right? And then he started filming her, and she like freaked out and said she was gonna call the cops, and she did call the cops, and she was like,
He started calling her dog over, by the way.
Sure, which doesn't fucking matter. Not a
doesn't.
crime. Any
It
which
does
way, it literally
That's
does it.
kinda weird to
Anyway,
do,
whatever.
but-
Was he threatening the dog?
He was
He
not
pulled out
threatening the
treats.
dog.
Hold on, no,
Hold on, wait,
what he said specifically.
Wait, didn't he imply that there was poison on the trees or Wait, this of course
Hold on.
matters.
I'm not done describing the scene. Hold on.
But if you're describing the scene wrong,
I'm not describing. Hold on. Let me just
play
get it
the
out
video,
there,
man.
and then you can criticize
Play the
it.
video.
Thank you. All right. But like, she calls the cops, right, and says that like a black man is attacking her, and she's screaming
accurate.
into to her telephone as if she's about to die, right? And
was
then
he trying to steal her dog? Why was he calling the
Hold
dog
on,
over?
read
Yeah,
his-
Okay.
Erda,
Was
I
he
just put
trying?
his Facebook
Was he
post-
assaulting
his
her?
Facebook,
Wait,
his
hold on,
Facebook post, by the way, in
Hold on.
the group chat.
Was he assaulting her, or was he trying to kill her? Was he doing any of that? We can talk about the dog separately, but was
sure,
he doing
maybe she
any
shouldn't
of
have
that?
threatened the police. I
Okay,
think people go to
great.
the police
So
pretty
we
quickly.
can understand
okay?
that. So
But
we
that's totally different than saying that she was weaponizing her white woman tears when she's crying if
because-
he's trying to
hold on,
steal her. I
listen,
would bawl if
this
somebody
is
tried to
literally-
steal my
this
dog.
is
Are you
perfect.
kidding me?
He wasn't trying to steal her
Wow.
dog. Hold on, wait a minute. I don't even care for. Hold on, I don't care about the dog. I really don't give a fuck about the dog, right? I don't give a shit about that. But this is
the
it.
most important part.
No, it's not erudite. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is why I brought this up, because when it comes to black people and their struggles, right, and how like white women have interacted with them within our history, right, within the context
Cringe.
of a violent racial interaction, like that's disguised, right? We'll recognize white men, right? We'll blame white men, and we should, right? Lactoid, he's a problem. But when we're talking about how white women interact with black men and cause
in his own
and
post.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about the dog. I don't give a fuck. I wish he shot the dog.
Yeah,
really
I don't
wish he
care
shot
about
the
people
dog.
making
Yeah,
threatening
shut up. Hold on.
statements
That's
to
a
other
problem.
Hold
people.
on, no, but this is
Okay.
exactly what it is, because what you're
trying to
doing,
steal her
erudite,
property.
is that you're minimizing what could have happened there. Because on exactly these allegations, black men get killed. It's been happening throughout history. But now you can make a fucking joke about it. You can
And with
pretend,
you
I guess it's not a
enabling
big deal.
white women
I
get
guess it's
mugged
not
and
a big
raped and
deal.
murdered.
When
What are you talking
she
about?
calls,
Black
when she
men rape
calls-
and murder white
she
women all
did-
the fucking
yeah,
time.
whatever. Yeah,
She's
and
totally
did he
hurting a phrase
rape and
totally
murder
reasonable.
her? Did he do anything? Did he
Not-
actually
not
put his
in that
hands on
situation.
her? Did he threaten to
He
put his
threatened
hands
her
on her?
dog.
He didn't do
Totally
any of that
reasonable.
shit, right?
That's
But
not
still-
threatening the dog.
but
Calling the dog
but
over is
still,
not threatening
he
the dog.
did-
Wait,
and-
no,
and-
he
and-
said-
and-
reasonable
Read
person
the
would take that as a
post.
threat.
and-
All right,
and-
look
Reasonable
at the
person would take that as a threat.
and so it's
Look, if you're
easy.
going to
It's
do what you want, I'm going to do what I want, but
Yeah.
you're not going to like it.
Yes,
And he starts calling her dog
and I'm
His
waiting
fucking
her
dog
day,
treats in his
and I'm
pocket.
waiting
He's another
her
fucking
day.
dog.
No, hold
He starts
on.
calling her dog over.
Doobie, shut up for a second. Erudite, I'm waiting for the threat here. I'm waiting for the threat that informs the white woman to start screaming into a phone.
I didn't say her reaction was appropriate. I said probably her calling the cops was an overreaction.
But that's what we're literally talking about. But then you're ignoring that. So it's so easy to
Fine.
Because the
play around
issue-
with this fucking
the
dog.
issue-
The issue is not the dog. I don't give a fuck about the dog. The dog
The
doesn't
issue is
matter.
the dog.
The thing that I'm breaking up, and the reason why, because you use the dog to fucking, again, I don't even care about the dog and interaction with the dog, like it wasn't even that big of a deal. But in any case, right, like the issue is that this man literally could have died. But then you minimize that. That's so easy to do. If you don't minimize it when it comes to this white couple, but when it comes to this white and black interaction, I guess it's not that big of a deal. I guess you can't understand. Well, maybe you're Canadian because maybe you don't understand. I don't know. But like,
Hey, whoa, watch it,
you
Brian.
can't understand like the history between the white women and the black community and how they've used their tears. They've said, "Oh, I've been attacked by a black man," and then literally died. Emmett Till.
Do you want me to
this is literally
respond,
how
or do
he
you want to
died.
just keep?
I
Okay.
would love to
I
keep
ag-
ranting because you
Okay.
literally.
In fact, why don't you let me respond instead?
okay.
I already said it sounds like her calling the cop was an overreaction. I also had no idea about this situation. But yeah, he did make a threat, and it sounds like she did have a massive overreaction. Just so it's clear, it is possible for two people to do something incorrect in a situation.
Agreed.
The issue is it's not clear who instigated it, because like I don't know like the rules of the park around bird watching. So like if she was like clearly being a dumbass and like it's a clearly defined like bird watching area,
This
again,
is the
bunch
most
of context,
loosely
I don't
defined
know.
threat that I've ever read, though. Like he's threatened to give the dog treats. I'm just saying.
No,
He's
wait,
not-
Wait,
no, no.
wait.
Unless
The
you
woman
have,
alone in
unless you
Central
have,
Park with this big ass
Yeah.
buff guy in front of her. Like, what are you talking about?
she's
And-
not
and
just
when
threatening to be
people-
like,
when
people
I'm gonna hang out
regularly
with
get
your
raped and
puppy.
assaulted. Like, what the fuck are you talking? Of course, it's reasonable for her to be like concerned.
No,
about that.
wait. Hold on. Prime was. I'm actually going to
I
agree with Prime.
pull out the
Prime for a
dog
second.
treats I carry for just such
Go
an
ahead.
intransigence.
Go ahead.
I
No,
didn't even
so
get a
th-
chance
that-
to.
Go ahead,
No, hold on. The dog treat part is fucked up, and this is a classic example of where there is space to criticize this guy, and there's enough like there, and based on his own posts, there's plenty to like absolutely criticize him, and we should not be like
Yeah, we can criticize him, but it's not like
we shouldn't be
fucked up.
praising. I know we shouldn't be. Well, no, it's fucked up. We shouldn't be praising him as some kind of hero.
No,
That
he's not a
said,
hero, but
Hold
he's
on,
not
sorry,
fucked
hold
up.
on. I want to hear what
that
you have to
said,
say.
there is one sentence she says here that is completely fucked up. I'm calling the cops. I'm going to tell them there's an African American man threatening my life.
Okay, that
She had
context would have been great to
no-
have.
No,
She
that's
had
fucked
no
up.
That's
reason to believe
really
that.
bad.
I
Wait,
literally
I'm
said that
so
already.
easily. Wait, no, you didn't.
Yes, I
You've just
did.
been-
Yo,
No,
Yes,
hold
I
on, hold
did.
on, hold
It's
on,
not
hold
the
on,
same
hold on,
thing.
hold on,
Yes,
hold on.
I
I
did.
get to respond here, Mad Lad. Okay. The
Fine.
reason why I'm getting frustrated in this conversation, as I said from the beginning, I don't have context. The only evidence submitted right now is the guy's own Facebook post. To be clear, now that you've submitted additional evidence of her saying that, that's really fucking bad.
Yeah.
I'm allowed to update my position as I get new evidence and information. That's the only good way to come to opinions.
Wait, why is
Just
that
so it's
bad?
clear.
Why is that sentence so bad?
Why is what sentence so bad?
Why is threatening to call the cops on somebody so bad?
Because in that moment, you're obviously seeing that she's like racializing the situation. Clearly, there's a racialized threat that's being implied there. There's an African American man, blah, 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 blah.
Right. And so could there be like a genderizing of the threat in the video that we just saw, right? I mean, that's the comparison. This is a great comparison, actually, where like both people were kind of doing shitty things, but hey, this sentence is pretty fucked up, right? You shouldn't be saying this, and we should criticize her in both scenarios. For
We
saying
are
something.
criticizing both.
Excellent.
We
Like, you
are.
want it to be
right?
like the sort of like.
Now
Wait,
let's get
hold on,
Doobie on.
listen.
Let's get Doobie
Wait,
on
wait,
board
wait,
because
hold on,
Doobie
hold
said
on.
she did nothing wrong.
Wait, what? What was it? What was
No,
the thing?
nobody's saying that she did nothing wrong.
Doobie
Like,
basically-
No, I'm
literally,
saying
that's
she did
never
nothing.
Doobie-
gonna-
I'm saying she's
Doobie-
absolutely nothing.
Doobie is literally
Doobie
saying
says
that.
Central
She
Park
did
did
nothing
nothing
Or,
wrong.
are you saying Central Park person did nothing wrong, or the initial thing?
Central Park.
Person?
He's talking Central Park.
Oh.
No, he's saying both.
I think the Karen in that situation was a black guy, and he's the one that did the wrong thing.
See?
Why?
I've had this argument with him before.
Are you
so I know.
kidding?
why.
No, I don't want to have.
So this woman's walking around with her dog in the park. He pops up, starts demanding.
No, there's
he's
a
not-
sign that
wait,
says "Don't walk the
he's
dog
not-
there."
Is he like a park enforcement officer or some shit like that, or just some random ass dude? Right. So she says no.
He's
What's
informing
the
her.
next logical course of action? Go call some enforcement person. Be like, hey, this lady has her dog off leash. If it's that big a deal.
He
Instead,
pointed something
he
nice
pulls
to her out.
treats out of his fucking pocket when he doesn't have a dog. By the way, he
Oh,
pulls
he
treats
did
out of his
something wrong?
pocket.
He has.
And he
Okay,
calls
hold
the
on,
fucking
hold on.
dog over after saying to this woman who's alone in the middle of the fucking park, if you're gonna do what you're gonna do, I'm gonna do what I want to do, and you're not gonna like it. That is totally
I
fucking
will
unreasonable.
agree. Okay,
that is
so
not, that is not
the gentleman
rational. Like,
is
adult
being a
behavior.
vigilante about enforcing city rules. All right,
He's being
whatever.
Karen, right? Can you?
No, I
can you
mean,
say he's being Karen?
I don't think so.
Can you say
Um,
how's it not being a Karen? What's a Karen to you?
It's being a little bit of a Karen, just at least
not a little bit.
Right?
That's exactly what like the
A
stereotype of
Karen
is.
is like what? Someone who enforces rules that aren't theirs. Is that the point?
Oh god.
I
Someone who
guess.
enforces rules that like don't really like make a big difference to them. Like, oh, you're grilling
But
in the
it makes
park.
a big difference
I'm
to
gonna
this
call
guy.
the cops.
lemonade stand. I'm gonna
He's a
call the
bird
cops on you.
watcher. He can't watch birds when there's a dog in the bird place, right? Is that not the
So
point?
call the park enforcement and be like, hey, there's a lady with her dog off leash.
I agree.
Yo,
Agreed. He
fucking
should have
deal.
done that.
Okay,
I
fine.
agree.
Yes,
should have
he
done
could
that.
have. Okay,
I
so
agree.
like what he did was like a little annoying and kind of bizarre.
a little
Like
annoying, okay.
feeding the dog treats. I mean,
He
everyone's.
didn't feed the dog.
Okay.
He
He, was
didn't feed the dog.
he had a
pulled
bag of
treats-
treats. He had a bag of treats. He was gonna feed
hold
his
on.
dog.
You are misunderstanding or misremembering what I just posted in the chat for you to read. Okay.
I have it on my
what
screen
happened
right now. I'm
is,
looking
hold
at
on.
it.
What happened is he started calling the dog over. She said he's not going to go to you, right? And then he pulled out treats and it says something like, "We'll see about that" or some shit like that, right? So like, the intention wasn't to just give dog treats. It was to get the dog over to him, who's some stranger that this lady does not know in the middle of the fucking park.
I mean, this is the most petty.
It's
dumb
totally
fight
reasonable.
ever,
It's
okay?
totally reasonable for a woman in this context to be afraid for her life.
You're making a really big step from.
Bullshit.
No, that's like a big leap, right? Like it's broad daylight. There's the environment.
Hold
I
on.
mean, I understand
Broad
where you're
daylight
going
doesn't
with
mean
this.
that there are other people around. People get mugged and murdered and raped in the middle of Central Park in broad daylight.
I'm just thinking about like why I'm disturbed by your argument here. Give me a second.
Well, did we have
he's
a
black,
hold on,
and
did we
he's
have
black
a
and therefore correct in your opinion.
okay? Hold on. Did we have a
that's
reason to
not it.
believe that he was gonna like rape her and kill her?
I mean,
No,
like,
she
this
doesn't.
seems
Hold on,
very-
she doesn't know this
He's
fucking
a
guy.
black
This
man,
is
so
some.
I guess.
This is some random stranger.
You're
I mean,
right.
this is
and
a
I'm
very
very
bizarre. This is
Well,
a very bizarre.
so hold on. So,
escalation.
is there any time there's some kind of spat like between like a white woman and a black woman? It's just like, well, people get raped, so call the cops.
Or shoot them, because
This,
you never
hold
know.
on, hold on. Actually, yes. Actually, this is the reasonable thing to do. If there's like some kind of spat between
See?
two strangers in the park,
Told
and
you.
a woman is alone, and the other person on the side of it is some random dude, I think it's totally reasonable for her to call
There
the
is
cops. Get somebody,
no-
some other authority there to help her deal with it, whether the person's black, white, or whatever.
An
But
authority.
she didn't have to say what she
doesn't
said because
have
what
to
she
be
said
it.
was a lie, right?
Wait, what was the lie?
She said he was threatening her life. He never threatened her life.
This is
He
so
hold
dumb.
on. He didn't say that he threatened her life.
I
Didn't she
will
say
read.
threatened
No,
her dog?
no. That if she said threatened her dog, I would 100% be on your side.
Yeah.
The only sentence she said that ruined the whole thing for her and made her like, the bad thing she did and made her kind of the bad guy here. I'm calling the cops. I'm gonna tell them there's an African American man threatening my life. That's what she told the guy videotaping her, and that was on video. That's kind of fucked, right? What's the implication?
I know.
there?
Hold on. Even that, I think
And didn't
might be
she
okay.
like? Correct me if I'm wrong.
But let's
Didn't
not
she?
talk.
Isn't it also caught on film that she making the police call, and then she pretty much like reiterated the same thing?
And
Yeah,
screaming
multiple
into
times.
the like she's being attacked. She's screaming into
Yeah.
the and so hold
Yeah,
on.
she's upset. People get upset sometimes. I get
Oh,
it.
she's
It's
right?
happening right
You-
now.
You think,
Literally the
you
same
think-
excuse,
oh,
the
listen,
same
listen,
explanation.
Listen. You think
She
that,
was
that
angry.
when people are in intense, hold on, when people are in intense situations, they should behave totally rationally as you would in that situation in your imagination. Right?
Well,
I understand.
I don't expect them.
But
I don't
the
expect that they would, but they should be punished when they
reality
don't.
is that this was a woman alone, right? And women, I think rightly, have been conditioned to be afraid of men when they're alone, right? In strange places, with strange men. So I think she was very reasonably afraid. And I think, yeah, maybe saying that, he was threatening her life. I think
You don't
could
actually
kinda-
know if she was afraid or not, right? Like,
she's
if you look at
clearly
the
afraid.
Wait,
no,
What do you
look at the
mean?
transcript.
Oh, she
You
looks
think
so-
she
Wait,
was
we can
I
make her
just
look
watched
at
the
that
video.
transcript.
I just watched the video. Just to be clear, she's a fucking moron. Her entire reaction is insane, right? Absolutely. He also did threaten her dog. Just to be clear. And so, like, both of them are definitely in the wrong. I do think she absolutely had an overreaction. And like the claiming the assault and stuff like that, I think is just like way too much. I don't know if this is like self-evident to me as like the only reason anyone cared is because she was like a white woman, because everyone's reaction, it sounds like almost immediately was really, really vehemently against her. So I don't know
I
if
think-
it's to the point that you guys were trying to raise before, but now that I've watched the full context, yeah, she's being a fucking deranged woman. Yeah.
And what's really interesting
And-
about like
And
how
to be
this will
clear,
go. Step-
Aaron, I just want to say this. This is a little bit of a criticism, but like I had tried to summarize the video at the very start of this, and I said specifically that she had been saying that she was going to get assaulted and that she was afraid and screaming into her phone. But like when I was saying that, I kept trying to say, hey, let me summarize this, and then he kept talking over me saying, hey, like memeing about the dog, like, oh, the dog's the most important part. And then after that, you said, well, I didn't know anything about that.
Oh my God,
So
are
like,
we really
I'm saying
gonna?
that I did
Is
try
this
to
that I told
summarize
you
that.
so?
I'm just saying I tried to
no,
summarize
it's
the
not.
situation.
If we do a meta litigation, the reason why I was saying the dog is really important is because you were wholly dismissing his behavior, and even his own Facebook claim of what he said to her is a threat against the dog, which you were saying doesn't matter.
no,
and I
no.
said, of course
I'm
that
saying
matters.
literally
Of
at
course
this-
it does.
no.
She also
Erudite,
never said
you're
I'm being
missing this part.
assaulted. She said I'm being
Eh.
threatened. Just to be clear.
Okay, yeah, sure. All right, whatever. Oh,
Well, that's a pretty distinct difference, just to be
Right,
clear.
It's okay.
threatening
Graham
my
Hefty's
life.
mad that you're
is
not
what she
trusting
said.
yeah,
him,
threaten my
That's what it
life.
is.
Okay. Oh, yeah, sure, whatever. But
That's a little bit different. Yeah.
But in any case,
But,
like,
like-
I tried to give you the play-by-play, right, and then you ignored that part. Like, and then you said afterwards, well, I didn't know what was happening. All right, well, whatever.
Well, no, but I don't think that's like I don't even think it's important. Like she just
No,
said
hold on,
that
hold on,
I
it's
like
okay,
having
hold
more
on.
evidence.
I thought it
Of
was
course,
important,
why
so I brought
the
it up.
fuck? Okay,
Fair enough.
Lactoid has quoted videos that we just recently watched incorrectly multiple times. I don't know how recently you watched this video,
You
but why
didn't
the
even
fuck would I
hear it.
trust
I
your
was right
rendition?
the second time. I was right the second
She literally
time.
likes
Erudite,
to have-
shut up, Madeline, shut up.
I was,
No,
Corey.
hold on.
Thank you.
Erudite, like, you didn't even hear. You said afterwards, oh, I didn't even hear that, even though I told you. right? Because you weren't
I
listening.
didn't hear you.
Yeah, you didn't hear me because I kept, well, I was trying to say it.
Wait,
you kept talking
why
over
do you
me
think
about
I
that.
wasn't
So I'm
listening to
just
you,
saying,
Brian?
So yeah, I don't know. Who knows? But I'm
Think
criticizing
about
you
it.
for not listening. That's the problem.
No,
I was like, hey,
you weren't
let me just do
criticizing me
a
not for
quick
listening. You were talking about white
summarization.
woman privilege in a
Summarization.
situation. And when I
Yes.
said, well, it sounds like he was threatening her dog, you said, I don't care about any of this shit. I don't care. I don't
no,
care. And
this is
kept
before
talking
then.
over me. And I said,
This is
it's
before
kind of
then.
important.
This is before
Okay,
all
we can
that.
just keep.
But okay,
All right,
whatever.
well, now we just have to
All
meddle
right,
with it
let's
forever.
talk about the
We can
topic.
bot
Topic. I don't want to have any. We're about to
This
have
is
some
the topic,
interpersonal. No, I mean, yeah,
This
actually,
is
interesting.
what
Maybe
we're doing.
we'll get some manifestos written and all that stuff too. It'll be great. But no, what I thought was actually really interesting about this is that this man posted this on Facebook, and that Facebook post, he has his own little private audience, and the way it went viral really kind of highlights the danger of posting your grievances anywhere on the internet. Like even in like private DMs is like actually kind of scary on some level, right? Like we talked about like doxing and all that stuff like a little bit ago, and we talked about how bad it is to dox someone's information to a public forum. It's probably just as bad to dox someone's information even in a DM when you're talking about, hey, look at this crazy asshole who did this thing, right?
Doobie.
Lactoid's a lying bitch, okay? So I watched the video again just now.
Oh my god.
So it's true. It's true that she said the threatening my life thing to him. She didn't say that.
He
to the
did
cops.
say that to the cops. I just looked that up.
Yeah,
God,
she-
fuck.
she didn't-
This is why I don't fucking listen to anyone about the
Yeah,
fucking
fuck you, Lactoid.
videos.
She didn't
Wait,
say that to the
whoa,
cops.
what are you talking about?
On
She
the
did
phone
not
with the
say that
cops, she says there's an African American man. I'll send you a video 113. You can look it up. There's an African American man. I am in Central Park. He's recording me and threatening myself and my dog.
No,
She
that's not
says
what
he's
I'm
threatening
saying.
my life to the man himself before she's on the phone with the cops.
Hold on.
Just to be clear.
Hold on. So maybe this was misunderstood, but let's practice a little bit of reading comprehension here.
Jesus.
I said, I'm calling the cops. I'm going to tell them. I'm repeating what I said for probably 3 times now. I'm going to tell them there's an African-American man threatening my life. Was there any ambiguity that I was
What's
referencing?
the
She
fuck?
would-
Okay.
Hold
then
on.
Explain,
Was
then
there
explain
any,
what's
was
the
there,
problem
wait,
with
hold
that.
on. She's threatening him. That's the problem.
She's
She is
trying
telling,
to scare him away.
she's threatening
Totally
him. She's saying,
Fine.
I'm going to call the cops and I'm going to
response to
tell
the
them.
threat he made.
Doobie.
He makes a
Also-
threat. He makes a threat.
Wait,
She
no,
responds
this
to
is
the threat of her
this.
own.
Hold on. This is a second example of somebody saying that I misquoted something when actually I quoted it correctly. Right? It was
No.
right that yes, in
I
the
don't
first
believe you.
video, I was correct that she was not like she was going to threatening to call the cops on the rape thing. I was right about that. And now here, like, if you want to fucking roll back the stream, I repeated the same sentence like 3 times.
Like 3 times.
And,
tell me-
and I was
Right,
literally, I'm reading,
hold on.
hold
Okay.
on. I'm in the middle of talking. I'm literally
Okay.
read off the Wikipedia, right? I'm calling the cops. Why would she tell the cops on the phone, I'm calling the cops? Makes no sense. I'm going to tell them there's an African-American
right
man
now.
threatening my life. Does she refer to the cops in third person? Clearly, I'm talking about her making a threat against the black guy, telling him, hey, I'm going to call the cops and I'm going to tell them that you're threatening my life. What does that mean in that context? What that means is that she's
What
sicking
means
she wants to get the
she's
cops.
trying to
She wants to
scare him
sick the
off.
cops. No, she wants to
Yes.
sick the cops on him, and she
Yes.
never threatened her life.
I just
She
want to
was
point
trying
out
to scare off this fucking weirdo that was harassing her and her dog.
that this
But
situation.
the important
Who
thing
apparently
is when
was
she got on the
yelling at
phone-
her as well.
When she got on the
beforehand.
phone, she didn't say that. So what's
just
the
wanna point
fucking
out
problem?
that we have all this hard evidence.
Because she threatened him.
have all this
After he
hard
threatened
evidence.
her.
Wait, you're
Okay, wait,
allowed
are you
to.
serious? Like, if I, like, let's say I walk up to someone in the park, I'm going to shoot you. Well, as long as they don't tell the cops that I did it.
Hold on, Lactoid.
No,
Hold
it's a
on,
threat.
Lactoid. That is so
You're
stupid.
ignoring the
So
racial
if
history,
you're- so if
Doobie,
you're
of this
saying-
country.
Hold on, 1 second. So please don't. Please, Mr. Slavery is a good thing. Don't do that.
I did not say it was a good thing.
Okay.
I said it was beneficial for certain demographics
Yeah.
today in America. That's a different question. It's a different question.
That's
Oh my
who you're
God.
siding with, Prime.
Oh my god. Okay.
Lactoid,
so-
these are your allies, okay?
It's a
Just keep
different
in mind.
argument. It's a different argument, Doobie.
Your ally believes that you should be thankful for slavery. Think about
Yeah,
that.
true.
You're on the wrong side, or Prime.
Okay. All right. So we can move past this. All right.
Now we can move
Everything-
past
everything's
it.
resolved.
On that note.
Yeah,
Okay,
on the
like,
pro-slavery.
just-
note,
okay,
let's-
we
hold on.
move past it.
Honestly,
now it's
she
like
was
all
threatening-
full circle.
Yeah,
Go
she
ahead.
was threatening the life of that black man. Unironically, that was a problem. And
She
then
absolutely
she
was.
should be
No,
criticized for that. Absolutely.
Absolutely was. Thank you.
I mean,
Nonsense.
how is this different than
It
swatting?
was an empty threat meant to
How is this different than
swatting.
It's
swatting?
different than
Wait,
swatting. What
it
are
is
you
literally
totally
swatting.
different. Wait, it is so different because when you do swatting, when you call the cops, you say the shit that makes them show up to be hyper violent. When she called the cops, she literally said something different than what she threatened him with.
What'd she say? What'd she say?
She said, I am being threatened in Ramble. What is it? I'm being threatened by a man in Ramble. Please send the cops immediately. I'm being threatened. A man is recording me. He's threatening myself and my dog.
Well, no, right here. He's
Okay,
threatening
so-
myself. He is threatening me.
So okay, so the one
Myself
difference
and my
between
dog.
this, so the
He
one difference
admitted
between
to
this
it.
and swatting, the one difference is that she didn't say he has a gun. Basically, is the
No,
primary
sure.
difference.
hold on.
There is an
When she
African American
called
man.
the
I'm in
cops,
Central
what she said
Park.
was
He is
that-
recording me and
However-
threatening myself and my dog. Please
Just so
send the
it's
cops
clear,
immediately.
her claiming that somebody has a gun for swatting is a massive difference. So you saying, oh, so she's just saying he didn't have a gun, makes the entire context wildly different. So thank you, Mad Lad. Yes, true. It's way more severe when you swat people. Fucking
Yes.
obviously. Okay,
Right.
great.
Okay, cool. That's what I was saying. I was like, okay, yeah. So swatting is a lot worse because you're talking about an active shooter situation versus a threat.
I don't have
versus,
the
versus somebody accurately reporting a threat to the police.
but-
yeah.
I don't I don't
whatever.
have hold on one second. I don't have the text in front of me. So like
I linked the video.
I
and
have
the
it in
text
front of
was
me.
Yeah, but
throughout
like-
the whole video.
yeah, I don't want to watch the
I
whole thing
have
here
the
right now.
here. I'll
But,
give you.
like,
I'll send you a
so-
nice little link with the text here.
Sure.
It tells the
So
operator
she's-
that, quote,
Right
there's
here
an
in the
African
DM.
American man. I am in
Yeah.
Central Park. He is recording
and-
me and threatening myself and my dog. Please send
Where's the
cops
lie?
Which is what I remember. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So like the threat becomes that he's black, right? That's why I was
Oh,
getting
God.
to.
So anytime you call the cops
It's
on a black
open
guy,
season
you're
right now.
fucking idiot.
It's-
Okay.
It's like
But it
you're calling
literally-
an
hold on, it
executionist
does-
squad.
it
We're
does
bad
Yes,
at it.
because it's so bad.
That's so
like there's so
stupid.
many. No, there's so many instances.
So you can't
of
call the cops
being
on black
hyper-
people when they're being fucking stupid? Like, what are you
No,
saying?
you absolutely
It's-
can, and you can absolutely like properly report what was going on, right? And
Which
so,
is what she
like
did.
Lactoid said, like Lactoid said previously, if she had said like, oh, he's like threatening my dog, right? Being weird, and he was being weirdo with the dog. Absolutely, I get that, right? And like this man is making me uncomfortable. He's being
Definitely odd.
He's threatening my dog. Can you please send help? That is perfectly reasonable. That is perfectly an accurate representation of what's happening. But is she screaming on the like? Remember, the thing we guys aren't hearing is the volume where she's screaming at the top of her lungs onto the phone, right? About this, and like that encourages a response from the cops. Now the cops, like that's funny enough, like literally didn't even show up, so that was. So fair enough there. But like that is encouraging a response from the cop that could be lethal. That absolutely could be lethal in a situation that absolutely does not require it. That's the problem.
That
I
is-
just wanna-
I 100% agree with
so
Tom
if
on
she
this one.
dares, so if she dares to be like emotionally distressed after this crazy person comes up and starts fucking with her and her dog, if she dares to show any of that emotion in her phone call to
Oh.
the police,
Hey,
she's
no,
trying to
you're-
get murdered. Like
She's
that's your position?
exaggerating the situation
She's
on
not
purpose on the
exaggerating at
phone.
all. There's
She
nothing
absolutely is.
There's no.
And that's
just
my
like
point. That's
swatting.
my point.
Was she
It's just
reported
like
was
swatting.
completely
Let's
accurate.
bring it up. Let's bring this all back home. Let's bring this all back home. So we all have the same exact information, the same exact data in this interpersonal struggle that happened, and we're having this wild hour-long debate on the nuance of who is the most right and who's the most wrong. This is why interpersonal shit should not be on the internet. That's my bottom line. That's my thesis. I'm just saying we should just avoid it altogether because we're getting into the weeds here and we're figuring out who's right and who's wrong, but we're not going to have an accurate answer at the end of the day.
Well, no,
probably.
we can absolutely have an accurate answer of this. Like this was like a short interaction. It's not like they had like a long like history with one another that we don't understand, and that colors this whole situation. It was actually quite short, and within that context, and
Yeah,
the
but we
context
can't
of
agree on it
history-
even when it was short, right?
Yeah,
It's so
wow,
short,
yes, we
and
can't agree.
on it for
Yes,
some
yes,
reason.
people have differing opinions.
I mean,
of
Jimmy's
course.
being a
And
troll
we're on
here,
the big
fine.
panel, surprisingly.
I'm not being a
And there was
troll. Fuck you.
acrimony.
Not being a
But,
I
like-
know, crazy.
No, but my
like,
point
like,
is
but-
that
but
when
the
something
point
this
is that like
accurate about her
I agree
description
with
or
I agree with
demon
my friend
dog,
Lactoid when this is similar to swatting. When you're saying you're bringing up his race and like implying that like your life is in danger, like screaming into the phone, I mean, help, send someone, right? Like that is similar to swatting. So I just
It's
Okay,
similar.
so
it's
I I hate to do this, but I do need to go back. Lactoid, when you brought up the threatening my life, it was directly in response to me defanging her phone call to 911. I just checked the clip, and you specifically said, what did she say threatening my life, when I was talking about her 911 call specifically. So you tried to imply that threatening my life was part of the 911 call, which I agree would be a much more severe 911 call. But she didn't do that. Again, what she did was fucking stupid. She did have an overreaction, and she should be embarrassed. But like claiming all this extra stuff that we're trying to like bag into it, I don't know is actually substantiated by the actual video.
So to be clear, in case I misspoke, she told the guy directly that I'm going to call the cops and tell them that a black guy is threatening my life. That's essentially what she
Right.
did.
She
When
did
she
not
called-
say that to the police.
Right. What she said to the police was she called the police and said, "There's a black guy threatening me. Help! Help! Please send the police."
Okay, also not what she said.
I don't know how. I mean, sure, they're different.
That's
But
what
the,
she
im-
said.
the
I don't know how
implication there.
different, but okay.
Wait, hold on.
Again,
Like,
help
what's inaccurate?
is again inaccurate in the direction you want it to be, which is the problem with all of this, right? If you like keep adding little words in and bagging all these little things, it makes your argument seem way bigger, which is
help.
a whole part of this problem, right?
Please
Is like
send the
in
cops
extra words.
immediately. Please send the cops immediately.
What's wrong with that?
There you go.
So again, putting this
God
into context, she's alone in the park being harassed by this fucking weirdo.
Okay, can we not? No, I don't want to do this again. I don't want to do this again. I don't want to do
Then
this
shut
again.
the fuck up. So Lactoid, can you explain?
You're doing it
Can you
again.
explain, Lactoid? What was inaccurate about what she said, or is it just the problem that she was emotional and that she accurately described his race?
The two things that she did wrong. So the two things she did wrong is the threat. I'm going to call the cops and tell them an African American man is threatening my life. Okay, that's the first thing she did wrong. The second thing she did wrong is when she called the police and says, "There's an African American man. I'm in Central Park. He's recording me and threatening myself."
Wait, do you think that
Did he ever threaten her?
Do you think calling the cops is a threat of violence now?
I think
when you and I debated about the Kirpan, you said it explicitly wasn't a threat of violence.
I'm almost there.
Okay.
I think calling. I don't recall that debate, but I'll look back at it.
I do. I was there.
Okay, so I said that if calling the police on a lie is not a threat of violence.
You said that threatening to call the police or calling the police isn't a threat of violence.
On an actual crime or on a lie?
The person had a Kirpan and they thought it was a weapon.
Yeah, that's a reasonable belief to call the police on. I don't think that's like.
I didn't say you don't think. Okay, so right now you're saying that her calling the police is a threat of violence, but in the past it wasn't a threat. Isn't calling the police always going to be a threat of violence no matter what? Isn't that the reason why you're concerned about her calling the police in the way that she's doing?
Yeah, fair enough. I guess if I didn't specify justified versus unjustified, because the cops are always going to bring violence with them wherever they come, right?
And for everyone knows, Kirpan is like a religious.
It's a sword.
Hindu
It's a dagger. It's a dagger. It's like a little dagger.
Bit of a,
it's not a sword. It's like a small dagger that Sikh people wear.
Okay,
Not
it's
Hindu.
A blade. I'm sorry if it's a dagger or a fucking sword. It's a
wait,
fucking blade.
Hold on.
And they got a blade on them.
Hold on. I've noticed a pattern, Lactoid. You sneak in a couple of extra words.
I said sword compared to dagger. Are you kidding me?
Weight your claims in the direction of your narrative, like calling it a sword or saying help.
Corey, let me.
Or saying threatening my life in regards to the 911. You keep inserting these little words to make your narrative seem more salacious. Very naughty to do.
And to be clear, my original claim,
kind of like when you said the rape was unrelated, or the call the cops was unrelated to the rape part. When I watch it, and it turns out it was. Oh my god.
Okay, so and to be clear, my original claim was that she was weaponizing.
You said it was regarding the fucking the Wi-Fi. It wasn't.
I said it was for her being in the bathroom and not leaving. That's what I said.
No. That's when you said he said it. I'm saying the first. Well, Prime, you gotta wait a second, okay? You said that when she said she's gonna call the cops.
Oh, calling the cops.
Yes,
it was after the
original
Wi-Fi
video. In the original video, yes. You were wrong on that. She threatened to call the cops, and then he was like, "For what?" And she said, "I'm going to say that you raped me. I'm going to say that you molested my kids." Yes, it was all related to the threat of calling the police, which you said it wasn't.
Okay,
and to be clear, hold on 1 second. To be clear,
go ahead,
my original claim was that she was weaponizing her. She was a gender opportunist. Like, shout out to my friend Erudite. She was a gender opportunist and weaponizing her white woman tears, and that occurs both when we're talking about the cops, but also when she's just talking to this guy, saying that like, I'm gonna call the cops, something that a black man is threatening me, right? That is weaponizing. Just like when we saw the previous video, with the divorce, right? There wasn't, the police weren't actually involved, but the threat of the police was involved, right? Like that is a weaponization. So that's what I was talking about, and I was correct the entire time. I'm glad you all.
Speaking of
Let me finish
weaponization,
one more thing.
This weaponizing her white woman tears thing is really fucking racist.
Weaponizing.
Absolutely.
Let's talk about
because
weaponizing
she's nice,
in
because
the
she's white, she's
context
not
of
allowed
our
to be
original
emotional
question.
over like a
Right, hold
bad
on.
interaction with a stranger.
Why don't we focus on the topic at hand, right? Like we're talking about, like the questions were,
We're about to
should
move from the
creators be
topic.
held responsible for the abuse they can direct against private individuals? I think posting shit online, like just interpersonal shit overall, is weaponizing the internet to get recourse against whoever it is you have beef with.
Okay,
And I think it's not fair game for people to air their personal struggles out if it's like interpersonal. But if it's personal and just you alone against no one, then there's a lack of weaponization.
I'm glad you re-summarized that. Okay, let's move. We can move on to the next topic. But Doobie, you
Solve.
can have
I
more
just
of
want to
this.
clarify. Let me clarify one thing. If I said that, if I didn't specify that calling the police is always violence, and the question is whether or not it's justified or not justified, I want to make that clarification now. Yes, the police will bring violence wherever they come. It's all going to be violence. But if you're calling the police over something illegal, it's justified. If you're lying about something, it's no longer justified.
Wait, hold on, Lactoid. So pets are property. we both agree, right? So he was trying to take her property in that video.
Yes.
So
she was justified in calling the cops. It was the things
Okay.
she said that were wrong.
But hold on. But so I posted it in the group chat again. That look, if you're gonna do what you want to do, I'm gonna do what I want to do, and you're not gonna like that. You're not gonna like it. How is it not a threat? He didn't say your dog's not gonna like it. He didn't say your dog's not gonna like it. He said you're not gonna like it.
He was saying that as he pulled out the treats, Doobie.
It's okay, hold on. It's not wrong to threaten to call the police. It's actually better to warn somebody that you're going to call the police than to not warn them. Do you think it would be better if she didn't say I'm going to call the police and she had just called them?
No. The threat, when she said, I'm going to call them and tell them an African-American man is threatening my life. That's the part that's fucked up. If all she said is, I'm going to call the cops and tell them you're trying to poison my dog, that's reasonable. Very reasonable.
It's fucked up because it's a disproportionate response to the situation.
It's a lie. That's why it's wrong.
No, he was threatening her dog.
No, her life.
Yeah, I get that. But she didn't say that to the police.
But she said that to him. That was the part
so
where
she exaggerated to try to scare him off.
Yeah, so like look at this.
Should she have walked away? Yes.
Yeah,
she should have walked away. There was a million other straps that she could have taken.
I brought this up in comparison to the divorce situation, right? In that situation, in the videos, like the police weren't actually called. So I understand the police weren't actually called. We're talking about calling the police. We were talking about making false accusations, correct? Right? And so I brought these two up to compare them. Was that incorrect comparison on literally those grounds? Okay, great, thanks.
Wait, on what grounds?
Moving on.
On the grounds that they're like comparable in that like they're both threats of false accusation. That's what.
And that shitty people do shitty things and
but in one,
parse those things.
Do you think that if you are feeling intimidated and you lie to try to get them to stop intimidating you, that's wrong? Because we agree that threatening to call the police isn't wrong. And if you are genuinely feeling intimidated and you lie to try to dispel the person, do you think that is wrong?
Sorry.
Because when she called the... Okay,
so
she did lie.
Please.
Yeah. So she did lie to him. She said, I'm going to call because you're threatening my life, which is wrong. He was just threatening her. The issue is she was feeling intimidated and trying to end the situation. So he said, if this continues, I'm going to call the police and tell them that you're threatening my life. We agree that calling the police isn't wrong. And we would probably agree that lying to stop somebody who you're feeling intimidated by is also not wrong. Otherwise, everyone would be basically saying that when women say, I have a boyfriend, if they're uncomfortable around a guy asking them out, that it's somehow inherently wrong. And on top of that, when she called the police, she literally didn't say that. So she didn't lie to the police. She didn't make a false accusation to the police, which is good. Was she being fucking stupid about the situation? Yeah. Could she have solved her problem in a million other ways? Yes. Was she kind of white woman tears on the phone with the police? I would actually agree with that. But she didn't lie to the police.
And on that
she should have just walked away, and she should have always had her dog on the leash. She should have just, I don't know why the dog was off the leash, unless it was explicitly an off-leash dog area. If she wasn't a moron, she would have put her leash on her dog and walked away.
Okay,
You
so
probably shouldn't bring treats with him to the
we-
park too. That's kind
I
of
know he might have had his own dog. I don't know. I'm guessing that's why.
He said he doesn't. He said he brings
doesn't.
treats explicitly for that situation.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's like
okay, that's
he's
even
like an
weirder.
intentional
That is
enforcer.
that
It's
is even
odd,
weird.
but it's not
Well,
fucked
maybe
up.
not.
It's
It's
just
not weird.
odd.
I guess
He's
because
a
people
weirdo
like
Karen
like
that goes and
let's
harasses
get
people at the park.
like
Yeah.
the
he is a
scale.
weirdo, but like that doesn't
Weird, but
invalidate
not fucked
anything
up.
that I said. But anyway, okay, so we can move on to the next topic. I've been trying.
Thank fuck.
Based.
Okay.
My word is
all right.
final.
As always, white women's words are always final in these situations.
No, wait.
The amount of black
Kidding,
privilege on
kidding,
this
kidding,
panel is
go, go.
Okay.
disgusting.
All right, so let's move on.
You guys think that benevolent racism exists for all races? Like, do you think, like, I think there's lots of benevolent racism towards white people. Do you guys think there's like benevolent racism towards other groups?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I think I wasn't
Racism.
memeing earlier when I said there's like black privilege that exists. I think a lot of people assume that the black person in a bad interaction is correct because they're black.
No, you're absolutely right. I
Like
agree with you. So we can skip past this quickly. I do agree with you, DB, that there absolutely is. Like I've seen on the other side of this, I've seen black people weaponize their victimhood. To say that like, oh, this clearly I'm experiencing racism here when you're clearly not, when you're clearly in the wrong. And I've given examples of this in the past. So I don't know if you guys want me to rehash that, but like I've seen this, and that's absolutely a weird thing. And they can weaponize their potential victimhoodness to get themselves out of a situation or to like put someone else in a vice, and that's absolutely wrong. So, okay, let's move on to our next topic. Oh boy.
Last
Dang,
controversial one.
Before then,
Fuck.
I gotta say that these individuals, like, I love them all, and this was a really good spirit debate. And I think that these conversations don't work as well when you don't like know all these people, right? Like I know Lactoid, I know Doobie, and I know our friend Erudite, and I understand that even when we're in disagreements, none of these people are bad faith. They're just like trying to express their honest opinions in that moment. And I feel like I hope they feel the same about myself. So I think it kind of enhances the conversation when we get into these like big clashes. So shout out to them.
I think you got to be careful saying shit like that when Lactoid's here. Lactoid took a big L over the last couple weeks when he defended slavery. So like he's going to be rebuilding his reputation with the black community.
That like since we all know each other, we can have these healthy debates, and we still can't agree on things like a very short 1 minute interaction. But the bottom line, the answer to our last debate is nobody even cares about it. All right, fine, just go on. I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done.
Guys,
Fine.
if you've been enjoying this content, if you're here, and I'm sure you did, right? Then consider helping out the channel. We do really need your help. We haven't gotten many donations recently. We do actually need your help, guys. So consider subbing to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. If you're on YouTube, YouTube, just consider becoming a member. Or use your hype chats or super chats. Those also support the channel. We do actually really need your help. So if you're out there, you're like, hey, this is super entertaining, or I learned something, or something annoyed me, I don't know, whatever, right? They can help out the channel so we can grow. Thank you for the 500 bits on your disc. But yeah, we do need more help. So sub to the channel. If you're out there, you haven't subbed. If you have an Amazon Prime Gaming, you haven't used that, use that here. It's free for you. Our friend Mad Latin, I think, was it you or someone else? I don't know. Who used their no, it was Wick. Used their
Prime wait,
Gaming.
I can do it though. I think I haven't used one of those in forever. I don't stream, so
okay.
Wait.
Thank you, Mad Latin, for gifting a Prime Gaming resub for 26 months. We are so close to not 26 months consecutively, unfortunately, though. But
I have stuff to do.
I'm
Fuck.
just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. But anyway, we're close to a hype train, which would be quite helpful, guys. We do need your help. So, like, if you want this content to continue, I cannot do it without you. But I've been doing it without you for a while now. But I need your help to continue doing this. So sub to the channel, gift bits or gift subs, or like a direct donation to PayPal. That'll be great too. If you want to do that. Support the channel so I can support you, and get all these people around. All right. And help us get like a hype train started. You know, we're almost there. So one more person, sub to the channel, get bits or gift subs. You'll get ad-free viewing, you get our emotes, and you'll be supporting us. All right. So I'll go to the next topic. Topic 2. Is it pronounced FIDE or FIDE or
FIDE?
FIDE? Thank you.
FIDE.
FIDE, the governing body of competitive chess, has ruled that trans women cannot compete with cis women, at least until "quote unquote" further analysis of the situation is complete. They must also forfeit titles they may have won as women. Does this expose the lie of anti-trans in sports rhetoric? Is this rule in any way reasonable? If cis women can't compete with trans women on this even of a playing field, does this have implications on their intelligence as a whole? So this is exactly what it sounds like.
Can I take a lead on explaining a lot of this?
Sure,
so that when
sure.
people have their opening things,
I'll let
it's
you have your
like-
opening first. But yeah, so
Yeah.
this is exactly what it sounds like. The governing body has made this ruling, and it seems to have like weird implications, at least to me, about like what we consider a woman's capabilities to be. So I really want to explore this, and I'm glad I have people who are like in the chess world here who can talk about it. And guys, help us start a hype train. Subs to channel, give bits or give subs. Like do it. We do need the assistance. Help us out. All right, go ahead.
It's really important because Prime like paid me a lot of money to show up tonight to talk about this. So you guys really have to. Okay, so FIDE is the governing body of competitive chess, as is listed in the thing. And the way it works is like every country has its own chess organization, and then FIDE kind of just like sort of runs the whole kit and caboodle. FIDE is notorious for doing a really bad job of actually handling any sort of delicate anything. So, for example, when there was a women's chess championship a little bit ago, they had a breast implant company as a sponsor. For example, like they're completely incompetent. Like they have no idea what they're doing, and pisses everyone
What was the
off.
company?
I don't know what it was
I'm
called.
looking,
Like,
so.
yeah, just look it up. Like, it's fine. And like, one of the people that's in charge of FIDE, like a high role, this guy named Nigel Short, for example, he's like, he's one of those people who says, "Oh yeah, women are worse at chess than men." Like, there's just like a lot of sexism rampant all over FIDE. So the whole reason why there's women titles in the first place is that there are fewer women playing chess than men. It's a boys' club. There's two reasons for this, right? There's like the cultural, like classical, oh yeah, like buddy shit, and then there's also like just the every time a woman's playing chess, they get hit on by all the male players. And so the end result is basically you have a situation where they're with a smaller population and all the stress that comes from the sexism and the hitting on and all that other stuff, that women's ratings are actually much lower than men's ratings. But it's not necessarily a reflection of like biological capacity. It's literally the stressors, the cultural stressors are just completely different. So when FIDE is addressing the trans issue, what they decided was that if you can change, that's allowed. So if you do make that shift from male to female, your rating is intact, so you get to keep all that stuff. And there can be a transition of titles. I have to remember what titles are allowed, but I don't want to get into the weeds on like the technical things. But if you're a trans woman, you can't participate in cis women only events. And their rationale here is that I'm kind of reading into it a little bit, but the idea is that like the culture is different and it might undermine their efforts of bringing women into chess. So that's what they've got going on. But they are accepting folks who are trans as a part of like they're acknowledging the trans, but they're not allowing folks who are trans. They're segregating trans folk from women's competition, basically. So that's the lowdown. And there's been a lot of arguments I've had with other chess players on this. So I'm actually very curious to hear what everyone else has to say about this.
Okay, thank you so much. Right to it, I apologize for letting a non-white get in front of you. Like, your turn, please.
Well, according to the census, I don't know. Anyway, so I'm just going to start this off with a hot take because it's what I believe. Women's sports are just affirmative action for women. I am fine personally with not just chess, but all sports, people playing in any league. I'm also fine with leagues as private entities deciding to restrict certain people from participating in their league based on whatever kind of sense of competition they want to establish amongst themselves. So, if you want to set up your own league with your own rules, I'm totally fine with that as well. Personally, like generally people can do what they want. Personally, I just want to see who the best player is, as opposed to who is the best out of some subgroup. I actually also do enjoy chess, but I'm not going to be watching any kind of women's only league. I'm going to be seeing who is the best at the general tournament, because I want to see who is the best at chess. I think general ELO is great. I do think, and this is where maybe things go into areas that I'm not fully versed in. Maybe Corey can help me out here. It could be that they have some bases here that aren't entirely bigoted. The cultural harassment, I think that you brought up, Mad Lad, is absolutely relevant here, right? If you're trying to foster something, it could be, yeah, we have to do this, and some people are going to be caught in the net that we otherwise probably they shouldn't be. But I'm sorry, we just have to do this. That's, I think, can be reasonable. There's also some evidence that testosterone can enhance spatial reasoning ability, and this could be relevant to chess. I'm not 100% sure how this evidence isn't super solid as it relates to chess, but there is relatively solid evidence that this does happen with the introduction of testosterone, which obviously men have a lot more of just biologically. So based on all those reasons, ultimately, I have to say, yeah, they can do what they want. But generally speaking, I don't really have much respect for leagues who have to restrict people who can beat them from entering them.
Thank you. Let's go to our friend Corey.
I think Lactor, you might have stole my position based off of previous interactions of letting. I think I've been pretty consistent, and I think it's coming full circle of letting people compete against people. But also at the same time, if you're a private, I guess, enterprise, you want to make your own rules. I guess you have the right to do that. Where I think this sort of, as alluded to in the prompt, I think this exposes some things where, at least from the limited data that I can find, there doesn't seem to be any real justification for separating them. But I can understand carving out spaces to allow for certain spaces to pretty much make room for women in chess. But yeah, at the end of the day, I would prefer that people just compete against people, especially when it comes to things like this.
People can. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I'll leave it there for now.
Erudite.
Yeah, I actually didn't realize that there was a women's only chess section. I was kind of surprised when I found that out. It's not obvious to me that would necessarily be needed unless we're talking about the fact that men tend to be more extreme in general. So maybe it's because at the extreme high levels you're going to see maybe more male representation just by extremeness of genetics. I'm not totally sure what the reasoning is specifically there. It sounds like it's just female inclusion or whatever. I'm usually fine with private leagues. It just sounds like FIDE isn't just a private league. It sounds like it's kind of almost like a global authority for chess. So maybe I need to clarify that detail. But if FIDE is a global authority, then it's not, and it has a monopoly on this, then it's not, it's a private entity, but it's also kind of not. It's one of these complicated things like colleges and registries for professionals and stuff. So I'll just ask Mad Lad after. My opinion will probably move depending on the nature of FIDE. And I don't fully understand, especially T may improve spatial reasoning. That seems to be somewhat true. There's some evidence actually that trans men have an improvement in visuospatial skills specifically when they start transitioning. The question is, do trans women maintain the benefit? And when I think about it neurologically, I don't know if I'm convinced that it would. It feels like a neurochemical effect, not a neural structural effect. So I would need to see evidence that trans women maintain some average slight benefit to visual spatial skills or something like that, which I'm just dubious that would exist. But hey, maybe it would. I doubt the data's out there.
Madeline, could you just quickly tell us about the status of FIDE?
FIDE decides who's the world champion of chess. So they are the global.
They're a global
entity.
Authority.
Yeah, they're the global authority.
So there was private, but also monopoly.
When you're talking about chess champs, you're talking about a FIDE champ.
Yeah, but so the thing is, there's two different organizations that were existing in the aughts for a little bit there, but they combined and there's one unique organization that's running everything right now.
Okay.
So when Magnus Carlsen was a world chess champion, that's FIDE saying, hey, this is how FIDE decides how a world champion becomes a world champion. Okay. And then runs the events and does the advertising or whatever else. In terms of there being a separate section for women, it's not quite like that. There's separate women-only tournaments that do exist, but women are often competing with men. to get a title like Grandmaster or Women's Grandmaster, there are a set of requirements. The requirements for Grandmaster versus Women's Grandmaster are just different. That's what the distinction mostly is.
Is it easier for women's grandmaster? Like the
Yeah.
requirements lesser? Okay.
Yeah, the requirements are lesser. Yeah. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible because
No, I
crazy.
appreciate that. I don't know much about the world, so yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty boring. Sorry. Let's go.
What the fuck?
I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
I'll kill you.
Come on, Prime.
No, that's not that in a video game.
Dark Lord and Savior, do we please?
So I'm a little bit torn about this, right? Because I think that there's like a terrible implication, right, from Fide's decision, which is that, men or males have some kind of like biological advantage, right? Like some kind of like something about men just makes them better at chess, right? And I think the way that could translate is, it might make women who are playing chess, who are interested in chess professionally or otherwise, feel like they are being put down by the like international organization that runs chess. I think like that must feel terrible. But I think the other side of this is there's been, I don't want to call it an agenda. It's an agenda, right? In the LGBTQIA whatever the fuck community, right? With trans activists specifically, they try to kind of break down the walls, right, between like males and females in all sorts of places in our culture, right? And we see that in sports, right? In like basketball and swimming, etc. And I think chess is like another one of those battlefields, and I think it's reasonable for people to want to defend a space for women, right? Or a space for women specifically, even if there are no biological differences, even if there's no reason that men and women couldn't compete. I think because this is traditionally like a male-dominated activity, like chess, and a woman getting into chess who might see it as a male-dominated activity with a male-dominated culture, right? That might put them down, or they might like feel harassed or whatever. I think that fostering something specifically for women, and I mean like real women, might actually encourage them to get into the sport, to seek it out and feel like there's a community there that could be welcoming to them. And I think something that we need to take into account is, yeah, it's true that, I think we're kind of shifting towards seeing trans women as women, quote unquote. But these are typically people who are raised as men, who interact with each other and with other people in ways very similar to the way that men interact with each other. They tend to have a lot of the cultural tendencies that men have, right? They tend to be more aggressive, more comfortable with conflict, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? So like, I think that introducing what are essentially feminized people who grew up in it with like a masculine kind of culture and tradition into a space that is full of people who didn't have that, right? Who grew up as women in a patriarchal Western society that has like a very distinct type of way of like interacting with each other. I think that could be disruptive, right? So I think it's reasonable for the organization to say, hey, we're going to hold on for a couple of years, think about this, and then come back to it.
So it's interesting that you should say that like the FIDE organization is slighting women, because it's actually like kind of quite true, right? Like I talked about the sponsor, and like there's a lot of instances where the organization is actually really, really bad for women's chess. But it's not just a situation where women are being encouraged to join this boys club and like there needs to be a separate section for women specifically to do that. It's also a situation where like women endure a ton of sexual harassment at chess tournaments. Like every single female chess player I've ever talked to has at least one story. And like we're talking about like really gratuitous, really gross things, like condoms being like sent to their hotel rooms, or
Oh my
like, you know,
God.
just this, like we're talking like really bad shit. Like it's bad. So there is a need to carve out like a serious space for women players and to make it okay. And like, you know, there's players who just start playing chess, right? And they're really excited about it. Like Twitch had a big chess boom, right? And they go to their first over the board chess tournaments and then are completely disappointed by just everything, the harassment, all that other stuff. And then it's documented and it causes a whole controversy in the chess world. So there's a definite need for that. And there is the situation that exists where like trans women have a different situation going on in terms of culture, because like being brought up a male gives you certain cultural attributes that you wouldn't have necessarily if you're born female.
That you wouldn't have.
Well, like for example, as a male growing
Like
up as a male,
socialization.
like socialization, yeah. The way the socialization happens is very, very different. There's
Think
a
like Iris
confidence.
Marion Young, like throwing like a girl. I don't know if you know the essay, but talking about like sometimes we teach girls to like engage in their bodies and their spaces differently because of like girls are often taught to be like nice and sweet and like social, interactive, and positive, and like less encouraged to be like hyper aggressive and competitive, which therefore like could long term affect the way that you like compete in various competitive type things.
Right.
Potentially, I think that's what Matt Loud saying. Sorry, I didn't.
That's what I'm getting at, and
Wow.
my vocabulary on this is limited. I've been spending a lot of time on not this, so it's hard to articulate all the ideas I have here. But yeah, so when you are socialized differently and then you transition, you have there are like, it's a different what's the CRT term? The intersectionality is just different, I guess. Like the way that like you can't necessarily give someone the same sorts of advantages for joining the group, and that's like kind of where the fine tuning of the debate kind of, or the situation like kind of comes in. And so FIDE is saying that they're going to have a 2-year hiatus on allowing trans women to play in cis women events while they do research and try to figure out like what to do. And I guess like my bottom line, what I'm trying to figure out, and the reason why I was excited to participate today, is because I'm very curious what solutions might make the most sense. And because this is actually a very difficult question to answer. There's a lot of folks who are giving like just, very flat responses. There's the traditional progressive response within chess where it's like, okay, women are women. There's no question that we should just keep things as they are, which I agree with. The thing that seems to be the biggest problem is this idea of like someone being a very strong male player, just making the swap South Park style just to get the titles and the accolades that come from the Switch, right? And like, how serious is that threat? I don't think it's like actually a really reasonable thing, but that's like where most of the controversy kind of exists.
Can I ask a quick question, Mad Lad?
Yeah.
Let's assume that like these were patrolled by cops, and so the sexual harassment part's not part of it.
Okay.
Would it matter? Would it matter to you if like all the winners were men? Just it was even competition, but it just turned out
not at all to me. Like
so it would. Yeah. So like so is the only desire for women's league just like the avoiding of sexual harassment?
I think that's like I think that is, well, it seems women's league isn't actually the right way of like thinking about it. It's titles, right? Like, so to get a title, you have to beat a certain number of people with a title themselves, and you kind of harvest points from each game you win, and then those points, those norms, give you a title. So the women's bracket is really just a different title system for women.
What are the rewards for winning like the women's title? I'm not familiar.
So like there's a prize fund for women's only, like for every chess tournament has its own prize fund. And you get rating points from it as well. Those are the two things. Yeah.
So there's some people that are eligible.
Just very quickly, someone gave a hype chat. Thank you, Solus the PG, who we're hanging out with on Saturday. Prime, love you, bro. Thanks for everything. And also, you like CJ from GTA, San Andreas, with a goatee, respectively. LOL. Thank you for the $5 hype chat. Awfully kind of you.
You look nothing like CJ from GTA.
It's because I'm black.
Yeah, I guess they would need to establish. So this is really complicated because I've spoken with like a lot of trans women about specifically kind of like the socialized experience of becoming like a woman. And some trans women I've talked to have this really interesting perspective where they talk about like this kind of like internalized misogyny where they see like feminine things as worse, like inherently, and so they have a hard time like when they're moving into feminine spaces and interacting with other women, feminine ways that are kind of like culturally feminine ways that like women spaces tend to interact with each other. They're inclined to be like, it's like cringy shit or like weaker shit, which could potentially be a contributing factor to this. My issue with like the FIDE decision is it feels, I understand why they're doing it. They're basically saying we don't really want to have this going on unendingly without any research. We'd rather figure it out first and then implement it after. They're kind of being like cautious. It feels weird that they haven't substantiated like any plausible reasons as to why they specifically believe that trans women being in cis women titles, competing for cis women titles and then cis women tournaments or whatever, how that would change the dynamic specifically. That's like the main thing that feels kind of like weird to me, because it does, like Doobie said, it does kind of feel like FIDE is backhanding women a little bit by being like, yeah, men are just better than you biologically. And it's like, well, if you're like wanting to encourage women to come into the sport, probably making that type of decision that looks this way is like the least effective way to do that.
Right.
So I don't know. It just seems really weird. That's the main thing. The FIDE decision just seems fucking weird to me. I'm just like, why are you doing this?
Yeah. So my chess friends are screaming at me that I need to further explain a few aspects of this to make it easy, and I think there's a better way of doing it. Okay. So chess tournaments can have a variety of different requirements for people to play in. So when I'm running chess events, I can say that something is open or closed, and then there's rating requirements for participation. So that's MMR, right? So if something's closed, like let's say I was running a chess tournament in Missouri and I was saying that it is closed, I would advertise that Missouri closed. You have to live in the state of Missouri to be able to participate in this event. And then I would specifically list whether it was US chess or FIDE rated. And if it's FIDE rated, it's also US chess rated usually. And in our country, the memberships just kind of go hand in hand. And then there's different brackets. So like I could run a scholastic only tournament. So sometimes I'm running chess tournaments where you have to be 17 and under and of a specific rating level. So when we're talking about women's only tournaments specifically, that's just an additional requirement added to the event. You have to be female to play in this event. That's all it is. It's not a whole separate bracket or league. All the
You
rating
have to be
points,
female or woman.
Oh shit. That's
Well, I guess we have the answer now.
Oh god.
Sounds like it's female, hey?
This is a chess, like we're figuring this out. Like the chess world is weird. We don't know what we're doing here. I'm gonna be the speaker of all chess. I mean, I'm a FIDE arbiter, so I can a little bit, but like not.
It sounds like they're saying
female.
one of the requirements
Everything's
is female. Yeah.
Yes. So
Not
everything's
women.
female, but I have to figure out how on a.
Yeah. Female. Did they say female on their?
They list it as female, but like okay. Let's talk distinctions here. Like how, because it's been a minute. What's the distinction between woman
Sex
and
and
female
gender?
in this case?
No.
Yes. No, I know.
I don't
but
buy
like
the distinction.
explain
It's
it.
fake.
But like, so are we?
Please God, no.
So this is gonna be completely like chess doesn't even think about this. Chess doesn't even think about this. Even
Well, yeah. So then,
They
like,
clearly are. They're
when the
clearly
female,
saying cis
with the
women
female
are females.
divisions, like, are they verifying things? Is this just like straight
It's
self-report?
based on national for FIDE. Okay, so for U.S. chess, so the United States has its own chess organization that's separate from FIDE. Okay, for U.S. chess, it's whatever you put when you register, and you get one swap, and then any more swaps, you have to send an email to whoever to get it fixed. For FIDE, they want proof from your nation of origin. So if your nation supports trans rights and will let you list yourself as female, you can be female. But if your nation does not allow that, then you don't get that privilege.
Okay. Okay,
Yes.
that's what
Highly
it is
inconsistent.
currently, and not like the changes they're thinking of making. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, currently, right now,
Okay.
if you have a passport that says female, you can register as female in FIDE. And then the change, the 2-year thing is actually something that's enforced. Like the way FIDE does their rules, they do proclamations, and then all FIDE people are supposed to say, yes, I see your proclamation, and I hereby will abide by this proclamation. Amen.
Chess World is so fucking cringe, man.
Lactoid
Do you guys like
wins-
go to the furry con conventions afterwards because it feels like
Yeah.
kind of the same?
No, it's not like that. It's not like
You know, the furry people probably beat them up. Actually,
That's true. You're way too organized. Yeah, the furry people are definitely beating you up and too degenerate. You guys are like
No,
furry people.
no,
like,
no,
you
no.
want to have
Chess
sex
people
while
are
playing
actually-
chess, and you guys are like, "What's sex?" Ah,
Chess people are actually extremely buff.
gender's not
Surprisingly
real.
enough.
Neither is females.
God
I don't
damn it.
know.
Okay, FIDE maybe not, but like American chess players are super buff. Like 50% of them,
All right.
Oh,
30% of them.
That doesn't. I don't care if you're buff.
Hope.
Just saying,
that
like
doesn't
we would
that
beat up the
doesn't matter.
furries.
Hold on, but your husband? Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna leave this alone. We're gonna move past.
I didn't
this.
say I don't care. For winning a fight. I'm not convinced that just because you're buff, you're gonna win a fight.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Okay,
That's
true.
what I mean. I care
The
about being
furry
buff.
costume
I
does
enjoy
like
it.
will absorb impacts. I guess there's that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Which chess player is buff?
Will be more
What are you
tactical.
talking about?
let's not go down this route,
There's
please.
probably one.
Let's
There's
go.
probably one.
Lactoid.
His name's
Tons.
Victor. His
Did you
name's
have-
Victor.
Victor,
known.
no, not
Okay,
Victor, not
I'm
Victor.
sure you
I
can
know a
find
Victor. He's not
one
buff. I
dude.
promise.
I'm sure you can find one.
Like
I've
dude
got
Victor.
out of-
hundreds of them.
Oh
Out of
my
the
God.
99 skinny dudes, I get sure.
And
Every
no, I feel like
strong-
chess players
every
full of
strong
type
chess
A
player.
like psychos who are for sure going to be like. There's for sure enough of them going to the gym at 5
Yeah,
a.m.
Every
and playing chess.
world champion chess player. Like, look at the top 20. They're all like ripped.
Okay,
Is
got
that-
it.
Nice.
All right, ladies, you've been put on notice. All right, Lactoid,
Ripped.
please.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true, but I don't think it is based on my limited knowledge. I agree. I don't know as much as you do.
I thought
Um,
the only thing you cared about was watching the world championship and knowing who's best. Were you not paying attention?
No, so
You're just watching their moves. I got it. That's fair.
Oh my God, please! Like, I want
Sorry.
to move past this. Come on,
We're
and talk
moving
about the
past it.
topic.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm not analyzing their physique. I'll be honest.
Okay,
with you.
I'm looking at
so-
Magnus Carlsen's body, and he's not ripped. He's just skinny. Sorry, and it has big
All right.
joints.
Okay,
Hold on. I
Lactoid.
gotta look at this.
Oh my
I'm
God,
almost- I'm
please.
I'm trying. Okay. Okay, without getting into the whole like what is a woman debate, because there is prize money. I'm guessing that is allocated to the women's league that you can only qualify for you if the league determines that you are an eligible woman. Is that accurate? You're busy looking at like the
yes.
physiques of. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, no, I was looking at the physiques though, actually, but that's besides the point.
What are you googling?
Um,
I'm curious.
I just looked
Hot
up
chest
Magnus
on chest
Carlsen
action.
ripped. No, he's ripped. Look at this man. Are you kidding? I mean, okay, he's
looking
not
at some
ripped.
black king.
He's not- he's not- he's
yeah.
He's not Nick ripped, but he's ripped. Here, I'll screen cap it and post it in chat. Okay, so what was I getting at? You asked the question. I'm sorry, I got very distracted. Like, look at that.
I'm sure you. Yeah. Okay. For the women's league, for the women titles, okay, I'm under the assumption there's prize money set aside for those titles that is otherwise
Titles
inaccessible.
aren't so when you're a woman to get your WGM title, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to get prize money. The title is separate from the money. Winning a chess tournament is how you win money usually. So
Is there money set aside for? Is there money that men could not win? Is the question.
in some events, yes. It's not an overall thing. It's each organizer gets to figure out whatever jacked up the way they want to hand out prize money.
Okay. Well, but
it's inconsistent.
well, I mean, what does FIDE say in terms of like?
We get so much leeway on how we run our events. So like FIDE, US Chess, whatever, we get to decide the prize. All we have to do is announce what the prize fund is and what the requirements are for the prizes ahead of time, and that's it. And it can be almost whatever we want.
Wait a minute, you
feel
guys
like-
get flexibility on where to put the prize money, but you don't get flexibility on who gets to compete for that prize money?
Yeah, basically, and that's the situation. Yep, that's exactly what's going on. So we gotta say
Listeners, you guys need to get beat up more. I think is what I'm learning.
there's a 200-page essay on like how all this works. It's like literally
Of
almost
course
3
there
words
is.
that you can see.
I'm not surprised that there's a 200-page essay about how this works.
Like the official rules of chess.
And I'm sure it is 200 pages. Probably 203.
I thought it was pretty straightforward. I don't know.
No, it's very
Okay.
complicated, Lactoid.
You can decide where you decide where the prize money goes, but like, well, hold on a minute. Hold on, Mad Lad. Under this logic, let's say,
Yeah.
could you create like a trans only league, or sorry, a trans only title and then assign that all the prize money that would otherwise.
Well, the
go to
titles
women's
are so what a title is decided by FIDE. So FIDE gets to decide what titles
Okay.
exist and how that all works.
But you get to decide where the money goes.
Theoretically, if I wanted to have,
Could you give money to a non-winner? Like, say a
I think it would be. I think it's a groundbreaking. So I think it's a groundbreaking idea, actually, in a sense. Like, I probably could run an event that's trans only. Probably.
Hey, I'm telling you, I will lawyer these rules out the fuck. I will help you out.
Probably. Like, I can't think of anything off the top of my head that doesn't.
Gotcha.
So and like what's interesting about
policy making based.
And what's really interesting, you would love the rules of chess. There's like 2 giant books, one for USCF that I have to know, and then one for FIDE that I have to know when I'm running events. But it's interesting though.
It sounds awesome. Yeah, it does sound a lot of fun.
At least I got paid for it. That's the point.
Sounds like a great time.
Yeah, it does.
No, so it's interesting in the U.S. what we have mixed doubles prizes that I think this is where like there'd be the most
friction,
money, opportunity cost that comes from this ruling. Because the way mixed doubles work, male and female teams can combine their efforts, and then whichever team has the highest score overall across all the different sections gets prize money. So one awful side effect of this, by the way, if you're wondering how this has an actual impact, is that men find women at these tournaments and go, hey, do you have a mixed doubles partner? Do you have a mixed doubles partner? Do you have a mixed doubles partner? Hey, do you have a mixed doubles partner? And women who are being introduced to chess are like, wow, I hate chess tournaments because all I'm being asked is, hey, do I have a mixed doubles partner?
And they smell because they're chess players. I mean, it sounds.
And they're
awful,
not buff because they're chess players.
No, the chess players I know, at least at my city that I'm debating on listing, and all the people that I work with are extremely buff and very
smelly, very smelly.
No, we actually work very hard.
No way, they're too type A. They're too type A. The most buff chess player. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't have much to weigh in. I don't care that much about chess. Seems a little dumb. But also, I'm not surprised to hear that chess is having a hard time with policy making.
Lame it. Well, yeah, of course.
Okay.
But like,
it's not that I'm not understanding. It's just, if I'm being honest, I just don't fucking care. Other than that seems kind of weird, FIDE. You should probably have a better reason than just like. You want to make it more inclusive to cis women? I don't know.
Okay, so here's why I wanted to take this. I wanted to expand on this moment. Because it's something I've brought up before. I've talked about it. And I don't have an answer. Like, I don't. Like, I wish I did, but I just don't. Where we have male-dominant spaces, and they are terrible for all kinds of reasons, for the reasons that we've already named here, right? But still, like, I think there should be more female representation than is actually the case. So, for instance, when we're talking about the fighting game community, something I watch a lot of fighting games, big into that. Street Fighter, Guilty Gear, I love that stuff. It's all males, up and down males. When it comes to StarCraft, which is RTS, right? Different scene, but like all males. There's some trans women.
And they're all buff. For sure.
Some of them are
very buff, extremely buff.
There are some of them were actually buff. There are women, but they're trans women, no cis women. So I'm specifically looking for cisgender women. I want to make that distinction here. So we see some cisgender or trans women in fighting in community. We see them in RTS, but we don't see cisgender women. And I'm wondering, why is that the case? Like,
because they're not interested in it.
No, I don't. I think there definitely are. Like they're more
complicated than that. That's the driving thing. And then also the women who are interested in it probably don't find a super comfortable time being there. That's probably these two factors, like most male dominated spaces.
I'm giving
or female dominated spaces.
I'm giving the uncomfortable part. Like I hear you, but like there are efforts in these spaces to make them more comfortable. Right now, I can't. As not being a woman, I can't say how effective those efforts are. That's fair, but like there are absolutely work to draw in more people. There's work in terms of like streamers, in terms of the fighting game community. You see them all the time, like creating like little women's leagues, right? Like little sorry, but I mean like a small women's league where, hey, like, come in and learn, right? If you don't know anything about this, male and female streamers do this. Say, hey, you don't know about this community, I want to bring you in, right? I want this to be an inclusive space. And then tournaments, making it very clear, yeah, you can't fuck around here, right? So, but still, like, there is a difference. I mean, cis women show up in terms of the audience. They love it, right? So it's not like they're not interested in it. And in terms of RTS, it's so popular, especially in Korea. It's so popular. You see women all like a extremely mixed audience, but still,
if you look in the crowds, absolutely, like
Yeah.
at least based off of the esports that I casually watch, and not much, but like even so, the esport that I watch the most casually is like Dota 2, where it's like that is the competitive wise, that's male dominated. But if you look into the crowd, yes, it's primarily men, but it's way more mixed. It's way more balanced. Now, I don't know how some women might just be dragged there by their, I don't know, or might just go back and forth. But like, yeah, it's hard to suss out.
So anyway,
the issue is like, just because women are watching, it doesn't actually necessarily mean that they want to play and compete. Some probably do, but that doesn't mean like all. Like I like watching MMA quite a bit. Like males MMA. I don't want to do MMA ever. I'm not interested at all. I just like there's something.
Well, to be fair, the barrier to entry between that and esports and video games, I think, is a little bit different.
little
I
bit.
agree. I agree, but the issue, the analogous part isn't like the threat to violence against my life. Like I understand that that's just analogous. The analogy here is there's going to be a lot of people who enjoy watching things, and I think particularly women who don't necessarily actually want to pay, because like not as many women seem to like really thrive and enjoy like hyper aggressive spaces, for example, but they do like to watch hyper aggressive spaces, and so like that's probably part of the details. I'm just saying, just because there's an audience of women, it doesn't mean that there's like a large body of women that are interested in it.
I hear you on that. Being a male extraordinaire, right? Like I watch fighting games, but I understand that I suck at fighting games, which is why I don't play, right? Like I used to before, but I suck, right? And I don't feel like putting in the effort. But it's like I feel like there should be like an 80-20 rule, right? Like most people will just watch, but there'll be a subsection of them who participate. In any case, like the reason why I'm bringing up specifically esports, is because that's a space where the ground is even, right? And it's not like women, there aren't competitive women. We see competitive women in sports, right? Like, so we have examples of women being in MMA, right? We have competitive women who will do all these things, but
they compete against each other still.
Exactly, yeah. But like, but when we're talking about a mixed environment, like when they have that opportunity, like I feel like there must be something more than simply it's like men's sexism. Like I don't think that these spaces. Go ahead.
Well, I can speculate, only speculate. But and I'm definitely not an expert on the entirety of the esports scene. But from what I sort of casually know, if you look at the casual player base, at least if you do any sort of online gaming, when I've done in the past, like there are women that are clearly playing these games, even Dota 2, even StarCraft 2. Now, when you get to the competitive level, you know, there's a little bit of a shift in terms of like, I don't know if it still holds true, but like at one point, like team houses were a thing. So I think it's understandable, like if you're a group of like in a
they don't do
Dota
team
team,
houses
you're like
anymore. That's long ago. That's long ago.
But either way, but even like boot camps preparing for tournaments, like they're very often like they're getting together and we're all just going to like now in this like shared space, like just play this game and practice, and like that might create sort of a very uncomfortable situation where that might be like 4 guys and 1 girl, or like whatever, the balance might be off, and I think it might be understandable that might also create just a further barrier to getting to that level, since as Mad Lad pointed out, when you have these types of spaces that are just young men and they're young and immature, they tend to not treat people all that great.
But it's not.
It's not just the young
men.
ones. Don't worry. It's the old ones.
Yeah, sure.
Well,
that's totally fair as well.
Yeah. But like when we're looking at rankings, right? Like, okay, if we're looking at the so as you said, women do play these games, right? They play them at home, right? But we're looking at the top rankings. as far as we know, there's no women, right? Like when we look at like in Street
I
Fighter,
think Scarlet. There's like Scarlet on StarCraft, too,
Scarlet,
right? But she's a trans woman.
Is a trans woman.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But when we look at like the top rankings, like we can figure out who they are, because like it's like the same people. We don't see women breaking into these things. So that's at home. That's without like a man breathing down their neck, right? But still, we don't see them like in the upper echelons of these competitive spaces when they don't even have to like interact with us. So is it the case?
There's a number of things.
So, hold on, I'm just look, final thing. So is it the case that there is a difference in terms of like performance, that even when we're talking about on a non-physical activity, where it's about like reaction times or whatever, I don't know what it is, that men simply perform better? I don't know.
I mean, I think one other thing in general, when you look at like open group competition, even if like capacity is the same, is that men do have that weird, because of their fucking, I think it's the Y chromosome, Corey could probably correct me, they just tend to be slightly more extreme. So like if you look at the really low end, like a negative fourth deviation on some sort of metric, like IQ, you'll see a slightly larger representation of men. And then you see the same thing on like kind of the upper echelon. So like in general, when you see like extreme competitions, even though I think women are just as like biologically capable to do these things, you are going to see men probably slightly overrepresent there, because they're just, again, they tend to be slightly more extreme on average. So that's like part of what's driving some of this. I think also like whether this is socialization, I don't actually care whether it's nature or nurture. It's probably a bit of both. Even as a woman, like I'm going to compare this to powerlifting. I think the way that we socialize women in competition is very different than men. And we're really seeing a shift recently, because women's powerlifting records recently, especially with like the newest generation of female powerlifters, they're obliterating the former records. Because when we talk about it, women were often trained, like when we were taught in the gym and stuff, we're not really taught the experience of like pushing your body to the point where you're like passing out and shitting yourself, which is required for extreme excellent bodylifting, because passing out and shitting yourself is definitely not ladylike, right? And so like women aren't going to be encouraged to do these types of things. They're not going to be encouraged to like push their body to that level because of like socialization shit. But now that women are actually doing this stuff, they're pushing themselves to these extremes. They're not like competing at men's levels of powerlifting, but they're shattering their previous records by large margins. I suspect there's some of that's probably going on as well, in that like, unlike powerlifting, which is becoming really popular, especially with like Gen Z and younger millennials, like it's just a lot of women that are into like muscle mommy stuff. Gaming isn't as popular for girls yet. Like there's just less women doing particularly like gaming, right? Like most girls are like, I love Farmville, blah, 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 right? Like I'm a fucking simp for Ark, but not the competitive version. So you also have this like population that's just small.
Well, but like for chess, there is.
1 second. I just thank you, Rob North, for the raid. If you're a Come From Mods channel, hit the follow button in case you haven't done so yet. We really appreciate it. Shout out to Rob North for being kind enough to raid. Go ahead, please.
Isn't this very similar to? I'm sorry, man. Just really quickly. Isn't this very similar to what happened in like academia, right? With women being like traditionally pressured to be stay-at-home mothers, right? Just stay home, raise the children, or work down this, or support your husband's business or whatever it is. And then once that we did work to break down that kind of cultural like I'd consider it a form of oppression. That cultural oppression, like we see women actually making great strides in academia, right? Doing better than men in a lot of ways in academia, right? And we saw a similar thing happen in like computer science, right? For a long time, there's this assumption that women just weren't interested in computers or programming or any of this kind of stuff, right? But it's because culturally, this was not something that was presented to them as an opportunity, right? And they're actually discouraged, right? Because computers were what nerdy boys did, right? So like, I think it's just something that's going to take time to like, wear down these kind of barriers that we've built up as a society, and I don't think there's anything biological there.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything biological.
Yeah, there's probably like a tipping point at some point.
Other than the extremes. If we're going to get to extremes, we'll see slightly more men populating extremes, particularly on a metric like processing
What about
power, like
League of
but not
Legends?
because men are smarter on average in any way.
I don't know this answer because I'm not a degenerate League of Legends player, but I'm going to ask about it.
Fuck that Siren.
Siren. So Siren is a top player within.
No. They're referencing Team Siren.
Oh, Team Siren. Sorry.
Team Siren was a attempt a couple years ago. I totally don't understand time when it comes to League of Legends. It may have been 10 years ago. I don't fucking know. It was an attempt at an all-women league team, and they really emphasized the fact they were all women. They really emphasized the fact they were going to kick all those men, all the men's asses.
Girl
and they
power.
Were girl power. They were the Powerpuff Girl intro. It was ridiculous.
They had a Powerpuff Girl.
No, well, it wasn't actually Powerpuff Girl. Like they were pretending like they were we're going to come in and kick ass. It was way over the top.
It's a big L for feminism.
It was because they
rough.
proceeded to lose everything. They tried. They just couldn't compete. Right? They were about Gold League in terms of skill, and they were some of the top women playing League at the time. And so, I think even that attempt kind of tarnished what people thought women could do in that game.
I mean, so my question is that and again, I don't know. Currently in the league rankings, Imagine League has rankings. Do we have women there? League is the most mechanically chess is the only thing that's less mechanically intensive. But it's not mechanically intensive. Very slow until except for a few moments.
No, you have to be very good with your reflexes to be good at League. I completely disagree.
Wait, hold on, but isn't this a
League,
another aspect of the problem, right? So because and I understand that part of their marketing was we're the all-female league, right? And we're a team, and we're going to beat the boys, whatever. But I think that part of the issue is that because they did this marketing, right? They tried to cash in on this this meme. They became a representative for all women in league, right? All female teams. So rather than oh well, hey, this team didn't work out. Lots of male teams don't work out, right? It's oh well, actually, it's women that are the issue. Women in general are the problem. Women in general are just bad at league, right? And not just this group of individuals that didn't work out. Lots of teams don't work out.
Yeah, but they got more funding and more attention by virtue of the fact they're women than any other goal.
Well, that happens all. Well, I'm not going to say all, but there are totally clear examples where
So I'm saying they had more of a chance, Skip, than any other Gold League team because they were women, and they obviously couldn't succeed, because they're Gold League, which is expected.
I mean, maybe it's skill, but it happens all the time where obviously. Again, on the casual stuff that I followed in the past, on paper, you put together this superstar roster, and they have a lot of money behind it, and it falls flat.
Maybe there's no synergy.
I mean, but the thing is, I think this is a social thing on a big level, though, right? Part of it is just if you are a female playing a video game, and you try to participate in voice chat or do any of the things. That becomes its own issue, and since League's a team game and it's hard to actually find people to play the game with, I think it actually makes it very, very difficult for there to be a lot of experienced female players who can, be.
But then that's
really
not
strong...
the excuse that you can use in fighting games, right? You can ladder in fighting games,
or
StarCraft or any of that.
Yeah,
right?
I think sexism is contributing to some things for sure. I think it's a really empty argument broadly because I think it misses the point, which is that I think powerlifting is actually such a good comparison because I really think there's something that happens where I think Iris Miriam is young. There's this idea of throwing like a girl, and obviously testosterone has an effect on body output, blah, 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 right? Men on average are just stronger for obvious reasons. The issue is that we also socialize women in this really strongly. So a lot of women don't push themselves. A lot of women aren't comfortable in competitiveness. There might even be some neurochemical elements of how testosterone levels, or probably not testosterone, it's probably more complicated than this, but masculinized neurochemicals might actually incentivize competitive behavior more and make it more rewarding. I don't actually know. I'm just curious. A lot of trans men I've talked to have been man, testosterone is crazy. I just want to fucking fight people and fuck all the time, right? So again,
that's
being
my
hyperbolic.
Yes, indeed.
Fighting and fucking. But what I was going to say is powerlifting is really interesting because as women have gotten more good at understanding how to push themselves and how to be competitive and comfortable with competitiveness, I don't know if you know what the DOT system is, but at certain low weight categories, records for certain lifts are held by women compared to men, right? And so like they're like, especially like I think I actually won't quote it because Nick's gonna yell at me if I say it's lower body lifts and it's upper body, but I'm pretty sure it's lower body lifts that at low weight categories there are some women out competing men because of like the training. There's not a ton of men at the low weight categories, and women are just getting really fucking good at powerlifting. They're getting impressively good at it because it's all about like body weight. So I suspect there's a similar thing going on here with gaming. Women are not used to it. We're not comfortable with it. I didn't grow up being like super hyper aggressive and competitive. If I lose, I'm more likely to maybe like get sad and like told that I'm like failure and like feel intimidated by it because of the way that I've been socialized. I don't know. I feel like it's so much more complicated than just like sexism.
The category doesn't matter.
I mean, there he is. There he is in the background. I was gonna say, like, the strongest league player.
Everyone in all across all the categories has a dot, and that's supposed to equal.
Sorry, keep going. He's
Okay.
just talking about.
I was just gonna say, like, the strongest league player I know is female. Like, just personally.
Yeah, but I'm saying,
I think it's
but
like a
smaller data set. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Small data set. He knows, by
this
the
is
way.
why I'm asking for rankings, right? This is why I'm asking for rankings. So, like, the reason why I pick League is because a lot of women play League. A lot of women are passionate.
Well, a lot
about
of
League.
strong players don't necessarily pursue the rankings because of the toxicity in the environment. That's why playing League is degenerate.
From my understanding, League at every level is toxic, right? It's legendarily toxic at every level, but still women play. Right, and like
it gets worse as you work your way up, though.
Oh, sure. I don't know, man. Like then
I don't know if that's true.
Like
No,
yeah,
because-
like
Haven't you seen The
know.
Queen's Gambit? It's absolutely true.
Yeah. So
No,
yeah, it seems like that's like despite the toxicity of the League that women talk about, but still they participate in. And I'm not sure if it's gendered, but I'm sure it is because of course. But still, like they participate in it and they like it a lot. But in terms of performance, that's what I'm looking for. And I'm not trying to make declarative statements, okay, about like what a woman can do. I'm just like looking for evidence. And right now, like the more I look for it, the more I can't find it. Centrism time. Progressive on evidence.
We don't want to
too.
go too
Shut
far,
up.
Prime. We don't want to go too far.
Progressives like evidence too. But she's a centrist. She wouldn't understand that.
No, she says she's a progressive. Does she not?
She says lots of things. But anyway, moving on. So.
Yeah, so in chess, okay, so I'm trying to figure out how to bring this back to like the topic at hand a little bit, because we're talking about like League, which is like kind of a team-based game with ranking. So like the MMR system in League is based, or the ELO system in League is based off of like,
I think
chess, right?
all the MMR systems, and lots of them
All
use
of
it in
them,
terms of
yes.
fighting games.
Yeah,
and
it's all chess
StarCraft,
based.
it's all chess based, yeah.
But the difference is that with games like League or even StarCraft, there's a lot more variables in terms of like personality, right? Like you've got a team of 5 people that you're working with in League. Even in StarCraft, you're playing matches. I don't know how big the matches are, but like you're playing against multiple players, and it creates its own situation.
It's usually 1v1 in StarCraft.
So like in chess, we've got one-on-one competition. It's one player versus another, and the issue is, at least for women specifically, is like trying to play in a stressful environment. Like, so for example, I was playing in the World Open one year, and I was having a fantastic tournament. Like I won my first 3 games. It's a 9-game event. If I kept going, I was pretty likely to cash out, and cashing out is awesome. Like it's thousands of dollars. And before my 4th game, in the lobby of my hotel, a homeless woman had come in and was asking for food. So I had my lunch. This woman came in asking for food, and I was like, okay, here's food, because like I felt bad for her. Like it was a really rough. She looked like she was in a really bad situation, and that interaction wasn't a bad one. It wasn't like she did anything particularly mean to me or anything. I just gave her like half my lunch and then moved on. But that encounter impacted my concentration on that game. Like my next game, I missed a few moves because one thing you do when you stare at the chessboard is just like have intrusive thoughts, and I just kept having intrusive thoughts about the interaction and feeling bad for this person, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I lost a game where I was like in a very winning position, right? Like I was kicking this person's ass. If you saw the position, it was just like, oh my god, how's this person gonna win? And then I slowly fucked it up by move 40.
So we ban the homeless. It's great.
No, that's not my point. My point is
burn them.
that
Okay, burn them. Got it.
I have like that's like a very small thing that threw off my concentration. Imagine being sexually harassed at a chess tournament. Imagine having weird things being sent to your hotel room. Imagine having a bad experience after a game like the previous round. Someone offers to analyze the game with you, and you go off to analyze your chess game, and you're trying to figure out like what you did right or wrong, and then that analysis goes horribly, like just real bad. You get in a bad social situation, and the next time you encounter that position on the chessboard, you're reflecting on that horrible experience that you had, right? So it is actually like, having situations like that come up actually makes it very, very difficult for female players. And that's kind of the
Wait,
what?
So shouldn't that be then like addressing hopefully the culture around chess and the toxicity around chess as well?
There definitely needs to be like something there, right? Like for sure.
Like
how,
that just
how bad is it really, Mad Lad? Like your personal experience having I guess been really involved in this. I mean, is it like every time there's a tournament there's like some kind of scandal?
So I'm not female, so I can't talk about my personal experiences, but like a lot of times when something bad does happen.
Where?
Like,
well, I just want to make sure it's very
sexually
clear.
harassed as a woman. Okay.
I don't. Okay.
Heard.
Your pronouns are in your name. We got it. Now just explain.
Right. Yeah, I'm a back question mark. But no, I as a tournament director, I haven't had to deal with a situation like that. In Scholastics,
how many tournaments have you run?
300, 400.
So in 400 tournaments, you haven't had anything.
But
rise
most
up
of them are
some sort
Scholastic
scandal?
though. So most of it's Scholastic. Adult tournaments have been coming up over the last year.
So teenage boys.
Not even teenage boys. Like we're talking elementary school. Like 300 of my events were elementary schoolers.
I thought you said 17 or younger.
Now, yes.
Okay, how many of those have you done?
I can actually pull it up. A year's worth of events. I'm running like 4 events a week, basically, for the last year.
So 200?
100 or two. Yeah, 100 or
fuck
two.
ton.
And
like
nothing.
And nothing?
Yep, nothing.
Well,
but the thing is, but this is different though.
Wait. Like so that like obviously I can't. But this might just be a situation of a lack of a reporting system or a lack of accountability.
Yeah. Of course,
yes, but like that's exactly right. So like the situation is
it suggests that maybe it's not as like a. But like when you were first describing it, I thought it was gonna be like, I don't know if you guys ever heard about like Rainforest. I watched this whole documentary about it, but just the amount of like fucking scandals coming out of that con was crazy. Every year there was like rape allegations, assault, right? Like massive amounts of property damage.
Which con? Which con is this?
Rainforest. Sorry, I've been on it for
like you, send me a link. Send me a link,
That's why you
please.
brought it up. Okay, got it.
A link to the Rainforest documentary.
Yes, please. That sounds
so. This is. I'm gonna send you guys a link in your various chats. This is actually a great idea. So there's an article that was recently put out from leadchess.org. It's a chess playing website that's like a big deal. That kind of talks about it, and you guys can put it in your respective chats. I'm not in everyone's chat right now. That kind of talks about like women's experiences. Now, the tournaments I run are usually either at a school or a chess center, which means that people are local, they drive to the chess club, and then they leave. And in situations like that, opportunities for sexual harassment are far fewer than if you're playing a chess tournament in a hotel over the course of multiple days, and there's like, after the game socialization that's happening in more private areas. So it's a little bit different. My experience is a little bit more skewed towards like very public events where there's just not a lot of privacy for the sexual harassment to happen. I do think it's underreported, but like, again, I have a lot of female friends who are chess players, and every single female player that I know has multiple stories of sexual harassment, like, and really bad sexual harassment, not just like someone hitting on them, but like,
no, we got it. Yeah, you said it many times. Yeah, we got it. Yeah.
Well, hold on. Like, what's the worst instance of sexual harassment that you've heard?
Oh my gosh!
I mean, look at the article I just linked.
Can you describe it? And
like,
is there a subreddit about it?
Literally,
anywhere
I give you an article that covers so much, and then like
I'm not gonna. Fair enough. I'll read this article.
Like this article, it's a good one. It's very.
Like, are these your friends? Like,
Has the internet historian covered this recently and has a video I could watch covering all this?
I'm looking more for like a Cliff's Notes. You got one of those for me?
Like,
TLDR.
There is. I think this article just covers it though. Like this is the TLDR. Just
I feel like I
Wait,
read this.
That is not a
Like, look at
TLDR.
it.
Okay, I don't know if you know what a
Like,
TLDR
okay,
is.
Well, one
but-
for a chess player though, where they have like 200-page
True,
books, like this is the
true,
TLDR.
true.
Yeah.
I mean, like they've
Oh
got
my
like
gosh.
specific instances of like chess mentors like sexually harassing like hundreds of famous like chess women, right? Like
So
the
is,
Ramirez case is actually a big deal. Just look up the Ramirez case. That kind of covers the.
is there any
It's
sort
in
of
2023.
like code of conduct for players and like so
Yes.
is there also a way to like report any sort of misconduct, and are there examples, I guess you're probably providing them now, of like pretty much
So
misconduct being exposed and actual sanctions and penalties like
So all
actually
this
being
is actually
imposed?
happening live right now. This year, there's been a lot of allegations that have been brought forth, and one of the policies that's being implemented by U.S. Chess is that all tournament directors have to go through sexual harassment training, and it's like a $19 fee to whoever they're outsourcing
That'll
this to,
fix it.
and that'll fix it. Yeah, that's exactly what. That's
For
what all.
sure.
All it's. I feel like.
This $19 course will definitely convince
Right.
people not to rape.
Yeah.
We get it,
Work
boys.
in university.
So for tournament directors, the whole point is that so we're aware of situations that it's happening. Like we're supposed to be the observers, the authority figures. So people are supposed to be able to come to us and say, "Hey, this bad thing happened. Do something about it." And then there's also like an ethics council, like at the higher end for each organization. But even with that, it doesn't really cover very much of like what's going on, because like the $19 course is not going to make shitty tournament directors pay more attention to this stuff. It's just going to make them out $19 that they're going to suck.
So anyway, I want to like well, damn, we're almost out of time. But like I wanted to
Oh yeah, we should talk
focus
about
it on. Yeah, I know. We should. That's why I'm working on it.
Well, we
Matt
spent so
Latin.
much time on this
Matt-
shit about dogs.
Matt. Oh my God, Matt Latin. Okay, so anyway,
I don't care about chess. I'm sorry. I don't care about
but-
chess.
yeah. But that's why I was trying to expand it past chess, right?
I know.
Yeah. Okay. So, my friend Aiko, he just like sent me something pretty interesting, talking about like it looks like a Texas like
Aiko, like the girl, or Icow Rich, because they're the same. They sound the same to me.
Yeah, I'm talking about Aiko, the man.
Okay.
But he sent me a I don't talk to the other person. So personal. But he sent me something interesting talking about the debate world, right? So like there's there was like a Texas debate system for like children, and men won this debate, right? Sorry, boys were winning constantly until a women won 1 year. And then the next year they created separate leagues, right? A boys a league and a girls division. Where before that didn't happen. So like I'm looking at like the reasons why these different divisions are created and if they are necessary. So something I wanted to get to, because we were talking about this abuse, is like the Negro League. Like we had in this country, we separated white and black people and baseball and other sports too, I think. And like going into the like trying to integrate that, there was a lot of abuse that came their way, right? Like a shitload of abuse, and like very credible threats to their lives. But still, the effort was made, and in the end, I think we can say the result was better. When we're talking about whether it be chess or other divisions where we separate them, maybe we can understand that there will be abuse, but like we have to do the integration and like force a culture change, or it won't happen. Could that be the case?
I lean toward, obviously, like I don't know for sure, but I tend to lean towards that. That's why I have my position that I do of like just letting people compete against people, and like sussing this out is probably not the most productive use of our time.
You hear
Also,
that? Corey wants to destroy women's sports.
Absolutely, yes.
I'm gonna be like, maybe I'm wrong. Didn't they invent? Weren't those? I don't even want to say it. The word. Those leagues that you referenced. Wasn't that like in direct response to the fact that like this was during certain era in American history where like black people couldn't join the other leagues. Pretty sure the reason why those leagues happened is not because like, oh, they wanted like their own thing. It was you're not allowed to join our thing. So
until we
Oh, it
created
was
our
like a
own.
segregationist policy.
yeah, it was a segregation thing, right? In fact, they mostly dissolved in the 50s and 60s.
Well, they combine
Yeah.
the leagues.
Yeah. So I'm saying these things form from different reasons. That's why I brought up the debate thing, right? The like it's not always so clear as to why these things are created in the first place, right? It might be obvious to us. We might think it's obvious to us, but it might not be the case. There's like a deeper history into that. So there's all kinds of reasons why we had these divisions.
So,
but still, an integration will be tough. But that doesn't mean that it's not worth doing. So should we consider, especially when we're not talking about a physical activity, or like we're talking about chess or anything else like that, shouldn't we integrate?
So this is actually really interesting. I think we could use the baseball as a metaphor for what happened in chess to make it easier for everyone to understand what's going on. This is gonna sound really cringe though, so just bear with me. But like I think this will work.
No, we're all sure of that. Go ahead.
So the integration happened. You've got the Negro leagues and the regular leagues combined into one league. And
Why are you smiling so much, Lactoid?
I know the word sounds. I can't say it.
You
I
can't
can't say that word
it's
here.
Fine. You're right. You can't. No, it's fine. What I'm gonna say is like so much.
The
worse.
N-word league.
So-
Go ahead. You can say that.
No.
No,
Don't let
no.
white men
No.
tell you what language you can or cannot use.
So-
Don't let white men do that.
After
whatever you want.
the integration happens, there are titles that baseball players can earn by having a great batting average. Okay, so if you reach a certain batting average, you get a title, and we're gonna call those titles National Master and FIDE Master and Grandmaster. So those titles existed from your batting average beforehand, but when the leagues integrated, they decided to create a separate system for folks who are just joining, who are integrated in, and we're going to call it, God, there's got to be a better, we're going to call it BNM, and then BFM, and then BGM. We'll call it that. So like Black Grandmaster, Black National Master,
Black
FIDE
Grandmaster.
Yeah, whatever. So that's what we're dealing with here. It's a system that sounds
Black
like
Grand
that.
Wizard too.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, I know. I didn't want to go in this direction, but it's actually like the most accurate way I can represent this without people saying I'm gonna fuck about chess. So that's the situation we have here. And what's going on is that the Black Grandmasters have all been playing baseball
pulling a
amongst
Vivek.
themselves.
Calling black
And
people grandmasters.
There's people who are becoming black and joining this thing. We're going to transracialism. Yeah. No, so they're becoming black grandmasters, or getting the.
Brother, where the fuck are you?
This is tortured. This is tortured.
We got the black grandmasters, and the people are going to want to be
the
them.
white grand wizards.
Oh, my point
It's
here.
a perfect analogy. Just hear them out. Everything's gonna come together.
So this is the analogy, and like the point is, what the baseball league did is saying basically, if you become black, you can't get this title.
If you become black?
He's saying transracial.
Transracialism.
Are there multiple ways that you could become black? Like if you marry a black person and then
Right.
offer sex,
You
as
get
reparations,
honorary.
do
It's
you
an
eventually
honorary
become
card.
trans
You
black?
did
Or
not
like,
have
does that
to
work?
make this
I
a
mean, if you
baseball.
have enough black inside of you, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so you were saying, Mad Lad, the
Sorry,
white
Mad
grand
Lad.
wizards and the black grandmasters.
Right, the black grandmasters and the black wizards or whatever.
Okay. Well. Okay.
What
So
are the Asians? What would they be?
I hate this so much.
We call them ninjas, actually. We just call them ninjas.
They would be emperors. They would be emperors, of course.
Ninjas and senseis.
I went in the wrong direction. I tried this so hard. I was
Grand.
like, "There's no way this could go
and
wrong."
Middle Eastern
And here
people
I
would be
am.
sultans, right?
Sultan the SWAT, right? Oh God!
This
I think
was-
the biggest takeaway is like, yeah, chess needs to like figure out its rules and like a whole bunch of other stuff and just
Right.
like get things
So
like
there's-
harmonized, probably.
Yeah. So like, I guess the question is really the baseline of this question is: does it make sense to have a 2-year ban on intersectional play in this new league, or would it make more sense to let the intersectional play happen and then come up with rules based on the scenarios you encounter?
Well, so my just to clarify, like, because I think it was mentioned, like, to become a grandmaster for a woman, or I guess a female, that it's a different criteria. Is there any rationale behind that?
From what I've gathered, it's the whole
Is it
harder.
Sure.
Was the TLDR of this? All of the separate titles started from segregation, essentially, and now we've kept the woman title and got rid of the black grandmaster titles.
Kind of like that. No,
we're like, it's a lot of
women
KKK sounding. We should get rid of that one.
Women weren't getting the titles that as they were, so they created new titles for women to get.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, to get these titles, or specifically like the titles for women, like, is it also like basically like the bar is lower, just as it's like
the bar is lower. Generally speaking, the bar is lower.
Well, at least that's just like further my position. Just like, well, like, yeah, just have harmonized titles. Like, I mean,
can we change that now at this point? Like, if we like change the bar to be higher, like, do you think that women can meet those that level?
Not really. The problem right now is that I'm not sure where the top woman ranks in the world as far as all the players go. Top woman chess player. Like in the 90s, there's Judith Polgar. She was like number 5 in the world, and she's the strongest female player ever. Top woman chess player ranking is
It's the Botez sisters.
Top 5 is pretty fucking good.
Not okay. Yeah, well, Judith Polgar was very strong.
Yeah.
But in terms of overall world, she's 127. The strongest female player is 127 right now. It looks like.
Yeah. So
I think they should make it open to everyone, and then women should selectively use their assets as to give them advantage roles.
Yeah,
and amongst those chess players, that will work.
No,
I know.
The only thing we fuck is the.
Oh boy!
No, but no, like literally.
Where were you going with that?
The only thing you fuck is what?
I was gonna make a
grandmaster.
Did you hear about the Did you hear about the controversy about the cheating and the vibrating butt plug thing?
I heard about that. Yeah.
Was that real? I saw that.
No, it wasn't real. Like
in Always Sunny, Philadelphia.
Wait, what?
Allegedly. It was
so, like a person who's playing chess was like their dom made them wear a butt plug or something.
So what happened?
When they failed, they vibrated it.
Right, exactly.
Right, really?
About working really hard and shitting a lot. No. So the world chess champion was kind of arrogant last year, and he said, "I'm not defending my title." Immediately afterwards, he lost to an 18-year-old grandmaster named Hans Niemann. And
was this the vibrator in his foot?
No. There's no vibrator. There's no proof that Hans actually cheated. But the world champion.
Everyone assumes that he cheated.
Well, the world champion accused him, and then Hikaru
because he said he was like playing like against a computer.
He had a history of cheating.
He had a history of cheating on chess.com, but here's the caveat: lots of chess players cheat on chess.com. Like
I don't cheat on
chess.com. You don't. Okay, I don't. But lots of players do.
You like writing policy, of course. You don't cheat on chess.com.
Right. I follow the rules,
dude. I've had some people. Okay, it doesn't matter.
I know you do.
So my point is that
you're Githyanki. You're lawful good.
Lots of people accused Hans of cheating, and then the Eric Hansen, who's this other grandmaster, started making jokes about it. It's like, yeah, he probably had a vibrating butt plug in his ass, and that's how he was getting the moves telegraphed to him. And then that's the part that took off of this story. None of the other stuff, none of the accusations, and there's like all these lawsuits. Like Hans actually sued Magnus and Hikaru for talking shit.
Fair enough.
And it became its whole like kerfuffle. So that's what I was talking about.
But like, there's an Always Sunny Philadelphia episode literally about this. It's amazing. Okay,
Prime, can I ask you a quick question before we end?
Okay.
Is it such a bad thing if like the sport just remains male dominated? Like this is just like a male space. Is that like a problem? Do you think?
You're asking me this?
Yeah.
Which sport? Chess?
Sure.
Or anything?
Wait, is chess a sport?
Yes.
I will. Thank you.
It's not a sport.
Factoid based.
It's a competition.
You lose weight playing chess. You have to
I
actually
know.
be
I looked into that. That's
okay,
not actually
yeah.
true.
Inject all that
That-
chess playing is sculpting their
you can
bodies.
like theoretically, then you could lose weight studying really hard. That doesn't mean that studying's a sport either.
Studying
Like,
can totally be a no. I'm sorry.
I'm
No,
sorry,
just a
it's
sport.
not a sport. Just like
Just a
horse
sport.
riding is basically barely a sport.
Hey, well,
okay?
they show
Riding is
poker on
totally a sport.
ESPN. It's a
You
sport.
have to work
Come on.
really
It's not a
hard.
sport.
It's
They're
on
not a sport.
ESPN.
I don't
What-
care.
That is a
Ride a
sport.
What a
horse.
surprise! What a surprise!
Do you
is
think I care?
coming. What a
If
surprise!
ESPN says it's a
this is
sport, that
coming
means it
from-
necessarily must be a
The
sport.
only thing she gives a fuck about is powerlifting. It sounds
What a
like.
surprise coming from
Powerlifting's not
Erudite,
a
right?
sport.
A fitness sexual here, telling us what it is and what isn't a sport. I think it's pretty interesting. Just saying.
I
and
agree.
by the way-
chess is not a sport. Neither is
no.
poker.
Okay, I take that back.
Yes.
I'm definitely on Lactoid's side now.
Yeah, they're fitness sexual. You're with the guy who's supporting fucking racism and slavery.
I'm not
Yeah.
supporting racism
True.
or
He
slavery.
probably liked when the chess competition was segregated. Okay, you saw his
No.
smile
True.
when you
That's-
said the
it's-
end sounding word.
but
you saw it.
Lactoid
You
No,
saw
I didn't even want to
it.
say it.
Lactoid would
He
defend.
You didn't want to
smiled.
say it. You didn't want to
Lactoid
say
would
it. But you
Lactoid
thought it.
would defend a segregated league, though.
Yeah,
He would
like
say like
Lactoid,
that's
was
right.
segregation beneficial? Were there benefits of segregation?
Oh fuck! Don't say it. Don't say it. Don't ruin
Probably,
it.
overall, no.
I know. I'll say it. And I'll say it for you.
You
There
see
were
that
actually
little,
some
like,
benefits from
ancestry?
segregation. I'll say it.
Like,
You could
I
probably
just-
find one.
You could find a few. There were some benefits.
You find a few. There you go.
There you go. But in any case, like,
Validated.
I will.
Well, Lactoid's standing on the back of a black man to validate his positions again. Very interesting.
George Floyd all over again.
Okay. But anyway, yeah, I think is it Palms male dominated. It's a problem in that, like, I want more women to be involved in all levels of life, right? Like in all areas, I want more women to be there. I think we make a better society. I think we have more interesting interactions when we do that. However, rather forcing it, I don't know where I'm going with this. I think it would be better, but if there are none because they can't make it, then I guess it is what it is. But that's assuming, of course, they have an equal opportunity to do so. If they are having barriers that are keeping them out, or that, like Matt Letton said, that are distracting them from like becoming the very best players than they are, then it's not fair. Then we need to destroy those barriers. All right.
I mean, that's fair enough. Yeah, I think that's true for most things for me as well, right? Because I'm mostly interested in, like, I want to see the best at the best. That's what I like to see. And so if whatever the best of the best happens to be, who cares, right? They're the best of the best.
Well, it's actually like kind of interesting.
I just don't care though. Like if for the next 5 million years, like the top 200 best chess players are all men.
Well, like you don't
I
actually.
care.
Sorry,
The
hold on,
thing
sorry,
is,
sorry.
though-
Let's move on. So you could say which one afterwards. Okay, we're gonna just keep going. So thank you all for being here. It looks like some people want to join in for open panel. We'd love to have you. So stick around, audience members, for an open panel right after this.
Are they going to talk about chess or the dog?
I don't
Better not be
know.
fucking
If
dog.
they're coming in to talk about chess, I'm out.
But
If they wanna talk
Erudite,
about the
if you
dog,
will
I'm
come
here.
in, Erudite, we will talk about anything you want to talk about. If you stick around,
I'm good for anything except more chess talk.
okay, all
We're
right.
the worst. What
Then
happened?
We will put the
It's
I
the
feel like my dig strength.
I love that you love
through
it,
that
but
chess
imagine
conversation, that's what
imagine
I'm
if I
talking
had a panel about the scandals of equestrian sports.
I
Like,
would
just
have been very
imagine
excited
if
about
I
it.
talked at I don't think you would. You shouldn't be. It's fine. You don't have to like
No,
what
I
I like.
actually would. I would be very fascinated exploring your world and the things that you like, and then I'd be like,
Mm.
"Wow, equestrian sports are interesting."
They're not
No,
though.
you
That's the
wouldn't.
problem. Equestrian sports aren't interesting.
Well, then why
In
would you
fact,
have
they're
a
not
panel
sports.
They're
about it?
interesting to me. Yeah, they're even.
Well, no, okay,
not
fine.
sports.
No, but like,
They're more sports than poker and fucking chess.
That I
but
can
they're
agree
not-
with.
Yeah,
chess
it's
is we
slightly
could.
physical.
for Erudite, who I love and appreciate. We'll put the chess players against the wall. I don't care. So anyway, but stick around for that. We do this. Hit the follow button if you haven't done so yet. And consider supporting the channel, guys. I haven't gotten much support at all, so subs to the channel, give bits or give subs if you liked all of this. We went through a whole thing and we argued about lots of interesting things, I think. Well, Erudite disagree, but like we argue about lots of interesting things. If you appreciate that, please support this community so I can provide more of it for you. I need your help to do that. Hype chats, super chats, also very much appreciate. We'll start with my friend Lactoid. Lactoid, I think you're great. And I think like my friend Lactoid is known for being a good debater, for being a lawyer, right, and having a legal sense, and also being a libertarian, which strike against him, but he can't all be
You're
perfect.
missing something. Brian.
No, he's not. No, he's not. Keep going,
A
Brian.
Canadian.
And being a Canuck, right? I hope that's not a hate word. But
You can't say that.
Is that a slur? It might be.
I
don't
think
know.
so.
No, it's not a slur.
Sounds like
What
it.
does
It's
it-
not.
Actually, sounded
Wait,
well.
say it again.
You'd have to.
I don't want to.
If you put like fucking before it, it would sound really bad.
Wait, was the word Canuck?
Yeah.
Oh, that's not a slur.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just messing with them a little bit, but
It's
should
not,
be.
It's not a slur. It's not. It's
Wait,
not a
what's the
slur that
C word that
anyone
no,
would get
I'm kidding.
offended by it
We
anywhere.
have a whole
boy.
hockey team named the Canucks. I think.
Yeah,
I think we're good.
literally, it's
You do
totally
not.
fine. Yes,
My-
we do.
Really?
You're losing
It's not a
control, Brian.
slur.
Oh my god, that's interesting. Tell me more.
So
They play hockey and they're
that's the end of it. That's literally the end of the story. Whatever. Okay. So my friend
sport.
Lactoid is known for being a debater, a lawyer, being a libertarian, unfortunately, and being Canadian, also unfortunately. But he's not known for being hilarious. I think he's really funny. I think my friend Lactoid is actually hilarious. It makes me laugh all the time. But people don't talk to him, don't speak about him in that way. So I want to get that ball started. My friend Lactoid is hilarious. Putting that out there.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I try. And also a fifth thing, I'm also anti-racist. I want the lesson to be carried away from tonight. Don't try to, call the police unjustly on a black man in the park. Not a good idea. If you like what I had to say, you can find me at Lactoid TV on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Thanks.
Thank you so much. All right. Next, a friend, Corey, another fellow Canadian. Oh my God, I'm fucking surrounded. Oh man. Corey, thank you for being here as well.
Yeah, super grateful to be here. I also appreciate Prime that you appreciate Lactoid's Canadian humor. That's pretty much where it comes from. But yeah, this is great as always, and I always appreciate being invited on. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv, CoreyCampbell84, and other platforms, X, Instagram, etc. It's Corey Campbell. I cover science, research, news, and Dewey, Mad Lad, Nuts, Erudite, and Lactoid. Always a pleasure, and love you, Prime.
Okay, thank you. Then we have our friend Erudite, who I would support in her campaign to be Empress of Canada. I think that'd be pretty dope. I think she would do a good job. And she always provides interesting conversation, even when she doesn't care about the conversation, even if she doesn't care about the topic. She still provides interesting inserts wherever she can. So shout out to my friend Erudite.
Thank you. This is unrelated to my ending, but I realized Lactoid has the most pink lips I've ever seen.
It's genetic. Okay, I can't help it.
They're very rosy and sweet. Anyways, yeah, thanks for having me here, Prime. I am making a bid to be the Empress of Canada, so I'll let you know when the voting comes in. It's a democratic position, so.
Okay. And immediately, of course, she'll surrender her country over to America for annexation. Thank you so much. All right, next we have our friend Mad Latin, who I've always missed, and I'm glad he's here. A forceful debater, a fun guy. Thank you so much, Mad Latin, for coming through and sharing your knowledge on chess. It was actually very helpful.
Well, was it? I don't know. I tried three different metaphors.
I'll lie to you and tell you it was. Sure, yeah.
All right. I appreciate the pillow talk. Yeah, so I'm Mad Latin. I haven't been streaming as much as I used to because I run a fuck ton of chess tournaments every week. But I'm hoping to do more this month. September is September, of course. So I'll try to stream all the goddamn time. On my streams, obviously, I'm going to play chess. I'll coach chess. I'll play video games. I'll play blindfold chess games. I'll debate here occasionally. It's going to be a whole blast. So stay tuned for that. Also, I deeply resent the person who said that I was simping when I rated Erudite. It was just my chatters liked her channel's chat the most at that moment, so I made that decision. Thank you very much. All right.
When calling attention to it, that's definitely
No, it definitely doesn't make it awkward. I do
Wow.
resent that though. It makes me sad because I was
You
just
guys
literally
hear that? Twitch chatters, you're the fun chatters. Yeah.
Congratulations.
I,
You guys won
I,
the vote.
I imagine like just being like near Twitch politics and YouTube politics is always awkward for our friend Erudite. Like the people like that are here, it just makes things worse. Like, am I wrong about that?
Wait, being around Twitch poll people is awkward for me?
I mean, like they make awkward situations constantly.
Mad Lad specifically.
Probably the same way that chess players make.
What with the
awkward
Black
situations.
Grandmaster?
Yeah, I got the crossover.
You got the intersection.
I'm awkward in every single way possible.
You're a chess player.
But you know what? I'm a sapiosexual. I like smart people, so I'd probably get along with chess players. I would just also make fun of them for their lack of charisma.
But they're jacked and ripped.
But apparently they're jacked and ripped.
They have charisma.
They're at least skinny from burning all those calories, thinking all the time.
Twerking until thank you for the Prime Gaming resub for 8 months. Thank you so much. All right, and finally, our Dark Lord and Savior, Doobie. Thank you. We always appreciate your presence. I always just like having you around. So thanks for being here, friend.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Okay.
I will probably stick around for a bit on the open panel if anybody wants to yell at me.
Okay.
Please. Wrong about the Central Park thing.
Oh, I
love it. Or anything else, or Lactoid, loving slavery or whatever.
Oh yeah, I want to talk about that too.
Okay, yeah. Whether he's there or not, we can talk about that. Okay, so we're moving on to a walk-on panel. Anyone here can join us, but if not, that's okay. Thanks for your time, energy, your knowledge, and your passion, my community. I know they appreciate you as much as I do. Have a good one. Bye.
Always a pleasure.
Bye.
Move on. I'm gonna move you to the other thing, right? So you said you guys just want to come, so I'm gonna just move you over there, all right? So you guys don't stick around. All right. Anyone else? We got a Doobie. All right, Doobie's going. Lactoid, you joining us?
Briefly, sure.
Okay, great. Corey?
Also briefly.
Okay, all right. Mad Latin? Well, you can.
I'm good.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Just to me, I need to give a shit.
Mad Latin, do you play people on chess on like stream and shit, like random people?
No,
Yeah,
chess.
absolutely.
Who cares?
Well, we're not gonna talk about it.
Jerk each other off. You can go do it.
Are you guys gonna play against each other?
I want to.
Well,
If you're down, Mad Lad, sometime.
Yeah, absolutely. We could totally do that. Actually, are you streaming right now?
Nice.
I'm streaming right now. I don't want to play right now, but
oh, okay.
You guys should
Later.
play
We can
chess
do this.
and stream it here while we debate.
I feel like it would only
I
make
watched
sense
the
if
fuck
there's,
out of
like,
that.
something on the
I
line.
watch it.
I feel like you should play chess, and the prize is the N-word pass for Lactoid.
Oh
Ooh,
God.
You know he wants it. You know he wants it.
You know
and
he
if,
wants it. Yeah.
God.
and if you give it to a Mad Lad, that you're leftist enough that it's a legitimate pass. Okay.
Now you got to
So
come
if
up with like a laminated like card to send to him, like it's an actual physical.
I mean,
pass.
I could send him a laminated card. Absolutely, that is definitely.
Yeah,
a
he'll
thing
tuck
that
it in right behind his other card of
But, like-
Grandmaster, but different kind of Grandmaster.
No, it would be BGM, so he could say the N word, right? Like you
I
have
moved
to
you
have
to the
that.
wrong room. Holy shit. That's the
Yeah, you
problem.
did. Sorry,
Yeah,
do you
I
have a
did.
mod who can help with that?
Okay. 1 second. I moved you.
Yeah, get rid of him.
Okay.
Good thing there's a mod here to help set things up real nice and neatly.
Thank you. I was like, I didn't know why you guys weren't showing up on screen. Okay, there you guys go. All right.
Okay, now your lips are way less pink. I think it's StreamYards
it's probably
Doing-
StreamYards. Yeah.
doing you dirty.
Doesn't
Although
matter.
I
Those
like
are
the
my
pink.
favorite.
Just to be clear, I wasn't
Pretty-
insulting your lips.
Sure. Yeah.
I wasn't. My
pink
chat was like,
thing
that
was
was
the-
emasculating. And I was like, whatever. He has nice lip color. Get over it.
It was the white rage building up in him. Was the pink that you were saying?
All right.
So yeah, if you guys want to jump on to the people can't hear me yet. But if you guys want to be a part of this, you can go to my Discord. Open my chat for instructions. I hope people are going to come out of commercials in seconds, and when they do, I'll let them know again.
So,
Okay.
Lactoid, while I'll do.
1 second. Okay.
What I'm
Now
gonna
you're
do.
back. Now you're back, guys. Hello, hi. If you're back from the commercials, then jump in. We'd love to have you.
All right. So what's
Wait,
gonna
so
happen?
No chess. Fuck you guys.
God damn
Leave
it!
me down.
Fuck you,
Wait, hold
Doobie.
on. Can we explore the because I've been memeing on Lactoid over the slavery thing, okay? But the truth is, I was actually on his side in that debate panel.
You were assigned to be on my side, and here you are backstabbing me
It's
after the
funny.
fact.
I'm
What the
sorry.
fuck, dude?
All right. So what am I do?
I'm curious. I'm curious as to like what you think about that Prime or Erudite or Mad Ladder Core. Like, do you think, right, that there were benefits to certain demographics or people, including African Americans, right, from that came from slavery?
So is the question broadly, were there benefits for society from slavery?
For African
or
Americans
specifically only like Black people? Okay. I just wanted to clarify.
Because Lactoid says yes. Right?
there
And actually they should be thankful in some way.
I don't think he said
Did
that.
Did he say that they should be thankful?
Oh,
Or just
Lactoid's
that there are
right here.
benefits?
Let's get him on the record. Should Black people be thankful for slavery?
Or we could just talk about him like he's not here. I love that.
I think I prefer that. No, I think I use the word grateful. I don't think I use the word.
I'm sorry, grateful.
All right. Before Lactoid responds, I sent him a challenge link that he can play chess while we're doing this topic, and you guys can see the game actively while it's going on.
I'm not gonna watch chess.
Defend racism and play chess at the same time.
This is gonna be really hard. This is gonna be challenging. I send you the link in DMs. Go ahead and click. It'll be fine. It's random side. Whatever else.
So I really gotta pee, but I will defend it. Can I go pee right? I'm gonna go.
The racism of the chess.
I think here's the issue. I imagine in like niche specific metrics, you can probably argue like some level of benefit, but I don't know if I would argue gratefulness ever. That feels like a stretch where you're like, well, like, you know, they got maybe I'll bring up some random metric. I'm like, okay, yeah. But I don't know if I would say like it feels like if there are pros that come out of it, I suspect there's also, you know, a myriad of cons that might outweigh that, or at least make you not feel grateful for the I don't know. But I guess we'll have to hear from him.
Or we can just again keep talking about him and say his opinions for him.
I mean, I can do that. I can tell you what his position is.
Okay.
And then he can come back and do it in a worse way.
Okay, please do.
No, sorry. No, so the position, I guess broadly, right? Like I'm not gonna get very specific right now. Is that even the slaves themselves, when they were set free, there were benefits that they used to build communities, build up their lives post slavery, that they gained because they were slaves, i.e., they might have been taught carpentry or farming or whatever, right? Like any of these skills, right, that they learned throughout the course of their slavery because they were slaves were things that they took post slavery.
Are you implying that you
used to
can't be a
build homes and
carpenter without
communities, et
becoming a
cetera, et cetera.
slave?
That isn't what I implied at all.
Okay.
So the idea is that these people should actually look at the experience and like, hey, yeah, overall bad experience, but here's a silver lining, and we use that silver lining to build up our communities.
So you can pull a benefit from any situation you encounter, but that situation is still it could still be inherently bad, right?
I mean, I don't
Yeah,
think
like you can be
inherently bad,
a victim of circumstance and have like some net positive, like, you know, you get a trauma and you develop character as a result of it. But that doesn't mean that like you should look back and be like, I'm so grateful, you know, and other people probably should be telling you should have been grateful for that trauma that happened to you because it made you a better person afterwards. It's like, well, it did, but that doesn't mean I'm grateful for it.
So
right?
I want to give
misrepresenting.
I want to give Lactoid the space, but but the reason why, but like
I can't play chess and talk about racial issues on Twitch at the same time.
And after Lactoid goes, because like this has helped me crystallize my problem with this framing, and I'd like to express that. But Lactoid, please go.
So my points during the debate were twofold. The first point I made was defending DeSantis's education program for being truthful and important in explaining Reconstruction and important in explaining American history, which is that the slaves absolutely did learn skills while being enslaved: carpentry, healing, agricultural work, obviously. Yeah. Well, no,
like a video game superpower.
The AP U.S. History Standards specifically list healing, and they list carpentry, and they list music.
That might be like midwifing. Like actually, you might be a
sure. Yeah, there's all sorts of things that are skills, and then after Black people were free, they used those skills to benefit their situation and to help their situation and help themselves and help their communities and the people around them. That's absolutely true. I would not say for those people who were enslaved that slavery was a benefit to them. I wouldn't say that because I think slavery in of itself is such an awful condition that, even if it turns out that you can go ahead and use skills that you learned due to forced labor after the fact, that to me wouldn't overcome the negative associated with forced labor. So, but we can also be honest and recognize what skills were learned and how those skills were used after slaves were freed, which is all DeSantis's education policy does. Okay. That was the first part of the discussion. The second part of the discussion was the question of everybody alive today, which racial demographic benefited the most from slavery, right? And my argument is quite simply the one that exists because of it. Because absent it, there would not be existence, and existence is preferable to non-existence. Black America exists because of slavery.
That doesn't existence doesn't necessarily mean it isn't necessarily preferable to non-existence when it comes to a whole like cultural group, though, right? Like just because
for individuals in that group, it does.
No, not necessarily, because you could have like a trauma, like you could be a group of people that had like parasocial relationships on the internet, and you could be an unproud member of that group, right? Like it's not a group you want to be a part of.
Even before that, look, this is a group created through like a trauma, right? A group created by political circumstances, negative political circumstances. You're saying because it was created in itself makes it good. Okay, all right. Well, no. The Holocaust was okay because we have Holocaust survivors. And we wouldn't have Holocaust survivors if we didn't have the Holocaust.
No,
and so I guess.
I mean, that is the point. That's
no, you're missing the point. I'm not talking about whether or not the event itself was good. I'm asking who benefited, and we're obviously capable of having this
Holocaust survivors benefit from the Holocaust. Yeah, because now they're Holocaust survivors. Go ahead.
Hold on. When it comes to like analyzing white privilege, we're perfectly capable of doing this. Where people who argue for white people who argue for white privilege existing aren't necessarily saying it's a good thing. They're just saying like the historical timeline has benefited me in these ways. Prime, let's be honest with ourselves. Like for Black people alive today in America, if they could press a button that would like remove slavery from the historical timeline, they as individuals would just disappear.
That's like,
but no, what would happen actually, I'm going to tell you what would happen. Actually, if the timeline happened that way, there would be no population loss in Africa, and the entirety of Africa would actually be like Wakanda.
Well, you're also framing
insane.
It would be Wakanda.
You're framing
it would be Wakanda.
You're framing it in a very specific way. I'm curious. Like, obviously, I don't know the answer to this question, but I'm curious if you asked each individual Black person, like, would you would you push the button of like you don't exist, but slavery never happened? I think you might get a mixed answer.
No, for sure. Hold on, for sure. And I would expect a mixed answer. And you would have people who think, okay, this is a historical atrocity, which it was, and if they press the button, then that historical atrocity ends. But they benefited materially the most by virtue of existing, right? By virtue of simply existing. That's like a weight that they would have to like consider when pressing the button. Like, because when you press the button, you're gone. You're out of existence.
Well, no. Well, first, this is what
essentially like you dying.
This is almost like what abusive parents do to their children. Of like, yeah, I can do whatever I want to you because I brought you into this world, and you should be grateful that you're just like alive and here and exist. Therefore, I can carry out all these atrocities.
I'm not saying that either. No, I'm not saying that either. But I will ask you though, if those abusive parents didn't fuck, would the kid be there?
And no, they wouldn't. But that's a different.
So the act of fucking, was that beneficial for the child that now exists?
That would be up to the child, actually.
No, hold on. But like,
I hate this so much. This
is a weird framing, right? Because like that fucking could have been a rape, but we don't like look at it like backwards in this way. This is not the way we frame our understanding of historical events. That we can look at the event in itself, in its context, and at that place, and we talk about whether that's like beneficial and it's problematic. What you're introducing here, I know you're not saying like the Holocaust was good, that slavery is good. I get that. I understand that, right? But we don't frame it in this way because it's not a useful lens. Yes, because the timeline would change. If I went back in time and killed like a certain deer that like fed my ancestors somewhere along the line, then then I get disappeared. Then we all get disappeared. Like, so like that's like a not.
Well, so the reason why this is useful, is because this is in direct this line of argumentation is a direct response to reparations, right? This idea of like Black people suffered, I've had like a history of like suffering, right? But specifically reparations for slavery, I don't understand how people alive today can claim the event which led to their existence as actually harming them to the point where they need to be reimbursed money.
It's okay. Well, like
this is a philosophical gotcha, I feel like, and not like actually a reasonable like argument.
It's not
like
even,
yeah, obviously we want to exist.
Just calling it a philosophical gotcha doesn't make it unreasonable.
We're talking. So okay. So
I mean, that's the whole point of calling it a gotcha. Is it
talking
not,
about
gotchas can be reasonable.
No, that's why it's called a gotcha.
Yeah, because I gotcha. Because my logic is impeccable, and you're like
no, it's not impeccable. It's not.
This is dumb. This is dumb. Let's okay. When we're talking about reparations, not only are we talking about the actual event in itself and that being a problem, but also the negative effects that still exist with us today. Like the country, and I'm gonna say this again because people, I think Doobie gets upset about this or whatever. This country is based in racism, right? It's a racist country, like from the foundations, and the results of centuries. Let's not forget that centuries of human enslavement have shaped its institutions, its people, its attitudes, and that's still with us today. So to help make up for all the things, the echoes of that time, yes, we need reparations. So it's more than just like the event in and of itself, but also centuries of slavery. Yeah.
No, so this is important because if it was based on like, with reparations specifically, the motivation is not the same motivation as welfare, right? Welfare has the motivation of like every person is entitled to some kind of minimal standard, and there's like the responsibility of everybody to make sure this person hits that minimum standard. Reparations is not based on this. Reparations is based on this concept of like justice, this concept of like cosmic justice. And this idea of like even a wealthy or middle class Black person, for a lot of organizations, including ADOS, right, want to for middle class Black people and wealthy Black people to get money because of the kind of the injustices of slavery, right? Specifically that they themselves like suffered, even though they're alive today and weren't slaves, right? They suffered from the history of slavery. And the point here is that like they themselves, like they didn't suffer, right? The overall like calculation is positive for them because A, they exist in a situation which otherwise they wouldn't. B, they exist in America when otherwise they wouldn't exist in America. And C, they were able to get middle class and wealthy here, which statistically they're much, much, much less likely to be able to do in Africa, and they're infinitely less likely to do if they didn't exist. And so, yeah, I understand like welfare arguments, but those are fundamentally different than reparations arguments.
Reparations arguments. I don't. Before I go off and just continue on, I do want to include other people like Erudite. Do you have thoughts? What does the White Woman have to say about this? Go ahead.
It's kind of what I said before. Even if you can point to like specific niche benefits that like the Black populace might have experienced, part of the issue is that you're comparing this to an unknown history that doesn't happen, which is like, well, what would have happened to these individuals in these populations if they hadn't been enslaved and brought to America? And assuming also that they were being enslaved and sent to like the Middle East because the slave trade was going in all sorts of directions, right? What would have happened to that populace? Who the fuck knows? So we're like comparing whether something that I think everyone would agree was an awful, bad situation that didn't need to happen to a future existence of a people that has no metric to measure it by because it doesn't exist. It just, even again, if there's like niche little benefits that like Black people might experience for like being in America today, it's really hard for me to say like they benefited from slavery. Like it's like, again, even if they benefited in like niche areas, I definitely would never say that they need to be grateful for it in any ways. I just don't think that that's an apt thing to say. And I think it feels like it's like by saying like Black people benefit from slavery from finding like a couple of like niche areas where they genuinely might have, it feels like a dismissal of the greater plot, which is like the entirety of like the harm that was also done. Like I imagine if we look at Canada, there was probably select benefits that came out of residential schools, like educating kids, like Indigenous kids in English, for example, might have like somewhat benefited these individuals. But it's kind of like it's missing the broader point of like the mass amounts of harm that residential schools did as well, even if there are like these select benefits. I guess that's going to be my issue with this.
You get the benefits at what cost, right?
Well, I get we don't even. This doesn't even need to be like specifically a racialized issue, right? Because there are other things that I think we could consider to be like terrible, i.e., like Genghis Khan, right? And the genocides that he carried out and the fucking terrible destructions of civilization, right? But if we pull back a bit and see how that impacted history and how cultures that were totally separate from each other were able to communicate and share technology, and we were able to expand as like a human species through the aftermath of his like genocides and his wars, right? There is some kind of benefit there, right? Same with, I mean, I'm a descendant of Native Americans, right? Yaqui indigenous people, and they were also people that were they went to war with like the Mexican government and the American government, and before that, they were, I think, the same tribes that were like they went to war with like the Spanish, and they were raped and murdered, et cetera, et cetera. But now yeah, that's a terrible situation that's gonna happen for them. But now I get to live in the most powerful country on the planet, right? So like there's a benefit for me, even though the history is terrible.
I like how you're writing an alternate history for what could have been to justify like the horrible things that have happened. Like it just doesn't, or not justify it, but like I don't know why we're actually.
I'm not writing an alternate history. I'm talking about what did happen, right?
Well, what did happen, but then you're writing an alternate history
people were
of
left
what
alone, right? They might have created UFOs or some shit. Sure, I guess, right? But what
American
actually did
Wakanda.
happen, right? But what actually did happen, right, is lots of war, lots of conquest, and down the line, some benefit for the people living today who now get to enjoy living in the most powerful country on the planet. Right, with a very diverse culture that exists because of this history.
Right, but then there's also people who don't exist who would have lived in a different type of like really cool country.
Well, I don't need to worry about their benefit because they don't exist.
But if they did exist, but if they did exist, they would be saying the exact same thing that we're saying. They would be saying, "Thank God history was the way it happened, so I exist." If they value their own existence.
So I guess like I don't know if they would say that, but like I guess like the point is, like, why are we having this dialogue? Like that's why there's a conflict here. It's not because of the ideas itself. The ideas are innocuous enough, I'm sure, but like why is this a part of Florida's education plan? Like why are we talking about the benefits of slavery? Why are we talking
I think this
about
narrative actually works against the counter narrative, which is that African Americans and just non-white Americans in general are people who were oppressed and put down and victims like in perpetuity, right? And they've always been victims. They're always going to be victims, etc. Like I think
God
that
damn
kind
it.
of
Every time you say something
that kind of
triggering, I fuck
mindset,
up.
that mindset is extremely like demoralizing, I think. So one of the ways that you defeat it, I think, is telling the true history, which is that yeah, they were people who were victimized, they were people who were oppressed, but even despite all that, they were able to use some of the things that they learned in their oppression to build, right, to build communities, to build
You're trying
families, to
to
build homes,
polish
to
a
build
turd.
businesses, etc.
And that's like you don't have to polish that turd. There's no reason to take something that was horrible
It's not
and say,
polishing the turd.
well, no,
It's
it
an
is.
accurate
It's literally
retelling of
saying
history.
no. It's like literally
It's
saying
the
you
African
suffered
American story isn't a story of
genocide.
of just victimization. It's
You've
a
been
story
genocided, but at
it's
least
a
you
story
got
of people who overcame terrible oppression and are still overcoming terrible oppression.
No,
Right?
you're spinning it in a weird
that is
way,
an
but like literally
inspirational thing.
talking about like you're literally trying to put like a shine on the cloud and say, it's a stormy day, but at least the clouds are pretty. Like that's literally what
That's
this
ridiculous.
is. Like you're literally saying, oh, you got this cool skill, even though you've been oppressed for generations. Like there's no point in having this discussion.
I think the difference here that I'm hearing is I think it would be good if a community with a like awful history. Can you bring it in here? You're not naked. Like a thank you. A community that has like a history that like Indigenous people or Black people have, for example. I think it would be good if the community itself was able to see itself as more than victims, because I agree that like victim mindsets and like external like locuses of control are really harmful. The problem is that like there's certain mantras that I think have to come from within people and can't be like told to them. And I think the issue with like this type of discourse is it feels like, I'm not saying that like Black Twin is explicitly saying this, but there's something weird to me of saying like Black people you should see yourselves as like survivors and overcomers and that you've benefited from it. And it's like that's potentially true as a cultural narrative that would benefit Black people. But I think the issue is that I think that has to come from the community within rather than.
And it already does come from the community within. There's no need to incorporate it into the.
There's a huge problem of like victim mindset.
I'm sorry. No, oh my God. There's a huge problem. No, there's some people who.
Which is why I think you
play the victim role, but there's plenty of people who.
like
there's
Asians
plenty of people
and Jewish
no,
people.
There's
Jewish
plenty of people,
culture heavily.
I wasn't done yet. There's plenty of people. No, there's plenty of people. There's plenty of people who exist in communities that have been dealing with atrocities where like you just you figure out what went wrong and you just sorry, hold on, you triggered me so hard right here. I lost my whole thread. Give me a second.
I think the Black American community needs to learn from the Jewish community. Right?
I hate
they're proud of their history.
Did you just say that?
Yeah, they absolutely do.
Fuck?
I think it's true that Jews were oppressed
the
across
African American
for fucking centuries, right? Thousands of years even.
There's plenty of people
and
who are
from
perfectly
that,
proud
built a
of
culture
their
around being survivors, around
history.
being proud of their people and what they've been able to accomplish, not seeing themselves as victims. I think that's a beautiful thing.
You are
trying
to depict the no, you're trying to depict the Black community as a culture of victims, and that's not true. Like at the end of the day, that's bullshit.
I think that,
there's also a differentiation that has to be made. There's a really big difference between saying the narrative of your people shouldn't just be victims. You should see yourself as survivors, and you should see yourselves as like people who overcame obstacles despite everything. That's a very different type of narrative and talking point than saying Black people benefited from slavery, right? Like these are necessary because one of them is functionally a factual claim, and the other one is essentially a narrative claim about how people should view themselves. And again, I would akin this to pull yourself up by your bootstraps is a really good internal belief that I think most people should cultivate. And I think it's really, really awful to tell other people, right? If I tell other people, you should pull yourself up by your bootstraps, it's pretty empty, even though I would agree internally saying, I should do my best, take self-responsibility and pull myself up by my bootstraps is probably the best possible orientation to take towards like self-actualization in the world. And so this is the issue that I'm seeing with like this type of language is it feels weird to tell a community the narrative that they must have, even if the narrative might be good for the community.
I don't even know if the narrative is okay. Well, on that front,
and
thank you so
much
for
Doobie and I
this.
have separate points, by the way. I just want to point that out.
I'm going to take this opportunity to.
Yeah.
Take care, Mad Lad.
I
Noah?
Victor over Mad Lad again.
All right. Peace. I just wanted to, I feel like the conversation may have moved on a little bit since I was trying to get in here, but I guess the question I wanted to ask is, one, like, so are we looking at this as whether it's whether slavery was a net positive, in which case I'm guessing the answer is almost certainly no, or is it like, were there like, benefits and costs to it, in which case the costs almost certainly outweigh the benefits, right? Like, I guess
net benefit to who?
Isn't the argument about the people who were enslaved? People?
Yeah.
No, to the people who exist now. Is existence a benefit? Like, is it a benefit to exist? Is my first question for you.
This goes back to the maid panel and the maid question.
Well, this kind of does go back to the maid panel a little bit, right? I mean, is existing beneficial?
I mean, like, did they need to be enslaved to be born? Like, I feel like
yes,
a lot
historically, this is true. The Black individuals alive today would not have been born if slavery never existed. Of course,
wouldn't they have just been born in Africa?
The U.S. would have a much wider.
That's not how that works.
Yeah, I don't think that's how it works.
And by the way, even if it was how it worked, let's just assume for some crazy reason that actually is how it worked, they'd be born in Africa, where like by every single metric, it's worse off than America.
Hold on. Wait.
Why is Africa worse off than America?
Because there's a lot of reasons why Africa has been behind the Western world going back centuries. And
do you know for sure that if slavery had not happened, that Africa would still be behind the Western world?
Wait, there are African nations that never had dealt with slavery, and they're still behind the Western nations
considerably.
And a lot of that is just to do with their geography, right? Like, it's not like that's literally like half the issue. Another issue is like a lot of tribal conflict, right? It makes it very difficult for them to
geography is a huge part of it.
I don't think it's fair to judge it by like, oh, well, like if slavery never happened, like you wouldn't have been born. I don't think that's like a fair metric to judge by, right?
Why not?
Why not?
Because he's presuming that existence is good, that like it's inherent good. I actually don't think that that's self-evident, that like just existing is like an inherently positive thing. It seems like a lot of people view it as like a neutral thing, and some people seem to view it as a negative thing, which is sad. But yeah, I think that's like the fundamental difference that's happening between like lactoid and others. I don't
No, I agree with.
black people get to exist now as a result of slavery in America as people, that it is that makes slavery a good for them. I don't.
Right. The only argument against mine is a fundamentally antinatalist position.
That is not true.
No, it is true, because you have to argue. Because my position is, look, existence is a benefit. Because I mean, to be frank, if you at least you have the choice at that point, right? And in Canada, you have the choice. Okay, so at least you have the choice. Like if you have any kind of self-preservation, you are making the determination every day that your existence is more beneficial to you than non-existence, which is reasonable, which is understandable.
So if we lock women up and rape them into having kids, that's good for those kids because at least they exist. What
so the kids would have benefited, yes.
Okay,
of course, because the kids exist now. Why would the kids be entitled to
Lactoid, at this point, you're showing the sentence that you're saying has no value. Is basically what you're saying.
No. It would be detrimental to the women for sure. But the children that are born from that, of course, they benefited from that historical act, because otherwise they wouldn't exist.
But before you go and ask that question, you can ask a question right after. Just Ico Rich was so kind as to, and I saw.
I saw that.
I'm sorry for missing this. I didn't see it. I'm sorry, but sent the hype chat. So we benefit from past communism by anti-communism, anti-communist United's logic, right? So past communism was a benefit to us. You might not be here if it wasn't for the struggles during the Cold War, right?
Potentially, yeah. If there is like a reasonable like historical counterfactual that we worked through, and somebody said like we traced your family tree. We traced your family tree, and it turns out like you wouldn't exist if like the Soviet Union didn't exist. Then I benefited most from the Soviet Union existing.
You can't necessarily. You can't necessarily say that those people wouldn't have existed just because there's a different procreation that created them, right? Like there would still be people existing,
right? They'd be different people, though.
Okay, I feel like
he's going to always argue that they would always. You have to basically establish, just so because I don't like. This is a tough one, because I think it's a really bad idea to tell other people the narratives that they should occupy within. Just to be clear, I think it's like the worst thing you can do to people. But to be clear, I do not believe that you get the right to tell people that they should be grateful to exist. I just don't. I don't agree with that, and I don't think that saying that is inherently antinatalist. You would have to suggest why that claim is inherently saying that people shouldn't exist and be born. It's not precisely the same thing. Saying that an individual doesn't have to be forced to be grateful to be alive isn't the same thing as saying people shouldn't continue to be born. It's not the same.
Wait, if somebody, okay. let's be like crass.
If that's what you mean by antinatal.
Well, I'm trying to be a little bit careful too, because we're on Twitch. But like, what I'm trying to say is like, if somebody doesn't value existing, they at least have the choice to continue existing.
Wait, hold on. Wait,
okay,
I have
one
second. Noah.
Okay, so it's not immediately clear to me that this like thing about existence is necessarily a strong argument, because I feel like there are a lot of people who don't exist who otherwise would have existed if we had the other reality. So it kind of cancels out.
But no. If they existed, it'd be beneficial to them that history went that way.
Let me just see, so this is the simulation that's going on in my mind, and maybe you guys can kind of tell me how you think of it. But in my view, like, let's say you're running, I guess, 2 computer simulations, right? One where the world has slavery, and then one simulation where the world doesn't have slavery. And I guess the question that I'm trying to ask is, like, on average, are the people in the world without slavery better off than the world in which we didn't have slavery? That's kind of the question that I'm more interested in answering. And all this stuff about like, oh, this person would have existed, that person would not have existed. Like, I don't know, I feel like it kind of confuses things, and it's a little bit hard to.
It's meant to waste time in this conversation.
No, so I don't know why you're most interested in this question, because I think we all agree that like atrocities are bad and shouldn't occur.
Okay.
I get that was kind of like the question I was going to ask you, Lactoid, is just like, can you like say like the lives that may have been potentially born if slavery hadn't existed are like worth less than the lives that are now born because slavery exists?
So you're so here let me try to like, okay, clearly there's a disconnect. Okay, let me ask you a question, Toya. Right? I've met you before.
I think I know what you're like getting at.
Well,
I
yeah,
just
well,
don't
yeah. So
think-
just come with me then. Come with me for the
Okay.
benefit of the crowd. Okay.
All right. Let's go. On
I put
on a favorite rocket
I
ship.
put a button in front of you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, actually, hold on. Next to you, there is somebody who just happens to exist, right? And they exist on timeline A, and you exist on timeline B. If you press the button, you switch from timeline A to timeline B, and you disappear. Would you press the button?
Okay. Question. In timeline B, did Hitler kill a bunch of Jews?
Sure.
Okay, well, then yeah, I'd press the button to save myself. But if timeline B, he didn't. I might just press the button to kill myself.
So kill yourself, right? You would sacrifice yourself.
Yeah,
because you believe so strongly in like erasing an atrocity that you would sacrifice yourself. But by virtue of like existing, like you did benefit from the historical like timeline that led to you existing.
I don't know, dude. I lead a pretty unhealthy lifestyle.
You can do things that are not beneficial to yourself for like some greater good, of course.
But here's the thing. I don't. Okay, look, why don't we just stipulate that just to move forward, right? Because I don't know if this is like a thing to focus on. Yes, there's benefits for being. Okay, there's benefits for being.
Yeah,
that's it. Well, why don't we just move past that to like a deeper part of the conversation?
It seems like that's like obvious. Like most of the time, you're gonna want to like exist. Most people are going to want to exist. However, like I don't consider like existing necessarily like a benefit, right? And like I would be willing to take a more like nuanced position to say like, yeah, there are some benefits that exist because of slavery. Like if I'm going head to head with a black dude with the same GPA in a college entrance exam and like we scored the same, he's probably getting the scholarship instead of me. But I feel like the negatives kind of outweigh the positives by a pretty big margin, So
what's happening is you guys are like keep deviating to something that we agree on to make it look like I like have like some giant pro-slavery position, which I don't. I'm a libertarian. I'm against slavery more than any of you. You guys like slavery when it comes to taxes, okay? I'm against all fucking slavery. I think it's all evil, okay? I'm the most anti-slavery person. What I'm saying is like logically speaking, like when we're doing this historical analysis, we have to be honest with ourselves when it comes to the question of like counterfactuals, when it comes to the questions of existence.
Then why do you impose that they should be grateful? Because that's not part of the logical premise.
So to be fair, that's a good point. At the time, back in the prior debate, I'm pretty sure the line of logic was like, if you value existence, right, you should be grateful for the history that led to your existence, right? There's some kind of benefit there. Maybe grateful is the wrong fucking word. I really want to keep to like, you benefited from it. Now, are you grateful to have benefited from things? You can feel guilty about benefiting from something awful, but like still be grateful that you are born into the world in which you benefited from historical wrongs. I guess, I don't know. This turns into like a semantics issue, but as long as you understand like the point I'm trying to make here, which is that like it's hard for a group to claim like demand monetary recompense for historical action which led to the very existence of the same people now demanding his like monetary recompense. Doesn't make sense.
That's why I bring up the. That's why. Can I just say? That's why I bring up like the family example of like So like, would you say to the child that's like been severely abused by their parents, and there's some really horrific stories out there of like whatever children locked in basements and just like subjected to like absolute torture and horrific. So would you tell that child, hey, once you've escaped, you should be grateful for your parents and everything that they did? Would you at any point would you say, hey, you should be grateful for the history of all that torture and
allows
abuse?
you to exist.
No, so the torture and shit.
So the answer is no.
Hold on, the torture and shit doesn't have to do with your existence. Your parents like fucking and having you. That is the thing that like, if you value existence, you should be grateful for, which I think most people do value existence. And like the other parts, the abuse, you don't have to be grateful for those, right? But like,
okay, so then what exactly should are you saying then specifically? Because you're saying like, okay, and it's my example. They shouldn't be grateful for the torture. They should be grateful for just the act of procreation. So what
They
specifically?
should be grateful for their existence. They should be grateful that they exist.
Yes.
That because of history playing out the way that it did, they should be grateful. And my simple answer was, you don't get to tell people to be grateful to be alive. That's just not how this works.
Here's a good example. Like, let's say like there was some like torture, or like domestic abuse that happened before you were born, and it like without it you would not have been born. Then you benefited from that occurring, right? Because like the harm didn't happen to you. The only thing that like you saw was the benefit now of existing, right? That historical timeline led to a positive for you.
Sure, you can extend to a generation, a past generation. To my example of like
infinitely.
Yeah, but even then, I don't think that holds.
They should be grateful for the tragic circumstance that led to their existence, because you have to tell people to be grateful for their existence.
Look, if you value existence, if you value your own existence, which I'm assuming the vast majority of Black people do, then like the historical timeline which led to their existence, there should be some recognition of benefit there.
I actually want to ask, like,
so I don't want to go down this road anymore. I really don't want to go down this road. Like, I think we've got it. Okay. Jieshu, you want to say something? I think there's a much more interesting road to talk about, like reparations, rather than like this comparing timelines and existences.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna ask anything about that. I was just gonna continue to ask Lactar questions that he can answer. So I don't have any way to switch the conversation somewhat.
Then I'll do it myself.
Have I not answered a question?
Well, I had one little question, if that's okay, Brian.
Yeah, but if it's on this, I don't want to hear any more of it.
I was just going to ask, like,
he doesn't want to hear any more of it.
Please don't tell me it's not going to be on this. Okay, moving on. So, like, I want to talk about. So, like,
Prime was clear.
Oh, this. You were making this claim, Lactoid, about reparations, and how it's weird. Maybe you can explain it. So, in your own words, why it's weird that people would ask for it because.
Well, so to explain it, I have to go back to what I was saying before.
Is it just about existence? Is that it?
Yeah.
That it's weird that. Oh, okay. Well, then that's a weak point. All right, then I don't want to have that conversation. It's a dumb conversation. All right, let's move on to something else.
Exactly.
This is some dumb. Okay.
What else
there's
no such thing as
gang
reparations. Everybody exists, so you can't ask for anything regardless of wrongdoings because at least you exist. It's the stupidest shit ever.
It's so dumb. What else we got, gang?
So if you had last question on it's not directly. Let's say you had a horrible like a situation where like you had like a sexual assault that occurred, and then a pregnancy happened, and a child was born. Do you think the child should be able to sue their father for money? And if so, what would the damages be for suing them?
Wait, say the question again. I'm sorry, I missed it.
If you had a child born from a sexual assault, should the child be able to sue their father? And if so, why?
I mean, wait, wouldn't that
We're
just
not
be
saying
like kind of
that
child support?
We're not saying that.
In a
We're not
sense?
saying that blacks today should be able to sue their previous parents. So I don't understand why this analogy is coming up.
I have a rough time because I don't like to. Like, what are you aiming for? Like, what is your goal in this statement?
I've said it 3 times, brother. I've said it.
What? Just be grateful for.
I asked hypothetical. Do you think the child should be able to sue their father? Do you think the child should be able to sue the father for money? And if so, why?
Well, I know that there was a case where thalidomide was a drug that caused birth defects in a lot of children, and if I seem to remember, there was a lawsuit related to that. So I don't know.
Yeah, but
if
that's not
like
parental law, as far as I know.
I mean,
in terms
I
of pharmaceuticals.
I may sound a little dumb here, but isn't that like child support?
No, child support is like completely unrelated to a rape. It has to do with like parental obligations.
This would be damages. He's saying, can you sue your parent, your father, who raped your mother, which resulted in you? Can you sue for damages of the fact of like the harm that he did to create your existence and probably all the trauma that would be associated with that?
That's the question.
I don't know if the act of slavery itself was what produced the baby. Like, it's not like when you slap the handcuffs on, like the baby just popped out. Like, I don't understand how, like, whereas the sexual assault is the direct cause of the pregnancy.
It's an analogy that he's trying to draw.
He wants an answer. He just wants an answer from it.
I don't think so. I don't think so because you can't like. I mean, what would what if you had a shitty life? Would you sue your current like parent for like damages? Don't look at me.
It's
like
all
that.
coming together, brother. That's what I'm trying to
It's
tell
not
you.
coming together. It's
No, it's not coming together. I
at all.
just
No, you just don't want to admit.
GSU, why is it not why is it dysanalogous?
Because what we're saying in this situation, and I don't really argue about reparations for slavery. I think there are more recent things that we can argue about. But if we are going in that conversation, you're suing the government who allowed for abuse and not the parents that had the kids in slavery, which would be the analogy to what he's saying, which is why it's so silly. And there's nothing that's coming together.
Right. It's about the disanalogy here, to be really explicit, is the fact that in one case you have a citizen, like a single individual, and in the other case there's a suit against like an institution.
Why does that change the moral calculus? Because the question, the reason for the hypothetical.
That's why the hypothetical is disanalogous. Because in the case of like suing your father, you might say yes or no, but the issue of why it doesn't map on well to a comparison to reparations is because of the analogy with the father. One of the direct pieces, say you say no, right? I imagine lots of people would say no. The issue is that you're talking about a citizen to a citizen, whereas in the case of an institution that's existed for hundreds of years and like instigated a lot of these actions. In many ways, the institution did the harm against you. So it's kind of like, can you sue an institution that raped you and also produced you? Like essentially, it's kind of more the analogy.
If you don't understand that, the direct analogy that we would say is, can a slave child sue their parents for enduring slavery and procreating and creating them? That would be the analogy to what you said, which shows how nonsensical the analogy you tried to draw is. That would be the direct analogy.
So the analogy is just fine, but we can change it to address this, I guess. So this is like an important part. I mean, legally speaking, like, I don't understand why this matters at all. Well, but like, hold on real quick.
Sure.
Should a child of sexual assault be able to sue the police who failed to intervene?
What? Who failed to intervene?
Yeah, who failed to intervene and stop the rape from happening? Should they be able to sue the police officers?
I think it'd be
right. The police department. The police department.
It's about the police department. Like the U.S. government sanctioned slavery, though. It's sanctioned and encouraged and passed policies to make it happen. The police department doesn't.
Yeah, the police department could have intervened and they could have stopped it, but they didn't do it. Okay. Should the child be able to sue?
You know what I think is doing the heavy lifting here is the lawsuit, and I feel like, so if you tweak it and you ask, let's say you are the sexual assaulter, and then you realize what you did is wrong, do you have an obligation to financially support the child that you created, right? Or in the case of the police, if you fail to intervene, do you as the police have an obligation to make it right if you realize that what you did was wrong?
Well, the failure to intervene is where it again becomes like disanalogous, right? It would be if that police department set aside a policy where they won't intervene in those type of harms. In that situation, would you be able to sue or something?
Yeah, but it's still and in that situation, should the child of a sexual assault be able to sue like the police department then?
Should they be able to make a claim that they should have reparations? Then I would say yes.
They should be able to sue the police department, and for what?
For those specific policies, I would say.
For the policies that
led.
Okay,
led to
so
them being
possibly.
born?
If it turns out that the sexual abuse happened in the past, but the child is still suffering major effects because maybe somehow in this weird parallel that we're trying to make analogous, the sexual abuse is like happening to slightly lesser degrees as they're also growing up. So it's not the sexual abuse anymore. The slavery is over, but there's other systemic issues that the sexual abuser is doing to the child. Can the child sue for both the sexual abuse and like the harm done systemically in between? And the answer would be possibly. I don't think we would.
You would only you could only sue for shit that actually happened to you, right? Like if a child is born and
I understand where you're
there's
going.
shit that happened to them, then they can sue for that. But like they can't sue for like the police not intervening for their parents getting sexually assaulted or their parents.
So the reason why everyone's like quite dissatisfied with the analogy is number one, you're like setting up the analogy through like kind of like British common law precedent of whether or not like a lawsuit can occur here. And the issue is that that's a totally different type of legal institutional situation versus reparations. Whereas reparations is a little bit closer to what Noah was saying, of like basically the institution or the raper realizing that they had done wrong a long time ago. And they're like, look, buddy, I left my inheritance to you, or like something like that. That's why like those two things are going to be closer. So it depends if especially in the direction, if it's like Black people demanding the reparations, and they can also point to a number of systemic things that have happened to them and recently to like demand lawsuit, yes, they might be able to sue, especially assuming the sexual abuser was still kind of in their life fucking with them at times, like telling their teachers that they suck so that they got worse grades or whatever the fuck we want to make is analogous, right?
I think we have, I think we have sort of analogy like playing out now. Like, do the current younger generation have the right to sue the government for the lack of climate action, which I think is actually like playing out.
Jesus Christ!
Huh? Wait, hold on.
As a result, that happened in Montana.
To put a
Lil Sally couldn't.
I feel like I've just been hit with whiplash.
I feel like in reparation conversations, what we really have to talk about is moral desert. Like, I think that that's like kind of the only way to target it. And this is why I think, like, even though I'm not actually like a super big fan of reparations, just to be clear, like I don't think I'm for them. The issue is that I want to tack it from like this position of like the analogy that I understand what you're doing with your analogies as well. Like I'm not being bad faith. I don't think that I would approach it from that direction. It would be more about things like moral desert.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hold on. I don't know, because it seems like if you understood the analogy, you guys are focusing on like elements that are pretty irrelevant to the actual like moral question of, the only question is like the child suing the father who sexually assaulted the mother. Okay. The question in that hypothetical is, do you get to sue somebody who did a bad action that led to you existing? And if so, why? And then if your argument, yes, it would be on the onus of the mother because she was the one who had the bad thing happen to her. And then the question you have to ask is, does it matter if the wrongdoer is a person, is a group of people, is an institution? Like, why is that relevant morally? And we went through that whole fucking timeline. Now we're talking about moral deserts, like moral deserts in terms of like finding the guilty like accountable. Well, the guilty are dead. So I mean, who deserves to pay reparations?
I guess you'd want to ask the question that's most that's most upstream of the type of policy question that you'd eventually be asking, right? So if you want to ask a question that's similar to the one that like we would eventually be deciding, well, it's likely that if reparations happen, it's going to be through a democratic process. In other words, our society deciding that, hey, this is something that we want to do, in which case we are kind of the rapist in this analogy, not the child.
Another issue is that, just to be clear, the government isn't dead. The institution that perpetuated these. This is why the citizen to the institution was disanalogous. The issue with the analogy is that in the case of the raper, he might be dead or the actions are past. He's a single individual. In the case of the government institution, we've got this like long-standing existing thing. And on top of that, not only do you have slavery, but after slavery, you have things like redlining, and you have and segregation and a whole bunch of other shit that might be included in the quandary of whether or not they're owed reparations.
That can be a different conversation. Yeah, there's a different conversation when we're talking about like other shit. This is specifically about slavery. These institutions, these are fictions, right? These are legal fictions. Literally, the term we use for them is legal fiction. We invent them, right? I am Lactoid. If tomorrow I invent Lactoid LLC and then go commit a crime under my LLC, crime, there's exceptions for that. If I like fuck somebody over out of money under Lactoid LLC, and then you come after me, oh, it's too bad, you got to sue Lactoid LLC. That's not really me. That's some other thing I just created.
But Lactoid LLC would still be liable hundreds of years from now for what
Lactoid LLC did. Lactoid LLC has no funds. It's a shell company.
Good luck
now.
Hold on. Here's
what matters.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. I'll explain why it does. Because I am a moral subject and a moral agent as a human being. I am responsible for my actions. If I invent some Lactoid LLC, the idea that that's actually what's responsible, not the person who did it, is insane. The people at the time of slavery and the people who did that shit, they are responsible. They voted for it. They ran the government.
I don't believe you. Hold on. I don't. Do you have an issue? I'm curious what you think about bureaucracy. Do you think that there's a major issue within government institutions and that bureaucracy allows for essentially maximal plausible deniability? And basically, like, you have all these different chains of bureaucracy that essentially everyone else can blame somebody else for why something went wrong, which means nobody's ever held accountable. As a libertarian, do you agree with that's an issue with bureaucracy?
I think that's an issue with bureaucracy. I think that's an issue with corporate fictions. And I think the way around this is to develop a very strict standard in which individuals are held responsible for their actions, regardless of whatever banner they do it under. Okay. We should be holding politicians specifically responsible for crimes the government does. We should be holding CEOs and corporate officers criminally responsible for crimes the company commits. And that's not what happens, right?
But would
they
you
just
agree?
Get slapped by some fine, by the FCC.
But why do they only get slapped? Because the issue is we have a judicial system that is quite good at targeting an individual, but we have a bureaucratic system that actually, it's not just that it makes this falsified appearance of plausible deniability. What it does is actually creates plausible deniability for people. It's actually really hard in a lot of these cases to point your finger at like a single individual and go, you are personally responsible, which is why like an institution might be culpable for an action because the bureaucracy itself is the system by which it was produced. And there isn't specific individuals being like Tim, Tom, and Jimmy were really fucking racist. And they're the only ones at fault here.
So
That's the issue with this.
You are describing you are literally describing the thing that is like stymieing what you're trying to accomplish. An LLC stands for a limited liability company, right? Limited liability. What does that mean? You're trying to limit your liability. You're trying to protect yourself, right? You're trying to dodge responsibility.
Plausible deniability. But also,
these institutions literally exist to allow individuals who do wrong to point to the institution and say, it wasn't me. It was this company. It was LLC 841 that's what did it. It wasn't me that did it. It was XYZ
because if
that
we
did
didn't
it.
do that,
We should be
nobody
holding,
would try anything.
No, we can. We can hold specific individuals responsible for the specific shit they do, and we should be doing that. And the idea that an institution that, like, first of all, has forced out like money out of my paycheck every fucking 2 weeks. The fact that this institution that like people who ran it 200 years ago did something terrible, and then now today, like, oh, it's the same institution, so now we're gonna take your money too.
We need to back up because you're wrong about the LLC. The LLC is actually more to my point than yours. An LLC isn't about creating plausible deniability for investors. What it does is limit the consequences for the investors, which is the same shit that bureaucracy does, and not in a fictive way, in a literal way, which is why when you're talking about institutional problems and institutional enacted crimes, you can't find an individual because everyone's got a share of less than 1%. And half of these fuckers are dead. That's the issue, which is why talking about the LLC might be better to make it go bankrupt and like all these sort of things. The issue is, unlike an LLC, our government isn't just going to be torn down and flipped over like you could have with an LLC. You go, you know what, Hudson Bay, you fucked over too many indigenous people. You're gone, and they get bankrupt and all that sort of shit. That's not going to happen with the government. So now there has to be a different type of conversation about how limited liability for government actors can be enacted and then rolled out for a institutional problem.
Yeah.
Did you want to say
something? No, it wasn't. No. A lot of words were said, but no good point was made. Okay, so an LLC exists to limit liability, right?
And it exists to consequences.
Yes, from the consequences, right? It literally exists to protect people from consequences.
Yes,
that is the purpose of it. Okay, so protecting people from consequences is literally the problem. We should be holding people responsible for the shit they do. They should face the consequences for the bad shit that they do. And if they happen to be dead, hold on.
This is an argument against our democratic system.
If they happen,
right?
No, that's not.
Yes, it is.
No,
you're arguing against its fundamental structuring. Yes,
I'm
you're
telling
saying
you it's not. I'm telling you it's not.
LLCs.
I'll explain why.
the government shouldn't exist in the way that they do because it limits liability, it limits consequence. And that's the problem. You want to solve the question of reparations, make sure that liability isn't limited. The problem is that you're not actually addressing reparations, you're suggesting a system overhaul, which is fine, but it's a different type of conversation. And just to say, well, the system's all busted, therefore reparations are meaningless, these premises don't add to each other.
Yeah, we got to.
All right. So as I was trying to say, before I was so rudely interrupted. Okay.
Come on, dude.
So
Gender opportunistic.
I'm just saying. So yeah, LLCs exist to protect shareholders. You're right about that. They literally exist to help people escape consequences of their actions. That's the point. We should be holding people responsible for the bad shit they do, and if they happen to be dead, shit out of luck, right? If the person who wrongs you happens to die, they are no longer exist, so you don't get to sue them. You don't get to take from them because they're gone.
Okay, so who do you sue if an institution, so say Jimmy 200 years ago made this policy, and lots of it got rolled back by the institution over time, but like a couple of these old policies still kind of exist, and they still have a bit of the negative effect that Jimmy really wanted to fuck over Black people, and most of the people now that work in Jimmy's role don't, but they're just not really aware that this policy is doing this thing, but it is still fucking over Black people, but in a much lesser degree, because they've rolled back a bunch of shit. Who do you hold accountable? Do you hold accountable the person in the bureaucratic position who had no idea that the policy existed or the effects that the policy was having? Is that who you hold accountable? Who? Tell me.
You hold the people who enforce like something wrong, of course.
Well, who's that?
Whoever happens to whoever specific person happens to. No.
Come on.
So say the policy is about. Yeah, sure.
We held Derek Chauvin individually responsible for killing that man. That's who's responsible.
That is the issue is when it comes to things like slavery and systemic oppression and intergenerational trauma, it's fucking more complicated than a murder case, right? Yeah. It's just inherently more complicated. So the issue is, say you have a policy, we don't have this, say you had a policy from Jimmy a couple of years ago that Black people get 1/5 the social welfare, which that wouldn't exist, social welfare didn't really exist 200 years ago. But say that's the policy, and it gets rolled back over time, so that like by and large, it's not like the 1/5, but there's absolutely some level of writing into limitations of welfare that if people have certain types of traits about them, they're less inclined to be approved for money. And the traits happen to coincide with a number of things that are associated with the Black community. However, it's not Black skin. It's going to be things like poverty and high crime rates in their neighborhood, for example, right? But the issue is the reason why they're failing this test is in part because of systemic issues, which is why they're in poverty and they have higher crime rates. And so who do you hold accountable? The social worker who rejects their application because they're following the policy? Or do you get mad at the person who's at the top, the chair, because they should have looked at the policy and realized how problematic it was? But what if there's kind of good reasons for why they have these limitations? Because poverty and criminal liability or whatever makes them more likely to default on all these loans. This is why it's fucking complicated. This is why it's really hard with institutional issues to find a single individual to blame. It's damn near impossible because it's built into the fucking system itself. It's designed to operate that way.
So I will agree with you that it may be difficult in certain situations to find somebody who's actually responsible. But what I certainly wouldn't do is find the innocent responsible and make them pay, which is what this is proposing.
Huh?
Well,
I mean,
so this
we
is
did
the
it with
thing.
Japanese
There's-
internment.
Yeah,
we shouldn't
exactly.
have.
That's what we're gonna
Like
bring
at
up.
least you
There's
agreed
two
with
things-
me that I'm right and you shouldn't just be holding random.
There's two things here. One,
Also, as
the
an
whole
overall benefit because of
framing of a
existence.
lawsuit. The whole framing of a lawsuit isn't how reparations come about. You don't sue for reparations and get reparations from the court.
Yeah.
It's an act of political will with Congress. So the whole framing of everything about your analogy is absolutely stupid because that's not how reparation comes about. The other thing is this whole holding individuals liable. These individuals are making decisions for a group of different agencies or whatever, and they don't have the financial power of the agencies that they control. So if Prime were in Congress and he enacts some terrible law and he vote on it, all of us here vote on it. We don't have the institutional finances to back the disadvantages that our policy might cause, but the government does, which is why, since we're acting on behalf of the government when we enact the legislation, the government is the entity that that releases those funds for reparations.
Where did the government get that money from?
From taxpayers. Whether it's entities, whether
who elected
they had to
choose
pay,
what to
didn't
do
they?
with their money.
Well, some of them did, right?
Taxpayers gotta pay for a lot of things.
I guess if we want to like fall into this, where
come
it's like,
from?
well, we make people like pay for shit anyway. Why not just make them pay for this? I guess
mean,
like
I
that's
guess it would
really
be the
if that's
first
really
time
the thought process. If that's hold on, if that's the thought process.
I don't.
I mean, it's all towards like
but again, like
building a better society,
when
right?
you look at the whole picture, like quite literally, what this is like, there was a terrible historical event that was responsible for the existence of a group of people who is now demanding money to some extent. Some proportion of that group is demanding money from a bunch of people who had nothing to do with it. I mean, that is the situation that we're in now.
Sure. So the issue is
people who wanted to pay on their behalf. You know, I mean, like
that's not the situation at all.
The issue is it doesn't matter, because if it ends up being the morally correct action, it's not really like, if moral desert is true, essentially, that's not what matters. The issue is, I don't know why you're not arguing reparations from an argument of about efficacy. That's the only reason that I'm opposed to reparations, because essentially what the actual argument is dumping a bunch of money and shit actually going to fix all the systemic issues? I'd rather audit policy and figure out things that are actively harming a population
That's
than
never
dump
how
money.
reparations work.
Sure.
We only see that happen from white people when it involves black people. When we talked about reparations for the Japanese internment camps, we didn't say, was this going to fix the issues that were caused by this? Any of the reparations in the history of the world, there was never a conversation over, do we think this will fix all of the systemic issues that have happened? That's only a white liberal talking point that starts to exist when we start to talk about reparations for black people. Like, that's not real.
That's
It's
fair.
not a
It's
real
a white
argument.
liberal talking point, and I think it's the main thing that matters, because at the end of the day, if a wrong was done to a population, which I believe it was and has been done, then what we should do is, to our utmost, try to correct the wrongs as much as possible. That is what I think is fundamentally matters here.
I guess one thing I will bring up,
unless we don't trust
in
them to
this
fix
case,
it, apparently.
Hold on. What fundamentally
It's just
matters
money
is
doesn't fix systemic
reparations.
intergenerational trauma.
Reparations is based off political advocacy and will. So it only fundamentally matters as that's the excuse white liberals use to not support reparations. So it does matter, but it doesn't matter in the way that you're saying. It matters because that removes the political will that will enable reparations, because people are just looking for an excuse to hop onto to not be for it. But it doesn't actually matter. It's only a byproduct of needing the political will for reparations to be brought about.
I would say if the purpose of this question is a moral quandary of correcting wrongs that were done in the past, then yeah, whether or not something is actually correcting the wrongs kind of matters to me, of course.
Can you name any reparations in our history? Can you name any reparations in our history where there was calculus done to say this will correct the systemic issues that were originally created?
Well, can I ask you a question?
Probably not, but that might be part of my problem with a lot of these things, is that if they aren't actually addressing chronic levels of poverty or disanalogous access to education, I have a problem.
Okay.
What do you
do agree, though? Hold on, wait. I just want to ask Erudite one more question. Erudite, you do agree that it's impossible to do that calculus, right? The reason why it's never been done is because you can't actually do it. You can't actually say, if I give you this institution, or if I give you this amount of money, or whatever you would be willing to give out during reparations, there's no way to do the calculus on this will fix the injustices that have happened. There is no way to do that.
Of course there is.
Okay.
We don't do the research, but say the goal of the reparation this time is to see a decrease in intergenerational trauma, and we'll list a bunch of metrics that we're going to see these decreases by. So lots of markers of intergenerational traumas: high levels of populist addiction, high levels of populist suicide, and high levels of populist criminality. So say those are the three metrics that we want to aim to address intergenerational trauma for a populace. Say Indigenous people. What we would do is, if a reparation is put out, if we were actually willing to do the research, which nobody ever is, and I agree that there's a logistical problem that occurs with this and a laziness that occurs with it. However, if we do research and we realize that Head Start programs, community programs, and additional community funding and incentive programs for trained social workers to be in a community, and it turns out that what we see in that community is a reduction in suicide, a reduction in addiction, and a reduction in criminality, then we go, yeah, That's an effective reparation. We should keep doing that. But if we do another study and it turns out that just giving them like say $400, which I know is not really what most reparations are asking for specifically, and it turns out that the criminality, the suicidality, and fuck, what's the other one? I'm getting so tired now. The other one that I listed, sorry, it stays the same over time. It doesn't inherently prove that the reparation doesn't work, but it does suggest that it's not effective, right? So we can look at other things to do.
Yeah, so that's what I want to attack. I would say no. So, what I would say is the items that you just laid out are all multifaceted problems, and also time is moving. Time isn't standing still. The reason why those factors may not be positively influenced could be due to new other conditional variables that you can't account for. So let's say you were looking at suicidality, but socially, drug use spikes, right? And that's just a social contagion that's happening where drug use is spiking. It's not due to anything.
Drug use is just a social contagion.
No. I'm giving you an example where there can be something that happens outside of your reparations calculus and where you don't see an increase in factors, but it says nothing to the help that the reparations might be providing. So any of these factors that you try to boil down to, they're going to be multifaceted in the variables that cause them. So there's no way for you to say this is going to be effective if I do this.
We do have statistical models to account for multiple factors and to track them. If we can quantify a factor effectively, we do have statistical models that can do specifically this, right? We can do like a multilinear regression to try to look at a number of quantitative factors to evaluate whether or not some program is effective. And I agree with you that everyone's too lazy to do this research because nobody actually cares about these issues. I agree with you on that one, but that doesn't mean it's impossible because there are plenty of programs that later do get evaluated properly and they help us determine whether or not something's effective. This is why Head Start's such a good program, because we did the research and it turned out that the graduation rates were so much higher in kids that had access to that program, and we saw criminal rates were vastly decreased in this population.
I don't think that is true. I think specifically the advantages to kindergarten are lost by second grade or something. I believe.
So you're factually incorrect there. One of the most effective ways to address educational disparities is specifically in kindergarten. In fact, when you try to address it in college,
you said kindergarten.
it's completely ineffective. Head Start is kindergarten and preschool.
No, maybe it depends on where we live. Head Start.
Okay, the Head Start program I'm meaning is talking about the kindergarten program where teachers would come in, they'd block out time before and after school.
That's what I'm talking about. I do want to let some of people in.
Hold on, I want to ask her just one more question. I want to ask her one more question.
You've asked me one more questions, but the last question, I got to know Noah and Doobie.
Yeah, gotcha. So fatherlessness is one of the biggest variables in most of the negative outputs, whether that comes to drug use, whether that comes to suicidality, a list of other things that you named. Okay, there is no way to target fatherlessness, which is due to shit with courts and all the other shit that we can go into, right? There is no way to target that as a solution when it comes to reparations. What you can do is you can give things that you think will help fatherlessness, but there are other variables that can happen within a community that affect fatherlessness or fathers in the community. Both of those two variables matter. So what I'm saying is
the extraneous factors that can influence the normative findings of the result is things that statistical models are literally designed to account for. And you're right, bad research could be done. But again, I'm going to assume in my magical world that we're doing good research on these things. You can account for these factors because what you would do is if you have a population where you implement, say, some program to address fatherlessness, whatever that program happens to be, right? And you see across multiple communities, most of them have actually a vast increase in two-parent households, for example, or maybe a better metric would be a decrease in single motherhood, for example. And one community doesn't. Well, you can analyze that community as a case study, but that wouldn't disprove the normative. This is what the critical theorem of numbers in statistics is all about, is you get a large enough sample to see if the normative effects work. I'm saying statistics can account for a lot of these things, not perfectly, but we could do a lot more than we do. The reality is that just nobody wants to do the research because
Noah.
I think my question, he actually answered my question. My question was going to be, does he think that, the current condition of poverty and other problems in the Black community is at all related to slavery? But he kind of clarified that. So you can move to the next person.
Doobie.
Oh, wait. Wait.
No,
what did you think my answer to that was?
Before we let
partially,
Doobie
but
was.
you said partially.
I
but
said
there's also
I don't just move on. Then Doobie.
Hi. So I guess I'm trying to figure out like what you mean by reparations, because it's just true that the Black and Brown community in the United States receives like billions in specifically directed funding at these communities every year for education, to build infrastructure, for loans that they get that other races don't get, to try to support the community and to try to like encourage education and opening businesses, etc. So, like, given that billions of dollars is being funneled to these communities every single year, like, why isn't that a form of reparations? Like, when you say reparations, do you mean like direct cash payments to people? Because typically, when people are talking about reparations, they're talking about like, hey, we need programs specifically for our community to build up these communities to try to get us ahead, right? Because we're left behind.
Biggest form
But it
of
seems like those things
reparations
already
is
exist, right? Hold on, and also like there are not only the business loans that have like race requirements. There are school loans, college loans that have race requirements, right? That white people just don't have access to these things that Black people do. So I don't know how all of that is in reparations.
Okay. Is that a question to the floor so I can answer? So one.
Yeah, like why don't you consider that reparations?
Because the loans you're talking about, I would assume in great number are things that are being offered by private entities. They're not being offered by the government, right? There isn't a nail net for
That's
Black
not true.
people where you can get. Wait, can you explain what loans you're talking about?
Yeah,
Please help me.
there are
What
federal
government?
there are federal and state loans, right? The school loans and business loans that are only available to minorities. There are federal college loans that are only available to Black people, right? HSBUs, right? Or was it HBSUs or whatever the fuck you call it, right?
HBCUs.
Historically Black colleges. Yeah, historically Black colleges get federal funding to support education in the Black community, right? So like.
Wait,
I
no,
don't
that's
know,
different.
like,
Those
so to say,
institutions
hold
aren't.
on.
Those
So, wait, hold
institutions
on. I'm not
aren't
talking
Black
about
only.
those
What are you
the
talking
wait,
about?
hold on.
Let him
I'm not saying
finish.
that they're Black only, right? But
You're saying things that
these
aren't true. You
programs,
said that you said they're only available to Black people. You went to HBCUs, which isn't something that's only available to Black people.
Okay, hold on. Let him get it out. Let him get it out. He's been waiting.
The historically Black colleges thing is a separate example, right? But it's just one.
It's
but
not
it's
an
true that
example.
there also are federal and state college loans and business loans that you can only get if you're Black.
Please tell me the federal loan that you can only get if you're Black.
Okay, so to be clear, if this does exist, and I show you that it exists, right? Are you going to agree that this is a form of reparations?
I'll engage with it when I look up what it is. Yeah, but right now I don't know if it exists.
So it's not going to change your argument either way.
No. It may change
if I'm
what
going to
I
Google
attack.
it for you, if I'm going to do some research and Google it for you, right? Because you could do this. If I'm going to do it for you, I need to know how it's going to affect your argument.
No, you're saying it. You shouldn't have to Google it. You should know. You're referencing as if it's fact.
I should just know all
and
the
now
ones
you're
off the
saying
top
I
of
need
your
to
head.
look up if the bullshit that I'm saying
right
is
now.
actually
I'm not
true.
able to find anything. Like,
hold on. Wait, hold on. I can Google it. It's not a big deal, but I want to know how it's going to impact your argument.
But you said it as fact,
If
and
it's
I
true,
questioned
hold
it.
on.
Now,
Again, so
and
if
now
it's
you're
true,
mad at me for questioning.
I'm not mad
whether
at you.
the
I'm not mad
rest
at
of
you at
what you're
all. I'm
saying-
asking you how it's going to impact your argument. So if it's true, right? So this thing that I just said, if it's true, would you agree that this thing existing specifically for Black people that white people don't have access to is a type of reparations?
I could agree that yes, if the government has created a program that is exclusive to people that are descendants of slavery, and they're saying that this policy was created to address a problem in that community, then that is a type of reparations. I would agree, absolutely. So yeah, send it
Wait,
to
hold
me.
on.
And
It has to be
I'll look
specific to
into it.
slavery. So, like, if it's available to Black people who are not the descendants of slavery, like, is it not
Okay.
reparations?
I want you to understand the premise of what you said, right? We're talking about reparations, I think, for slavery or the effects of slavery, right? I think that's the backdrop for this entire conversation.
No.
So if you find
I'm
something,
going further than that.
what is it?
I'm talking about like
Yeah,
oppression,
federally.
racism,
Redlining.
Jim Crow, etc. I'm not saying
Federally.
only slavery. I think they're wrongs done to the Black Americans right after slavery, obviously.
Okay, so if there's something that says, hey, for the Black people who are redlined or all the other things that you just named, this policy is specifically targeted towards that group, then yeah, I would agree that's
Oh, I see.
absolutely reparations, right?
So you're saying that it's available to all Black people, and they don't need to prove that they were the victims of these things. It's not reparations.
No. If you're saying it's reparations for a wrong, then the stated goal needs to be to redress some systemic factor. If that systemic factor was redlining, slavery, whatever subject you want to use, as long as that's created in context for the wrongdoings that you're saying is meant to address, then I would agree that that's reparations for sure. I think anybody would, right?
So it needs to say on the thing that this is for addressing these wrongs. It can't just be, hey, this is to support Black education or to get more Black kids in college. It needs to say, hey, this is for red lighting, for you to call it reparations.
I give out scholarships to Black kids at my high school, right?
Yeah, the answer is yes. Right?
Hold on, no. I'm trying to. I give out scholarships to kids at my high school, which are like 99% Black. So almost every time I'm going to a student that's Black, would you say that that's reparations because I'm helping Black people and I'm helping
You're not a
them?
government entity. Yeah, you're not a government entity. The U.S. government, federal and state, is providing not just the school loans, right, but is directing funding specifically at minority communities to build up infrastructure, jobs, to boost small businesses, etc.
I would like to see any of the legislation that you're talking about that you think backs your opinion.
Sure.
Okay,
give me like 2 minutes. I'll Google it for you. Okay?
Pennsylvania Minority Business Development Authority. PMBDA program provides low-interest loan to businesses owned and operated by ethnic minorities. Eligibility: any businesses owned and operated by ethnic minorities except non-franchise restaurants. And this is on the PA government website.
Pennsylvania, got it. Okay.
Yeah, I'll put this in the
also the USDA,
the VC chat. Yeah, just putting that out there.
That was a Black farmers thing to stimulate.
But this wasn't specifically to Black people.
It's ongoing.
To be clear, what I just said wasn't specifically Black, but just an ethnic minority. So yeah, there's that.
Yeah, so we can throw that out the window, right?
Yeah, I
just throw it out the window.
Yeah. So
no, it doesn't relate to the subject that Doobie said. That's all I'm saying.
No, fair. If it's not narrowly tailored enough, okay. I can keep looking. Before we continue, guys, I do need your help though. Consider supporting this channel. So when we give you hours of this, so to continue to do that, so we need your assistance. So consider sub to the channel. Gifting bits or gifting subs. We have Amazon Prime Gaming. Use that here. So that we can keep giving you hours and hours and hours of entertainment, or aggravation. It might be that too. It might be interviewing aggravation. But consider supporting this channel so we can keep doing this. Or super chats, hype chats are read out loud. So if you want your comments to be you want to yell at someone, you want to ask a question, that's the way to do it. Consider helping us out. All right, keep going.
So I think what Lactoid brought up is a good example, right? There was, and I don't remember the details. We talked about this on All Black Everything. I think we found out like almost none of the money was going to Black people or something. But the USDA thing where they set aside, I can't remember how many billions of dollars for Black farmers to address systemic wrongs in farming for Black people. That could be a thing that you could kind of call reparations for sure. I don't remember all the details of the policy for sure. I think there were problems with the outcomes of it, but you could bracket that as some form of reparation. The problem is though that's not to the general populace. That's to a subset of people. So calling it a reparations for the group seems weird. That's why if you said that this is reparations for Black farmers, I think that would be more accurate than saying that it's reparations for Black people. Would you agree with that, Lactoid?
Would it be reparations for Black farmers, not like Black people? Well, Black farmers are Black people. Does a reparations program have to literally hit every single person? Otherwise, it just doesn't count. I don't know why that would be the logic.
Well,
going by the historical context, I would say yes, it needs to be something that's impactful to most of the group to be represented as reparations for that group. I can't think of a single historical reparations example where there was a hyper minority of a population, and we called that reparations for the group. Black farmers probably make up less than 1% of Black people. So the idea
we
of
can do
giving
that.
something.
Well,
so for example, like the Japanese Americans, we only gave money to the ones that were in the camps, not like the Japanese Americans that weren't put in the camps, or the like the descendants afterwards that were not put in the camps. They weren't given any money.
Yeah, that would probably be called reparations, but
that's my point.
I think part of the reason that worked is, I mean, how soon did we give them reparations after that?
I don't know the exact.
40 years, I think, something like that, right?
40
yeah,
years.
30 years, 40 years.
It was 1992.
Okay. Do you think it's been like
a lot of people died?
I think part of the reasons like this reparations talk is so hard is because it's been so long, and it
hasn't been that
because the white populace.
I think the issue is it's not been that long. Like slavery's been a long time, but like systemic issues are not that old, right? So that's part of the.
Yeah.
But even then, we have like great grandmas who were slaves, right? Like.
Yeah, that's true.
Like it's not that long ago.
Well, I mean, like,
most
do you think
people talking about reparations aren't just talking about slavery, right? Most people I know at least.
I'm just saying, I'm not sure it would be like an easy task, like individually, like finding out who personally was a victim of slavery, right?
We can individually find out the Vietnam vets that came home and didn't get aid, right? There are lots of Black reparations that people actually talk about when you talk to Black people that aren't this crazy. Oh, Black people only talk about reparations from 400 years ago, but the white populace doesn't have political will, so those topics aren't engaged with.
And to be clear, we I've had this conversation. I've had this conversation very forcefully with my friend Fanatic. Shout out to him. And he would reference the Freedmen's Bureau, and like a census that was done of African Americans, like at the 1800s, 1849 or something. I know that not that well. That would be a wrong year, like 1850 census or something like that. But there's a census, that is commonly referred to. That tracked Black individuals who were enslaved, and then you would go from there. That would be their argument.
Okay, I mean, like, yeah, I guess that sounds pretty reasonable to me.
Yeah.
No, the people alive that dealt with redlining are still here. The Vietnam vets that came back are still here. People that were left out of stuff in the 1930s, some of those people are still here. Those arguments aren't engaged because there's no will to actually right systemic wrongs done to Black people, right? We just infinitely come up with excuses that don't apply to any other historical context of reparations.
Would you be okay with reparations that were only to the people that like you listed there? So like not their kids, not their like any next of kin or anything, or anyone who immigrated later, only to those. Would you say like those are good enough reparations? So only the people who were affected by it, not their kids or anything like that.
I would be extremely comfortable if we did reparations. So now some of these things become like the timeline that you're doing, it becomes interesting, right? So if you're doing something 30 years later, 20 years later, it makes sense to only do the people that were directly impacted. But if specifically due to political will, these things are delayed, you allow the government to delay themselves out of having to fix wrongs that they did, right? So it all depends on when the quote unquote crime was committed and how lenient I am on whether or not it should include descendants or not include descendants. That makes sense?
Not fully. It's I kind of understand what you're saying, but it leaves still like a lot of ambiguity in between.
It
So
kind of
like in
sounds
the
like.
case,
Sorry.
that's okay. I was just gonna say, like in the case of like Jim Crow laws, how would you like quantify who was specifically affected? And I would argue, would you say it falls into the category of like we just realized later that it was wrong, or would it fall into the category of like the government's been putting off correcting the wrong? And so then, depending on what category you put it in, who would get the reparation from Jim Crow laws? Like just the people affected at the time?
Yeah, I think with something like Jim Crow laws, it's probably okay to say, hey, just the people that were affected at that time. I think for the Vietnam example, I think that one is good. I think what that's like, I can't remember exactly what year. Is that 1970?
I think so. That sounds
No,
right.
19. Yeah. So
You can say a date and I'll grant it.
old. Yeah. So that one can be getting kind of old, right? So if we're talking about pre and post 50 years, 40 years, I think that's when the calculus starts to change. So something more recent, I'd be extremely willing to say this should only target the directly impacted. When it becomes over that time period, it's a high likelihood that lots of those people from that were directly impacted have now died.
Okay,
And
so like
I guess the
slavery would be one that you'd
distinction.
want more complexity about, like reparations. Would be like
Exactly.
the second category. Okay,
Exactly.
just want to make sure. I
so,
understand.
side note, like the more I'm looking into it, I think I was under the impression of what Doobie had said previously. Maybe he's found something, but like looking into it, I don't know if there are any grants or anything
There is nothing.
that's specifically directed to Black people, though to minorities in general, but to Black people specifically, I don't see it. I know,
Yeah,
like,
which is why I know it's
So,
not.
so
like
I
Native
guess the
Americans can
question.
get to like of a certain amount of ethnic purity, whatever, can go to college for like for free or something. I think that's the closest I can think of. And then or maybe being able to open like a casino with on Native American
Because they were
lands.
given reparations.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the closest I can think of. But I can't think of anything that directly hits an ethnic group like that. But go ahead, Noah.
Yeah, I guess I was gonna say, like, it seems like the distinction that's being drawn is a redress for a moral wrong in the past, right? So like we did something wrong, we're gonna pay for it. Is that the same as like what we're doing, like a policy for today, where we're trying to make a more equitable system? Because to me, it seems like those are kind of two separate. To me, it feels like those are two separate categories of policy, where like, one is like we did something wrong, we're gonna pay for it regardless, we just pay the price for it, right? And that, as opposed to like, oh, how can we make sure that we're giving people equal opportunity? Those feel like separate worlds of policy, but it sounds like, I don't know, there's some either confusion or overlap between them going on in the conversation here. I don't know.
I would say those are distinctly different. Lack or Doobie, how do you feel those are different, or do you think those things to just equalize society should be seen as reparations as well?
I don't know if
I'm
Doobie's
sorry.
here.
What did you say? Yeah, I'm here. I'm just pulling up the shit that I was talking about earlier. What was the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, is an attempt to make an equal society today, like, or a more equitable society today, is that the same as like redressing a moral wrong in the past? Like, are those the same category of policy?
No, but I think with in terms of like reparations, right? I don't think that like I don't think the moral wrongness of it matters. I think that what's more important is we have this group of people that was kind of arbitrarily held back, right? Because of their race or their religion or whatever. So I think that being like, oh well, the reason we're doing this is because it was wrong to do that. I think it's kind of irrelevant to the actual like functional problem, which is we arbitrarily held these people back, and now we need to arbitrarily give them a boost. So I guess the boost wouldn't be arbitrarily,
Yeah.
but like we need to give them a boost because because of that happened. So yeah, I
Well,
don't think the morality of it really matters.
Well, I think the question that he's asking you is when you say boost, that's an interesting word, right? And I think it reveals maybe a deeper way in which you look at this. Trying to make an equitable system and trying to boost people are distinctly different. And I would say when giving reparations, that is a situation of like trying to boost, right? But when just trying to make a more equitable society, I don't think boosts are actually what's happening.
I don't know. I mean, what else
100%
would you
agree with
call
that.
it? Wait, hold on. What else would you call it?
Welfare.
Wait,
I don't know. I feel like
people
There is
typically
a
think of welfare
difference.
like
There is a
hand.
difference between
Whoa.
reparations and welfare.
So
Okay,
you
but
think
but
welfare
people.
is
Okay.
making things more equal and reparations is boosting? Would you agree with that?
Yeah. So the
Yeah,
idea behind welfare is, again, like citizens have this minimal level of like living, right? You want to like help the bottom, and ideally, I mean, I don't think anybody here would. Maybe some people here would like a white baby and a black baby, both born into poverty. Does one of them deserving to not be in poverty is a weird concept, right? Like neither of them did anything wrong; they were just born, and so like deserve is a weird concept here. When it comes to like again welfare, but when it comes to reparations, it's a perfectly cohesive like thought process, right? The idea behind reparations is like paying damages. The idea is you did something wrong to somebody, so like, so that you got to pay them money, right? And it shouldn't be, well, how are they going to spend the money? That's none of your business, right? The idea of reparations is if you owe them the money, you got to pay them the money, even if they're rich, right? Reparations doesn't. It's not like welfare in that way. It's like you have like a multi-billionaire Black businessman, and he deserves just as much reparations because his ancestors were just as enslaved as as a poor Black man's. That's the argument.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's a
Doobie, you agree? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Oh yeah, Doobie can answer that first.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
Oh my, never mind.
Well, I do have a.
He's still trying to. Hold on, wait. Hold on, wait.
So
I forgot. He's still trying to. He's still trying to look at the policy that doesn't exist.
My God, it does exist. But so
Send
I
one.
put up like 3 or 4 different things, right? But I want to make sure that they meet your criteria. So give me a little bit. I'm still going through them.
Got you. You'll be going through it
I have a
all night.
question.
We appreciate you.
I mean, what would you guys consider like more important? Would you consider like welfare more important or like reparations more important? I guess, and
Both.
like the overall like benefit to society.
I guess. Well, one of them already exists, right? Like.
Right.
So, I guess it's just a question of what do we want to add on. I guess you could ask the question like, if you got like a sum of money, which one would you spend it on? Would you you had to spend it on one of them? Like, would you spend it on more welfare, or would you spend it on reparations? That could be an interesting question.
Yeah. So my question, if you're interested in making things more equal, why would you ever put money into a race-based reparation system when you could put that money into welfare? Like, what would be the logic?
Well, I don't think you would if your goal is to make things more equal. But if your goal is to redress the wrongs of the past, then you would pay the
Exactly.
It depends on what you want to do, right?
It's a fundamentally different question.
I disagree. If I walked into a room with people with lots of different problems, and some of those problems came about due to some of those circumstances, and some of those problems came about to different circumstances, and not addressing the different circumstances would mean that there is no equality amongst this group. I would fight to address both, right? So if I walked into a room and there was like, I don't know, guys with their legs chopped off, but they're also poor, I might want to give prosthetic limbs to those guys, as well as increasing the funding of everybody in that room. So they're poor, right? So I want to give money, but also I rip the legs off some of these people. So I give them prosthetic limbs also as a reparations for the damage I caused to their limbs. That's kind of how I see the argument that y'all are saying.
The issue with that line of thinking, though, is you can use money to buy prosthetics or books or buildings or anything like that. The question is just like, where does the money go? And so if you're interested in, again, alleviating poverty and inequality, you would just do welfare, right? You wouldn't pay any mind to reparations, because what's going to happen is if Black people truly are behind, they're just going to get disproportionate welfare, which is what currently happens, right? Because Black people are more disproportionately in poverty. They're going to disproportionately get more welfare because it's handed out based on like socioeconomic status. So you do see disproportionate money going to Black people.
That disproportionality isn't at the individual level, though, and this is why it matters. Imagine the situation you just laid out. That disproportionality is at the group level. You're saying Black people as a group get more funding from the government, but it doesn't mean those individual Black people from welfare get more than other individual white people from welfare. That's the thing that I'm calling out. This is why
because it depends on their poverty level.
This is why that's important. Imagine the same situation you just said. There's people with prosthetics, and we only want to give out money. Now, imagine if you knew that $10,000 could pay for rent, could pay for all of the bills, and it would help lift those people out of poverty. Now, imagine that prosthetic person has to buy prosthetic limbs that cost $10,000. If you gave that $10,000 to a group, regardless of their problem, a lot of them would spend it on a prosthetic leg, and they'd still be in poverty. The other group would lift themselves out of poverty because they didn't have those.
No, you're assuming a couple of things here. You're assuming you're separating money and like the prosthetics, but like we're talking about funding, which would be equivalently given, or like money, which would be given to reparations or welfare, right? And so if you gave just money to welfare and none to reparations whatsoever, you would see Black people disproportionately get more money because they're disproportionately in poverty, right? If you gave just welfare, if you gave just reparations and no welfare, you wouldn't see like poor people get money. You would just see like black poor people, black middle class people, and black rich people get money. Like
you're switching between individual and group again. Like I don't know if you're doing that purposely.
No. I'm not. Please follow me, okay? Do you agree that poor individuals get money from welfare based on how poor they are? Yeah, if you're a poor individual, are you going to get money from welfare? If you qualify for,
are going to get money from welfare if you qualify. Yes.
Okay, as an individual, and so if you have more black poor people, you would have more black people qualify for welfare. True.
Yes, I'm not disagreeing that the group disproportionately gets more funding. I said that earlier.
Okay, so what is the reasoning? Why would you ever give money to a rich black person over a poor white person?
You can have stipulations where you say, and you can have clauses to say, reparations is for a certain tax bracket or a certain like money. That's one option. Another option is because a debt is owed, and no matter how much money you have, the debt still has to repeat.
That's the only question at play. That you're right. That's the only question at play. If this is about equality, there's no reason to bring race into it.
All right, folks. I got a dip. Good night.
Wait, Lectoid, 5 minutes ago, you just said that reparations are due to a moral wrong, and the tax bracket of those individuals doesn't matter when giving reparations. I think we all agree with that. So I'm wondering
why the definition of reparations. Yes.
So I'm wondering why now you're presenting a situation as if these things are at odds.
I don't understand where I lost you. So reparations is based on like this concept of blood debt. This concept of like there's a guilt, there's like a owed amount, like on the ledger, on the cosmic ledger, like your great grandfather did something, so you owe something, right? That's the concept there. Like a debt needs to be paid, and this is how we pay it. Welfare is nothing to do with like debts being paid. It's not. There's no like ethereal concept about it. Like welfare is just we don't want poor people in our society. We want everybody to have something. And so we're going to establish this rule where everyone gets food stamps. And also, if you're poor, you get.
Here's my thing about reparations.
Before we do that, Doobie, the program you're looking at, is it the one from Oregon?
No.
Okay.
Here's the issue.
I'll give you something. So Oregon Cares Fund. In fact, Majin here was the one who sent this to me.
Hey, Majin.
But the Oregon Cares Fund apparently is targeted towards black people. Everything I'm seeing, it's targeted specifically towards black people. It's a fund to help out people like during the COVID pandemic and afterwards, so like black businesses and everything like that.
This is from COVID. This has nothing to do with reparations.
Is this. The point is like the question that he was presenting us wasn't that like the program specifically to be given as reparations, but like if you have programs that are directed towards black people, right? Isn't that itself a form of reparations?
Yeah, but it's important to contextualize that. This seems like, and I'm literally only on their website reading the front page and the words that they say themselves. It seems like maybe there's something about Oregon where black people were disproportionately impacted by COVID-19. This is specifically for experienced financial adversity due to COVID-19. That like it literally says it on the first sentence on the contingent.org/Oregon Cares. This is all specific.
So your argument is that like this couldn't be considered reparations because it's specifically it's not like a generalized thing be giving to black people just because they're black. It's more like there was a problem, like an event that was problematic, and so that they were given funds for that event.
This is reparations for COVID to business to black people that own businesses or nonprofits?
No, it was for every individual. I received the grant.
You can have reparations that are non-race related. Yeah, reparations is a broad term. It doesn't have to be race related.
This was actually legit the one, but this is where I use the argument for reparations, right? If we can do it here on a state level, why can't we do this on a national level?
Here's the best argument for reparations for Black people. The best argument is
again,
like, as long as it was given to other groups of people, it has to be given to Black people.
Does it achieve what you guys are going for? You guys, so I know you guys, not you guys, sorry, Gambit was really upset when I said that like reparations need to be addressing the like ills of the past and the harm that's been done and the harm that's still occurring. And you said that that's like some white liberal bullshit. But then while I've been sitting here and listening, and you've said statements like giving reparations is about bursting a group and addressing different circumstances that are negatively affecting that people. So it sounds like you do actually care about addressing ills that have been done and correcting it. So the question is, are the reparations that were given in Majan, you said it was Ohio or
Oregon. And
Oregon.
Yeah.
Was it effective at reducing the systemic ills that are specifically plaguing the Black community? Was it effective
I mean, for
at that?
COVID, I mean, it wasn't a direct, like reparations, right? It was just enough to get by. It was like, so you got two payments, like one was like for 3,500, the other one's for like 1,500. But yeah, to help you get by while it was in the nitty
And it was
gritty.
only for Black Americans in Oregon?
Yeah, to my understanding.
Only for Black Americans during COVID. And what was the reparation it was trying to achieve?
It was just grants for struggling Black families and business owners in Oregon to help them out. I can send you the link.
No, I'm just going to grant you everything you're saying. I'm assuming you've read it, so I believe you. Okay, so the issue is, what are you guys trying to achieve with that reparation?
You know what I'm saying?
And
I'm just saying, like, it wasn't.
Benito.
There was nothing that we were trying to achieve of it. That they saw that there was a need for, especially when you go into the history of Oregon and stuff like that. I'm not sure if you know any of this, and I don't want to. Everybody in here has heard heard me say it like 1,500 times. But it was, you couldn't move like up until 1940. You couldn't be Black in Oregon. Oregon was one of the first states to get rid of slavery, but they wrote it in the Oregon Constitution. And I'm paraphrasing here, that no free Negro, slave, or mulatto could seek residence, own land, or in such and such. It was a much more aggressive paragraph.
Fanatic needs to be here.
They didn't end up writing that out of the Oregon Constitution until 1955.
Wait,
we were here for 15 years. Oh, go ahead.
I just want to make sure I answer Ariad's question. I want you to think I'm running. What was
I don't
your
think you're
question
running.
again?
Sorry. I'm not into that, like, Rob nor BPF, like, if you don't immediately address my question, you're a coward and you're afraid.
I don't know. I heard area.
So how I feel it with what
I
with a lot of the
shit,
stuff
but
you see,
I'm not bad faith, mostly.
you see in the media about Portland and stuff like that, with a lot of the racial stuff like that, the redlining and shit like that.
Yeah.
When it comes to locations, this is their step to be like, hey, we know we done fucked up. Hey, let's try to, we know you guys are having a hard time. Let me set this extra side of money aside for you guys so you can get through this.
So the Oregon money was essentially, the goal was somewhat to address the cost issues associated with them not owning land, essentially, to some degree.
Well, there was,
so
there was
and to
a
help
lot of
their
things.
businesses get through COVID specifically because they had like a distinct disadvantage compared to like white Oregon people. Is that the purpose of it?
Yeah.
Did it achieve that goal?
I mean, I haven't looked into it, but I assume so.
Okay.
That's
the only thing I care about.
I think the
any of
purpose,
this stuff.
No, you guys are not understanding. It doesn't matter what the outcome is when it comes to paying
Yes,
a debt.
it does.
That's all. No, it doesn't.
You guys have explicitly said that. You said the purpose of reparations
I'm
is
making
to
a different
address the
argument.
different circumstances. That's fine, but I'm trying to address them. So
okay,
Wait,
you and I can tussle after if you want.
Wait, Dream. She's trying to address something that I said. I want to make sure I'm clear.
Okay.
When we say, do we like aspirationally hope that reparations causes an increase? Yes. Our answer is that we would aspirationally want these things to happen. But that doesn't mean that we're attempting to pre-calculate whether those things will happen, and it doesn't mean the outcomes of whether it does happen are important. So in that aspect, I agree with what Dream said. So what we will say is, when we gave those Japanese Americans reparations, we don't necessarily care what they do with it, or if they spend it correctly, or if it causes them to create more businesses. We would want that to happen. That's aspirational of us, but we aren't involved at all or care at all about the end result of it.
So the issue for me is that this basically sounds identical to the Catholic Church, how you can just pay your sins away and it's like dealt with, which feels like you're missing the heart of the problem, right? I think the heart of the problem in America, so you have this massive history of objective white supremacy that I would argue culturally still exists today, that is disproportionately affected not just people of color, but specifically Black people because of the history of slavery, all of the history of the tensions between distinctly white, right? I think we would all agree with this. I'm not saying anything that nobody doesn't know. So the issue is, when it comes to reparations, we should be addressing the major issues that are in between. So if you're basically saying white people get to be okay as long as they pay you off enough, that feels to me like the worst way to address
but
these
the
problems.
major issue. Hold on, let me hop in. No, I got this.
That was to me.
The major.
That was to me.
That was Gabby. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was to me. So I think where we might be missing each other, Erudite, is this place. I think there needs to be political reform of things, and I think there's arguments that we can make about political reform to make a more equitable society. I don't think that conversation should be mixed amongst the conversation about reparations. So those things that you would name that are still ongoing that need to change, I agree that we should highlight those things in order to combat white supremacy, but I don't think that's a goal of reparations itself. And I think entangling them together is a part of why reparations is impossible, because
But
we're
the
trying
issue
to
is
entangle.
you entangled them together, right? So like I'm not the only one doing that. It seems like a lot of people, when you're talking about, there's typically three dominant arguments for reparations. There's the moral desert, which is the one that Dream is mostly arguing for. But the issue is that you're tying that in with other things, which would be things like responsibility and correcting ills and wrongs. So outcome-oriented reparations, right? That's the more common and popular argument for reparations specifically. And so you've made a number of those types of arguments for why reparations should exist. And what I'm saying is, I'm even bought into that. I am willing to say we should try to correct the issues that are directly affecting Black Americans because of the history and systemic, like blah, 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 the whole stuff that we all know is going on, right? I agree with that. The issue is, if you're just injecting cash, you're not achieving that. In fact, I'm concerned that it is going to be the only reason that we go, well, why the fuck would we do all these political audits? We gave you your cash, we paid her blood money, we're done with it.
This conversation.
Hold on. Wait, this is my last thing. This is my last thing. But Erudite, I don't think we agree on those. I am very okay with the concept of, for reparations, slapping my hands together and saying, yo, I gave you something. That's that. And I'm very
You're okay with me
with
paying you off blood money.
Yes,
I don't need to change. Wait, I don't need to change. I don't need to care about education inequalities or systemic racism within the policing
No, you
system.
gotta do that
I can
too.
basically say,
Oh, no,
fuck
they
you
don't.
if you want that shit.
Listen,
I
if
paid
there's-
you my blood money. Are you saying that that's okay?
If
That's
there's
enough.
any form,
Or do you want
so,
both?
hold on, please.
You want both?
Hold on, wait a second. Hold on. Let Erudite and Gabby figure this out. Go ahead.
Yeah. So Erudite, remember what I said. I think there's two things we're fighting for, and I fight for both of them. I fight for political reform, for things that are unjust, that are still current policy, and I fight for reparations. I don't mix those two. So when you say, am I okay with you paying off blood money? Absolutely. But I'm not okay with you divorcing responsibility also for an equitable society. I think those are just two different lanes.
The issue is that when reparations are paid, it is always tied to correcting the wrongs. So if you're saying the blood money doesn't need to correct the wrongs, it's just money, you're losing 50% of your argument for political reform.
No, I never said that though. Nobody says reparations are to correct something. They are
Hold on.
No, it's
Just
it's
to
an
be
attempt.
clear.
It's an attempt of an apology. That's what it is.
Yes,
Just so it's clear, plenty of people make the argument that the reason for reparations is to correct the wrongs.
I'm talking about Gambit. I'm talking about Gambit, though. I'm talking me and you.
But
Gambit
you said
and
nobody's saying this, and I'm saying people are saying this, right? There are multiple approaches.
By nobody in that context, I meant me responding to you. Yeah, I don't know. I specifically meant me.
You
I used
have
the
made
words.
these arguments. You have made these arguments because you said things like giving reparations is about boosting a group and addressing the different circumstances that the groups have to go on, implying that reparations is about correcting the wrong. You made that argument. You are arguing for that.
No. I think you're misinterpreting that. That's
I
where
wrote it down.
No.
Listen, I quoted you verbatim.
Yes, but listen, you got to understand that that's an aspirational statement. That's why I keep saying this to you. I'm not saying at all in any way. I want to be super clear about this. I'm not saying at all that outcomes matter in any way. I'm not saying, and like I've said to you multiple times, I think I'm not saying that we should do any pre-calculation, like to directly say we know for sure this is going to address this problem. Aspirationally, I would hope that when these reparations are given, these good wills come from it and these things correct themselves. But I don't think there needs to be any barrier on calculation or calculating outcomes after the fact.
I don't believe you. I think you've pivoted to that position now. The issue is that when you and I started going back and forth, we had a long conversation about the fact that it shouldn't be about the outcomes because specifically you said there's no way to measure it. That's what you said. And so then when I talked to you and I said there actually would be ways to measure it. And I outlined a bunch of processes and a bunch of metrics by which we could evaluate the effect. You didn't disagree. You didn't disagree with these.
No, I did. Prime just let somebody go and we went on. I didn't agree with any of that.
So you don't agree. So you don't agree that reparations that we were talking about could be used to change the issues that Black people are actually facing, and that your response was, well, we could do that, but there's no way to measure it.
No.
Which implies that you're fine with the idea of it. You just are dubious about whether or not there could be evidence for it. So when I outlined that evidence could be supplied,
I want to make sure you remember the last question I asked you before Prime moved on, right? The last time we talked about that conversation, I asked you, hey, what could reparations do specifically to fix fatherlessness, which is the umbrella for a lot of those things? In the framing of that question, I was showing you that I disagree that there are statistical ways that we can know that these things are going to help. That's what that conversation resolved, and we moved on because there's a panel of 9 people. But to be clear, I didn't agree. No, wait. I'll let you finish. Right? But to be clear, at the beginning, I rejected the ability to pre-calculate. I rejected the ability to care about outcomes. And that's the same statements I'm making now. I never agree with you in between. So the statements that I'm making right now are the same arguments that I gave you an hour ago. Just to be clear, I'm being extremely consistent.
So the issue is that if you are saying 2 different arguments, you said, first of all, there's no way we could measure it, which is one way that you tried to dismiss outcomes for things. And now you're saying the outcomes don't matter. When I was addressing it, it's assuming that if you were saying there's no way to measure it, the implication of that argument is that if I could supply evidence of how it could be measured, then you might be interested in reparations being measured and ensured to be effective at addressing the issues that they should be affecting.
No,
okay,
because
I guess you should just.
I
guess you just shouldn't have made that argument. I don't know what to tell you.
I have a question.
You can. This is the last statement. I promise. This last statement, Prime. You got to remember why I made that argument. I didn't make that argument to give you. I'm like choking. I didn't make that argument to give you the idea that I was interested in measurement. I gave you that argument because specifically I said, white liberals bring that up because they don't want reparations, right? So I was bringing it up in the light of saying that this is something that you all bring up so that you don't have to do reparations. Not that I didn't think or whether if I thought it were possible, I'd be for it. I didn't bring it up in that light. So just to be clear, but yeah, we can move on.
So I want to hey guys, I said Majin could go before, and then we'll go to this Mufasa.
I think they even moved, but they kind of covered what I was going to say. But I was going to say just adding equity. Period. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's blood money or like how we've done with the Native Americans with like reservations and stuff like that. The attempt alone is what we should go for. And if it is just offering them blood money and then they go ahead, there's
how
gonna
much
be
blood money?
Sorry, hold on.
How
I want to
much?
make it clear.
We can sit down. Oh, again,
well, second. I saw you interrupted me before I could actually get everything out. First of all, I just want to make it clear. Mufasa wants to talk to Lactor, so I want to make sure Lactor knows that. Apparently the person wants to say something to you. So stick around for that, Lactor. And then afterwards...
I gotta go afterwards.
Then you gotta go afterwards? Okay, all right.
So I'm pushing 1 o'clock. I got work tomorrow.
Okay, then we're gonna go to that first. And then do you want to know Toya? So we're gonna go to that. We'll go ahead, Mufasa.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm just a regular viewer or whatever, but when it comes to when it comes to reparations, I just want to say, me personally, me being a black person, I think if like a much more affordable education is much more desirable in what I think would be reparations. Affordable education for the black community, because then only people that are actually trying to get educated would have access to that reparation. That's just me. And for Lactoid, there was a multitude of points that Lactoid brought. For example, the thankfulness or gratefulness of slavery, and thank and all those other things, which I mean, that that was to me that was nonsense, because first of all, those individuals that was enslaved, those that they were taught carpentry or whatever, they were not able to have businesses or anything like that in this country. Still, even after slavery, like Majin said, in Oregon, black people couldn't have business, they couldn't own homes, they couldn't do this in Oregon. Where else?
Period.
What? So think about all these other states that probably have the same policies. So for you to say like, because they were enslaved, they have skills that they wouldn't have out otherwise. That's ridiculous. Number two, and now when the black community finally were able to develop something of themselves, like Black Wall Street, what did the KKK and possibly regular white people do? They came and murdered and burned and killed and all these other things. So that's number two. And it is not the only instance of violent murder and genocide. That's not the only instance of white over black genocide. Okay, and I'm talking about within the past half of millennia, almost half a millennia. So for you to say like we should be thankful, I think it's just I think it's nonsense.
Okay. Just really quick. When I was talking about which I agree, it's not the best word, gratefulness, thankfulness. This is why I've been using acknowledgement of benefit, I think is a better phrase. This was not actually in relation to the skills question. That was just a point as to Ron DeSantis's education system. It is historical record. I mean, this is taught by College Board and the AP US History standards, that black people following, like, once freed from slavery, absolutely did like build businesses, build communities, and use skills that
And
they
what
learned.
happened to those black people that built those businesses and those communities? What did all those other communities do? They came and did what?
So there were some communities that were attacked, absolutely, but not all of them.
But that's a byproduct of being American, not slavery.
This is just historical record, right? Let's be clear. The separate argument when it came to the question of like overall benefit was the point I was referring to when it comes to existence, right? That was the whole separate argument.
I didn't want to go into the existence thing because Prime was like uncomfortable with it, so I didn't want to enter that realm. I was just specifically talking about the whole like beneficiary factor that you keep mentioning, which like I said, that's nonsensical, because even still after, there was still many atrocities, and I'm not even talking about Jim Crow.
People should be held responsible for crimes that they do. 100%.
Even to the point of where I brought this up when we first made those tweets about like even when they were freed from slavery, the groups that would purposely go around and find black farms and stuff where they were trying to use those skills. This before the KKK. I can't remember the name of this group, but they
It was
would
the
go
Cracker
down.
Group specifically.
Yeah, they'll go down and
sorry,
blow
the
down.
CIR word. Sorry, I apologize.
But it was the go down, burn down their farms, and even any opportunities that black folks could have had with all those great skills that they earned, right? They couldn't use them.
And it died
this is
with them.
another reason why we should move towards.
Yeah, and skills learned aren't transitive to offspring. I hope we all agree with that.
And so you would, and just to be clear, you would claim this is like, it's not necessarily the fact this stuff happened. You would say it's the fact that it happened and like the government didn't do anything about it is like the basis, right? Because if we're talking about like it happening, I mean, like I said, we should be holding criminals accountable for any time they commit crimes against other people. But like that's not a uniquely white thing. Like, I mean, I don't
don't think we're
talking about stats.
I don't think we're talking about uniquely white issues, or we're not really talking about white people or whatever. What we're talking about is the idea that Ron DeSantis stated that black people should be thankful, grateful, or they should feel benefited.
He never said that.
Or something like that. Whatever the wording you want to choose.
The wording he used was that black people learn skills which they then use for their own benefit once they were free. That was Ron DeSantis' wording, which is factually and historically accurate.
And they couldn't use those skills though. And that's the argument. They couldn't even use those skills.
They could,
they
and
had
they did.
Opportunity. They had an opportunity.
Well, no. It wasn't that they just had the opportunity. It's that they did. They took advantage of that opportunity.
And had their shit burnt down. That's not long lasting.
You had some instances.
Not fair.
Is Black Wall Street all of Black America? Is that what?
We're not talking about Black Wall Street though. We're talking about the little farms and the people afterwards that were trying to get their little lives together after they got released from slavery. Black Wall Street wasn't the only thing that was burnt down, Lactoid. There was
I understand there were other things. Was 100% of black businesses burned down?
I'm down.
I was at Black Wall Street earlier today.
It's just frustrating because like we're talking like in such. It's just like anytime something bad happens, it's an absolute, and then when everything like, and then when it's just like it's the absolute wrong, right? Like what happens when black people built their businesses when they like came out of slavery and they had skills which they used to their benefit? Well, they had it all burned down, which is just not true.
Are there positive benefits to Jewish people in the Holocaust? What nuanced position are you willing to take about the positive benefits Jews had due to the Holocaust?
If College Board and the AP US History Guidelines
and they received their reparations, by the way.
did a full if the College Board with the full AP US History Guidelines did like a full analysis and found that like there were some members that like learned benefits which they then later used to their benefit, or learned some skills which they then later used to their benefit, and that was like historically relevant, then they should include that.
Sure. Hold on, wait. Lactoid, I have a question. Whenever you said
I think the Holocaust is important to bring up. We're talking about the creation of Israel.
I'm not talking about the Holocaust. I'm talking about were you referring to Black Wall Street whenever you said they built their own businesses and all got burned down, which isn't true? Were you saying that didn't happen? I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood you.
You did misunderstand me.
Okay, I did.
He acknowledged that it happened.
Okay. So
criminals should be held responsible.
That's totally my bad.
I have a tough on crime perspective.
Now, I did
mean white criminals too.
Now, can I?
Wait. Before Lectoid goes, I just want to ask him a question. So, Lectoid, are you saying that Jews should be? What's the word you use when you reframed it? I can't remember the verbiage that you used, but should Jews be happy about the Holocaust because they got Israel as
not about happiness?
Yeah, whatever word.
Yeah,
whatever word you use.
I'll be very clear. Anybody whatsoever who does like an historical analysis and a reasonable counterfactual shows that they would not exist absent some kind of atrocity or some kind of horrible event has to acknowledge that they personally benefited from that event because now they exist. Whether that be the Holocaust, whether that be slavery, whether that be Genghis Khan, whether that be the potato famine in Ireland.
Wait. I just want to ask you a hyper-specific question. Would you say this statement? Jewish people in Israel should proclaim that they benefited from the Holocaust because it got them their own state. Is that a statement you would make?
I think he would say
he can talk for himself. He's actually here though. He can talk.
That's fair.
I have a counterpoint once he's done answering.
Wait. I don't think he has.
I just said yes, probably, yeah. If you can show that you wouldn't exist otherwise, you would have to acknowledge that you benefited from their atrocity.
Well, that's existence, not state.
Because well, yeah. So then the question. No, hold on. Then
you don't need to exist. So that's a stupid argument to make. No one needs to exist.
He's been making that argument.
Such a stupid thing to say.
Yeah. I know.
We're done with that argument. We're done.
Times. So okay. Did you get what you needed, Gambit, out of that, so we can move on from this?
Yeah, no, he answered my question. I appreciate it.
Okay, I got to move past this then.
Wait, hold on. Can I ask my question?
I'll say one last thing before I go.
No.
I do. So I strongly, obviously, I made it very clear. I oppose reparations on a number of like moral grounds, in the sense of I think it doesn't make any sense. I think it targets innocent people. It's awful. But I do agree with you with a lot of what was said, which is if you establish a debt is owed, it does seem like pretty weird to then be like, well, we're only going to pay it if you spend it the way we want you to. That doesn't make any sense to me. So the question is it owed or is it not? Right? And I would say no. But if you say, yeah, like there should be money paid.
He's agreeing with you guys.
Yeah. If you say, yeah, there needs to be money paid, the idea of like, we owe you, like if somebody owed me $10 and then I'm like, hey, you owe me $10, give me $10. And then he's like, no, I'm not going to give you $10 because I think you're going to spend it on like a video game that I don't like. It's like, fuck you. It's my $10, right? I understand that logic too. So anyway, that was
he
my
thinks
last
if there's an agreement.
Wait, you said no.
All right. He's agreeing with you guys. He thinks that my position that outcomes matter is stupid, and that even though he rejects all notion of reparations, he thinks the reason that I'm suggesting for reparations is stupid. That's what he's saying.
Okay.
Listen. And he's wrong, and I'll outline why it's disanalogous.
Listen, I just
want to outline fully against blood money. So
menace to the end, Lactoid.
Okay, all right. Well, then blood money is her thing, not her. So Lactoid, thank you so much, buddy. I do want to give Dream want to say something, and then our friend Doobie has been waiting quite patiently. So go ahead.
Yeah, so I think like there's multiple reparations or ways to get reparations. Like I live in a city where we're actively trying to do reparations for the city Black members in San Francisco. So there's the San Francisco reparations. I helped actually facilitate the meetings. So it's a big process. This has been years in the making. You have something called the Reparations Advisory Council. You have board members where there's meetings every month, every other week, where community members can take in. This is like for you to ask a question like, oh, well, what kind of reparations would you see? Well, how much money? Like these are not answers that one person can give. Like this has to be a community-based, expert-based answer where a council has to come together and give you those answers, where it has to be, put in. So like no one person can ever give you a correct answer. It has to be like democracy led, especially
you
with
could probably like guesstimate directionally the way.
Sure, but I'm saying
right?
like the way
I'm not
that
gonna hold you to it. I'm not gonna be like that's the only way reparations can be done now. Obviously.
I'm gonna hold you to it. But it doesn't matter. What I'm saying is it doesn't matter what I say. That's the point I'm making. The thing that I would say is actually like, oh, what money, how much, or whatever question you asked me, I was like, first I would actually establish a reparations board, reparations council, and then collectively as a people we would say this is what is owed, this is how much during this time.
How do you determine that though? That's like these are the important questions. So say it's not about outcome.
It's the same thing as how do you determine what is right or wrong as a collective, as a society.
No. In the case of reparations, you're saying it's a moral debt, right?
Sure.
That means to some degree there's a monetary value that's being attached because you want money.
Sure, yeah. So
how do you evaluate that?
You have experts come in and talk about what was lost.
I have an idea.
How much is owed, like back then monetarily, and then they can calculate the interest since then, and then you can arbitrarily put a number on like emotional stress or whatever. So
how do you put money on emotional stress?
That's what I just did you hear what I said? I said arbitrarily.
So you just arbitrarily. So say I'm curious. Say the government said, you know what? We're gonna play our reparations. We're going to play
I throw an
a
idea
time payment
for a good idea for reparations that actually could.
Can I finish what I'm saying though? Can I finish what I'm saying?
This, and we don't have to add values because ultimately.
Let me finish what I'm saying though. Can I finish what I'm saying?
Hold on, guys.
Dream.
To be fair, they have.
Can I finish what I'm saying, please?
Dream.
I think it should be Dio, and then Erudite, and then Majin.
Hold on. I think I should be the one who runs it. Thank you.
That's true. That's true.
So I said, Dream. Guys, shut up.
The point that I'm making is that reparations is a very complicated process that you have boards, town hall meetings. So it's we can discuss this all we want, but the way it would happen is I'm telling you how it would happen, or at least how it's happening in California, state reparations, in San Francisco, city reparations. There's also been like Missouri. There's a city in Missouri that have a city reparations. I met the spearhead of that reparations. She's a very nice woman, and she told me a little bit. So I get a little bit of strategy from the inside. What I'm saying is it's a very complicated process. that it's going to involve a lot of people, and there's not one person that can tell you the right way to do it. It's going to be a collective of a group of who the constituents involved, the stakeholders who have a say. That's who's going to be deciding what the reparations are. That's number one. Number two.
So are the stakeholders the government?
Number two.
Just to be clear, would the stakeholders include the government?
Obviously.
Since they're the ones paying. Okay, so the government also gets to decide the amount of reparations that they pay.
Well, obviously, we can't ever force. We would have to have a revolution. We can't force the government to do anything.
Okay, you're just saying stakeholders. So what about every taxpayer? Do they get a say since they're stakeholders technically as well? Since the money that you get paid is tax money. So would the every
not
tax
necessarily. No.
Okay.
The reason why, because reparations, it doesn't have to be a vote. Like
you just said it was democratic.
Yeah, but does every democratic thing vote? No, obviously not.
How else are you going to do this
representative democracy?
How do you get the representatives?
Yeah, but I'm saying everything.
No. How do you get the representatives?
Yes, I understand you vote in representatives, but I'm saying everything after you voted in is not a vote.
Sure.
Situation.
Yeah. Sure. But there's a voting at some point, right? So at some point, taxpayers get to have so taxpayers are a stakeholder.
You
they just
already
have a representation.
Yeah.
Right?
So that's why in California we have a very progressive governor, very progressive city in San Francisco, who we vote these people in because the people who vote for those people are also progressive that allow people who are pro reparations. So we already made the choice as a constituents, hey, we probably want pro reparations type of people in these positions of power that would allow. So they've already made the choice.
Wait,
by
what would you say for people in Oklahoma?
What about them?
Well, how are you gonna Oklahoma's probably not gonna vote for a representative council of all the taxpayers that are going to be pro reparations. I'm assuming, but there's lots of black people in Oklahoma.
You're explaining why there's no political will at the national level. Yes, white people are going to vote people that don't want reparations.
Yeah, you're probably. Sure. Hold on.
Oh, wait,
you're probably
so
hold on. I'm going to answer your question.
Majority state doesn't want to pay reparations. That's fine. That's the will of the people.
I'm going to answer your question.
I'm just asking. That's a direct response.
I'm going to answer your question. I'm going to ask you a question.
White people vote as a majority that they don't want to pay reparations. That's okay. That's the democratic process. That's the will.
We're not saying that that's okay. We're saying that that's the reality. Wait.
Yeah.
You understand that we haven't had reparations because there haven't been white people in political power that wanted black people to have reparations? That's the truth. And you're elucidating why that's the case. We're not saying we agree with that. We're just saying that, yes, the statements that you're making are true.
Okay.
Yeah. So first of all,
you agree? Hold on. Wait. You agree with that, though, right? You agree that if we had
no. If I care about outcomes, I'm an outcome arguer for reparations.
Wait, but that's not the part that we're talking about yet.
I don't care if the people from Oklahoma don't think that they owe the black populace the reparations. If it is determined that they are owed reparations, a value is come to.
Who determines it? Who determines it?
You guys came up with the great ways. You guys came up with the great ways.
No. Who determines whether or not black people get reparations? It's our elected officials.
Sure, but I wouldn't.
Right?
He's never gonna sign off on
that.
Hold
on. Area you agree. You agree that if we had elected officials that had the will to do reparations, we would have reparations. True or false?
It depends on if we're doing it through an electoral process or the judicial process. Because if it goes through, for example, Supreme Court and some sort of federal process, then no, I wouldn't care about that.
Do you think that any? Wait. Is there any precedent on earth where a group of people sued to get reparations? I don't think that exists. It's always political will.
Probably. No, there probably does exist that. I don't know the outcome. I haven't studied up on
it. Let's just talk American history. Hold on.
I'm sure there are situations where people have sued for reparations and have either won or not won.
Well, I mean, if you're talking about
probably not all racial, like you said, not all reparations are racial, right?
Yeah, but that's like then you're basically begging a question about like you're just broadening the scope of reparations, which is fine. I mean, definitions. Like everything, the tort laws. Is basically if I sue you, that's a form of reparations because you have to pay me what is the damages. Like anytime there's damages, there's technically a reparations, even on an individual level. The point I want to make is the main something I did not get to make the point yet is that reparations doesn't only have to be monetary. It can be monetary plus political will, and say, hey, you have to make a specific consideration for the political power for black people and consider black people's plights. That could be involved in reparations. So when you say blood money, cash flow only, I would say.
So the
Why is
question would
that the
be,
only thing, right?
why would
what I
you
would say.
establish? So why would you establish a political policy? Because I agree that reparations could include tons of different things. So why would you establish a political policy for Black people as a reparation?
I don't understand your question.
Why would you do that? What would be the purpose behind, like, say you say the
Don't just
Congress has
repeat
to
it.
have a certain, yeah, I'm expanding. Say you said that there was like you needed to have like a 20% quota of like Black people represented within Congress or something like that, whatever it is,
Okay.
right? How would you, the question is, why would you do that? Like, what would be the purpose
I
behind that?
wouldn't do that. I actually don't want to advocate for a 20%.
You just,
I don't.
okay, please be good faith with me. I'm
No.
obviously not saying that you, hold on. I'm not saying that you think there should be 20%. I just came up with a random policy, so we had something to work with.
Yeah, I'm
You
just
said
confused.
one reparation, okay. You said that one of the reparations could be political policy. So I suggested a random political policy. I'm not saying that you believe in that political policy.
No. That's not what I said. What I said was part of the reparations could be like for the, how do you say, the specific push for like consideration for the Black plight, which doesn't have to be a specific like.
What does that mean? Sorry,
so
I'm
like
not sure I'm understanding what that would
so,
mean.
So like
Like
anytime
a push for political plight, like
yeah, I think
representation,
it would be like
advocates.
I guess what I'm saying is like more of a social push is and it's kind of like a it would be written in and be like the reason why we're doing these reparations is to do to like help Black people move up in society and pay a debt that's owed.
An outcome, yes.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this.
But hold on, brother, please. But I'll give you a more better example. For example, you can give more than just monetary value. You can say Black people get free college. You can say
Okay.
Black people get pieces of land. That's more than just monetary, like cash. That's more than cash.
And would
You
there be
can
any
say-
reason for that, or you just like say stuff that Black people want? Like, is there a reason why
Huh?
you would select? Is there a reason why somebody might select Black college as a reparation? Free college for Black people.
Yeah, the reason would be because Black people were historically disenfranchised in college and prevented from
an
going to college.
outcome. Yeah,
we
absolutely.
because
Yeah.
we
But that's not the
Addressing-
outcome.
No,
No,
it's not an
This
outcome.
is
No, that's not an
previous
outcome.
harm.
That's
That's
addressing
previous
the
harm.
Y'all hear my voice, y'all start to talk.
So an outcome, the outcomes that I listed is addressing previous harms, specific previous harms. That's what I've been advocating for the entire time. So something like, for example, colleges being more affordable to Black populations to address the historical inequities in education access is something that I would be advocating for as a reparation. We are
Me
agreeing
too.
right now.
But listen.
Just to be clear, but
Okay,
this is an outcome-oriented reparation,
but-
which is
but-
fine. By the way, it's based.
Sure, no, I'm saying sure, but the thing about the outcome, let's say worse things happen because we gave Black people free college. Let's just imagine that was the case for whatever reason.
Okay.
It was we would still advocate for it because even though it's a worse outcome, it's addressing a previous harm. That's
insane.
that's the primary.
Why would you advocate for a reparation that harms you? That would be like if I'm getting a reparation
because
from
it's
another
not
institution.
because it's not.
and-
Listen, I'm going to answer. It's not a necessary thing that happened.
I gotta hop in here.
It's like it's a coincidental thing. So it's like
So if they give you guys a reparation and it leads to a massive epidemic that kills a whole bunch of you, they give you like some medical reparation. I'm just,
Bro, y'all
I'm
aren't
the
even
hypothetical.
engaging.
Yeah,
with
I
her
believe
on
in
her
you.
Point. You're not even
I believe
asked.
in you.
She's been asking you a simple question this whole.
What's the question?
What's the question that I have
going
not
to add equity? If it's a cash amount, then she's going to hit you with the blood money type of thing. And if we're okay with that, then you just say yes. But in generally, what I think, like I said, if we want to talk about something that is reparations, something that has worked, we have done this with Native Americans in the form of reservations and stuff like that, which actually adds substantial
Really?
Hold on, hear me out. Which adds substantial equity to them. They can start farms, stuff like that, start their own education. Hold on, this also answers the question of like
He doesn't understand what he's saying.
Please don't use. Please, for the love of God,
hold
don't
on.
use
Hear me out.
reservations.
Hear me out. Hear
Yeah,
me out.
Holy
he
shit.
This
doesn't
also
understand
answers.
what's happening.
This also answers a lot of questions when it comes to like disproportionate policing. This also answers questions when it comes to legislation with
I
votes
wanna-
and stuff that we want to see in policy.
I-
that we hold on. Hear me out.
wanna speak
Okay,
after
I'm
him.
taking
Oh
you.
my God.
I'm genuinely. I'm going to take you in good faith, but I'm telling you right
yes,
now,
Yes.
in the
Please.
cases of
Everything they're saying is wrong.
reservations,
Okay.
that is a
then engage
terrible
on me
example.
after. Just engage on me afterwards.
Reservations Even if I assume that they were reparations, which they kind of were,
we'll kill him
fucking
afterwards.
awful.
Kill me
Yeah,
afterwards.
yeah, we'll kill him
Let's let
afterwards.
Majin finish.
Just like as we've seen in countries like with Germany, with Bavaria and stuff like that, we can do the same thing here where we could give it, like, I don't know. We don't even have to kick everybody out of the state. Just say it's under new management. Start a country inside of the United States. Give us Oregon or Washington, one of the two. And fucking
Yeah, that
allow
went
us to start
super
our
well
own.
in
Hold on,
Israel.
hold on.
That's a great idea. Yep.
Hey man, but
Hey,
it's
it went
better.
great for
Hold
the
on,
Israelis.
it answers. Hold on,
No, it
it
didn't.
answers.
Are you kidding me?
Hold on. Y'all jumped in. Y'all jumping in even, but this adds to the question of adding equity into the people. It's not even just
disagree.
money at this point. This actually offers a lot of opportunity for us to start our own infrastructure and everything like that. Because hold on, the biggest problem has always been we can't give these motherfuckers money. All right, give us fucking land, whatever.
Okay, are you done? Okay, wait. Hold on. Like, this is what I want to fry you. This is why I want to fry you, Erudite. Everything that he just said is exactly why I would never advocate for your position, because you can help people and things that are unintended. No.
Do you want me to explain why it's disanalogous, or do you want to talk for a while and then after you're done talking, I'll
I want
explain
to
why
talk for a while and then I want to let you explain why
Okay.
it's disanalogous. Yeah, that's definitely what I want. What I'm saying, remember my argument. No matter how you try to pre-calculate these things, there are factors that you will not be able to account for that can cause the outcomes to be different from what you expected. So when he says they gave
statistics.
No, it's not. It's just
logically true.
It's factually true.
I will walk you
But
through
no,
linear regressions
I want you to
again
walk me through-
afterwards if you would like.
I want
But
you to-
yes, it's a really bad understanding of statistical
I would
models. Go ahead.
love it. I would really love it. I would really love it. Okay,
I'll add
so
that to the list.
everything that Majin said is exactly why I don't advocate for results-based reparations. Because if we were to listen to him, what we would go back and do is take away every reparations we gave to Native people, because we would say that it didn't result in any of the things that he outlined that he said resulted. This is why I don't advocate for that. This is why I advocate
Are you
for-
kidding me? Yes, absolutely. We should have never put them on reserves. It's killing them. Are you fucking kidding me? It would have been so much better if we ended residential reserves and we actually gave them things like access to education and
they
better
have
advocacy
that.
groups.
No,
Are you?
they have
No, they
that.
don't.
Oh
my
the
god!
reserves are fucking terrible.
This is insane. This is
We're
an
lying.
insane
Wait,
argument.
wait,
In every world of history, I would absolutely not give reservations to the Native Americans because number one, they were intended in large part to segregate them apart so that they'd fucking die off. They were terrible reparations that were not outcome oriented. But the outcome, unless the outcome is fucking genocide. So absolutely, I'm opposed to those types of reparations. I'm establishing reparations that actually measure outcome. Because if anybody cared about Native Americans, for example, they would have looked at their well-being in 2 years and been like, "Oh, look, they're dying in mass." That's probably a really bad fucking reparation.
Jesse, can I go 2 seconds?
I would never want them to have the reservation.
Jesse, 2 seconds.
Listen.
Such an easy
Give
argument.
Native Americans free access to education. Right? That's the thing. That's real. I know Native Americans with 15 fucking master's degrees.
Wait.
You think that's a bad thing? Or you think the outcome of that is good?
Hold on. We're gonna let GSU finish. We're gonna go to Doobie. Sorry, no, we're gonna go to Doobie. He's been waiting way so long, so we're gonna go to Doobie afterwards. And quickly, Parallax says, please ask the panelists to rate Majin out of 10. I don't know what that's about, but thank you for the was it 500 bits? Much appreciated.
10 out of 10 hands.
Okay, go ahead, GSU.
So Erudite, one of the claims that I think we would make is that educational attainment should have positive impacts on some form of finances and a bunch of other things that we would go into. I think the program that gives Native Americans free access to education is wonderful. So the person that has 16 degrees, I think that's wonderful. If we look specifically for why, because
why is it wonderful?
I think it's I don't know. I can't boil it down lower than I think in general.
Because if you have education, you're going to make more money. You're going to lift your population out of poverty.
You're giving me your reasons. I don't have to agree with your reasons.
This is the most statistically shown thing that when you educate population, the number one way to predict the GDP of a population is whether or not you educate women. I don't know what to tell you, but of course, access to education is basis up because the outcomes are good for the population. Of
No,
course,
but
these are
you're missing what
necessarily linked.
no, you're missing what I was saying. I wasn't saying that any of the things that you weren't saying were true. What I was saying is that for me, education is just inherently good. I think being educated is better than not being educated. I don't need to dumb it down. I don't need to parallel it to other positive factors that will happen or can happen in society due to education. The state of being educated is better than the state of being uneducated. So that's why I wasn't disagreeing with you. I was just saying I don't need all of those ancillary things. So first off, so what I would say is if we measured parts of the economic output of Native Americans, and it showed that these things aren't increasing, though they have access to free education. I wouldn't be for revoking the education because it's not doing some good that we expected. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I think the results-based reparations is a bad idea, because it can lead to things like, well, we're going to revoke free education because obviously it's not playing out how it should within Native Americans. So
Okay.
that's why I was using what he said to fight against what you
Anonymous,
wanted.
so Anonymous Skipper, thank you for getting the sub. Let's go to our friend Doobie, and then D10 Dream.
So I'm gonna pull us way back. Okay.
I know.
So first off, Erudite's correct about everything she said on the reservation section.
Cat.
But I think that I was looking into the claim that I made earlier, right, about the loans, grants, scholarships, etc., specifically for Black students, Black business owners, Black people in the U.S. So I think the issue is I did overstate the claim, right? So the issue that I ran into, right, in looking up the programs that I was aware of, is that a lot of the specifically Black ones are done in partnership with state and federal governments, right? So they are private organizations working in partnership with state governments or federal governments and other private organizations to specifically generate either like scholarships or loans or grants for Black people, Black businesses, Black students, right? The ones that are state or federal specifically, they're minority directed, but it's not specifically Black people, right? So other minorities
Shit, I
have
was
access
right.
to these things, so they don't meet the requirements we laid out, right? But that being said, I think that given that these programs do tend to disproportionately benefit Black people in the United States, and it's not just the scholarships or the loans or the small business grants, et cetera, there are billions of dollars directed at minority communities every single year, right? Through things like it's off the top of my head. Is it the HUD, CHUD? There's like multiple programs, right? So I actually posted them in the show in a second. Community Development Financial Institutions Fund, right? So this is specifically directed toward like
What did you
minority
post that?
communities.
I don't see
I'll
it.
post it. I'll post it in chat for you guys. I have like 5 of them in front of me, so I'll
Okay,
post it in chat
no
for you. The Minority Business Development Agency, I think it is. So this one again specifically directed at minority communities. It's a government program. And these programs, all of them are going to be marketed to and benefiting Black people. Not maybe not primarily, but I think disproportionately, just because the people that tend to need this kind of help in the United States are Black people, Black communities, Black businesses, etc. So I'm curious as to like if there is disproportionate benefit to the Black community with programs like this. How is that not a type of like reparations? Because it's true that like not only Black people were oppressed or discriminated against the United States. But there are plenty of programs that targeted Asians or Hispanics, laws that discriminated against them, laws that prevented Asians from buying land in the U.S., laws that prevented Hispanics from like certain types of like employment in the United States. There was like the forced like deportation of Hispanic citizens. So tons of discrimination to go around, right? So if these programs are directed at all these issues, right? All these communities that were discriminated against by state and federal governments for hundreds of years, and it's true that they disproportionately benefit the Black community. How isn't that a type of reparations?
Okay, and before
I'm
you
gonna
answer
post
that,
I'm gonna post some of them in chat. Okay.
and before you answer
In
that, like
general chat.
we do have a hype train. This Goopy's talk longer than I thought it would.
Sweet.
But like, there's less than 90 seconds left. I was waiting for Doobie.
Let me get
Help us save this hype
jump
train.
in.
It's at 36%. Subs to the channel, gift bits or gift subs. Thank you, GSU, for gifting a sub. We're at 53% now, 47% left. Can we get to a level 2 hype train? We have less than a minute on the clock. Subs to the channel, gift bits or gift subs, or use a hype chat that also. Hey, GSU. Oh, thank you. 15 altogether subs. It's really, really kind. We do
I'm
need
at
that.
500 now.
We had 500. Hey, thank you, GSU, for
Nice.
really being so kind to the
GG.
channel after all these years, right? And sticking with us. That means a lot. That really, really, really does help. Toya, thank you for gifting 5 subs. Hey, that actually is amazingly helpful. And Aiko for 100 bits is how we got
I'm
started
gonna
here.
gift
in
you a
first
sub
place.
in spirit, dog, because I'm broke as hell. All right, once this
Hell
Twitch
yeah.
shit that comes through, I got you though, man. But I got you.
I do appreciate that. And we're at a level 3 hype train now, 77% done. Is it 23% left? Can we make it to a level 4 hype train? Subs to the channel, gift bits, gift subs. So you have Amazon Prime, says Prime Gaming. Use that one free sub on this channel. It sucks that I'm talking to you guys while you are in commercial break. But still, if you're out there, please.
I gave you that one, but that's the only one I got to give.
If you got an Amazon Prime, says Prime Gaming, use that one free sub. I'm gonna interrupt you guys again later on to try to keep this hype train going. But someone else is gonna talk. And...
Yeah, I was gonna talk. I want to answer this question. First of all, I was after Doobie. First of all, I was after Doobie. Thank you. So I want to answer Doobie, and then I'll go into what I was saying earlier, what I wanted to say earlier. So to answer Doobie,
wait really quickly, because there was something that I wanted to tack on at the end, but I know that Prime wanted to do the hype train thing. So the reason I think this might be like related, right, or reasonable to bring up, is because among the list of grievances that you typically hear in these conversations, like recent history, are things like the 91 is it 91 or 94? I think it's 91 crime bill, right? And how this
94.
disproportionately impacted the Black community. So therefore, it's on the pile of wrongs done to the Black community, right? So if we can say that about things that disproportionately negatively impact the community, I don't know why we wouldn't say that about things that disproportionately benefit the community, right? That this is a thing that is addressing.
It's so easy to answer that question
because we don't talk about disproportionality. We talk about intent to harm, and which is why we talk about intent to fix on reparations. When we talk about things that specifically hurt Black people, it's not that those things disproportionately hurt Black people. We put those in the bucket of things that generally hurt people that we should repair. What we put into the bucket of things that need reparations for Black people are the things that specifically hurt Black people, which is why the policy that we look for, which you agreed with, we don't look for reparations for the 94 crime bill. I've never heard that argument, but anyway, but that's why you agreed even at the beginning of this that you would look for federal loans specifically only given to Black people with the intent to help due to previous ills. I don't think we included to help due to previous ills, but specific from the federal government to Black people, which I said it doesn't exist, which you've looked up and now you agree that it doesn't exist. The analogy I gave earlier was me as a private entity giving scholarships that isn't reparations, which you also just agreed that yes, there's companies that exist that give those reparations and they work some kind of way in partnership or in tandem with government, which is kind of analogous to what I said, not what you said. So, but the important thing is we don't ask for reparations for things that disproportionately impact Black people. We ask for reparations for things that specifically were intended are specifically intended to hurt Black people.
Agreed. And 90 seconds. 90 seconds left. Help us get to a level 4 hype train. We're almost there. 77% done. 23% left. Sub to the channel. Gift subs. This is the time. Help us out. This is how we support this, so I can keep doing this for hour in 6.5 hours in. And all these kind of people are here providing us this entertainment, but I can't gather these individuals if you don't help out. So use your Amazon Prime, says Prime Gaming. Use hype chats if you want something to be said. That also counts. Subs to the channel, give subs. We have less than a minute left. Use your Amazon Prime, says Prime Gaming as well. Here, thank you, Naritas, for gifting another 200 bits, and putting us at 81%, 90% left. Okay, make it to a level 4 hype train. Help us out. Okay, so you can. Do you want to? You can go.
Yes, thank you. So, just on a logical aspect, if somebody was disproportionately on a totality, and the severity was the most on the scale, even amongst other people that were disadvantaged, it makes sense that they would benefit the most currently or whatever. So, just logically, if you're disproportionately been affected the most in a negative way, it would make sense that you also get the best disproportionate advantages later on to like reconcile for the previous harm. So it just makes sense. Oh, why are they disproportionately getting benefits now? It would make sense because they were the most disproportionately disadvantaged, just logically speaking. So even if they are disproportionately benefited today, which I'm not sure if that's the case, it would make sense if they were the most disproportionately disadvantaged. That's number one. Number two, what I wanted to say is like I think there's an olive branch between GSU Gambit and Not So Erudite's like arguments, or even my own arguments for reparations, where you can have the reparations committee like a year round, or like it's like a committee or a council that would see the benefits of reparations or the negatives of reparations, and then it would be like an active, like live document where you can adjust the reparations to make sure after the yearly reports, hey, the current iterations and of reparations is not really the best. It's some, I can see some harm, so let's adjust the reparations. So we would have like a base amount, like let's just put a X amount of number. Let's just say there's $500 billion a year for reparations, and each year you would say, what do we do with this $500 billion a year for reparations? One year we do X, and then after the year you have a yearly report. Well, X didn't really work the best. Let's see how we can improve X. You would still have the $500 billion in the next year, maybe, but you adjust how you would implement those $500 billion. So you still have reparations, and it will solve the issue of we give reparations anyway, and it will also solve the issue of outcome. So it's like we can never give the perfect reparations, but that's why we actively adjust it after each yearly report or situation. I don't think GSU Gambit would be necessarily against that.
Okay.
Maybe I'll offer an olive branch as well, because like I've been sitting and thinking and listening to make sure. Because like, just to be clear, I'm not interested in like winning and having dunks or anything like that. These are problems that I genuinely, to some degree, care about and just want to see better outcomes. Essentially, I want to see like problem solved. So here's what I'll offer. I think one of the issues that we're running into is I think like white saviordom is like probably one of the biggest things plaguing the Black community, at least from white people specifically. Which in many ways, me saying things like asking for blood money is going to be an ineffective strategy because nobody wants that shit. But asking for specific outcomes is very politically likely to happen, is essentially me telling you guys what you fucking want as like recompense for a moral wrong that I think legitimately happened to you. I genuinely would say that asking for blood money is a bad idea because nobody wants to pay it. But if that is the direction fundamentally that the Black community wants to take, I think like at the end of the day, there's nothing more that I can do than say, okay, like if that's the direction you want to go, that's the direction you want to go.
Right.
I mean, it just makes sense that blood money. I mean,
Koya has an idea.
I don't think there'll ever be political will behind it. Like, you can do whatever you want.
but because reparations have already been implemented in other groups, it would just make sense that Black people would get it too.
Hold on, Dream, because I actually been sitting there quietly, and just listening intently and all this other stuff. So I just want to say, asking for blood money is, I feel like, is a foolish stance, because you just like it's like what you're really asking for is the ability to buy a new PlayStation or the ability to buy a new house or whatever, which you would eventually lose because you don't know how you haven't received the proper education to either take care of the house or receive the proper education to help you pay for your own taxes that will be on your house. Well, you don't think so?
Stop.
You don't think? Hold on. You don't think Black people would like literally, and these strong pillars of the community in Black churches would literally go out of their way once they receive this money and like create nonprofits or whatever to like help Black people manage these funds? Like, you just don't think that will happen?
I just want you. I want you to know if there were people just straight up giving money to go buy a house, how much money can these nonprofits really give out and help these people pay their property taxes?
What was that?
Okay, I
What
said
y'all
if these people,
like?
for these people that were just given blood money and now they can go buy a house, and you're
What
talking about
what?
nonprofits that are already set up so that way they can help these people with whatever issues they need. So how much
Wait,
money
Dream.
would those people need to help all those individuals to pay for their property taxes and
Dream.
bills and all that
First
stuff?
of all,
Dream.
you can't you
Dream.
need
Hold on,
you need
Dream.
a
You're not
steady income
understanding
to
what's
buy a
happening.
house. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Dream. You're not understanding what's happening.
My
The
bad. Maybe
whole
I'm not.
underpinning to this, like, I think what Erudite highlighted is a good way to say it. This white liberal saviorism complex and the underpinnings to Mufasa's ideology is a lack of confidence that Black people would do positive things with money. All of this comes from the same vein. This idea that I need to architect a program that will be perfect comes from the embedded belief that Black people aren't going to do things beneficial to help their own cause.
We need to help
This
the
is
Black
the
reputation. That's
viewpoint.
the issue.
This is the viewpoint you have if you don't have strong belief in the Black community. And that's a part of the problem. The reason why we don't have political will and all of these things for reparations is all boiled down to these points. If you're Black, it's people like Mufasa that have like low sense of worth of the Black community. And then and I'm not attacking you all on this. I'm just saying that I think that's the underpinnings to your ideology. You
I
don't
think
think Black people would
Now,
do things
can
progressive
I
with the
can
money
I
they
offer
get.
a counter, a bit of a counter to this, because I think there's a little bit of truth there, probably for some people. I guess the question that I would pose you is, my suspicion is that, like, say the government gave you, like, you three, a lump sum of $1,200. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that you guys just, like, used it for, like, pretty reasonable things, right? That I wouldn't, like, have an issue with it. The problem is that what we have is, I actually think that Dream said this, and it's a really, really important point, which is that the most severely disaffected people are the people who probably need to receive more. But the problem is that the most severely disaffected people are also the people least set up to make, like, necessarily, like, sometimes, like, good choices. Like, people do make bad choices for themselves. And I'm not saying because they're dumbasses who don't know what to do with money. I'm saying because of, like, generational, and particularly in their case, probably, like, direct family relations. If they get, like, a drop of $1,200, if there's addictions going on, all that's probably leading to is an overdose, right? And
Yeah.
so my concern is that, like, the single lump sum money, maybe that's the best for you guys, like, by and large. But my concern is that the most severely disaffected people are going to be most negatively harmed by it. But at the end of the day, I guess I'll have to
Yeah.
say, if that's what you guys want to do, you
So
can.
I
I
think what I think it's, I don't know, you guys have been arguing about this for so long, and I and I don't know why. Like, it's clear, at least clear to me, that, like, a reparations program, the most effective one, as our friend Erudite's been talking about, would be more than money, right? It would be a whole. It would be a whole rethinking of American society. Like, true reparations would require a whole rethinking of American institutions and how they operate in terms of race, not just with Black people, really, but it'd have to be it would have to tear up policy, like, from the ground up. But even if we don't go that far into it, we would still have to have an audit of certain policies, like the audit of the Justice Department, the audit of housing, how that works in America, and make some changes there. We'll also have to provide other services to African Americans. If we were going to actually make this thing right, part of those things could be financial training. I mean, like, whatever, and that's good, which is good for anyone, right? Everyone should have more financial training. So, like, there could be a whole list of things that would have to make the most effective reparations that we could do, right? And then with that, then yes, we'll take just a lump sum. Like, I don't know, I think it's pretty simple.
If there was more,
Stop.
Go ahead, Toya. Go ahead.
Okay, listen. I've been dying to say this for a while now. Okay, listen. I think the idea of, like, I know GSU, you were saying, like, oh, the idea to right a wrong is not the idea we want. No, I think that is the idea we want. We want to right a wrong, all right? And then everything else after that is just, why is that wrong? Why is that wrong?
It's not wrong. That's what GSU has been saying. It's not wrong.
No, Erudite was saying. Wait, hold on. Am I Erudite? Am I wrong? Whenever you asked GSU earlier, is the idea to right a wrong? Did he say no?
Aspirationally,
I can't remember. I'm so sorry.
He wants it. I don't think you know what aspirationally means. He wants it.
Okay.
I think he said, something about like aspirationally he would like that, but he also just wants the lump sum. Like the stuff I'm calling blood money.
He wants it, but
also
it's
just
not a
wants that.
requirement. That's what he's saying.
Wait, no. I think the first one is a requirement, and he would also like political will to shift towards the second one.
No, he just said
Okay,
yes to what I
political
said.
will to
So
shift
here's-
towards the second one. And you know what? I don't even think that's like too ridiculous of an idea. I think like all the thing like the thing is like what the US government owes, I think we should like proportionally like rationalize that and like distribute that, right, to victims. However, like what the US like technically owes, I don't really think that's enough, and I think we need to like have programs in order for that. And I think we're doing programs pretty fucking well right now. I think what's in order right now is we just need to What's wrong with our programs right now?
He's not
Jesus. That's a whole new topic.
They're
Yeah, that's
starting
it,
to
that's-
take steps.
What's
Oh no.
good about 'em?
Toy Boy's wrong. Just with the
It's-
example
it's
that I
too
gave
dirty.
of Prime and stuff like that, that we are making programs to, and I think I sent that to you too, GSU. If I didn't, I will.
Yeah,
About like
but you
the
agree
CARES
that
Act.
you
There's
said
literally black
you
schools
said-
closing down in San Francisco right now, and you're saying
But
that-
yeah,
wait.
even hold on, even through the worst of the worst, when everything was going around, at least Oregon was able to find some money to help black families, right? So there
Ooh.
are
Yeah.
programs like
Prove
that.
the point.
But
You got to be there.
Where is all the money
Yeah,
supposed to
but-
come from poorer states?
I mean, taxpayers.
California?
It should
Are you
all
talking
funnel
about, like-
from the federal
isn't it-
government. It shouldn't need to be state by state. I'm a very big proponent of federal.
Okay, but even
reparations.
federally, where are we supposed to get the money from?
I don't know. I don't need to answer that
Like, hold
question.
on, the money.
And
The
then
money
you have
always
a
comes
question
from
with that.
taxpayers. Why are we asking this question?
The government finds
Exactly.
money for you.
Wait.
The government
So-
finds
Wait,
money for
Ginger,
Ukraine
Ginger,
out of their
Okay,
ass. They find money
We
for
can't-
Native
you know what?
Americans out of their ass.
Okay, hold
They
on,
can find
hold on.
money for
Whoa,
Black
whoa,
Americans.
knock it off. Like Ginger,
I'm gonna
has,
engage
like,
with Ginger.
Yeah. Ginger has said like literally 2 words, and then already we jumped down her
She
throat.
asked the question,
Ginger,
yes.
thank
I
you
didn't
for.
though. I didn't jump down her throat.
I know. I'm
really
not
did
saying all
not.
of you. I'm not saying all of you. But
Ginger, it's on site right now.
Hands
Shut
up, don't shoot.
up! Thank you. Ginger.
I like that. That was a good one, Prime. I like that.
Thank you. Ginger, thank you for being here. Much appreciated. And thanks for the support previously. Please, like, state your case, and then people can respond to it.
Well, you say that you don't know where it's supposed to come from, but it's like all this stuff sounds really good on paper. It really does. But it like Toya said, it's going to come from the taxpayers, and not all of us can afford that amount of money to give to other people. Not everybody is blessed in that way, and I don't see why it's up to people, like everybody, to support something like this.
Yeah,
wouldn't
I want
have
to
an
answer the
idea.
question. Wait. That was to me.
I would like
literally me.
Admiral. Admiral
Oh my
haven't spoken
God,
at all,
Jesus.
GSU.
Yeah,
No,
I
but
was
that question was specifically to me, so I feel like I should be able to answer.
I don't believe it
question.
was. Ginger, was it only to GSU?
Can we ask Ginger? Can we ask Ginger?
Was it only to GSU, Ginger?
I mean, it was in general, but I mean,
Thank you.
I was responding to
We can
what
go.
he
No,
said.
yeah, we can just go in
Oh.
turns. Let's
I
go,
think
guys.
we
All
wanna
right.
be-
Shut up.
Let's-
Come at me,
Got it.
guys.
Thank you.
I just want to piggyback off her because it might be easiest just to like follow up
Sure.
because I feel like I'm in the same boat here. I kind of am not really in favor of these kind of policies just for the idea of like one, it's gonna be hard on certain groups of people for taxpayer wise, but two, I don't know if y'all are familiar with the concept of inflation. It's kind of what we've been going through right now. I don't know if y'all touched on that previously, but what do y'all think is going to happen whenever we drop a lump sum of funds into a group that's disproportionately like not trained? I think y'all touched on this on how to invest this wisely. Well, it's going to flood the local economies at like every level, and you're going to have like an initial, yay, it's going well, and then it's going to destroy the economy because all you
That
just
wouldn't
flooded
cause
it.
inflation.
How
That would
do you
actually,
figure?
it would be positive
13% of
for the
population.
economy.
That's a large sum to drop money on.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Yeah, there's been
Listen,
studies.
if-
There's been
if you
studies.
Someone
would've-
let GSU talk,
Oh my
please. I want to hear
God,
his reply.
Jesus, so
Sorry,
many
GSU.
dumb statements being said. If you flooded your local economy with a bunch of spending from individuals that didn't know how to spend money, that'd be positive for that economy. That would not cause inflation. It'd be the exact opposite. I have no idea why you don't understand money. But anyway, secondly, but to go back to Ginger's point. So Ginger, I think there's been this somewhat Republican narrative that frames as if you, the taxpayer, are losing something. You're giving your taxes re-fucking-gardless. You aren't giving taxes to reparations. You're giving your taxes, and that creates the federal budget. And a part of that federal budget is what they will allocate to certain causes, whether it's to fucking healthcare, whether it's to Black people reparations, whether it's to Ukraine. You don't see. It's not like somebody's coming to your paycheck and saying, "Give me money for Black people." That's not what I advocate for. What I advocate for is us using our federal budget and directing some of those funds towards these actions. And that's historically how it's always been done. So it isn't this situation where, hey, some people aren't rich enough to afford reparations. It's coming out of the taxes that you already give the federal government.
That's literally what I was going to say too. You wouldn't
Just to
even
be
notice
clear,
it came.
a cash injection into a local economy would cause inflation. That's the opposite actually, because you would need to basically create you need to create the cash injection, and this would cause
I mean,
inflation.
that's what happened with
Because there'd
We're
be
talking
more
about
money in
creating
the
cash. We're not talking about creating cash.
You'd
have to.
We could just
No, you
reallocate. It would be a
wouldn't.
reallocation.
No,
It wouldn't be
that's not-
injection. It would be a reallocation.
Because it would
That's
already
not what
came
that
from.
means.
Wait,
No,
wait,
by definite, by law.
Area, no. I know Area is good.
If it's
I know
reallocated,
Area
that means
is
it's
good.
going to something that was
So I'm
supposed to go
going to ask this question to Erudite. Do you think our government is printing the money that we're sending to Ukraine, or do you think that there's a budget and a part of that budget is being used to send money to Ukraine? Do you understand the difference in those two situations, right?
I believe, I think with Ukraine, it's specifically mixed. I believe there's a portion of our federal budget that's for military industrial, that's large part being sent, in large part because we're sending specifically technologies. And so a large portion of it is we're sending them money we've already spent by giving them munitions. You understand what I'm saying? What are we going to defund to pay the reparations? Because this money is all coming from bonds. All money comes from bonds.
So this is what
if you want more money, you have to take out more bonds, like loans essentially. And to take out more loans means that there is going to be an increase in inflation.
No. Listen. So this is why I answered Ginger in the way that I did, and I think it came off as sassy, but that's not
That's
how
okay.
I meant it.
Hell, I've been fucking sassy, so go off. Be sassy.
So when I say I don't know, what I'm saying is I'm not on the Senate committee to set the budget and where we're going to redirect things from. So when I say I don't know, I'm saying I don't know in that sense. I can't tell you, oh, we're going to take 10 million from this and 5 billion from that, and that's a congressional budgeting conversation. So when I say I don't know, what I'm saying is I don't understand all of the nuances of that conversation and how they would direct it, but I would argue that that is where it should lie. If that makes sense.
Defunding a bunch of shit would be that would never literally that will never happen, right? Because what you're saying is I want blood money no matter what, which already there's no political will for, and on top of that you're going to take money away from essentially social network stuff. So where are you going to take the money from? Are you going to take it from policing? Are you going to take it from road construction? What specifically? In fairness, we don't need to get we don't need to get into economy.
Hold on, wait. Was this done historically for every reparations?
We don't need to get into economy. I don't think you guys. I'm just saying a cash injection, like you're saying, for reparations, because the reparations are going to be several $1 million. I did the math. Say they decided the reparations was $20 for each Black person in America, which would be ridiculously low. It's still
600 million.
Yeah. So I did the math. If you gave every Black person in America $20 for reparations, that would be $944 million. That doesn't just come from nowhere. They're not going to defund other things. That's a massive chunk to defund. What they would do is take out bonds, loans to basically print money to give you guys money, and taking out bonds and loans will cause inflation. That's
so
what I'm
I have a
telling
question.
you.
If there's a
it's
study,
just like COVID. COVID was a cash injection as well. COVID drove inflation out the fucking ass because we kind of had to, because we needed more cash injected to the economy so people could buy their groceries and pay for the rent.
You're assuming that all of this needs to be paid at once, which is why I'm saying that I'm not on the congressional.
What?
Yes.
Yes. I'm saying that it can be So what I'm saying is y'all are making a lot of arguments to stack the decks in what your ultimate favor is, and I'm saying that those things don't have to be true. And I think specifically there are past reparations that weren't printing money. I think we can look up cases in the U.S. today. I could be wrong. We can look into it for sure. But yeah, so I think you guys are attempting to stack the deck to make it look as if it's in your favor when that's not exactly true.
I
I'm
don't
not
mean
trying
this
to make
rudely,
anything look
but I
in my
really
favor.
don't think you understand. Like, I'm not by any means an expert on the economy, but everything you're saying makes me suspect that you have no idea what you're talking about when it comes to like economics, which is okay because I barely do as well. But what you're saying doesn't make any sense, even if it's rolled out slowly. Even if if it was federal reparations, it would still be cash injections. Even if the cash injections were slow, the cash injections would still drive inflation. I don't know where else you're getting the money.
Hold on. Let's
I have a question. I have a
imagine that
question,
it does
Erudite.
drive inflation, but not every initial drive of inflation will lead to bad outcomes. You can still balance out the inflation, right, later on, and then given enough time, it would actually be a net positive, correct?
And I'm sure, like, we can even go to as far as that there will be companies, corporations, and stuff like that. What's better story than having the nation to come together to help pay this reparations? A big
Right,
company
like-
might want to make their own injection into
Like-
it to
like,
help
what would've
get
been-
this debt
Wait,
paid off, right?
what
Because it looks
would've
hold on,
been- what would have been
So
the
you think it would be
alternative?
like
What would have been the
crowdsourced?
alternative to
I'm
COVID?
just saying
What
it
would have been
could
the
be.
alternative? What would have been the alternative to COVID cash
Well, wait.
injection?
Instead of asking, instead of asking open-ended questions,
That's the point.
This is
you
what.
can point out. Wait.
This is why
Instead
they did
of asking-
cash injections, because you
Wait,
can't
wait.
just as a country just suddenly make a bunch more money. This is why overspending and our budget right now is already burdened massively.
I
This
said?
is why we are
Wait.
constantly increasing
I don't
in
think you
debt.
heard what I
This is why
said.
we have a debt economy.
Dream, you can't ask open-ended questions because they're going to take them different ways. This
I
is
don't
the
think
thing
you
that you have
understood
to
what I
ask.
said,
You have to
though.
use, no, you have to use the words that they said against them, right?
Okay.
So, Eris, not Eris, erudite. If what you're saying, I love Eris, but if what you're saying were true, you would need to be able to guarantee returns on reparations in order for the economy to end up ultimately in a better state.
How do you do
Or
that?
else inflation
So now
would
you're
hurt you,
focusing
right?
on the
You
outcome.
would, no. I'm showing you the flaw in this logic and the misunderstanding of economics. If I had to give reparations to a community, but I needed to guarantee a certain return to keep the economy afloat, you'd have to have results-based reparations. What you're saying is that you're going to create all of this money and take on all of this additional debt, and then you're going to need to be able to, over time, provide these things back in GDP growth or something in order to not have inflation, right? That was your claim. That's your claim on how you think economically reparations would work. If that were the case, you'd have to be able to guarantee those things, or else you'd hurt the economy by giving reparations.
So I don't
I
understand.
don't think you're understanding what I'm saying.
What I don't understand is that
So, okay.
I don't understand the like I don't care about like the premise of this, right? So like we started off because our friend Admiral, hello, hi Admiral, thanks for being here, brought up inflation, and so we ran with that, saying, well, it's not going to cause inflation, it's going to cause inflation. My point is that we do all kinds of things in this government that are inflationary or deflationary. We make all kinds of policies that do so. We dump money into all kinds of sectors. But when we're talking about black people, I guess that's just another reason not to do it because it might cause inflation. Like, is that a reason? Even if we have inflation, is that a reason to not pay the debt to African Americans who've been hurt by slavery?
Exactly, Prime. That's what I was stating earlier, Prime. That like even if we were to have inflation initially, it doesn't mean that in the long run, because we had short-term inflation, that it wouldn't balance out later. And then because of the wealth that we gave to Black Americans,
I'm not even talking about balancing out, though. I'm saying that like if it doesn't balance out, like what difference does that make?
I'm making the argument. I'm making the argument that there's no way
Erudite.
people can know what would happen after the initial inflation.
I hear
so
you.
for them to say that it would have negative outcomes,
I hear you.
only
I hear
because
you.
of the inflation itself is a
He's trying to skip
argument.
that, Dream.
Yeah.
He's trying to skip that.
Yeah, because I don't care. I'm
and,
saying
and
that,
I agree with you. No, Prime. I'm agreeing with you too. I'm just giving a very strong argument
Okay, so
in favor of that. And number two, I would say I would build on what you're saying, Prime, and saying yes, we do plenty of other things that allows inflation, and we wouldn't call those plenty of other things just because it causes for initial state of inflation.
Okay, hold on. So are we just moving on from that then?
Wait,
and we're just basically agreeing. Okay, yes, it will cause inflation, but that's not necessarily
I'm
a problem.
saying I don't agree
Are we
with
agreeing with
that.
that? Well, I just don't want anybody to be proceeding with the complete like misnotion that this wouldn't cause inflation. Like that's just retarded. I know. I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you on the even if. I think that's fine as long as everyone's agreeing it is going to.
Yeah, well, if I say even if, it means that I'm holding the allowance that it may not. That's
Okay, well, I think it's honestly retarded to even hold out the idea that it could possibly not. Like,
okay, go ahead.
Evidenced by the fact that you guys even brought it up as a distinction, right? Like,
is
that's
it impossible? Is it impossible?
It is impossible. Yes, it is impossible that we could have a situation where we create some kind of infusion of cash into the African community in excess of probably $100 billion at least. To make some sort of feasible dent in not even the issues that are happening, right? So I understand you guys are saying the outcome doesn't matter, but nobody would be okay with it. The Black community would not be okay with it under the excess of a certain amount of money, right?
The
Black community
it wouldn't be okay if they only gave you $20, right? That would be way too little.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which would be 944 million. So like the amount that you guys would probably get paid, say it was like $1,000 each.
What about 1,000?
Several
what about
billions,
like 3,000 a year?
I think you guys would all agree that 3,000 a year for like forever.
Holy fuck.
Oh my god.
Yeah, until you die.
I want to say like on this.
Well, yeah, but then for every other Black person after that too, right? Like this would be
for 400 years.
Okay, guys. So
let's
just
say for
like
400
on
years.
this like line. So so one of the suggestions in San Francisco was $96,000 a year to every eligible Black person for 250 years.
What? That's insane. That's insane.
Fuck it, whatever. Like, who cares? Who cares about the numbers, right? They already said it's not about making the situation better, right? It's just about paying the tax, paying the cheese tax, right?
It's not
That's
insane.
fine. That's cool. Fuck it. Who cares if it's insane? Who cares if it's insane?
It's literally not insane. I can explain to you why it's not.
Who
insane.
cares? Who cares? You guys are like, I don't know why we keep arguing on
I
this
don't know why
shit
you
that
say
nobody
who
cares
cares.
about.
I don't know why you
Because you keep saying that you don't care. Because you guys keep saying that you don't care if it causes inflation, which is fine. That's cool.
I literally,
and you don't care if it solves the problem. That's fine. That's cool.
Jesus Christ, bro, calm down.
Wait,
you're yelling
he
way
just
too much
came
here.
in here to yell and say shit.
No, it's because you guys won't stop pivoting. That's the whole point, right?
I've never pivoted.
Shut the fuck up for a second.
understand
I'm on your side. God damn it, bro.
I've
You guys already said it doesn't matter. It's not the point. It's not the primary focus if it solves the problem, if it removes all inequity.
I didn't say that.
And I'm agreeing with you. No, what do you? So it is the primary focus?
No, you said solve the problem. You said solve the problem.
You don't know who not to engage with, and it shows.
a year.
When he comes in here just saying stupid shit, y'all get riled up and y'all respond to the stupid shit. And we're having a conversation over absolute nonsense. I need y'all to learn.
You're trying to set terms right now, and you won't shut the fuck up about nonsense quibbling.
You're too dumb to understand that there's different opinions because we're Black people, and you think we're all saying the same thing.
I'm fucking
but
Black, dog.
You're saying statements that combines the arguments of three different people that all have different perspectives.
All of you have said the same thing. All of you have said this exact same thing. No, you have. You fucking have. You guys have said reparations definitionally are not about solving the problem. They are about paying back.
No one said that.
You even agreed to this definition earlier, Brian.
I'm going to explain it.
I swear to God,
Shut up! Shut up and let me explain it! Shut up!
Can you meet him so we can talk?
Everyone shut up. Hold on. I'll talk. Everyone shut up. No more talking. Thank you. I did not say that. I don't know where you thought you heard that. That wasn't out of my mouth. I never said reparations.
He doesn't understand that.
Yeah, like you're just you. You know, I'm just you. I'm with you. Just you. Like, sorry, Nick. You are combining multiple perspectives here that have happened throughout this conversation, and then you were saying all three of you have said this. I don't know who you think have said that.
What do you think I'm saying? You're saying? What do you think I'm saying? You're saying? I want to make sure that you actually know what I'm saying.
Say this.
My position is not that it can't be. That it can't be results based. That's
Yeah,
not my
but
position.
that's not that. Well, that's not what I said
Didn't
anyway.
you say that even if it did harm, you'd still want it to be paid?
Yes.
What I'm, no.
Are you
I'm
guys,
saying,
are you guys
Every-
gaslighting
so-
me?
Jesus
Can I
Christ.
just walk us back through the conversation? Can I
no,
just get
you
everyone
cannot
to
do that.
agree?
You
Hold on,
can't
hold on.
do that. No,
Can I
I'm
just get
sorry.
everyone to
I haven't
agree?
done.
I
Nigga,
took
dude.
notes.
Oh my
I
God.
took notes. You can say if you agree or disagree with the statements. Let's just all get on the same basis, okay? I was talking about blood money, right? How basically I said, I'm sure you guys remember, I talked about it's like paying off Catholic priests for your sin, right? That it doesn't matter what you did or
I'm
anything.
pretty sure
You
Prime
just
disagrees with
want
that.
the money. And okay,
Let her
that's
finish.
fine that Prime disagrees. I just want to see, do you guys think that Black people should get a lump sum of money for the moral harm done, regardless of the outcomes? They should just get the money. Do you guys agree with this?
No.
Outcomes don't matter. Other than
yes, I do
Musashi.
agree with that.
It's not that
Well,
it's
it's
not
not,
that
it's
it
not,
does.
it's not even a matter. It's not even a matter if that's what they want. It's
I
that
think
that's how reparations was defined.
I think that
Yeah, so see,
the,
like already
the
at
amount
the
of money
first
should
point,
definitely be like
there's
adjusted
disagreements.
rates, but
So
like yeah, I think they should
already
No,
there's
it's quibblesome
disagreements,
dog shit,
and
bro.
there's
Okay,
even
let me ask you one
disagreements.
question, Prime, because there's
how you define
only
lump
one
sum.
person that it's even possible disagrees with this. So I wanna clear it up with you really quick. So Prime,
He's just saying stupid
I'm
shit.
not talking about what you want personally, not what you would prefer to happen, but in regard to defining reparations, must a reparation solve the problem? Is that the primary focus of a reparation, or is it more about just like paying a debt, regardless of whether or not the outcome is beneficial,
He's just
regardless of whether
regurgitated
it fixes
what
the problem,
Erudite
etc.
asked us.
I'm regurgitating what you said, Gambit, because this is the basis of the conversation.
But
And
you don't
and
understand
Dream
that me and him
both said
disagree
this. You
because you're
both
an
said
idiot.
explicitly,
Let me
I want to
explain.
avoid this white
Can you
liberal
be
argument
quiet?
about whether or not it will
Yes,
fix the
I
problem.
said
Because we
but
don't care
Prime
about
did it.
fixing
You
the problem
fucking
necessarily.
idiot.
It's not
It's
that
really
you don't
easy.
need to explain again, dog. We've been here. We've
So
listened.
you
So
asked
now
a question you don't want to answer
I'm
to?
asking Prime because I know what you said.
But I
Okay.
know you.
Hey,
I'm trying
Prime.
to tell you that you misunderstood
I
me.
don't. No, I'm fucking not. It's how you
This
define
is money.
reparations.
This
So how
is
are
money.
you
That's
supposed?
why
Hold on. How are
asking
you
you
supposed to
something.
know? How are you supposed to know that you misunderstood me if I don't get to an opportunity to explain that
I'm
you
asking you
misunderstood me?
something that
How am I
involves
supposed to
money.
do that?
Listen, because
So
I
I get
believe
that.
in you, dog.
Wait,
You're not
wait,
so stupid that you weren't able to define reparations in
wait,
such a way that
Prime.
anyone would
No, I'm
understand.
not
You're
allowed
very
to. I'm
intelligent.
not allowed to
You're
prove.
very
Prime.
intelligent. You're
I'm
very
not allowed to
smart.
prove you wrong.
And you
I'm
said
not
it
allowed.
Okay, let
very
me mute
succinctly.
this.
You
I'm not allowed the
said
opportunity to
reparations
prove you
were
wrong.
okay.
I'm not allowed the opportunity to prove you
Stop
wrong.
it. Hey, knock it off. All right. So I was asked a question. All right.
I'm not allowed the opportunity to
Yes.
prove him
I was,
wrong.
I was asking you a question that involves money. Can I pay to kick him off still? Is that still a thing?
Wow.
Is that still a thing?
And just to be clear, if you guys are saying that
How do I pay to kick
reparations
him off?
need to occur regardless
Tell me
of
what I do.
outcomes,
How do I
if
pay
you're
to
saying
kick him
now
off?
that
Hold
you
on.
only care
Hold
about
on.
outcomes,
This involves money.
hold on.
This
If
involves
you
money.
guys, if you guys are saying that, if you guys just wait, if you guys are saying that, I'm
Everyone stop
leaving.
talking.
I'm
Everyone
over
stop talking.
because you're
Everyone stop
gaslighting me
talking.
in this
Are you?
panel.
Are you? Everyone. No, okay. Someone answer that question. I actually need the money. So, because I haven't gotten that reparations. So yes, you can pay to get rid of someone. But Nick, before that happens, I'm going to try to answer your question. So you asked
Nope,
me.
nope. I want him off now. Nope, I don't want you to
Can I pay
respond.
to keep
I'm
him here?
not
Can I
paying.
pay to keep
I'm
him
not
here?
paying if you
Can we have like
respond.
a-
I'm
can we
not
have
Let's
like
have a
bidding
bidding
war right
war.
now?
Let's see how
if you
this works.
God.
if you respond,
Let's get
if you
Prime
respond,
Gold.
the money is
Fine.
being sent.
Fine, I won't
Let's see
respond.
whose pockets
kn-
are deeper, Doobies or GSU.
Okay. Dude, you said otherwise?
Yeah, I'd pay to keep Nick here.
Oh,
You gotta pay
here we
100.
I
go.
think GSU trying to kick him off is gonna.
I paid 50. You gotta pay 100 to keep him. Go
Okay.
ahead. Go ahead and do it.
Yeah, okay.
I paid the 50.
Okay.
Oh
But
shit!
I'm gonna do it. But to be clear, I think you're trying to kick him off as
No,
misbehavior.
no, no.
You didn't even let him. You didn't even let him
No.
make the point that he was trying to make. So
He's
totally
not allowing.
listen,
He's not
listen.
allowing anyone
I'm
else to
more
answer his
about-
question.
The money,
He
Doobie,
thinks these
Doobie,
are not mine.
the money has been paid, Doobie. I need to see 10,000
I just
10,000 in chat.
I don't understand what the problem is. He asked Prime a question. Prime did not get to answer, and you're all flipping out. Let Prime
No,
answer,
he's
and then you
assuming
guys
that
can
position.
answer his
out.
question.
He's
No,
assuming.
trying to get Prime
Listen,
money.
do you not understand the problem with
Hold
assuming
on,
that position?
wait.
I haven't even
Ginger,
assumed
you're
the
new
position.
here. If somebody comes in, and
not
they're
new
not
here.
helpful.
I'm not new here.
Well, you're new to me, I guess. So my bad. Maybe not new here. You're just new to me. If somebody comes here and they're being extremely destructive to the conversation and they're providing no input, Prime has always had the option to pay.
Going in circles for the past 3 hours anyways.
Wait. I don't think we have. So Ginger, so listen. This is a prime. Hold on, wait. This is a prime rule, and if you don't like it, I guess you can take it up with him. But if somebody in a conversation or somebody in the chat perceives that there's a person that's destructive to the conversation, they can pay to have them kicked off. That's just been a rule. If you don't like the rule, you can pay Prime more money to keep them. So Doobie can pay $10,000 to keep this guy Nick on the panel, or he has to be removed.
Okay.
I think all of you guys should stay on because I think you're just all so cool.
Exactly.
Doobie.
I'm
so sorry, just quickly. Doobie, it's not gonna show up in chat, but like I see it here. Doobie paid $100 through Stream Elements or something. I don't know.
No. Bits are more than $100. It's it was $64. It was $64 for 5,000 bits. Double that is $128.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Okay.
I think
I'm making it even a 150. Okay, just for you.
Thank you.
I want to see proof. I want to see proof.
I'll give you a screenshot. I'll give you a screenshot as soon as it comes in. Okay.
Okay. A win is a win. So
and then I reserve the right to outbid him again.
Are we back to the conversation now?
I reserve the right to outbid him again.
Wait a minute. You're gonna outbid him. So Doobie just sent.
You're gonna send
to
$300 to kick Nick off the panel?
No. Listen.
I
was told that it needed
$400 to get me off.
I have thought that it's needed to be bits and channels.
He said Nick's just paying his reparations. Okay.
Would be helpful. So Doobie sent that $100, but like we were waiting for another 50 if he was gonna do that. If you will
send 300, right?
Rich people trying to silence.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood.
Double. You got to double it, Prime.
Hey,
Double
we
to
try to
get
help
top
the
now.
boy out, man. We try to get him. We try to line them pockets. This is for a whole season.
I need to see proof.
Yeah, you keep telling yourself that.
I'm happy to answer Nick's question, but I have to wait till this works. Then okay, so hold on. So Doobie sent 150, so the 100. Then
I said to make it 150.
Yes, you got to answer with 300, player.
No, if you said 100 and 150, then wouldn't that be 500 or something like that?
It's 250. Yeah, it's 250 altogether.
So you owe double that to kick him off. $500, baby.
Gambit doesn't seem like he's going to be satisfied until he sees
receipts
and
I need to see that he
security
paid
card and ID to make sure it's him.
No. I need to see that he paid $124. Hold on. Just to be clear, once he pays his $124, I will then give my 20,000 bits, and if he wants to bet 40,000 bits, he can. But I gave 50.
That's not how this works. Why did he have to double your money, but you're not going to double his money?
No. Because those are Prime's rules. No. I'm following Prime's rules. It starts at 5.
I feel like you're weaseling out of paying the appropriate money to a solid, wonderful black
Follow
man
the
who
rules.
deserves their money. And honestly, you keep saying white liberals don't want to pay, but I'm seeing apparently the black liberals don't want to pay either.
Listen.
Prime is worth every penny of that $500.
I believe he's worth $500.
Yeah, but to hold you to account, do you not support black streamers? Why will you not support black streamers for what they?
And why would you try to loophole it to get out of paying him his money?
The proof is in VC chat. Okay, so it's there. So there you go.
I don't see it. Oh wait, you said VC chat.
VC chat, yeah. So if you
$500,
I don't see any.
He paid $250 in total.
Yeah.
Woo. Damn.
So
what is this?
Doobie just said his pockets ate shallows, player. He's like, hey, that's nothing.
So Prime.
I love it.
Just to be clear,
do not give Gambit this. Do not let him pay you off for less than you're worth, Prime.
No.
Okay, so
Doobie decided to give Prime a tip. That's on fucking Doobie. That's not my problem. I gave
the white liberal.
Is this the white liberal argument? Yeah, you're trying to find ways to not pay your money. Interesting. Very interesting.
So simply, right?
Okay.
Can you let?
He's just trying to find excuses he's just being a white liberal getting away from paying the
we
black
gotta
man.
we gotta let GSU in. So Toya, who's I think a white liberal, I gave $50. I do appreciate that. He just says deplatforming is for the weak. All right, it's okay. So go ahead.
God bless. God bless.
300 to keep Nick.
I'm happy people are giving you tips and not following the rule because I like Prime getting more money. But anyway, Prime. So I gave 5,000, which has always been the rule, and the rule was if you wanted to rescind that, you needed to double it, which would be 10,000.
No shot.
Right? Now
wait, hold on. So
I want to.
you guys are
I want to
5,000 is how much?
double. I'm doubling his 10,000 in order to rescind his 10,000.
Okay.
If he wants to get rid of my double for 20,000, he needs to get 40,000. If he gave you a tip on his 10,000, I don't fucking care. That's between you and him. Y'all can rub each other's penises and shit. I don't give a fuck what happens.
Why is he being interrupted? I'm really confused.
This is what I'm here for.
has been talking for
we don't need a cut off. So let's not cut off people. Come on now.
Nick is talking.
Now we don't want to get people
Okay. One at a time.
No, we don't want to weasel top, baby.
We haven't had an open panel like this in a very long time. So, trust me. So,
Prime.
Yes.
Can I please pay for immunity for Nick and Erudite?
No.
All I'm saying is
right now.
Hey, hold on real quick. ISO real quick. Hey, GSU, I hear you talking, man. Just do the math and figure it out and say that's what needs to be paid, all right? Just
No.
A lot of excuses.
He wants to
moving
Wait, hold on. It's fine.
Give Prime money. Give Prime money.
GSU trying to clarify a situation.
Listen.
$300.
Why can't GSU clarify this?
Let me ask real quick. Prime.
You want blood money? You get blood
The
money.
only person whose opinion matters here is Prime. So I'm asking Prime directly. Would you accept $300 from Doobie right the fuck now to make both Kyla and Nick immune from further kickoffs for tonight?
I'm not kicking off Kyla.
Keep this in mind. Realistically, this panel's only going on for like another 30 minutes or so. So based on the history, so
Prime, will you do that?
$300 for 30 minutes of immunity. That's what I'm asking for.
But you might get more money if GSU outbids and then the outbid after that.
No, GSU is refusing to pay his amount.
Moving the
goalpost.
How is he? No.
Prime said he won't pay the $500.
He hasn't even been allowed to advocate for
so annoying.
Okay.
You have been interrupted at every level.
Deal or no deal, Prime.
Be quiet. Can everybody be quiet for 2 seconds?
Okay. Hold on. To make this decision, I gotta hear from GSU.
Thank you.
GSU, make your bid.
Okay, so this is what I'm gonna say. You can make your decision however you want, but I'm willing to guarantee you that there's no way in hell Doobie's pockets are deeper than mine. So you make the decision that you want to make. It's up to you. You make
500's on the line. Say no to the immunity. Take the 500 from Gambit, and then make Doobie pay more. I'm here for you, Prime.
So far, Gambit is providing you kind of like an insinuation that he will be willing to double this money. He has not said it clearly. You have to decide, Prime. What's on the line now is you have to decide how much do you trust your boy.
500.
How much?
Doobie's paid you how much already?
Keep his word.
How much has Doobie already paid you?
$250.
Okay, so Gambit's only tipped you or given you $50 so far. Am I right?
No.
Correct.
I just put 5,000 bits in the
chat.
I will accept either Gambit being kicked off the panel in return for my 5,000 bits, or vetoing his ability to kick me off the panel.
I'm about
Either way
to give.
is fine.
I have
Sorry, what are you about to give?
Wait, he just hold on.
Now,
wait, Gambit just got kicked off. We need to deal with that.
Just can't talk. I'm not.
One second, guys. We got another bid coming in. We got another bid. GSU, you're about to give.
Okay, right now, if I hit enter, it will share 20,000 bits, which is the double of the 10,000.
That's
right.
Hold on, guys.
Nobody will let me talk.
I don't want time to run out and I get $0. Okay, so let's get through this. Okay,
make a decision,
and
Brian.
Nick, I've established. I've heard what you had to say. Hold on. So go ahead. What are you gonna say, GSU? Finish it out.
Okay, so I'm prepared to enter and share 20,000 bits. If Doobie wants to respond with 40,000 bits, then I'll cheer 80,000 bits.
Wait,
and
why
we
do I
will
need to double
continue
beat
until
it?
one of
Oh
us
my
goes up.
God. Can you let
So-
GC
so-
speak?
so let-
It's so
let-
easy. Just
Chill, Dream.
let-
You're
let-
defending
let-
a freaking
let-
weasel.
let-
Why are you
let-
defending a
let-
weasel right now?
let
You
him-
want your boy to get paid, don't you, Dream?
Let
so
him
let him
finish.
speak.
Let him finish. But
He's just gonna weasel. But
Are you
okay.
done? GSU, are you done?
$20. Okay, great. Very
Let's
nice.
be clear. If Nick is talking, I've muted him a long time ago, so I can't hear him. Y'all only hear him. So if he's yelling and shit right now, no idea that that's happening.
Okay,
If you want to double
go
my
ahead.
thing, you should be giving 50,000.
To be clear, we escalate each time. I pay 5,000, then he pays 10,000. Then I pay 20,000, then he pays 40. Then I pay 80, then he pays 160. Then I pay 320, and then he pays 640. It always escalates. So right now,
hold on.
I am prepared.
Because I've already given
That's how this
250,
always works.
so you need to double it.
No.
You need to get 50,000.
No. Listen. If you decided to overpay, that's a conversation with you and Prime. You can talk.
Yeah, this is a
Maybe you can.
bidding war.
Maybe
I'm
maybe
saying a bidding war. What I did was I raised it. It's like I bid
This
more.
isn't talk of
Extra.
somebody's pockets who's
No,
deep
Prime.
player,
You never
okay?
bid for anything
Prime,
before?
Prime,
I
You don't know
will.
how a fucking auction works?
Prime. So
Hey,
maybe
knows what's
what
up.
you can. This
He
is an
knows he's going to
auction.
get
It's
paid.
never been an auction. If you want to say that Doobie can use his extra towards his next payment, he was only supposed to pay you 124, and he gave you 250.
That's not how
So
fucking bidding war
124
works.
Somebody tell
transfer to the
Gavity's
next.
got to pay
Okay,
10,000 to
so
stay
here-
on the panel.
This
will
is more
answer-
money for Prime. Just be
this-
quiet so he can get it.
This will answer. This will answer.
Actually, the rules are like this.
This will answer this. Okay. All right. So if GSU, and this is the doobie, right? If GSU gives $200, which is what he was offering, and are you willing to go
Not
a
200
bidding war?
bucks, 252. And I want to see this as bits in the
because
channel.
because of bits. Yes, 252 because of bits. Doobie, are you willing to get into a bidding war with GSU?
I feel like I said I was in a bidding war at the start, and what he's actually doing right now is attempting to give less than he's supposed to continue the bidding war.
No,
but okay.
Yep.
If he
look at the chat.
My thing in bits would be 25,000 bits, right? So if he wants to double it, he needs to go to 50,000.
Nope, that's never how it's worked.
Talk
guys.
out of Doobie
Yeah,
right
no,
now.
no.
That's all I'm hearing.
Wait,
I'm hearing Doobie's pockets are fat. He even said he would throw another $300
Exclamation
down
point.
without question.
You're hearing Doobie right away, but you can't do the math.
Okay, sorry, not an explanation.
Just make a decision, Prime.
Look, Doobie, will you engage in that? If he says 200 is good enough for me if we start a bidding war, okay? Would you engage in that bidding war if he gifted that 200 or 250, whatever?
He has the double. He has the double.
Okay, so I'm totally willing to, but here's what I'm curious about. So Nick is paid 5,000 to kick him. So is a portion of Gambit's going to be used toward the 100,000 it's going to take to keep him on?
Well,
It
he
seems
said
like
also
he'd actually be underpaying again.
it also
You
says
mean
that
how can we engage in a bidding war if he got kicked out?
Okay, yeah. So Nick did give 5,000 to kick you off. So will you include that? So like give 300 to keep yourself on.
No, I don't see any bits in the channel.
He did.
We already hold on. We already hold on. GSU, real quick.
He did.
So
Penny
we already know where
10,000 that thing about the hit on is for you to stay on the panel.
we already know where
it's the
going
kickoff
to go
day.
to. Hold on, GSU, because you're gonna say 50. Hold on.
Let
Let me just paint this for me. GSU, you're gonna say 52, right? And even if Doobie
I'm not going to say 52.
Or 252, right? Doobie's already said he's going to 300. So that even invalidates that bid right there. You got to bet 302.
Okay. Stop. Everyone who's not bidding, stop like putting in imaginary bids here. Okay, like we got to get to this because or else I see a future where I get 0. All right, so and that's the worst possible future. So will you include money to cancel out Nick's bids?
10,000.
No, I'm paying to kick Nick off.
You're
Wait,
paying
he already paid to kick you off.
He paid
If
money
he wants
to
to
kick
pay
you
to
off.
kick me off, hey, if he wants to give you $50 for me to leave, I don't give a fuck. I'm paying to kick Nick
Well, he
off. That's what
already
I'm
did.
paying for right now.
So to stay on, you need to pay 10,000.
No,
10,000 bits, correct?
no.
He said he'll
What
still do it.
He's willing to leave.
No,
He's willing to leave.
There's an order.
Alright.
There's an order of
Someone
resolution.
leave.
You guys never played card games? There's an order of resolution. You have to do the first one first, and then
This ain't
it'll
Magic,
Exactly.
motherfucker.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
money.
Okay, to be
It
clear,
doesn't
Nick-
matter if
Obviously
it's not
didn't play
magic.
Yu-Gi-Oh.
It's
Nick,
logically
Nick,
true.
Nick,
Obviously
if you're
didn't play
we need to
Yu-Gi-Oh.
deal with that before we move on to Gab.
If you're
to
not
Gambit's
making a
management.
bid, then please, like, no more talking. I need to get through this quickly for the best possible outcome. All right. So, what are you putting up? You're putting up 200 or no? Don't put it in bits. Like, give it out to PayPal, or how did you give it, Doobie?
Your donation.
I want.
Yeah.
I want
Use
it to be
my donation
bits.
button. Use my donation button. Okay.
I would much rather this be bits.
Why?
Oh God.
Because donations can be returned, bits can't. I want this to be bits in the fucking
my
channel.
God,
so we
he's
can all
not
see
gonna
it.
won't-
return.
No one here is gonna do that. Doobie would never do that. You would never do
Doobie,
that.
no. Doobie can dispute these transactions
He
with
won't-
his
he won't
bank
do that.
because it's a direct payment.
Doobie's my friend.
This is
Why not just do the
Fucking
guarantee?
weasel!
This
Kick
is
his
a
weasel!
weasel!
Kick
This
his
is
fucking
ridiculous.
weasel!
This
This
is
is insane! This is insane!
Okay.
This should be
Prime, take Doobie's 300. Just take Doobie's
I-
300.
Take
I'm
Doobie's
about to.
300. Fuck GSU. He's not going to give you the money anyways, and he's projecting his weird money shit
Why
on Doobie
are
right
you
now.
allowing this woman to talk?
You need to just put up or
people
shut
that
up.
don't have
I'm
money.
a woman who can talk, you fucking misogynist, you fuck! I'm allowed to talk, you dumb fuck! What the
You're not
fuck are you
allowed.
saying?
You're actually
Okay.
not allowed because Pride said you shut out.
You just
You're actually not allowed.
Okay.
Nicest man talking.
Okay.
My
Okay.
You said the people that have money should sit by and look.
Then-
I thought the people that don't have money should just sit by and look.
If you don't,
Surprise.
if can't.
Yeah, I'll
Apparently
put
you
my
don't
broke
have
ass
money,
down.
my
I'll
brother.
put the shit.
Hold on,
I'll put
everyone
my
shut
broke
up.
ass
Oh my
down.
god, everyone shut up. Please. The worst possible future is coming my way. Thank you, Toya, for the $25. He says I subtract all kill requests because I'm a base. Okay. I don't know what that means. But okay, GSU.
I don't want
GSU.
anyone to leave.
Our friend Doopy will not do that, right? He's my friend. I know he won't do that to me. He would never do that to me.
I don't trust that.
I
But
do
why not
trust
get him
that.
to be in
I
charge?
do
Just take the
trust that.
guarantee.
I do trust that. So, Doobie, GSU, will you just give you'll be paying less any which way if you gift through the donation button below. So will you use that?
I will use that, and I want Doobie to respond in Twitch chat, and then I'll respond back in Twitch chat.
What does a respond in Twitch chat mean?
Hold on, can we
Okay,
answer that
so-
question?
so-
So is what he's going to pay?
Bits.
Is what he's going to pay
The-
going to include what he needs to pay to stay on, given that Nick just paid to kick him off?
I'm not concerned about staying on. I'm just concerned about kicking
What?
Nick off. So what I'm saying right now is, and
I'm
Prime,
concerned with
is there
getting my
ever
boy
a time in the
paid.
history dumb that I've said something about money and not paid? Does that exist?
You've never done that.
Okay. So what I'm saying is, if I go back and I read the rules, it says that this amount of bits does this. It doesn't say this amount of donation links and this amount of that. It says this amount of bits does this.
I don't think it's just bits. I don't think I wrote just bits. I think I wrote like also Patreon.
Go look it up.
No,
Go look it up.
I'd have to look at my stream on. Look,
I just want to see this on Twitch.
I don't care what the answer is.
The
I don't
only
care what the answer
person
is.
who is going to get you not paid at this point is this fucking
Yeah,
weasel
it's
who
Gambit.
doesn't want to
Just
pay
take-
up.
I
Literally
am
take
going
Doobie's money,
to
fuck
take-
Gambit. I want him to
I've
stay for
taken
like
it-
I don't even care if he kicks
This is
off.
so
Like,
annoying.
He's trying to kill you, Prime.
Hold on.
He's trying to rip your head off.
I'm
Prime,
trying to stand up for
I
another
want you to
black
listen
man.
to
It says
I'm not doing
$10.
it.
It says
I want Prime to get
$10,
paid.
1,000 bits, right? Like we it was like $50, 5,000 bits. That's what it says. So that's what it
I
says
want you
in
to look in chat. I want to see Doobie send 40K.
I gotta say, this is like
okay. So he just put
contract law.
I
GSU.
want to see it in Twitch. I want to see it in chat.
GSU just put 20,000 bits there. So Doobie, you can respond.
Okay, so again, does that include the 10,000 to keep him on the panel? Because if
It
not,
doesn't.
it shouldn't be.
After all of this resolves, I'll leave the panel. Doobie, go ahead. I'm waiting on your 40K. And you can use, if Prime wants to let you use 100 extra that you paid just then to go towards the 40,000 that you need to pay, you can. But I need to see 40,000 minus the $100 in chat right now, or Nick needs to leave. I need to see it. Doobie, you said you got the pockets. Let me see it.
Just for you.
Let me see it. I want to see it in Twitch bits. I don't want to see it in
Hold
some
on, just
fucking
be clear,
copy
just be clear.
paste
So Prime-
from a link. I want to see. No, we don't need to talk anymore.
Wait,
We just
please
need to
stop-
see Twitch
okay,
bits.
stop talking.
That's all we need to see.
Okay.
What is it? What is your? Because I know that these platforms take a cut. Is a cut bigger with Twitch bits or with the donation link?
I think the
I
cut
don't care.
the cut.
I don't care.
I believe the cut
Yeah,
is.
listen,
I believe the
reparations aren't about the outcome.
I believe
Doobie's
the
a
cut
real
is
one.
bigger on
GSU
Twitch.
is the worst.
I believe the
Doobie just wants to send the
my
flat
understanding,
money. He doesn't want them to
cut is
take a
bigger on
cut.
Twitch.
Yeah.
You can post a hype chat.
Okay, and thank you SD Philly for saying $20 hype chat saying good luck Prime. Thank you so much. Okay,
So if I do the bit, I'm gonna do the calculation for you, Doobie, since you said you got pockets. Cheer.
Well, I'm about to do a calculation. I gotta say,
So
I know my opinion probably
he-
don't matter, but anytime anybody's arguing about like
He
contract
needs
law,
to
the way
pay.
this is going,
He needs to pay $504. 504 minus the extra 125 he sent you is 375. He needs to send you $375 in bits in the chat right now, or Nick needs to leave. I'm waiting.
What you
I'm
do?
waiting,
This is
Doobie.
not your
Go ahead.
fucking panel. Prime needs to decide
give me
all this.
just
What
a
the
minute,
fuck's
okay,
wrong
okay.
with
He
you?
literally just did the
These are
calculation
Prime's
for
rules.
Prime.
This has nothing to do with me
Dream,
or Prime.
I don't think you understand. He wants to send bits and he doesn't care about the fact that Prime literally gets 50% less money, whereas Doobie's trying to send through donations because he gets a massive proportion of it.
I don't
I
think you
think
understand what
basically
GSU
all of
said.
it, he's literally fucking Prime out of 50% of the income because he's trying to weasel out of not
GSU.
paying the full amount. It's
Correct
actually,
me if I'm
I'm
wrong,
sorry, this is
GSU.
a meme, but this
Wait,
is
wait,
fucking
no,
gross
correct me if
meme.
I'm wrong,
I'm
Drew.
actually like,
Realistic time, there's only one password. Flush your
Dream,
soul.
don't scan it. Dream, don't
Right
scan it.
now.
Don't
GSU,
scan
correct me
it.
if I'm wrong,
You get,
GSU. Correct me if I'm wrong,
bits,
GSU.
you get a better,
Correct me if
bigger
I'm wrong,
cut than you do
GSU.
with subs. Just to be
GSU,
clear.
is it
With
not
bits,
true
you
that
get
you
a
said
bigger
all
cut
you
than
need?
Sorry, what
do
did you
with
say,
subs.
Wick? Hold on, what did you say, Wick?
Sure. With bits, you do get a bigger cut than you do with subs. I don't know
60,
what
right?
that cut is, but you do get more money from bits.
They're more than subs. But, but no, we're talking about gifting
way
through,
less than donations.
Through
Yeah,
street, like,
it's still less than donations, to be clear.
Yeah, like
GSU.
Way
like stream
less.
elements.
Isn't it the case that all you said is you just need to see it in chat, however the money is spent, correct?
He gets 80% with bits.
Yeah,
and wait,
he still gets more with
donations. Keep saying I'm
gets
trying
more
to run
donations.
from
Hold on, did you
something.
hear what I said,
I'm not
GSU?
trying to run from anything. I'm trying to see Doobie post in chat, which has been done every single time this happened in the history of a Pine panel. Somebody post their bits in chat and say, "Hey, I want this person gone," and then it gets honored. That's all I want to see.
That's not, that part's not true. That part's not true. People have given through the PayPal button below, right? They've used that PayPal button and they've gifted through there as well, and I've accepted that as well.
Okay.
He gets 100% of the donations, by the way. He gets 100% of donations. Just saying.
Okay. And if this war keeps escalating, the 20% that he's missing on bits isn't a lot. So Doobie, I'm waiting on you to put 375 in bits into the channel. It's on you right now.
All right,
I don't know why
I
I don't know why
not taking the time. This is
Hold on,
fucking
the
insane.
bigger it gets, the more that 20% hurts him. You understand math, right?
Okay, so let's hold on. I like this. I like this better though, because what he's saying
not
is
getting
that
the money doesn't
if we
mean
get to
anything.
if we get to the next part, if we donate again, then it doesn't matter, all right? So it just like escalates. So that's the best possible future. Doobie, your move. Whatever you want to do, Doobie, go ahead.
No problem. Give me just a minute.
Oh god.
Well, wait on $375 worth of bits into the
This
Twitch
is gonna be
channel. Go
great.
ahead.
Day.
This is gonna be great.
Yeah, but this is such a massive L for you, bro. Just stop.
But this is a massive win for Prime, and that's what
It is a massive win for Prime. And
Listen.
I'm here for Prime's win, okay? This is why I've been standing this
No,
long.
I need to see
I
those
thought,
pearly
I
whites,
thought, hold on.
Prime.
I thought Gambit was mostly joking around, so I was just leaning into the meme and having fun. But now realizing that he's basically trying to get out of paying Prime as much as possible, it's like, I'm sorry, it's just fucking
How am I
crazy.
not paying him? How am I not
Because you're
paying
trying
him?
to pay him as little as possible.
No, he's
Okay?
literally paying him the exact same.
No, he's not, Dream. You're
it's
not
not- it's
keeping
not-
up. I
it's
don't know
not
if we can't do
the exact
ballistic
same.
math.
No,
I don't know what's wrong with
no,
Prime,
no,
but
no,
you're
no,
not
it's
keeping
fine.
up.
No,
He
you're
doesn't
not
need you to
understanding.
come to his rescue.
The question
Toya,
becomes,
thank you for
will
the
He doesn't
Gambit,
need
$15.
to. I didn't say he does. I don't know
Will
why you
Gambit
even made that
after
point because he
this-
Because
doesn't need
every
to. You just
single
made it
time
obvious.
you interrupt
Doobie's bid.
everybody,
Because I
just
want to.
scream at them.
Will Gambit,
Because I want
not
to.
Gambit,
Is
I'm
that
curious
okay?
what you have
It's
to
a
say.
panel.
You're annoying.
Will you double Doobie
No, you're
Kid
annoying.
after this.
Okay, all right. 1 second. So, thank you for the $15 from PayPal from Latoya. He says everyone should check out the Dot Hack franchise. It's a video game franchise. Stream it. I love Dot Hack. Latoya streams Dot Hack all the time. Thank you for that. We'll read it if you are donating. Okay, great. So we're waiting on Doobie and we'll decide what to do afterwards. Hopefully, more paying Prime is what we do afterwards. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So,
Prime, what we need. Prime, what we need is that smile, my boy. We need to see that beautiful smile because this is your moment, my man.
I don't think y'all understand.
I'm worried this is gonna burn bridges and friendship.
now.
I don't know if it's my moment.
I don't think y'all understand how pro-black I am, and that I'll do this game the entire night. I won't stop until.
Oh shit! This is about to get serious.
He's gonna keep spending his $20. Crazy.
He knows that I have everything.
I already put my money where my mouth is. I'm talking after I pay. We're waiting on Doobie to find a card that can clear the amount. We're not waiting.
Waiting on Doobie.
We will
Waiting
see
on Doobie.
if GSQ Gambit is a true to his word. Will GSQ Gambit do this all night? Let's find out. Doobie, you're up.
True.
Thank host wait.
Doobie, I'm waiting on the chat.
Yo,
I'm waiting on the chat.
Prime, this is a
Doobie, can you tag me in it? Can you tag me in it, Doobie, when you find the card? I know you're looking for a card right now. Or something,
I'm not.
But
I'm not
have to
looking
look
for a card. Calm down. I'm trying to figure out.
What's it? No. All you got to do is write
Calm
cheer.
down,
You hit enter. You hit refill bits. You hit complete purchase. That's all you have to do. It's like 3 clicks, bro. What are you talking about?
Prime, this is a big come up. You got me and Solis gonna have a cookout for you. You got all this money. Hey, bro,
Wait,
I'm so
y'all
happy
live in
for
New
you,
York?
G. Nah,
but
we
he's
gonna fly
buying,
out.
right?
We flying out. No,
he's
we pay
buying.
for everything. Me and Solis
Oh,
love Prime. Me and we pay for all that.
Listen, wait, Prime. I mean, good Doobie. You owe 37,500 bits. I'm waiting on you. I'm
Bro,
like
this
begging
is not
you.
your show.
I'm begging you.
It doesn't matter
I'm
how much you
begging
say
you,
this
Doobie.
shit. If he gives it through donation, he's just being more generous. Why would you ever want to block that?
No, he's not being more
crazy.
generous.
Yeah,
It's
he's
competitive
100%
now, though. You gotta
literally better.
understand that, Erudite. It's
So,
competitive
hold on,
at
wait,
this
wait.
time.
Nah,
before you
Gambit's
pay-
just trying to get away with
before
spending
you
as little
pay-
as possible.
Before you pay Doobie, we should make something super clear. If you don't respond in Twitch chat with the bits, I don't trust it and I'm stopping. You must
Who the
respond.
fuck cares what you
with
think?
Twitch bits
This is about
into
Prime,
the
you
channel.
fucking rat. Oh
Okay,
my
hold
god,
on.
this is
It
crazy.
needs to be in Twitch
Prime
chat.
gets the money regardless.
Oh my god.
This is insane.
I know
Doobie's
you
do
like
it. Doobie's gonna do it.
Okay, all right.
Selfish ass bitch.
So look.
Whoa.
If this escalates, right? Like, okay, Doobie, would you be fine with paying bits? I don't care if it's 3 bits, right? If you'd be fine with you paying 3 bits and then going back and forth with GSU. Would you be willing to do that? If not, then that changes my calculus.
Well, like here's my issue, right? So issue number
Your
one.
issue is you don't want to pay it to a corporation because you want to be able to dispute it with
what are you
PayPal.
ta-
That's what
no,
the issue is.
What are you talking about?
Okay,
No,
we'll pay it.
no, calm
We'll
down.
pay it. He
letting
just
it
said he
go
doesn't care.
My
That's
issue.
crazy.
You can't back down. You can't back down, dog. You
I
can't
need to
back
get to
down.
the
Come
next
on.
round.
You're ramping.
I need to get to the
Ramping.
next round of this.
I'd like to. Okay.
Go ahead.
My issue is I'm actually interested in the conversation that we're trying to have, right? So I'm hoping at some point we get back to that. So if I don't want this to be like an all-night Gambit and I dick measuring, I'd like to get back to the conversation because I think this point was really interesting.
I do.
So-
I'll measure my dick
Okay,
against
I
anyone.
I understand.
I do. I like dick measurement
God,
contest.
please,
I
it's
like
fine.
it. I like it.
Okay, calm down. So I'd like to get back to that, right? And given, like I said earlier, these panels typically only go to like 12:30, and I got
Prime
shit
will
to
go
do.
all night.
And I don't. Hold on, I can't go all night. I got shit to do in the morning. So
Sure.
I'd like
So
to get
just
back to
hit
that
enter and
conversation
pay the
that's-
money.
Okay.
Just hit enter. You don't have to talk. Just hit enter and pay
That's
money.
why I'd
You don't.
prefer
This doesn't have to take a long
$300
time.
to give them immunity so we can move on to the conversation.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I wanna throw the olive branch to Doobie. All right, Doobie. If you paid it 37,500 bits that you owe, I won't counter it.
How does that number
And
even
let
make
me
sense
stay.
to you? I don't understand.
Because
Like how you're coming
no,
up
no,
with
no,
any of
no,
these
no.
numbers.
Okay, let me explain the numbers because I don't know why y'all are getting lost. I know Erudite can't do math, and she's like influence y'all a little bit.
Please don't do it again.
Listen.
Guys,
He's
I paid
not gonna get any money at this point.
No, listen, Doobie.
Trying to support my black brethren in here, but you making it
Prime,
so hard.
you either need to enable him or kick it. I don't know what else to do with it, but I want you to get your money. This is crazy.
talking.
Doobie give you the
Okay,
card.
Doobie, listen. Doobie, listen. The whole goal was 5,000 bits to kick somebody off, which equates to $62, right? So I gave the 5,000 bits. To void a previous thing, you have to give double. So what you should have gave was 120.
He gave $150.
Yeah, $124. To which I need to respond with $248, right? Which I responded with $252. Now, to respond to my $252, you need to respond with double of that. And then when you respond with double of that, I can respond with double of that. But these things escalate in doubling, which is far more harmful to you than to just pick a random ass fucking number.
Hold on, wait. I got a question. I got a question for GSU. Why are you trying to damage content right now? Why are you trying to damage content?
So I guarantee you Prime is okay with this. I guarantee you. I don't know Prime the most, but I guarantee you he's A-okay with this content versus y'all saying some stupid shit about reparations. I'm willing to bet money. I'll actually bet you. We can start even a new chain of bets that Prime is okay with this if you would like
let
to.
it rain. We'll let it rain.
Okay. I mean, if you want to do that, I won't stop you. But I'm and I'll tell you my answer after the end. But Doobie, what do you just want to do? Like, we gotta either dead this.
I'd like to get back to the conversation. Honestly, I don't understand how he's matching up these numbers. They don't make sense to me. I don't understand why I need to double when he's not doubling my initial thing, which would mean he would need to pay $500 to double that, right? So he hasn't done that. So I don't understand how he's saying he's doubled anything. Right. He also hasn't paid to stay on the panel, so I don't know why he's here in the first place.
Okay.
We should be moving on to the conversation.
Okay,
right,
sure.
So I'm
No,
look.
you have- there's
I'm
very
willing.
good
I'm willing.
answers
Look.
for those
No. Look.
questions.
Look.
So what do you say? What do you say? Doobie, go ahead. You're willing to?
I'm willing to do my original thing, right? Which is $300 to continue the conversation, to give them immunity, so we can get back to the conversation we're having.
Okay.
'Cause I feel like it's
So,
to wrap up soon. And I don't have time to do this one.
Sure. Okay. Then because I don't foresee a back and forth happening because Doobie wants to leave, and he's not going to stick around. I'll take that $300 and I'll send my friend Chioshu, who I love, who's been really kind to me. I appreciate it. I'll send him out. All right. We'll just move from there. Thank you.
You're literally losing money.
He's literally not losing money.
It was way more money.
He owes you right now. He owes you 37,500 bits, which is more than he's telling you to pay.
Yeah. It's literally more money.
These, by the way, are the guys who thought they knew a lot about the economy. Okay, these are the guys who are like, I know lots about the economy. You fucking idiot.
Even with that 80% cut in bits, he owes you more money right now than $300.
Yeah, it's literally more money, Prime. It's literally more money.
Okay. All right.
Again,
So
GSU, if that were the case, you would owe $500.
No, but if you ain't got deep pockets,
I
don't
don't
do it.
understand. I don't understand. No, hold on. It's not that I don't have deep pockets.
Listen,
Don't
cringe.
Put your dick
I don't
close to
understand
somebody's dick that's bigger than yours.
While you're attempting to apply this new rule set that you're not applying to yourself.
No, that's
I'm
not a new rule
interested
set.
in getting reparations.
It's not a new rule set.
You don't get a discount on the fucking bidding war. Right? So if you want to do the bidding war, you need to pay $500 to start it.
No, listen, this is just like you made up the fake shit about student loans being black from the federal government. Just make up that shit.
Again,
Is it? Hold on. We can't let Prime talk. Prime can't talk on his own panel? Jesus. When somebody ain't got money, they start just talking over everybody to act like they're making sense. Prime, has there ever been a case where we don't double when we're trying to void a previous action?
There's never been a case of that. However, yes. Yeah. Well, there's never been a case. I'll just leave it at that. Okay.
So we always double. So I'm following the rules.
Sure. Okay. So Doobie has said
You're not doubling though because I gave $250 in cash.
I doubled 10,000 bits.
You didn't double that.
I doubled 10,000 bits.
Double that.
Now Doobie has sent 25,000. Okay. So I feel like I'm missing out here. But
he still owes you 125.
25,000 is like $385.
Doobie is a savage. My man is like.
Be clear, 25,000 is like $308.
No, I gave. Hold on, wait. Let me see.
Now we're gonna fight for another hour on that.
You gave 20K.
Just money.
You gave 20K.
Can I just?
No, he owes $75 more a
Prime
bit.
already made his decision. He said he's going to take the 300 from Doobie, and then GSU, you can fuck off and not.
But GSU sounds like he wants to pay more
He
money.
already said. And just to be clear, Prime's saying it way more nicely than I am. Because he's a friend. That's what's happening. That's what he's already said. Just let him take your. Let him take Doobie's money.
I want to hear Prime say these words. Are you saying?
He already said it, but okay.
Are you saying that
boot him for now and let him buy his way back on?
doesn't need to double the bet, and you're willing to lose out on all of the money that you would get if me and him kept double? Is that what you're saying? Because if so, that's fine.
What did the money? If Doobie sent the money, are you going to continue? Are you sending the money right now and just not even wait for
Doobie has not paid all the money.
He has. It's in the chat right now.
No, he hasn't. He hasn't.
8008.
Yes, it is. That's not enough.
Majin, you're not following what's going on, Majin.
My problem, Jishu, my
Dream,
problem is
you're
that
not the one to say that.
I'm following
Jishu,
very well.
To be clear, my problem is that Doobie isn't going to go back and forth. He isn't going to stick around because he's saying he's got to go because he's got to go sleep or whatever, and he wants to get to the conversation. So if he's not going to do that, then the best option for me at this point is to take the money that he is willing to give and then end it there. Unless you are saying that you're going to give right now.
What? I said we just move on with
Just
the conversation. Wait, hold on. Why do you guys want to kick each other? Why do you guys want to
double? Shut up,
Toya,
Toya, please.
Stop, Toya.
Chishu, do you want to gift again? Even if I'm getting screwed out of that more money, because let's say Doobie hasn't given me enough, right? Would you double what he has given?
If what Doobie is saying is that his dick is too small to play a game that he entered, then I should say micro penises shouldn't even be allowed on the panel.
Okay.
Wait. Hold on. I'm not done. Hold on. I'm not done.
He's never done. He goes forever, bro.
He's just running the clock down so he doesn't have to fucking pay at this point.
Hey,
we lit.
And so this is just what happened, right? Like,
fuck. I
So
was
it's
okay.
300. Yeah, I see.
Hold on. Let me click enter. Complete purchase. Okay, so this is what's happened. This is what's happened. Oh, I didn't hit enter. So this is what's happened. Nick paid to kick me off. I paid to kick off Nick. Doobie countered. You accepted that for some weird reason, which I don't understand why. So right now, what it results to is Nick can stay because you agreed with Doobie's small penis, and then I got kicked off. I just paid $5,000 to kick Doobie off. 5,000 bits to kick Doobie off. So me and Doobie are kicked off right now, and Nick can stay.
Fucking.
So Doobie, if you want to see Doobie, you need to pay 10,000.
No, look,
you got to pay 10,000 bits.
I can play Baldur's Gate 3 and listen. Okay, I would just like to get back to the conversation.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Well then,
me and Doobie have to leave, and Nick gets to stay.
Sure. Okay. This has been weird, but profitable, and I appreciate that. Shout out to my friend GSU and Doobie. No, I didn't mean this. Like this is hold on. I got it. I'm gonna say this because it's heartfelt. I really need the help. So I appreciate my man GSU and my man Doobie for doing this, right? Like you didn't have to, and even if it was for the strangest of reasons, I do appreciate that kind of help. It means a lot. Shout out to Toya. Shout out to anyone who actually helps, because I wasn't going to do the open panel. I literally was about to not do it at all tonight because I was like, what's the point? Like no one's really supporting this channel anymore. GSU said he wanted to
somebody
come on.
DM'd you. Yeah,
it was GSU. Yeah, GSU said like he wanted to come on. I'm like, all right, my friend GSU wants to come on. I want to hear what he has to say, so I'll do it. That's the only reason we're here in the first place, just because he sent me that message. And then it turned out this way. So I appreciate the people who have been supporting this community, like Doobie, like GSU, like Nick, who also helped out, like Toya. Thank you to all of you. All right. So
it is what it is.
Okay.
Can I do the honors at least?
Yes, you can throw them both off.
Okay.
Oh my god!
Hello.
Hey,
it's okay because I understand GSU's Gambit's arguments pretty well, so I can advocate for him.
Yo, I'm gonna just say this before we get back to the actual conversation. When anyone is actually serious about paying you money, they just pay you money. They don't do this slick talk where they try to do all these calculations and show you the actual fees are. They just give you the money. They just
non sequitur.
Put it up, okay? Like
throwing it on the table.
Bro, he was throwing it on the table.
This whole
literally a
contract
non
law
sequitur.
bit weird.
Can you define
Don't
non
trust
sequitur for us, Dream?
When the conclusion doesn't follow the premise.
Let's talk about dot hack.
So can you outline why what Wick was saying was a non sequitur?
Because he said if somebody is serious about giving money, they wouldn't do the things that he gave the stipulations for. But it could also be the case that you could be
How's that
serious about
not
money,
related?
and I didn't say it's not related. I'm saying it doesn't necessarily. No. Non sequitur means it doesn't necessarily follow. That's literally what it means.
No. Non sequitur doesn't mean that it doesn't necessarily follow. It means that it inherently does not follow. Right.
Right.
Okay.
It's non. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
They didn't understand inflation. Why
Can
would
I
you
ask
think
about
they knew that?
reparations though? Can I ask about reparations?
Because
I want
the answer is because Dream seems to know a lot of stuff.
No, I'm about to explain
Economics is
it. No,
complicated.
I literally just
assumed
Googled
he might know
it.
debate.
Literally just Googled it. I literally just Googled it, and I'm right. It says that conclusion statement that does not logically follow from the previous argument or statement. Logically, it means valid and or sound, which means what Wick said. What Wick is literally fallible because it is not. Soundness means it's true.
Yo, what is illogical
Right?
about
Okay.
saying, hey, people were trying to teach you by obfuscating with words?
So
I'm about to explain it.
we are sorry,
But he
hold on,
doesn't
guys.
want to
We're moving forward. We're moving forward, right? Because because this wasn't what our friend Doobie paid for. Doobie wanted to have more of the conversation we had previously. Thank you, Mitt Duds, for using your Prime Gaming on the channel. Awfully kind of us, you. And we're so close to another hype train. A third person helps out the channel. We can get to a hype train. So sub to the channel, get bits of gift subs. The Golden Kappa train. What is that? What do you know what that is? A Golden Kappa train?
I've never heard of that before.
I've never heard of that. One more person in like the next.
Someone donate 100 bits just so we can see.
Yeah, like I literally don't know what that means. And a Golden
That's
Kappa.
a good idea. Somebody
Let's-
but make sure you all stagger the 100 bits so that at least 6 of you donate 100 bits.
Yeah, at the same time. Yeah.
See if I can hustle up $5 real quick.
So if like in the next 30 seconds, someone can donate like 100 bits. Like I literally don't know what that means. Golden Kappa. I've never heard that before. But we'll see if that happens. Thank you, Admiral Gibbs, for being so kind. Let's see. It's a Golden Kappa train incoming. Okay.
Your reparations are complete, sir.
And my reparations, you'll have a limited time to earn exclusive Golden Kappa emote for 24 hours. Oh, okay. All right. And this is from like Jishu. Thank you for 10,000. Another 10,000.
Came through again. GSU like a champ.
Oh,
yeah.
Thank you,
He's
Jishu.
made his way back in. Hell yeah.
Okay.
This
He's
is
making
your
excuses
time.
not to pay money.
I
though.
paid $100. Nice. That's awesome.
Exclusive Golden. Go ahead.
I'll give you some credit for that. Good job on that one.
One motherfucker kick me, pay 20K bits. What's up? You boys back. What we talking about?
Okay.
All
right,
right now we're talking about non sequiturs.
Yeah.
Non sequiturs, but hopefully the economy soon, I think.
And the last thing I'll say quickly, this is your exclusive chance to get Golden Kappa emotes. Apparently these emotes don't ever come around otherwise. You have 24 hours to do so, actually. So if you want to give right now to help out the channel, sub to the channel, give bits or give subs, you'll get exclusive emotes that you don't get in a normal hype train, apparently. This is what we're learning right now.
Can I make a claim? Can I make a statement real quick? I just want to say, I want to apologize. I've been a little bit overheated, so I just want to calm it down. And I'm sorry to Erudite and Ginger and everybody else in the panel. Let's just calm it down. I'm sorry.
Okay. So for
I'll calm down too. I'll calm down too.
No, I would like to also apologize, and I will also calm down.
The only
I
thing
ain't calming down for shit. I'm gonna wick out. I don't know what this calm shit is.
The only thing I won't calm
Yeah, but
down
you're
about-
being a meanie bo beanie. Can we
Your
talk
newest-
about the economy now? Can we go back to the actual discussion, which is
we
about
can do that.
economy and reparations?
Okay, thank you, Intro, for gifting a sub, and thank you, Narudas, for gifting 100 bits. Guys, we're 60% of a level 3 Kappa train, Golden Kappa train, 32% left. Can we get to a level 4? Like, this is your only chance to get these emotes.
To my chat, you have to give to Prime Kais to get the Kappa, not me. Don't give me money. Give Prime Kais money. Can a mod link Prime Kais channel so that all my Twitch chatters could go there and give their money because they're trying to get a Golden Kappa, right?
Even if you get 100 bits, yeah, this is my channel. I'm sorry. Sorry, guys. But thank you. Okay. Your only chance to do that. Okay, so let's go back to it. That's what our friend Doobie played for. Shout out Doobie. All right, go ahead.
All right, so I kind of want to talk about this because I feel like I have something else I want to tie into the immigration, which is, y'all were talking, not immigration, I'm sorry, the inflation. So y'all were talking earlier, about like, why it's justified or should we do it? What about, whenever you do this, if it's actually harming these groups, like people more at this lower level, like across the board nationwide? Like, should the Hispanic community pay more because there's a giant inflation rampant and it raises standard of living or lowers standard of living or vice versa? Like, should other communities have to suffer just because we want to use inflation to pay for reparations?
There was no inflation caused in kicking Doobie off. And that's the point that I was trying to make throughout this entire thing.
It was a bit.
When Prime uses this money, imagine I was the federal government with unlimited money. When I use this money out of my budget to give Prime money, when he goes to his
Federal
local
government
hotel,
doesn't have unlimited money,
Listen,
though.
I think he's memeing. Just to be clear, I think he's memeing.
Why does
listen,
Twitch
listen,
hate me? Thank you for
they're
giving this up.
allocated funds. They're allocated funds. My funding is unlimited, but the federal government is limited. I agree with you. So in their limited amount, they can decide to give certain portions of that limited amount to the Black community, just like I can give certain portions of my wealth to Prime. When Prime goes and spends that money, wherever he decides to spend it, on whatever he's decided to spend it on, that's going to stimulate that economy. So I am helping stimulate the economy that
So I have a
Prime
question
is
for
going
you.
to pay into, just like Black people would help stimulate the
And we
US
have
economy.
Right.
And
So
we
I
have
have
a
a
minute
question for you.
left. Sorry, just quickly. We have a minute left on the Golden Kappa hype train. This is like exclusive hype train. I've never seen it before, and I don't know the circumstances to start it. I actually don't have any idea.
You have to have Gambit on
How
the
much
panel.
more do we need?
Everyone donate now.
We have. I don't know how much is left. We have less
It's,
than a minute
it's
left.
completed. You need 68. Hold on. To be clear, it says it. You need 6,800 bits or 14 tier 1 subs.
Okay, so that much. But help out, and again, whatever you give, you can get those exclusive Kappa emotes, but only if you're doing it in my channel. It's not gonna work on the channel, right? Thank you, Big Nick, for gifting 5. God damn it, Big Nick, you're awesome. And thank you, Wordsmith,
I told you.
for 700 bits. Intro for gifting some change. And Hypertroller for gifting a sub, and Crimson Lord for resubbing, I think, or for subbing themselves. Or I don't know.
Hey, and
one or
I
the
just
other.
want to say to GSU real quick because you said something just a couple seconds ago. I baited you and Doobie into that war. Okay.
No, I started
You
this.
know what I'm saying?
It's
I
so
may have not
relevant.
been.
We're
Yeah,
all
you were just
heroes
giving
here.
bits,
Everyone gets
but
crazy
you know,
amounts of.
No, I said, hey, kid, I paid money to kick him
Wait,
off,
who was trying to
knowing
talk,
that
though?
somebody was gonna fall for it and try to counter. I've done this before.
Could I
get it.
clarify, going back to the conversation, sorry, I think I might have been rude, Gambit. I said that you were memeing, but when you were describing the money flow, were you being super serious? Because I said that you were memeing, but now I'm worried that you weren't memeing, and I apologize if that's the case.
It depends on which part you're asking.
Okay,
about
when you were
specifically.
talking about giving Prime money and you were kind of comparing it how it's analogous to like a reparation situation, were you being serious that that's how you thought the reparation money would work? Like, do you think it's analogous to you giving money to Prime? Or are you just totally memeing because you're like, want to
No,
make sure?
I'm being serious in that the way that we allocate the funds can be done 2 ways. One is the way that you said, right, where we take on extra debt in the hope that future GDP will not cause inflation, right? So temporarily it'll be inflated, and then the hopeful goal is that over time this inflation decreases, right? Which I think is exactly what you're saying reparations would have to do to happen. Is that correct? Am I summarizing you correctly?
I'm not understanding why you think that inflation would just like over time decrease. Like, what specifically do you think would cause a decrease in inflation after the cash injection?
The increase in GDP.
I don't think
From-
that's how it works.
From what?
Can I
From
ask
what?
a question on the reparations?
No,
thing?
wait. I have a
Wait,
question. I had a question.
Wait. I thought Ariadne was asking me something. You had
I know,
another
but
question?
I asked a question before. I was trying to ask a
Okay.
question.
go ahead.
before
So
that.
why don't we let Ginger do that? And just
I'm
quickly,
taking notes. I got you.
And quickly before you do that, shout out to I said Crimson Leopard before, Hypertroller, Wordsmith Andy, Majin, and our friend
Got in
Toya
there.
for the 5,000 bits. We're 3% left to 3% to get to the next point in the hype train. So subs to the channel, give subs. We have 2 minutes left to get those exclusive emotes that apparently you can't get anywhere else. Now's the time to do it. Help out the channel. It'd be really kind if you did. Thank you, Wordsmith Andy, for pushing us over the edge. We're in the next level of the hype train. Thank you so much. Okay.
I want to hold on real quick.
Wait,
I just want to
asked
add my
Chad-
old.
God,
Hold on real quick. I just want to add to Prime real quick. I'm memeing. All right. And my broke black ass can find $5. Y'all can too. All right. I ain't got it, but I help Prime out.
Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Wait, I want to make.
Oh no! We got to let Ginger in.
My bad. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Go ahead, Ginger.
I want to hear Ginger's point.
Go ahead.
So you said earlier that the government might not have endless funds, but you do.
He's
Yes,
making.
I
That was
did
the
say
meme.
That was the joke.
That was the
Yeah.
meme.
Right.
Wait.
But you keep saying that they can pull this money somewhere from like a different place. But where do you think that money would come from? Do you think that it would come from maybe something like the Ukraine, or do you think it would come from education or the arts or certain things that are necessary?
He's already stated he doesn't know.
Yeah. So to be clear, the answer I gave earlier, and I'm not against what Erudite is arguing could happen or should happen. I don't know if Erudite is saying could or should, but I don't think that matters. I'm not arguing against her point. I'm just saying, additionally, there could be a redirection of spending in future years that could be used as an avenue over time to pay off this as well.
So
maybe
it's not. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was just going to say, so maybe I'm wording it wrong. I'm not wording it necessarily as a question. It's more so a statement saying that they would not take it from what you would want them to take it from. They would take it from whatever they deemed necessary to take it from. They would defund things that we need, especially in the inner city. That's who would see it the most.
Yeah, I'm not saying what they would specifically defund, and I'm not best to answer that question. If they were taking that route,
I think what they're asking is like, if it's a net negative overall for everybody in the U.S., you still saying it's justifiable.
I don't think it'd have to be a net negative. I'm just not on the Senate committee.
But
that
if it was going to be a net negative for everybody overall,
How could you predict that though?
He's just giving a hypothetical.
Wait.
There's a lot of ways. In all seriousness,
Understand? Hold on. But the hypothetical
is impossible to predict. Question here: how can it be wrong? And how can
answer Admiral's question that he directed at me? He actually asked me a question.
Okay. Well, do you know the answer?
Yes. What I'm saying is, if you presuppose that there's going to be a negative action, obviously I'm going to be against negative actions happening. I'm just saying that the statement that you're saying doesn't have to be true.
Then let me
I'm
ask
saying
you,
that you all are stacking the deck.
which do you think is more likely? Which do you think is more likely to happen? That reparations overall, given as I guess you stated earlier, are going to be a positive for society as a whole or negative for society as a whole?
I think reparations will be a positive for society.
Okay.
Why do you
Why?
I think that it has nothing to do with government. One, I think righting wrongs is a good thing. And then secondarily, I think that the injection of capital in the Black community would lead to better outcomes over time for America. I don't think that those things have to happen.
Before you do,
I want to finish the statement before I get straw man.
Hold on. But you will. Less than a minute left. We have 1% on this level of the Golden Kappa train. This is last call. We're probably not going to make it to the next level. So if you want those Golden Kappa emotes, then just 100 bits in the chat, the Prime chat, would allow you to do that. You have you have a minute left, less than a minute left. Help us out. Help out this community. I appreciate everyone who has so far. But if you want those emotes right now, then this is your last chance to do it. I don't know when. I don't know how to trigger this in another chat, so I don't know. So, but this is your chance. Go ahead. Jishu.
Yeah. So just to be clear, these are the things that I'm saying in an aspirational stance. I think this will make America much better because I think it will make Black people better who are American citizens. Just like any disproportionately disadvantaged financially disadvantaged class that starts to produce more for the country that they're in will positively impact that country. So on those grounds is why I aspirationally
I
think it would
understand.
make
Can I
America better.
ask you, do you think that the Native American, the indigenous population in America is doing well?
They're too small of a
I'm not
population to affect the country.
Yeah, I'm not.
They did receive reparations. They received cash reparations, right?
The answer is no.
Yes.
Yeah, but the reason,
Yes,
but
they
I
did
don't
know.
receive.
I think you
But
can
they're not
ignore
doing
Native
well, right?
Americans way more than you can ignore Black people.
What the
because-
fuck? No.
Do you hear what I'm saying? Just please calm down.
I don't.
Just
Hold on,
listen
wait,
to what I'm
wait, I
saying.
want to make sure I answered your question.
Go ahead. I'm not saying anything.
if
Go
you-
ahead.
If you say, are they doing well? To be 100% honest, I'm not exactly sure because
No.
there's lots of different indigenous groups. I don't know which one we're specifically talking about. I do know that a lot of them still have problems. So I would think the answer is that no, they're not doing well. But I'm saying that in a lot of ignorance because
Sure.
I haven't
I
researched this
understand.
specifically.
We don't look, this is a panel, we don't need like fucking scientific accuracy here. We can make some inferences. We could just talk one good faith person to another. So again, like they were even given land, right? We understand that they were given land, they were given money, they were given resources. That did not help them. In fact, it made it easier in some ways for them to be isolated and ignored. And my worry with reparations
That's the point.
is that just let me finish and then you can hear the point. So my concern with reparations is that a lot of people who would otherwise care about Black people will see that as a debt paid. We owed you a debt, we paid your debt, good luck. And they will just write you off from here on out. And I think that's what happened with the Native American population.
We can learn from our mistakes easily and then like move forward with a better reparations plan. Like I've already
things don't work out that easily.
Did I say it was easy?
Let's just grant dream it. Let's just assume that we live in a world where we like look at the history of the way that we did reparations with Native Americans and be like, yeah, it was kind of fucked up. And then we have a better, because he outlined a pretty interesting counsel about like how it possibly reparations could be.
Yeah, you would have an active reparations committee that would address the current reparations programs and implications. So like every year you would have a yearly review of the current reparations
Where's the end to that?
Wait. I wanted to ask you a question. I wanted to ask you a question, Wick, along the same lines you're asking me. Yeah. So my answer is the same as I answered to Erudite about 2 hours ago. I'm more interested in giving something for reparations than I am in trying to tally all of the effects that it had. And that still holds true here. My assumption,
you fucker, what the fuck? Why are you trying to gaslight me that you weren't saying this when Nick came in? Are you insane?
He didn't say he.
Listen, that's
You're
what I was saying.
He's never not said that.
I didn't say this. I said Prime did it.
No, he's never not
you
said
guys
it.
started acting up as soon as I said this. That I said that this was the case. That aspirationally speaking, you guys wanted the reparations to affect the changes that would fix the problems. Right? Hold on. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. I'm just trying to speak quickly to get it out there. GSU Gambit, I've let you speak for a long time. Please allow me to go.
Let me speak. You haven't let me speak.
You've spoken for so long, my brother.
He spoke
yes,
for like
I know. Yes, so Erudite. What I said earlier was me and Prime have different positions, and they're being smushed together and attacked as one position. I never didn't say what I said. I said Prime didn't say that.
Please stop talking. You're just fucking wrong. I don't know if you just forget the conversation.
I'm not.
I don't understand what the fuck is happening. I've always known that Prime disagreed with you about a bunch of the shit because Prime is like pretty reasonable about a lot of this fucking stuff. You and Dream specifically have always been for reparations regardless of outcome. That has always been your position.
No, that's
what it means. That's what it means. That's what it means when you say aspirationally we would love this.
No, that's not what that means. And I can actually no. Wait, hold, stop. I can actually explain.
You don't need to explain. We understand already.
Just let Dream
explain.
explain.
I'm never allowed to explain to you, Nick.
Just let Dream explain.
Confused, and if you let her talk, she'll see it. She's confused. Okay. You can't.
I am not confused. Please let Dream talk. GSU Gambit, you're fucking lying. But maybe Dream has a different.
I'm not lying. So explain why
I
I'm
will
lying.
let Dream speak.
You don't want to talk because you know you're confused. Okay, go ahead.
I'm not confused. I'm trying to let Dream Spock because you're being a fucking little liar.
What's Spock?
I'll do it. Speak in a Canadian accent. Go ahead.
So there's a there's like a how do you say, a hierarchy of preference, right? And of course, the most preferable action is for reparations to be enacted and for positive outcomes. But there's also a necessary like requirement, and the minimum requirement for reparations is to just give it to pay the debt. So we would preferably like a reparations to have a like positive outcomes, but it's not a necessary requirement. So we like, so those are the different things. It's a more nuanced position than to say, well, your position isn't the position that you would like these positive outcomes. No, we would like those positive
I
outcomes, but it's
didn't
not a
ever say
necessary.
that. I never said that. If you
Even
actually
if-
listen to what I
I'm glad-
said,
I'm
hold
glad-
on.
Guys,
I'm glad you
let him
never
speak
said-
until he's exhausted. Let him just go
I'm
through it
glad,
all.
I'm glad you never said that. That's great. Which means the point I'm making is that the nuanced position is it's not a necessary requirement, but this is a preference, and so that's it. It's that simple.
Okay.
I
Okay.
understand.
Wait,
I understand. Hold on. Stop, please.
Please. Let me,
God,
please. This was
fuck.
all my line of inquiry from the very beginning. So, okay, Dream, that's your opinion of reparations, right? That aspirationally, you would appreciate the most. You
It's a
want the
preference.
most. Yeah. Okay. Preferentially, you would like for the outcomes of reparations to be as positive as possible, right?
Yeah, and the minimum requirement is just to pay the debt. Yes.
Got it. But so hold on. But so to be clear, reparations don't necessitate that a really positive outcome or even a positive outcome at all occurs, right? As you said, it just
Yes.
requires that it is given. Okay,
Yes.
GSU Gambit, do you agree with that summation of what reparations are?
Hold on, let me just get one more clarifying
No,
question.
No, no.
Let's ask the
Let
three of them. Let me
GSU
ask the
Gambit
three of them
go,
really
and
quick.
then we could do the clarifying.
Would you agree with that, GSU Gambit?
Reparations are a payment for a past wrong.
No. Hold on. Does
You
that
just asked me-
description fit? Yes or no?
No. I just want to make sure you understand the question you asked me, and I'm going to answer the question you asked
Jesus
me. I can
Christ,
add
this is
additional
so
context.
fucking patronizing. Hey, Prime,
No,
do you
yes,
agree with
if you
that
ask
definition
dumbass
of
questions.
reparations?
That's
That
not the
Dream listed.
definition
That
of
Dream listed.
reparations.
That you just disagree with Dream? You think Dream has a really bad list of reparations, that the minimum is just paying the debt, but the preferential is that
giving
there's a
his
payment of debt
definition.
and positive outcomes? So you think that
He's not
Dream has a
giving-
fucking insane, really
He's
bad
not
understanding
giving,
of
no.
reparations?
Dream is not giving his definition of reparations. And that's why he's shaking his head yes
this
right
is
now.
so pedantic.
That I'm saying.
This
we're
is
saying those two things.
this is what the whole point of the original contention was.
Dream,
so
Dream,
is this
Dream.
what reparations are? Yes or no?
Just
when
wait,
money is
just
given.
Fuck. Let Dream give his definition of reparations.
He
Just
already
go.
gave it.
He just gave it.
No, he
I
didn't.
wrote it down. Hierarchy of preference. The most
You guys are
most preferable
misunderstanding.
for reparations.
That's
No, you're
dumb.
saying the
That's
function.
so
Okay,
dumb.
just to be clear, nobody wants your wiki definitionary. What we want is functionally what
What do you-
reparations
don't you
means
find
to
him
you.
Yeah,
So
no,
what we
I
are
agree.
saying, what you said was fine. What you said was, to me, there's a nuance with reparations. The minimum requirement is just to pay the debt, but the ideal situation is that you pay the debt and there are positive outcomes. So the question that we're posing to GSU Gambit is, do you agree with the function of what he's listing as reparations? That the minimum is that the debt is paid no matter the outcomes, but that obviously, ideally, you'd like positive outcomes from it too. Correct?
Even if the
Aspirationally.
outcomes are negative, like overall, completely. Like, I mean, I want to know y'all's lowest definition.
Yeah,
of, like,
I'm
what's the
curious
way
if
that-
Oh, disregard that.
Yeah.
Disregard that. Just no, stop. Please
don't
just answer my
disregard
question.
that. I want to know.
We don't-
Please, you can do it
It
after.
includes that. Yes, it
It's
includes
too
that.
much right now. Do you agree with Dream's functional outline of what reparations should be?
Okay. I think reparations are a payment for a deed that's done that's wrong. If you ask me what my position on
No,
avocation
we're not asking
is
for your position.
for
We're not.
reparations, yes,
We're
you are.
not.
Yes, you
No,
literally
we're
are.
not.
Just let him go. Maybe he'll get there.
You're just
my
not
God,
smart enough
man.
to understand that's what you're asking for, maybe. But yes, you asked for my position on how I would advocate reparations for African Americans in this country, or ADOS people in this country. Yes, the answer to that is I would like this debt to be paid irregardless of outcomes that may come about afterwards.
Thank you. Holy shit and fuck. Thank you. Yes,
Yeah,
that's what
this
I've been
is- okay,
saying
sorry,
for
sorry.
the whole fucking time. I actually don't understand
said
what you're
that the
arguing with me
entire panel.
about.
I've said that the
I've
entire panel.
understood
I'm
this
gonna give you that.
position of yours. This is why you and I disagree.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying, and it's fine. This is
Explain
where
how
we disagree.
I gaslit you when I've been saying the same
Please stop. Okay,
thing.
Prime.
about
So
3
you were the
hours
last.
ago.
You
You
were the last in the
you didn't
trifecta.
understand me
So
3 hours
do
ago.
you agree?
I
so
did
this has
understand you
this.
3 hours ago.
I'm not concerned with like your position
No.
on
8 hours
how
ago.
reparations are to be rolled out, but would you agree that it is reparations in the way that GSU Gambit and Dream have outlined? That it's like reparations is payment for a deed that was done or a harm that occurred, right? And ideally, aspirationally, any sane person would want for those outcomes to be positive for the victims of that circumstance as well. But reparations don't inherently mean that the problem is solved, that that the outcomes are positive, just that the debt has been paid. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, so this is where I'm now extraordinarily confused with this entire thing, because this is what I was saying from the very beginning. And I don't know how we had this crazy eruption about it all, because I wasn't prescribing a position to anyone. I was describing that as how reparations were being outlined. And I was trying to get past the little junction in the conversation that we were stuck at about whether or not it would be positive, whether or not we have the money. All of these questions are immaterial, as you guys have said before, right? This shit's all pie in the sky. But we're talking about what happens if the reparations occur, right? And so one of the examples was, okay, if we defund other programs by allocating funds from the federal budget to pay for reparations, okay, lots of shit would be defunded. So would you prefer that to happen over not receiving reparations? And then the other question would be, or are you just fine with the fact that if a cash injection is the means by which reparations are paid, which factually, that is how it would happen. It would happen by the way of cash injection through the central bank lending money to the banks and then doling it out to black people, or through quantitative easing through the Federal Reserve buying government bonds and injecting money into the economy that way. It would be one of those two ways, one of which causes inflation necessarily, and the other, does the thing with the defunding the programs. So regardless of whether or not the outcomes of those two things are positive, would you guys prefer those two outcomes over not receiving reparations?
Sure.
What?
How are you going to get everyone else on board with that? Because you understand that these two negative outcomes that was outlined by Nick just now, inflation or defunding of other programs,
he said regardless.
Are going to negatively affect
He literally
millions
said
of
he literally
Wick,
stated that
we
he
have
doesn't know
gone
whether or not
past
they will be
like
negative or
getting people on
positive.
board. I don't think we're like on the stage of like getting on. I don't think we're even there. Like we have not reached that stage of getting people on board because
Nick,
that is such a fucking like.
Nick, did you or did you not say Nick? Did you or did you not say?
I said regardless. I said regardless.
Yeah,
we said regardless of whether people are on board.
Okay. Yeah, we said regardless. All right, let's move on. Let's move on.
I was trying to go with what you guys were saying. I wanted to follow you down that rabbit hole rather than getting caught on the white liberal argument.
All right.
Of,
okay. Yeah, we're done. Yeah, we got it. We got it.
I don't think Toy was done. I don't think.
I appreciate you, Nick, because Wick
Toy's been
was
trying so
assuming
hard
that
to
you were
talk.
saying it was a negative outcome, but it's not necessarily true.
That's Wick's. That's what Wick is concerned about, right? He has the white liberal argument, which I think is fine.
Okay, well,
but
we got it.
I've never seen this argument unfold, so I want to see where it goes. No, that's it. That's it. So I agree. It's the same. The same argument. So Gambit and Dream. So Dream wants it.
We got it. He's a white liberal. Like, stop.
Is that better than a centrist or fascist enabler? I don't know. People call me things all the time.
Here
like,
comes
I
Wick with that haymaker.
All sorts of shit. Apparently,
I'm
everyone
with mine.
else
After this,
all
can
sorts
you
of
re-ask
shit.
me your
We're
question
bookending
after
this
they do this?
Yeah.
motherfucker.
Okay. Yeah. So Dream says yes. He says yeah, baby. Dole that shit out. Okay, Gambit. Do you agree with that?
Can you
I can restate it. I can restate the question. He asked.
No, he can. Nick can.
Okay,
Nick is
I can.
right
I
there.
can
He's
literally.
right there.
Sure, I can do it verbatim.
He's beside me on the screen.
Can I ask?
Go ahead, Nick.
Let me ask another question here, because so we talked
No.
about.
Oh my God! Can Nick ask me the question?
Hold on.
Jesus.
We need this panel cannot keep up. And so we need to get every kindergartner on the same page about what the fuck we're talking about before. Yes, Gambit. I'm sorry. You're either a fucking moron or you're lying. Those are the only two options you have right now.
I'll ask the question as fast as I possibly can. I'm sorry.
And I don't think you're a moron. Just to be clear, I don't think you're a moron. Just to be clear, I actually
Nick
think
is
you're
asking me a question, and Wick and all the rest of you dumb fucks are interjecting. I stopped listening, so I'm trying to give him open.
I stopped listening. I'm glad.
Okay, let's give Nick. Toya, are you okay, man? Like,
yeah,
breathe,
no, I'm
breathe,
super
please.
okay, dude. I'm super okay right now.
All right,
What's
buddy.
up, Nick? I'm
So,
listening.
Nick, go ahead. Fire it off.
Yeah, I'll do it as fast as I possibly can. So, GSU Gambit, did you hear the
No, don't do it
conversation?
as fast as you can. Just say it.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
All right.
You don't have to rush.
I'm sorry. Okay.
These people will shut
Gambit.
up.
Did you hear the two parts that I outlined of how and where the funding would come from?
Yes,
Either
absolutely.
Cash injection, okay, or reallocation
Quantitative
of federal funds.
easing. Yep.
Yeah,
absolutely.
okay, cool.
Everything.
That was the meat of it. So, you would be fine with either of those two either of those two options. We're disregarding whether or not the outcomes would be positive or negative for now. A whole bunch of money through either of those two sources would occur. Would you be fine with either of those things happening?
Yes.
You would. Okay. So now I was gonna say, now that we've figured out like how this is all going down,
Because that would be the
rather
only
than
way it could happen, right?
yeah, sure, yeah.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
so now, don't you realize that we're basically at the white liberal argument again? Like we've surpassed it for a second, but now the question is, I think we would all agree that like we want the outcome, I think, to be more positive than it is negative now, right? So the government either does one of these two options, and now we're like, okay, we're looking down the barrel of the gun. Black people, we got all this fucking money for you. Let's go, right?
So Nick, this is my rebuttal.
Wait.
And it's
Was there a
this.
question or
Hold on,
something?
wait. No. He's had a statement. And I think I can engage with him from there.
Wait,
So
what was said?
the
Clarify.
problem though, Nick, is what's at the bottom of all of this. And I think I said this before you joined the panel. What's at the bottom of all of this is that these white liberals don't believe anything beneficial can come from giving money to black people. So regardless of the calculus that they try to do to pre-calculate how this will impact the black community, the response will be from them that this either isn't enough or this is not possible, which will perpetuate their position of we can't do anything yet because we're not exactly sure.
I heard everything you said about the confidence, the confidence in spending. So this is where I was going with it the whole time.
Hold on, no. Just one small thing. This is how I arrived at the position I'm at now. I used to be a person that would advocate for everything that Kyla said here tonight. Or Erudite said. It's weird using people's real names. Erudite said here tonight. And then I noticed that the people that were saying the same things as me had a different basis. My thought process was I want to maximally help the black community, right? And that was my motivation.
And
I thought that was the motivation.
To obfuscate with making that the point of contention. Yeah, I heard everything that you said about this.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to try and skip past it. So now, like I said,
hold on. I just want to tie one small thing. It's only like 2 sentences.
All right.
Yeah, hold on, wait. It's only like 2 more sentences.
Just like this.
So I'm gonna get. One second. I'm gonna after those 2 sentences, I gotta give Admiral, who's been waiting very kindly, and then Wick. All right.
Oh, thank
God.
God.
Exactly. So because the basis of my point was to help the black community, that's why I shifted arguments, because I noticed those other people didn't want to help the black community. So how I arrived at what you detailed out is specifically because I want to help the black community. And to do that, I have to advocate that we must do something instead of pussyfoot around and say that we want to do something and never do anything.
Okay, so we got to go to Admiral and then Wick.
So I just want to clarify a couple things and then ask a clarification. One, first of all, I'm not a white liberal. I'm coming in here. I hope this doesn't get me kicked. I'm a conservative, and so this is terrifying to me. But I'm
That's
playing
fine.
the game.
You're
but here's my question. Here's my question to you, and this is the one I really want answered. Right. So I've heard y'all's hierarchy, and I can understand that logic. Here's my one argument, and this is my one question. So y'all said it basically it's a payment, right? And y'all want it to be to fix a deed that was done. What if the actual of doing this actually does harm African American communities? If that's your outlier, do you want it just to be the deed to be done? All right, I'm just saying, amend it. What do you mean by that?
Like if the current implementations of reparations is harmful to society, we would make an amendment where the future implementations of reparations would be beneficial easily.
Let me just clarify my question. I'm asking if you knew that it was a very high probability that the African community,
then you would amend it,
would be, negatively impacted further down the line. Would you still want
to answer your question?
One-time payment, or however you want it?
Can I answer your question?
So
you would amend
can I
it.
answer it for you, because I understand where he's coming from, and I totally understand what he's saying. So what their assumption is that the experts who are on the reparations board will come up with a good enough way to roll out the program that they wouldn't just do a lump sum, right? If they have their way of how it goes, it would be something that's probably a lot more progressive, that would roll out over time, and it would be able to be sustainable, something like that, right? You guys?
Answer. I have a different answer.
Okay.
I think the question is revealing of the questionnaire.
I agree. I agree with that.
I think the concept that if I give black people money, that'll be insidious to them, reveals the insidious roots in your beliefs on black people.
Most conservatives think that if you give anybody a bunch of money, they're going to be fucking retards. So it's weird. They probably would agree, that if you give a bunch of white trash money, that they'd also blow their money on stupid shit. I'm going to guess most conservatives believe that.
That's not actually the question I'm asking.
That's
The
not
question I'm
true.
asking is basically whether or not you would support this just because you think it's principle. We deserve this payment as like for deeds that were done to us, no matter the outcomes. Period. Even if they negatively impact us down the line, or or does that matter? That's what I'm saying. Like, does it matter?
I'll give you a good. I'll give you a good answer
What
to
I'm
that.
saying is that what I'm saying is that
It's like I'm not trying to
principally, yeah. What I'm saying is that principally speaking, I don't think financial stimulation in a community can cause harm. And I think if your base is that financially stimulating a community can cause harm, then there's internal problems you likely need to research.
So how are you dealing with inflation? You still have to deal with inflation. That's the harm.
Because I don't have the same base of you and beliefs on people, I can't follow your hypothesis because I can't imagine helping a group financially and then that causing harm to that group.
I don't know what to tell you. Have you just never worked with addicts? If you give addicts a bunch of money, people with addiction problems, if you just give them money, the most guaranteed way to create to overdose. Why are you laughing?
So
This is actually
here's the
fucking
point.
serious.
Here's why she's bringing up. Hold on.
This
Here's why
isn't.
she's
Of course,
bringing
I'm not
up-
saying black people. I'm saying he just finished saying that I do not believe that if you just give people money that is going to do harm. And I said that's a fucking childish belief. Of course, if you give certain groups money, it could do harm. And the harm that he needs to wrestle with.
We're talking about racial groups of people.
Yes, you have to deal with fucking inflation. That's been the
So-
whole
so-
harm.
so really quick, just to rephrase
Can you give a non-mentally ill group? Can you give a non-mentally ill group analogy?
Admiral, when you asked the question, Admiral, my assumption is you were talking about direct harms to the group that you were giving cash, not external factors like inflation on the economy.
I mean, I'm thinking of the inflation.
Do you think that inflation might be harmful, particularly for low-income people? Because here's the problem for low-income people: is that
That's not
typically
what he was.
this is the harm. The harm with inflation is that if you have a whole bunch of inflation that happens, the people who are most directly impacted by it is low socioeconomic people, probably the same Black Americans who have been most greatly disaffected by multiple racial issues. And the reason why inflation is so bad for poor people is because money is losing its value, whereas rich people have all of their money in assets. They have it in property and owning material, whereas most poor people live fucking paycheck to paycheck, which means that mostly what they have for cash is the money in their bank. And inflation means that the poor people's savings is depreciating over time, while rich people are putting their money in stocks. They're putting their money in various assets that are not depreciating with the inflation. This is why inflation is particularly fucky for low-income people.
I want to rebut her. Please.
No, she's right. What do you mean rebut her?
Before we do that,
oh my bad. It's illegal for me to rebut. Go ahead.
No. Sorry. I do want.
Tell us about your economic.
I just want to get to Wick. He's been waiting patiently.
I'm
go to
gonna die.
Dream.
I'm
Go
gonna
anywhere
die.
else.
Seriously, we're gonna need to do preparations for the hate crimes you're doing.
Can you turn off your camera if you're gonna die?
Please. Okay. So
wait, you shouldn't be on cam if you're gonna die, bro. Come on,
Let
that's
him go.
irresponsible.
That white liberals, right? If you want to call me a white liberal, that's fine, right? That we don't care about helping the Black community is just false. I do very deeply care about helping the Black community, but my question is this: should that come at the cost of other communities? And I'm not sure it should. And that is my concern. That is my objection. That is my hesitancy. Inflation would not just hurt poor Black people, poor Black communities, and it absolutely would. I don't know to what extent. I don't know the balance if it would be offset by the reparations. I'm not sure. But I know for a fact that the communities who do not receive reparations will absolutely be impacted by this.
So can I ask you a question?
Wait. I raised my hand first.
Oh my God, one more sentence. So the question is, right, should the people who have not harmed the Black community be required, forced, or coerced into experiencing pain in order to help the Black community?
Can I ask you a question, Wick, in good faith?
I raised my hand
Oh,
first.
let's get Toya. Let's get Toya. Let me go out. Dream, don't worry, we'll get back to you, Gabby. But I just want to make sure these people go. Go ahead.
Okay, so
Dream.
I guess Wick, what I'm gonna ask you is, are you saying like, is the idea you're pushing forward is like the idea that like class-based like welfare should be pushed more than like race-based welfare?
Absolutely. If we did some kind of UBI, if we did some sort of across the board, everyone below a certain threshold, I don't know what that threshold is, gets
That's
a
not
lump sum,
UBI.
that would help more, and it would ease
That-
pain, and
it's
it would
UBI.
also, again, because black people are disproportionately in poverty, it would disproportionately help black people. And we know this is true, right? Because again, they have been harmed by the systemic racism, slavery, all that jazz, stipulate to all of it, right? I 100% agree. They do deserve something. But the question is, does that necessarily need to come at the cost of other communities? And I don't think it does if we do an across the board, everyone below a certain threshold, whether you're white, Mexican, Japanese, Chinese, black, doesn't matter. You all get this check.
So
Now,
wait,
Dio
it sounds like
Dio
what
Dream,
you're saying-
Dream. You seem to
It
have a
sounds like-
problem with that. What
Yeah,
was
let me
the
respond
problem?
to that.
It
Can I
sounds
respond
like
to
what
that?
you're saying
Well,
is there was something specific done to black people, but in order to help those black people, I have to also help other people. That's what you're saying.
Let Dream
So
respond.
you don't care about the specific.
Before then, hon, let Dream respond, and then we can open it up for everyone else. I just want to make sure these three people get through. So Dream, go ahead.
I think it's not necessarily true that the only way to implement reparations is to harm other groups. So like I asked ChatGPT, can reallocation of current funds cause inflation, or is inflation only when you print money? And it gave me a good response. Reallocation of current funds and money printing are both mechanisms that can affect the overall economy, but they work in different ways. Inflation is commonly defined as a rate at which in general level of prices for goods and services, leading to a fall of the purchasing power of money. Printing more money. This is the most direct, commonly cited cause of inflation. When a central bank, such as the U.S. Federal Reserve, increases in money supply without a commensurate increase in goods and services, it can lead to inflation. Essentially, you have more money chasing the same amount of goods and services, leading to higher prices. Reallocation of current funds. The reallocation of funds by itself does not directly lead to inflation. If you're just moving money around within the economy without increasing the total supply, you're not necessarily creating the conditions for inflation. However, depending on how and where the funds are reallocated, you can indirectly influence inflationary pressures. For example, if funds are reallocated from savings to consumption, there might be an increase in demand for goods and services and supply. So what I'm saying is,
I feel
Look,
we can implement
ChatGPT kind of
reparations.
caught up
Okay,
based
good.
MVP.
Wait.
So the problem is there are two problems here.
You just
Again,
read
as Nick
everything that we've
outlined-
already
as Nick
stated.
outlined
Yes.
earlier,
But
there are two routes
literally-
to go: either
so-
defunding other programs in order to fund reparations, or through the cash injection, which would, as
Right.
ChatGPT wisely said, did the thing. The problem is, either way negatively affects other communities, because
that's
if
not
you
necessarily
fund other
true.
programs such as
If you're
healthcare,
deallocating funds, you're going to be negatively affecting
all
You're
sorts of
literally
programs.
going to turn us into the Weimar
It's
Republic.
going to negatively affect the communities that rely on those programs. And I promise you that
Not
there are
necessarily true.
communities that are not black that rely on those programs, and they are going to feel pain. Now, if you have a magic bullet, I would have no problem. Let me answer your question. I would have no problem if you present to me, if anyone presented to me a way that we could do reparations and not cause any harm to any other community. Hallelujah. I'm on board. I just have yet to see that happen.
I'm about to.
Hold
I'm
on,
about
real
to.
quick.
Let me do it.
I
I'm
know,
about
I
to.
know. I
Let
know.
Mosh me talk.
Let him do it,
30
Dream.
seconds. It'll take 30 seconds. 30
Oh my
seconds,
gosh.
right?
Dude,
Wick, they've already went down this too, like kind of to GSU Gambit's point about like, you know, the tax budget and stuff like that. There are things that we throw money at. Nobody's paying attention what goes through there, like bullshit things. And I remember a couple of things. Oh, it was a video. Maybe I could find it. And it was dumb shit, right? Like some of those programs could go towards like we could just not do them and put it towards like a reparation situation, you know.
Dream.
Just throwing that out there.
Okay,
There you go,
here we
Dream.
go. Okay, here we go. So it could be the case that I don't know if you heard the Andrew Yang like UBI argument where you can't like double dip in like services. So that way, like the you would still have enough money for non-black people to have like to receive these services, but you would reallocate from these programs where that money would have been given to the black people that would have qualified for it. But because they've opted into the reparations, they can't now get those monies from those programs. So you can remove the funds from that program because the black people opted into the reparations. Exactly. So now you, because you can't double dip, now you're gonna
but
be.
my question there in that case, what have you done if a black family receives reparations, and then they can no longer receive health care or receive these other targeted benefits from the state. Do you not see how that could be a problem, right? Like, have you actually helped them?
Yes.
Can I ask,
I'll
let
tell
me
you
know
what.
when I can ask Wick a question. I'll stay in line as long
I'm
as
ready. I'm ready to
Got
answer
you.
your question.
So,
But
like
do you
I said,
understand the
you
problem
can.
here is that like
Okay.
we're going to
Yeah,
give
go ahead.
you
You're just gonna restate the
$5,000 in
question.
cash, but that $5,000 we're giving you is coming out of your housing that would and tax breaks we've been giving you and these other programs we've been giving you, and so you're left at the end of the day with the same amount you started with.
No, because like I said, there are non-cash offers or non-cash related government programs where you can reallocate those cash-related government programs. Number one, and I don't know why we haven't brought up the military. Why can't we like downgrade or downsize the military?
Because the United States needs to maintain hegemony over the entire world,
Yes.
or institutions like BRICS.
Not necessarily. It's not necessary.
The dollar is
It's
going
not
to
necessary.
be like the value of the peso. Type
Not
Yeah,
necessary.
you really, yes. Our dollar value isn't gold backed. Our dollar value is fiat backed. The only reason that the American
Okay.
dollar is in large part so powerful is not because we have gold backing anymore. Our money's all fucking fake. The reason why the US dollar is so powerful is because America itself is so valuable. That's why an American dollar, because we have the hegemon right now. Well, you
Okay.
guys do.
Okay,
That's
sure.
why it's valuable. So you
Okay,
don't,
sure.
yeah.
You're
Okay,
a
sure.
sidekick, Canada. Don't worry about that.
Sure. Okay. So
Wear your
moving on.
hat.
Moving on. Yeah, let's moving
Canada's
on.
the
You
truth
can
rat.
you can remove the non. So like there's programs where they don't give out cash money, right? So
Sure,
that means
I'll
this.
short circuit this. How's this? I'll short circuit this. If you can present a plan, right, which you can demonstrate, right, that does not harm other communities and actually helps Black communities, I'm on board. I haven't yet seen that plan. I would love to see that plan. But again, what you're telling me right now about defunding other programs in order to give the Black community an inject of cash, I just press X to doubt. I don't think that's going to work.
Dream,
I'm literally
one
trying to present
One
it.
second,
I'm literally
Dream,
trying
do
to.
that, and then I do want to get to GSU, and then
Yeah. So like
Admiral.
so this plan where you reallocate the funds where the people who opted into reparations wouldn't receive like double dip in government programs, that necessarily doesn't harm non-Black people that are not receiving reparations. That's number one. So you're asking, well, what's the point of doing it in the first place? The point of doing it in the first place is to give autonomy, to the maximum autonomy for Black people to use funds where it would have otherwise been given into services, but into strictly cash reparations instead. So they can do whatever they want and then combine money and then build wealth together. And then, Jesus Christ.
Well, let him finish, please. Just let him
Let
finish.
Dream finish.
And then GSU wants to answer a question anyway, so you'll get to talk more.
So
go ahead.
So like the thing about like just having a lot of money and then like also not being the only person in your family that may get this sum of money, you can collectively come as a community because of this surge of money and then plan out future financial plans to grow your money together as a community, which I guarantee you will happen if reparations happen. Like this already talks about it in San Francisco, with this reparations and locally, that communities are going to come together and like help each other out with how to manage your funds. Like there are rich Black people already that like the Black community that are willing to help people who are not educated about money. So for free, they're doing that currently. So even with more money, Black people are going to help Black people out. Like literally, like we have a sense of community.
No, let's.
I'm not sure I agree with that.
Let GSU talk because he's gonna ask. Wick is gonna direct a question towards you anyway, Troy, so you get to answer. GSU, go
I
ahead.
don't think you understand the economy at all, but it's okay.
Don't respond yet, GSU.
Yeah. So, conversation like these are like heartbreaking. I hate having these conversations, because there are a lot of people that'll tell you that there's no true difference between white liberals and white conservatives when it comes to Black people. And I think, and I'm not like singling you out or pointing you out, Wick, but
I'm Hispanic for the record.
What you said is kind of the most revealing thing that most people are starting to understand. I'm not willing to help Black people unless there's not at all any cost that there's going to be to other groups. What you'll notice if you talk about any other liberal position, whether it's the way that trans women will impact females in sports, whether it's how immigration can affect local economies, there's all of these different externalities that exist with every other liberal position, which is welcomed and agreed and okay. But when you speak specifically to Black people, you have to go out of your way to say, I want no other harm to be possible to happen to anybody in order to support Black people. And this is common amongst white liberals and
I'm
white
sorry. Did you not
conservatives.
see Anna Kasparian get literally like pulled over the fucking rakes for not dogmatically supporting trans women? There are tons of white liberals who are very opposed to trans women being in women's sports without enough evidence. There are tons of white
That is
liberals
literally
who are
not his
concerned
argument, but
about
okay.
that is his fucking argument, Dream. I don't know
It's
what to do
not.
if you can't fucking keep up.
It's
Fucking
literally
notes.
not.
Literally take
You-
notes. Okay. The
you-
other issue with immigration
notice-
is there
notice
are
you can
absolutely white
name the
liberals
humans-
concerned about the devaluing of the minimum wage from illegal immigrants. This is absolutely a liberal position as well. The fact that these distinctions
Notice-
you don't like and are part of your religious purity testing doesn't mean
No,
that white
no,
liberals are the same as
no.
white conservatives.
No,
I guarantee it.
Okay, wait. She just responded to me. I want to respond to her. Wick, I promise you I want to hear your response. But I want to respond to her. Notice how you were able to name the human you were talking about. It shows how this position is fringe in a sea of other people that disagree. So I'm not saying in totality, this is the position of all white liberals. I'm saying that in summation, it's the white liberal position. The fact that you can name Anna Kasparian by name and talk about the plight that she's going through because of her position on trans women points to what I'm saying being so true, because you won't be able to name the plethora of motherfuckers that exist on the other side when it comes specifically to Black people.
Mason. Dream.
Go ahead.
I'm naming them.
listening.
I'm naming them. I'm fucking
What do you
giving
mean? FD signifier is a major person. I mean, what side do you want me to name on specifically? You want to talk about conservative Black people? Candace Owens gets fucking right
do you think-
with crazy
Hold
shit.
on, hold on. Wait. I want
Black
you-
leftists that get
No,
in
no,
all kinds of
no,
trouble.
no, no,
Yeah,
no,
I can
no, no.
list off a bunch of Black leftists too that are
Zero.
constant
I'm
drama
friends with
about
Movie. I'm
conservatives.
right with
I don't understand what the fuck you're saying.
Respond. Sorry. See your hand, and Ginger also is in line. I'm not sure Nick wants to say anything, but he's looking handsome.
This
Okay,
is just
Nick too.
and
Who's more handsome?
I know we haven't talked terribly much, so maybe you just don't understand my positions. I absolutely do, and Prime can back me up on this. I'm always looking at, well, what's the cost going to be? He says it's both siding. He says it's doing these things, but I'm always looking at what are the costs to other groups to be. We should take these into account. We should measure them. Now, I am personally willing to give up something to help others. But the question is, and it is a question, right? Is should we require everyone to give up something to help others? And I don't know that in this situation we should. And I don't know.
I think principally we already do that with taxes.
Such as.
Right? Let's just not dance around it. So we're at an impasse, right? So what has happened is Dream has said it's fine if it causes negative impacts for the country, for the other groups, but in a perfect world and in the world that we live in, we would try to. Sorry, what was the word you used, Dream? To reassess it.
Preferentially.
He didn't say that. He said present me a plan that won't hurt anyone else, and I'll agree with it. He doesn't agree with what you said right now, Nick. Specifically, he said, present me a plan that doesn't hurt anybody else,
I understand.
and then go for it.
This is where the impasse goes. So Dream is saying, right? We try to do it. We march forward bravely. Hopefully it works, and if it doesn't, we'll adjust it. And that's what you're saying too, Gambit. That's what you guys have been saying the whole time, and I think that's totally fine. I think the thought experiment is fine. Wick is saying, no, pump the brakes. I need to know beforehand. I need analysts to look at the plan and see if the plan looks like it's probably going to produce favorable outcomes, and we're not pulling the goddamn trigger unless the experts
he didn't say that,
it will.
Nick. He didn't.
I will.
Where we're at.
Well, let me speak for myself. Okay, so if the calculation is done and it turns out that the pain is minimal, right? There's minimal amounts of pain, and what I mean by that is maybe there's
a candy bar is like a quarter more,
or something like that, and we can measure the pain. And other groups do have to pay. Maybe everyone else has to pay 2% more in taxes or something. Okay, then I'm with that. But what I see from what I have seen, what I have looked at, the plans that I've looked at, the sums required are not going to be those minimal amounts of pain. There is going to be serious damage done to other communities. And again, I don't know if I'm comfortable making another group who has done no wrong, right? ostensibly done no wrong other than just existing as a white person or existing as a Asian individual or existing as any other group than black.
Just to be clear, I disagree with what Wick's saying here.
Fair
Okay,
enough.
So
wait.
I
just want to make sure I understood
And
you.
I don't
Hold
know
on,
if we should require those people who have done nothing wrong to pay and go through pain to help another person.
We pay for a bunch of stuff. We pay for a bunch of stuff we don't agree to. What are you saying?
Okay.
Hold on.
So wait,
Here's
you
the
said
thing. Here, let me just go real quick.
Go ahead,
Here's the thing.
Admiral.
Here's the thing. All right. So, Wick, I think this is a fundamental, a not understanding of what's kind of happening right here. This is kind of why I was asking this question earlier. And this is kind of what I want to know, which is it a payment at all costs? And that's the goal, is to right or wrong, and then it doesn't matter the impact. And if the answer is yes, everything you're saying after that doesn't matter. And that's kind of the point that they're making.
I think
because they're saying there's a hierarchy.
You're beating a dead horse, Admiral. Please, you're beating a dead horse. We've already stated. We've already stated we prefer not to happen. What more do you want?
No, hold on. I'm actually on your side in this part of this argument here. I'm saying basically you've already said you would prefer these things, but if it all comes down to it, they're okay with that. And once you've reached that as the argument, there's no point in arguing about, oh well, hey, it's a quarter more. Let's argue about the semantics. Whenever it doesn't matter, they just want the payment for the right of the wrong.
Now
If it's reparations or nothing, reparations. Yes.
That's what I'm saying.
Wait, hold on. I have a question.
Hold on, before you do that, we gotta let in Ginger, who's been waiting quite patiently.
Go for it, Ginger.
Well, I just have a question as far as if it does end up going to taxes, which is pretty much what the majority of people are saying, would that also be taxing Black people to pay reparations?
Listen to what we've said already. You don't need to increase taxes in order to get reparations. That is not a requirement.
Yeah, so basically what they outlined is, so in a sense, taxes would kind of go into it, but indirectly. So this is how it would happen. The majority of the money that would be allocated to reparations would be through cash injection. That is how it would happen. It would be through central bank lending. Some of the money could be offset by institutions having funding pulled from the federal budget into other programs, which hopefully would be more efficient under the reparation guidelines. We don't know if it would be, but hopefully it would be. So there'd be that benefit there. Here's the issue, though. Here's where it all comes down to. No matter how you slice it, most of the money is going to have to come out of some sort of either QE or
what's QE?
Quantitative
cash
easing.
injection.
Cash injection. Sorry.
Cash injection.
Cash injection would have to come through central bank cash injection, and that's fine. So there's nothing inherently wrong with inflation. Okay, inflation is a neutral thing. The issue is wealth distribution. The reason why people complain about inflation most of the time is because what happens is when you increase all of the money, the dollar amount of money that's in the economy, what tends to happen is poor consumers spend all of their money, which generates something called momentum, financial momentum, which is really good for the economy. The money gets sifted around, spent, people use it to start businesses, to buy products, and all this sort of stuff. The issue with inflation is the rich are really good at making money. And what we see happen is whenever inflation occurs, the money starts to pool its way to the top because the rich people are able to accrue more wealth than the poor and the middle class are able to generate into creating new goods and services through enterprise. This happens every time. This is why the rich are rich and the poor are poor. This happens every single time. So unless that is addressed, the poor will become poor again. Only it will be worse than last time, because what happens is spending or inflation doesn't necessarily match up with wages, right? That's what wage stagnation is. So all of the money that's in circulation increases, but the money people get paid stays the same, because when there's more cash in the kitty, the rich find a way to milk it harder. That's the issue. So that's why UBI is a really good idea. For one example of redistributing wealth. So every rich person gets $2,000, but the 10 million poor people for every rich people also get $2,000 or
That's
whatever.
why
So that
liberals
money
don't agree
continually
with
recirculates and is concurrently redistributing wealth out of the top and into the bottom.
The issue with giving just cash injections to the Black community or any community is that there will be a tiny percentage of those people that are able to generate more enterprise, and they will slowly sift their way to the top, and all of the rest will
And that's
slowly
fine.
drift their way back down to the bottom. And that's what will happen every single time.
And that's
So
fine.
so this is why I
No, it's
went.
not
This is why.
fine.
No, yeah, this is why I said what I said hours ago at this point about like what reparations should ideally be. It shouldn't simply be those cash injections. I talked about like restructuring America from the bottom up. Part of that, right, is how the black dollar leaves the black community immediately. You guys heard this statistic, right? Like the black dollar like leaves the black community in like seconds, right? But like the Asian dollar like stays within their community for a certain amount of time, and that strengthens it. We would have to design systems, right? Put institutions in place, infrastructure that allows for that dollar to stay in those communities, so that we can build wealth
would that
overall
infrastructure
without
look
it moving. So yeah, I that's why I love what
And this is why I disagree with you,
just
Prime.
now.
And this is why I disagree with you as well. And I understand everything that Nick said. If we gave Black people money, it is true that some people would squander it. It is also true that some Black people would create Black enterprise, which would allow those dollars to stay within the Black community longer. So it's possible that you're going to
You're
create
mostly going to make white
class.
rich people richer. Are you fucking insane? Who is the by and large demographic? What is the racial demographic that is at the lowest socioeconomic more than any other group? Which group is it? Do you know? It's Black and
Native
Hispanic
Americans.
populations.
I
It's
think it's
Black and
Native
Hispanic
Americans.
typically. Would
So-
you
No, I
agree
think
that
it's
there
Native
are
Americans.
lots of poor Black people as well? That if you fuck over the poor, you might be disproportionately fucking over people of color. Would you agree with that?
so here's the thing,
Particularly
here's-
Black.
Wait.
Hold on. I'm cooking.
Yeah, I wasn't able to finish, and I don't think any of this matters. But go ahead.
What do you mean this
interrupted me
doesn't
to say
matter?
stuff.
The whole point of inflation being a problem is it fucks over poor people more than anything because the money drifts to the top. That doesn't mean Black people are going to be getting at the top echelons. It mostly means people like Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk are going to be getting the money. It's going to trickle up mostly to rich people. Now, you're right. Some Black people will be enterprising and they'll invest and they'll grow business, and that's great for them. But the reality is that most low socioeconomic people who are often Black are going to get fucked over by inflation more than anybody else. That's why this isn't fine. That's why if you just cash inject, it's a miserable nightmare for poor people. It's awful. And if you don't
just
get
yell it
this,
as loudly as
if you,
possible.
no,
It makes
if
it
you don't understand this, you don't have a
yelling.
fucking leg to stand on any of this. This is the most critical part of your entire fucking position, which is that if you are going to create a system that fucks over poor people more than anybody else, I don't want you in politics. Get the fuck out and stop calling yourself a
The more
leftist. Just call yourself a
confidently
big
you say
business
it makes it
conservative
right.
already,
Just
and
FYI.
tell us how much
Hold
you
on.
love Jeff Bezos, okay? Because unless you
Hold on.
actually
Right.
care about poor people, you should fucking figure out the economy and figure out what the fuck is Nick is saying, and not just say that's fine. It's not fine.
Okay,
Okay.
yeah. So it's no matter how confidently you say it, it's still stupid.
No, stop. Dude,
so
I,
You can assert it's stupid
thing
all you
is-
want, but
the thing is,
I don't-
what y'all don't understand is that what's lacking is Black community, and these
No.
injections of capital, though they won't help
what
all
is-
individual Black people, they will make Black communities as a whole better.
that's why
The
that's why
net
my
result of
question is-
Black communities as a whole being better will make for better Black people
Okay,
and will
I-
eventually make for a
Hey,
better
listen,
Black
listen.
That's why
class
I
of
want to ask
people
Prime
in this country.
what
So it is true that there will be funds that will make their way to Jeff Bezos and people buying shit on Amazon. I'm not saying that this will exclusively benefit Black people, but what it will do is make Black neighborhoods and Black communities better, which will make the education system in those communities better, which will make future generations of those
okay,
people
what?
better.
No, stop,
So
stop.
when we,
I have
I'm
to do this.
actually
I
gonna
have to
finish.
ask this.
Hold
I
on,
have
wait, Mr. White Liberal, you didn't interrupt Kyla. Can you not interrupt me? Can I talk?
Finish.
Can I talk?
Finish, and I
Can
won't
I talk?
interrupt you. I did interrupt Kyla, but I'll interrupt you
Okay,
too.
anyway,
I'm equal opportunity
so-
interrupter. You just gotta
so-
fucking finish.
Okay, yeah. So, okay, can you please be quiet, Mr. White Liberal? Can I talk? Can the Black guy
Dude,
speak?
Shut
Okay,
up! Don't
anyway.
call him that. Like he's
He is
I don't know.
self-identified as that. Are you okay?
Wait,
he's just stop.
Okay,
He's
like,
so
I don't-
identified as that.
The more we do this, the longer it takes. So Jishu, go just get it out.
yeah. Okay, so what I'm interested in is the net effect that this would have on the Black community that I believe, because I'm not pessimistic, thinking that I'm going to give a community money and for some reason it's going to put them in a worse space. So I do agree with everything that Kyla and Nick tried to elucidate, and that it will help some rich white people. But I think there will also be a extreme benefit to the Black community, and I think that will pay dividends over time.
Prove it.
When we talk about the situation with the Native Americans, to loop back to what I didn't get to say earlier, it is true that there are some things that are problematic in their community. The thing that we have to ask is their community better off than had there been no investments? And that's the calculus that white liberals don't do. We don't say, and I'm not saying that I fight for
What is
like
wrong
fucking
with you? Would
separating
Native
people
Americans
on
be
land.
better if they weren't on reserves and residential
That's not what
schools?
I.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
'cause
Of
I
course
can't
not.
finish.
All of
'Cause I can't
history for
finish.
Native Americans would be better.
Okay,
We
I'm
just
not
genocide
finished.
them,
That's
stick them on
Listen,
reserves,
wait,
and like,
wait,
are
wait,
you fucking
wait,
Can I
kidding me?
finish? Listen,
That's not what he
this
said.
white
That's not
liberal.
what he
Can I
said.
finish? Yeah, that's not what I said. I was specifically
Those are the
calling out
reparations
that I
we talked
wasn't.
about for Native Americans.
No, the reparation that we also talked about was free access to education and things like that, right? Those things, despite those, still have these problems. So, but what we have to ask is, if Native Americans didn't have access to free education or the funding that we were given, would they be in the same shape now or worse? I'm not saying that reservations were good. I'm saying that the total package was better for them than where they would be otherwise.
This is different than Lactoid arguing that like Black people should like be like appreciative of fucking slavery. This is deranged logic. I don't understand how you could be like,
What's
look, I know
deranged?
Native
What's
Americans
deranged?
got free education.
Walk me
Yeah,
through
the
it.
reserves were bad, but like they got free education too, which proves reparations are
That is-
based always. What the
that is
fuck
not-
is
that's
wrong
not
with
what I
you?
said.
That's not
That's
what
not
he
what I said.
said. Oh
That's
my
not what I
god.
said.
Okay, I'm sorry, Nick. Go ahead.
Misrepresentation. If I give
I
you
yield my
this
time to Nick.
Okay, I need to ask this question.
Misrepresentation is
I'm trying to ask this
crazy.
question, but you didn't want me to interrupt because. And thank you, by the way, for calling me a white liberal and not a fascist enabler.
Shut the fuck up. Get to it. Get to it. Get to it.
Wick the
Prime
Nick.
Kai mentioned that one of his concerns is that the black dollar will lead the Black community, right? So my question is, what makes you disagree with Prime on this? What makes you think, what infrastructure or mechanisms do you think are in place that would keep the dollar, the black dollar, the reparation dollar, within the Black community that again, none of the rest of us seem to see?
Yeah. So that question was to me, I'm assuming, right? I
Yes,
missed the name.
please.
Okay. Yeah. So me and Prime have different outlooks on economics and community. I am very much on the left, but I'm very much a fan of local communities. And I value those things probably more so than Prime does. So what I would see happening with this money in local communities is I could see those communities starting to own their own gas stations, own their own grocery stores, own their own this, own their own that. That would help the cycle of money stay within the Black community. And that's what I think would happen if at large Black people were given either UBI or reparations.
So can I
And
ask?
I find value in those things. And I think Prime looks at things more top down from the federal government to individuals.
Well, then, can I ask and counter, right? What is to
For
keep
sure.
big white-owned corporations or companies from coming in, right, and saying, "Hey, you could spend your dollar there, but we'll give you a better rate if you spend with us," and taking that money from them? Like, what is to keep? Do you think this Black solidarity is going to carry the day here?
That's
So
actually a really good point.
I think in lots of cases, what you're saying could happen and will happen.
Yeah,
I
in
think
most cases.
I
to be
think there
clear.
will
That's
be.
my
I think
fear.
there
It's
would
going to
be.
happen in most cases, a
All right,
majority.
I'm jumping in. I'm done. Listen, Papa.
No,
Here's the
actually,
deal.
you're not. You
I
don't
want
just
to
say
know.
I'm done and talk over me. Who the fuck do you think you are?
Listen,
Who the
Papa,
fuck
I'm
do you
gonna
think
jump
you
in
are?
here. Like, I've been listening
Okay.
very patiently
Anyway,
all
so
night.
as I was
Hold on,
finishing,
Papa.
let
Listen.
me mute this guy because he thinks he's
Okay.
just gonna
Well,
talk over me. That's
okay,
fucking insane.
well, hold on, chill.
So what I'm saying is, I do think that there are Black communities that would do the right thing, and I think it's just a matter of economics. I don't think that these gigantic corporations will just go to any rural or whatever place, right? They'll go to strategic places, but they won't just go to every Black community, or else they'd be doing that right now to get the money, right?
Well,
So
no, the
I think
difference
that
is
certain
these
Black
communities are going to have injections of cash, lots of cash. To be clear,
but
that is
Walmart
why
isn't
they
going
would
to
be
say, "Oh my
targeted
God,
because
we're
they have
going to
money."
put a brick and mortar store everywhere," when brick and mortar is failing just because Black people everywhere got reparations. They're not going to put a Walmart on every street corner. It's not going to happen. right? So in certain places,
they will buy up these brick and mortar stores that you talked about being black owned. They will absolutely do their level best to get their fingers in the pie. And I don't see a way, which again, I do not like any community, to be clear, white, black, brown, any, it doesn't matter. Any community that receives massive injections of cash, we see this happening, right? Where corporations outside come into the community and try to siphon off the money.
But you're thinking about this as a global community when these are distributed local communities, right? Like this isn't
local communities specifically.
Okay, yeah, I will admit, like GSU, what do you mean by like local communities? Like
it's easy.
I want you
It's
to be explicit with that.
I've explained it earlier, but GSU, you want to go ahead?
Yeah. So me and Prime don't live in the same community. So though we're both black, let's say Prime's $8 for this. So if Prime were $8 for this, we don't live in the same local community, right? So the places that we spend our money or build businesses wouldn't benefit each other. This is why Walmart wouldn't just up and put a Walmart in my community and Prime's community, because we don't have enough like personal business, like business locally, to account for a new brick and mortar Walmart
But do you
within
think
that community.
each member of your community got $50,000 in cash, do you think that might change?
So
I think
that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Please, can I just yield my time to Nick so he can fucking explain economics again and explain that economics is not your opinion or how you feel about people?
I see you, Gid. We'll get after Nick. So Nick and then Gid, please.
Okay, so so here's the issue. The big point here is not just improving the black community. It's the sustainability at which we can do that. So Gambit keeps talking about improving the black community. That's great. We all want that. The issue is that something can improve the black community for about a generation, but then cause stagnation in the long run. This is something called brain drain. So we saw a surge in the quality of households of black people all throughout the 60s. Different social programs like affirmative action and all sorts of other programs that seem to work really well in the short term. The problem is that through all of these programs during the Lyndon B. Johnson administration, it caused unforeseen consequences that nobody could have like recognized were going to happen. One example was familial gentrification. So that's essentially when newfound wealth and education kind of propped up in certain black households. What ended up happening is the most upwardly mobile black people just left their communities. They got educated, they got wealthy, and then they left. And they created their own new communities that didn't in any way trickle any benefit back to like other traditionally poor black communities. It doesn't stay there. The black dollar does leave. The issue is trying to figure out a way that we can inject cash in a way that it will stay. And so that's to Dream's point, right? Dream was talking about how we need, as an example, a way to give education and other programs that make up for all of the education and understanding. Dream was talking about this too. That are essentially lacking in these communities. Dream mentioned that it doesn't need to be purely monetary. It can be educational. It can be supportive.
Wait, Wake's not going to interrupt.
So we can. Fuck.
Man,
so this
you want me to interrupt?
Shut up! Shut up! Stop!
This is the whole core.
Gambit can't handle this, so he's just got to derail by being racist.
So here's the thing. This is the core of the white liberal argument that you hate so much. Is white liberals have seen us fail to address the needs of the black community before and cause stagnation. So the people that are informed are saying, "Hold on, pump the brakes. We need to figure this shit out. Social engineering is no simple matter. How do we keep this money there?" The reality is the government is extraordinarily incompetent at redistribution of wealth. Most programs that we create don't do their job. Programs that actually create just unbridled momentum of money are super uncommon. The only one I'm even familiar with is the child tax credit. Like most of these programs are a net negative. And so we need to figure out a way to keep this money where it's intended to go instead of drifting to the top and making the rich infinitely richer for all of time, because that's what keeps happening. So that's why the white liberals are being like, hold on. How do we do this? We need to figure out a way. Where does the money come from? And no one has the goddamn answer. That's the whole problem.
Yes.
I got to jump in.
Hold on.
I got it.
I don't know. I won't. Go ahead.
All right.
Please.
So All right, I want y'all to know something. As a conservative who is wildly against reparations, y'all have now convinced me that
Wildly.
reparations are fantastic, and I'm actually going to actively support and vote for them going forward. And I'm going to tell you why, and you're not going to like the reason. And the reason why is because
A joke.
one of the jobs that I do for work, one of the things I do for work is I own a business sales franchise. So I sell business services. I also own land. Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to these communities, and we're going to target those communities, and we're going to go sell business services at higher rates because they're not smart enough, or they're not.
What? Are you guys hearing this?
Hold on.
Stop the outrage. Let him go.
That was not the right word choice.
No, it was.
They're very intelligent individuals. They just have not been educated in the financial system to the degree that other groups have had due to opportunity. So that's what I'm saying. I didn't mean smart enough in that way. That was my bad word choice. I apologize. So what I'm trying to say is that we are going to have, as a salesperson and as someone that sells business services, we're going to go in there and give them higher rates, and we're going to take their money, and that's what they're going to do. And I'm openly telling you this because that's what they're going to do. And if you don't think that's what's going to happen with what you're saying, then you're wrong. You're wrong.
Hey,
So
listen, Dream, put your fucking hand down. Gibbs, I'm gonna go into your lawn and I'm gonna take a shit in it. Like, fuck you. Like, I don't know what to say.
Even more.
I'm just telling you the facts. Like, I mean,
no. Listen, Admiral, this is awesome. This is awesome because this is also a true statement that's known in the Black community. Even white conservatives will find a way to support reparations before a white liberal will, even if it's nefarious.
Wait. Well, in that case, listen, I'm gonna go for it now. You're convincing me.
Liberals.
Do you honestly think in your heart of hearts, and this is me, I'm going to be honest with you, I'll be real with you. Do you honestly think in your heart of hearts that I don't want to help the Black community? Honestly, in your heart of hearts, man to man, okay? That you think I just
in my heart of hearts, in my heart of hearts, I think most white liberals aren't affected. I'm including you in this group. I'm including you, but I'm summarizing this at the group level because I don't think there's anything specific about Wick here. I just think you belong to this group. I don't think most white liberals have to deal with the pain of the systemic injustices, and they're less invested in fixing those because of that. When it comes to other minority groups, whether it's LGBT and things like that, white liberals can see themselves in those communities, so they're more willing to help, and they can't see themselves on things that are specific to help Black people. So I don't think it's a function of you being willing to help. I don't think it's a function of you being nefarious or anything like that. I just think it's a function of like in-group biases. So I don't think there's anything specific about you.
I might get in trouble through this, but I promise you, I can see myself in the Black community more than I can see myself in the LGBT community.
Blackface
an ally.
Blackface confirmed.
Go, Wick.
All right.
Tell him.
Hold on, I have a resolution. Please,
Wick
I have a resolution.
Trust me.
So,
I can speak on that.
He invited me to the barbecue. I'm basically one of
Admiral. I have
I don't think you got the pass though, Wick. Sorry.
Admiral, I have a reputation.
He's my plus
It
one.
can literally be a part. It can literally be a part of the reparations to require recipients to do a certain amount of hours of financial planning, financial education before they can receive these reparations. So it's like, hey, we want to make sure that you are a little bit educated. So let's use like a 2-hour a situation, or like they could get like a financial advisor, or like I said before, there would be a boost in like morale of the Black community, and Black Americans would help each other in a communal aspect, like we've been doing like throughout history, like the Black Panthers and the Civil Rights Movement and Black Wall Street, like we have done so historically, and help each other. Be like, hey, oh, I see another Black person. Now that he has capital, let's help them, because not only it will benefit me, it will benefit them, and it will benefit us, and keep the Black dollar within our community. So you will not actually get the situation that you want. So maybe you want to rethink why.
I'm not sure about.
Send them out there. Like, what do you mean?
So I'm not sure about the requirement, but like I think that's.
I'm giving options. It's not.
I get you. But like I think something that we're not taking into account is that like if we were to give reparations for, well, not just slavery, but also like Jim Crow, like racism here in America, right? Like if we were to do that, this would be an event, a political event like we've never seen before. Right, like the reaction to this isn't the reaction to like a normal anything the government has ever done.
Yeah.
Like in terms of like just like the child tax credit, which was brought up before. Like this is completely different. So the reaction from the community, I think we can expect to be completely different, especially on the onset of this money coming into the community. I think you would see. I think it'd be reasonable to expect that people would create organizations and like go into the communities. Like, this is how we take advantage of this, right? Like, I hear what Gambit is trying to say, that a lot of that will spring up in anticipation of this, like, never before seen political event, like this black swan moment, right? So like the normal rules don't even apply here. But that being said, what I would always also say, and maybe this proves GSU's point about me, is that while we can see these things form organically, and I think they would form organically, that we it makes sense for the federal government to try to create infrastructure that would facilitate keeping the money where it belongs, right? Whether it like through rules in terms of policy, like maybe giving some sort of advantage to black businesses for like a certain period of time that encourages investment there. I don't know. There's so many things that policymakers could do. I think we could do both, basically, right? We could have that organic outgrowth, and we can have those structures put in place. We can try to think forward. I don't know.
Yeah, and like the thing is, like, I like it's not just academic to me. A lot of the things that Nick is saying, it's like my lived experience. So not only do I understand it academically, but I also understand it as like lived results. I left my community where the average wage per probably week, month is what I gifted Prime tonight. And I became extremely successful. And I left that community because there's not opportunity. The thing that will pull people like me back to my previous hometown is if there's opportunity to create more there for others. I have to leave my home community to create enormous amounts of wealth so I can give back to my community. If my community had an injection of fucking capital, I would go back home and fucking create more shit with the individuals that are there. But I can't do that right now because there is nothing. So I have to leave to create
not
more
only that, though,
funds
Gambit,
so I
there's
can
not
give
enough
back.
of you. There's not enough of you. That's the problem, right? It's really great that you have that directionality. Okay. Now, if every relatively wealthy black person was just like you in that regard, the problem would be solved already. The issue is that the majority of people, like black people, aren't perfect. Most of these black people who get wealthy and leave the neighborhood are not going to come back.
Okay,
No,
just
they're
real
gonna
quick,
actually
No, but
hate
I
you.
don't.
Gambit, you can respond to both of us, please. It's really quick. Would white individuals or other individuals who aren't part of the black community be prevented from coming into the black community as well?
Hell no. Immigration.
Okay, if that's the case,
they
then
would be
wouldn't-
shot on
then
sight. In
what's
my
to keep
plan, I don't
them
know.
from just gentrifying the area, basically?
No, it would be
I
prevented
think-
from gentrifying.
I think
because
social
black people now
cohesion.
have black people would have.
Yeah, I think social cohesion would fight against that. But to answer Nick's point, so Nick, the problem is there's not enough of us to carry an entire community. There's like me and two guys that graduated with me where we're doing like extremely great. If just us three were to move back home, it's not enough to fix a whole fucking like county like that. Like that's a tremendous amount of wealth you need, right? If we had the money that we have and the resources that we have, and there was also an injection to the individuals in our community, then we could work with something and create more things.
Let's skip all the bullshit then. What if this is what we're going with? The government should just find all of the proverbial yous and give you all the fucking money, and you guys can just solve the problem.
I don't
You
agree
guys can
with
go
that,
back
though.
to
I don't-
you
I
guys can
don't
go
like
back
that.
to your old neighborhoods, and you guys can do the enterprise. You've already proved it. You have the skills, you have the ability. Apparently, you have the intention. If this is the logic, then why just skip giving it to everybody? Give the money to the people that have the know-how.
Because
and
I
let
don't-
them
No,
fix
I
the
agree with
neighborhoods
this,
then.
GSU. I agree with this because you gift to this channel, so like this sounds like a perfect. Sorry, go ahead.
Hey,
No,
But like,
hey.
I know that this could never fly. It wouldn't be accepted. But like, if that's the logic, right? If we need the use, which I agree is basically what we need to fix the neighborhood, then the money shouldn't be going to everybody. It should go to you, and you guys can start the programs.
It's because of my
They
belief
should
in
be
like it's
entitled
because
to
of
it
my
if they
belief.
You don't want the problem solved.
No,
Sorry,
no, no.
I don't mean that
Listen,
literally. I don't mean that literally. I
I
don't
feel
mean
like
that
he's
literally.
mean. This is no way a serious take, right?
Hold on, wait.
I literally said it will
No,
never happen.
wait. I just want to respond, and I want to hear everybody else's response. So Nick, I'm against it on like two grounds. One, I think there's a lot of corruption. The reason I'm in favor of that type of payout system is because I don't like whatever page ranking system would exist to determine who the me's are and specifically give them funds. I don't have high trust in that. I'm also a big fan of democracy. So I think giving this community this injection of capital, each individual, and having them pull together who they think might be best to create these enterprises or these institutions is much better than being top down. It goes back to everything I said earlier in the like reverse way that me and Prime look at stuff. And I think there's extreme values in the way that Prime looks at stuff. I think there's extreme values in the way that I look at stuff. I look at something like fixing a community with the social issues and everything else that exists. I see that as bottom up, and I don't see it as top down.
Wait,
So
wait,
that's
hold
why
on,
I'm in
but
favor of
giving money to entrepreneurs is not top down, right? That is bottom up.
Absolutely.
Right? But that's
No,
what I just said. That the proverbial use are essentially black
I
entrepreneurs.
think that's top down.
Right? That is not top down. Giving money to entrepreneurs is not top down. That's as bottom up as it gets.
Yeah, are you Bill Gates or the president? What do you mean it's not top? Are you like the top of the like black economic hierarchy?
I am, but I don't think that's relevant to this
I'm
conversation.
not saying are you the richest black person from your community. I'm saying are you actually like the top? Because when we're talking
Robert
about
F.
the
Smith
top,
is.
I'm thinking about like the billionaires,
Listen,
right?
Robert F.
I'm not
Smith,
thinking about middle class to upper class entrepreneurs. Middle class to upper class entrepreneurs are the fucking lifeblood of the economy. They're fucking based.
Yes, and I'm above that.
Which
but
is
I
I'm
don't think
assuming
that's
what you are,
important.
right? I'm assuming you're upper
No,
class.
I'm above that, but I don't
entrepreneur.
think that's important for this
Right.
conversation.
He's top 2%. You're right. He's top 2%.
Chill out.
I'm top 1%.
okay.
Don't
If
do
you're
me
making
like
that
that,
kind
bro.
of money,
But
I'll talk to you, brother.
I think top 1%
Come over to
is
my
still-
channel.
We got a
hang
few
out.
streamers,
Top
yeah.
1% is
Hey, I'm a
no,
young
I'm pretty sure
streamer.
top 1% is literally upper class and not like in the billions and billions, but like I don't know.
Yeah,
Even
no, I
top
said I'm not a
1%
billionaire. That's what I said.
it is.
Yeah, top 1%. If you're in the top 1% US, you make at least I think $723,000 a year. If you're top percent, regardless of state, by state is different. Some is like 500, some is 6, some is 400. So it depends on which 1% you're talking about. That like you can look this up. These are all facts. I'm not making shit up.
Yeah.
But anyway,
It's 570
I
for
still see that as top down because the selection is top down, is what I'm talking about. So go
the
ahead.
top 1% has a net worth of typically $10 million.
Well, if you just go by household income, top 1% is $570,000 per household. So that's not even per individual, that's per household, right? So cut that in like 0.75 or something like that.
But okay, yeah, I think Kyle is still looking up the figures I just gave, but that's fine. But Nick, I see the selection as top down, and that's what I'm talking about. When you say some government entity is going to choose entrepreneurs, that selection of those entrepreneurs is top down. What I'm advocating for is a bottom up. The people in their community finding value in the others that they're seeding their money to, that's bottom up. So when I say top down, that's specifically what I'm talking to. The selection of individuals that get the money.
I don't mean to be a hater, but is there a reason for like the government to do this at all?
Because we love black people. Simple.
Okay, gotcha.
That's it. But so I guess my issue there, GSU Gambit, is so like you've got two options here then, right? You have giving just consumers the money or giving the most upwardly mobile consumers and entrepreneurs the money. So we all acknowledge that the people who are going to be doing the actual transformation is going to be the entrepreneurs anyway. It's the people that are what's the word? It's the people that are creating the businesses, creating the goods and services in the community. Everything that you've talked about about how the communities will get better is the creation of goods and services, ownership of gas stations, and that sort of thing. I don't understand if that's your modus operandi of how you want to improve the community, why you think it's the case that like I guess how would I put it here?
Maximize freedom and autonomy.
Yeah, I get that. Maximize freedom and autonomy, great. But on one hand, you have the potential for corruption on behalf of entrepreneurs, and then on the other hand, you have the inherent fact that consumers will appeal to supply and demand, and they won't control where their money's going to, right? They won't be corrupt.
Yeah,
the individual
those are
black
two
people,
factors. I agree.
they will give their money wherever they find thing is best, and that's going to be to the 0.1%, not the 1%.
Yeah, but in all cases, I will err towards the more democratized solution at all times.
Is
Right?
it just
I don't,
like based on
I don't see
principle?
why giving money to
Yeah.
entrepreneurs would be not democratized. It just feels like
because
skipping
that
a step.
selection process, because there's that selection process and the definition of it, who's in control of it. There's all of that bureaucracy that exists. That I would
and that would
err
cost more
against that.
money.
Unfortunately, democracy is just gonna X reparations out. Just point blank, though. I mean, like,
What does
if
that
you're
even
in for
mean?
democracy,
It means
there's
that
no political will.
there's no political
Yeah,
will for
but
the
no one's
money. There's no
disagreeing about
political will
that.
for it at all. Okay,
Yeah, but
yeah,
no
I know.
one's disagreeing. No, what needs to happen now, which is happening in San Francisco, which is happening in California, is to increase the political will slowly over time for that to be the case, which is slowly happening. Imagine, just think about what the conversation about reparations was 40 years ago compared to now. Obviously, it's more now than it was before.
If you
Eventually,
The general populace is never going to vote on this because the reality is
this
that
is
you guys
not a vote.
aren't.
It's not a vote.
You guys,
Hold on, wait. Not a
hold on.
vote.
You guys
It's not a
aren't
vote.
willing to wrestle with inflation issues that are going to arise with this,
How?
and the general populace is not going to be okay with
How
that.
am I not
And they are
wrestling with it? I
also
literally
gonna
wrestle
be-
with it.
You didn't.
I want to
You
make sure
just,
I was
said
understood.
that you
When I
did and
said
then moved on with
when
your
I
life,
when
I
I
guess.
was
I literally
talking about
wrestled it. How did I not
You
wrestle
said
it?
you wrestled with it by saying, "Well, you could just reallocate funds, or then yes, we would
Well,
have
so
to
he
just deal with
described
inflation."
momentum of money. He was saying that hopefully injecting the money in the black community would cause a circulation of cash flow, which would create
But
more
they would like
commerce.
bond
That's
together.
what he was hoping for.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
The issue is that like with all the things we talked about, the money trends in a direction.
Goes up. Yeah, because people
Yeah,
are people.
but the
Right?
thing
This
that
isn't about,
when I
this
was
isn't about like
because
a negative view.
Yeah, the
I
reason why
guess
that's not going to work is
here's my
we're gonna have
question.
a bunch of me's.
If you could create a culture,
Yeah,
here's what I want to know. Because
That's true.
the thing that like
the Admiral Gibbs will start taking all the money out of the black community. That's what will
Wait,
happen.
what was your
my question,
saying?
hold on. My question is because I think Dream, Prime, and GSU have all said this, and this is something I'm super radically for, which is this conversation about how to get the like black community to basically pull together and say, if we're going to get a cash injection, we're going to fucking pull together. We're going to help each other out in the way that other communities often do. And the question is, how are you going to cultivate that? Because I'm all fucking for it.
It's gonna happen
Just
organically.
how?
It's gonna happen organically because
That's not an answer.
Huh? What'd you say?
That's not an answer.
Like
Okay,
I'm just curious about like the process, and
okay,
you
so
know, I'm not going to hold you super
probabilistically-
hard to it.
Probabilistically, I can't guarantee it, but probabilistically,
I know, that's fine,
it's going to happen organically because this is what happens when black people have an opportunity to promote their own community, and it's on a massive scale.
So you think that once black people get the money, they're just immediately going to kind of like
It's
pull
not-
together and
no,
want to
no,
take
no,
care
no.
of each other? Is
No,
that
no,
what
no.
you mean? So when
Well,
you
no.
say organic,
So, no,
yeah,
no, no,
that's what
no.
I'm trying to clarify. Okay.
So this would already be in motion before they receive the money because there would have been an announcement they will get the money, right? And so there's probably going to be a time period where it's announced. That's usually what happens when you like pass a bill or pass a legislation. It's announced, oh, we passed it, and then it'll be received. You will receive the amount on this date, which means there's a time period. And once this announcement is made, it's going to be a huge culture shock to the world. And then there's going to be movements across the country, which is probably likely to happen. Hey, oh my God, we got to do something. And then like the upper echelon or the most educated of black people who are a lot of them are very nice people and want to help the lower class community is probably going to band together and be like, you know what, we should do something. And let's create organizations, movements to educate the lowest of us. And the
So
uneducated.
you see evidence right now that that culture already somewhat exists,
Yes.
and then basically there would be a plan to have these conversations about like, hey guys, we need to pool together.
Yeah, it's
How
literally happening in
likely-
San Francisco right
Hey,
now.
listen,
In
Dio
the niche-
Dream. I'm about to go to bed, so this is my last statement. Dio Dream, I like you. I don't like dislike you. I think I like your ideas. But I'm not gonna lie, dog. You live in a fucking fantasy. Like that's
I'm literally telling you
it's
what's
not
going
just
on
gonna
right now in San
happen.
Francisco. I'm not saying I can guarantee it. I'm saying this is probabilistically, and we've seen it
What do you
historically
mean
happen.
probabilistically? That's like what
Problem-
data
the
do you
problem
have
is-
for that?
The problem
Huh?
is that people say a lot of shit, and then when they get the money, things change, right? Everyone knows if they've ever had Mima die, okay?
This
the
is
worst thing ever is when Mima dies, and everyone's like, of course, we're going to respect your will,
just
we're
look
going to
at
be
Black
so
Lives
patient,
Matter.
and then the
I just
fucking
wanna make it
cash,
straight,
hold on,
like, I don't
hold on,
dislike
and then
you.
the cash drops. Then the cash drops, and then everything changes. And that is
And
what
everybody
Toy is
acts
saying.
like they don't know nobody.
He's saying, I believe you that the group that you're around, it sounds like you're a really nice guy. And Toy's probably been saying, I bet you that you literally intend to do this. I believe that you're going to live by your principles.
Yes.
But a lot of people say a lot of crazy shit, and then they get money and they fuck right off because people are fucking greedy. And anyone who's had Mima die can tell you that this is how people tend to
The
act.
problem is you don't need everyone. You don't need everyone's cohesive collective.
Yeah, but you need most people's. Like you need
No,
you
don't.
an insurance right there. Like you can't just like fucking go with it. Like you can't just be like, yeah, no, everybody's gonna be on board with it. It's not gonna fucking
On board
work.
with
like,
what?
You don't need everyone, to be clear.
Why do you need everyone? You just need
Not
enough.
everyone.
You don't
Of course
need.
not
You don't need
everyone.
everyone. You don't know. You don't need everyone. You don't need most people. You just need enough people to educate
Like
the
20%?
I don't
Like
know.
what
I have no
It's
idea.
just again, I'm not going to hold you to the number, but when you say
I
you
have
don't need
no
most
idea.
people, do you mean less than 50% or do you mean more than 50%?
I mean less than 50%. So
if you don't need
like,
most people,
my
it means
take on
necessarily less
my take on this is really close to dreams, and this is
All right.
because I
Go to
talk
bed.
to
Good
a
night,
lot of
everybody.
people
Sorry,
from
Toya.
my community in different places, and the operative problem right now is hopelessness. And what I think most people outside of the community interact with is that hopelessness. But you don't see the other aspects of Black culture that aren't on display because there's probably not a reason for those. No problem. You're trying to say
Yeah,
something?
no, Gabby, I'm agreeing with you here. So, like, I think maybe I'm agreeing with both sides here. I'm not sure. But like, so Erudite asks like I think a pretty reasonable question. It's how these things are going to happen. How like what are the infrastructure that's going to be built? So it's hard. Like what's happening in America is that people are becoming more and more atomized. But what's happened to Black community is that happened a long time ago, and that was due to government policy. But it this doesn't affect the Black community evenly in all places. So, like what our friend Chieshu Gamp was talking about, in certain areas, yes, it's just like hopelessness, and like that sense of community is gone, and that's gone for a lot of different reasons. But in other areas, like I'm thinking in my particular area, what will be the case if this Black Swan event happened? Well, there are institutions that are in place that could help, right? And I don't want to admit it, and GSU is going to fucking god damn it, GSU is gonna hold this over me forever. The church, the church,
the great church,
the church.
Yes!
I think in so many places would be that institution. It would be a great place for people to get together, talk about this moment and how they're going to take advantage of it. Now, it's not just the church. I think there'll probably be other areas as well, but and like not all Black communities, like the Black community, with the way we say that, kind of disguises all our differences, right? All Black communities are the same. Some will be better prepared to handle these things than others. Then maybe in those like the ghettos, right? That are hardest hit, maybe we could think of ways to help them specifically.
Can I?
Yeah, and one small thing. One small thing. I just wanted to finish.
This speaks to the church and Black communities because I actually served in Black communities in New Jersey, Red Bank specifically, for a period of time, and I saw these communities, right? Super poor, destitute. I lived with them basically. I knocked on their doors. I broke bread with them. I served them. I helped them to the best of my ability. I lived in the same community, in the same zip code, right? In the same rundown structures. But what I saw was pastors, Black pastors in these Black churches. They would come into the community. They had their Rolls Royce. They had their super expensive cars, and their parishioners were destitute. So my question is, what would I just do not see this changing, because we can look at other communities. We can look at other corporations too outside the church. We could look at the Black Lives Matter Corporation, how they basically all this money that was supposed to go to Black communities did not, and they bought houses, they enriched their families, they just kept it insular. So again,
are there some cases where Black churches manipulate and exploit?
I would say that's the majority of cases.
And what evidence do you have for that?
This is across the board.
What evidence do you have that the majority of Black churches are exploiting?
There's no evidence.
The majority of churches exploit people. Yes.
What? That's not what I asked you. What evidence do you have that the majority of Black churches exploit their constituents?
Okay, because again, I think Black people are actually people. So they tend to behave just
No
like other
evidence for
people
that.
do.
No evidence for that.
Right?
No evidence that black people
You're a
do.
race realist.
Okay.
I don't believe you.
I understand, right, that maybe this is something new to a lot of you here, but again, they're not magic. They behave like other people do. And so when I
don't know
see
what you're
churches
talking
across
about.
the board behave this way in
Ungodly.
communities, and again, I've seen black communities and
not
this happen in.
one-to-one.
I've seen white communities this happen in. With not all churches. This isn't every church, but this is a good portion of them.
But you're
who will
talking
simply
about
extract the money from their poor and not give any back, or give so little
You're
back
ta-
that it doesn't help.
Wait.
Whoa. Well, like a small thing was
Wait. This is going in like a multiple direction. I don't want to stay on the church, but we can talk about this really quickly. So one, you're likely talking about minority amount of mega churches, which aren't the traditional church. Most churches aren't mega churches.
Medium
If
to
you
small.
my church, my pastor has a regular car, and like nothing is like most pastors across this country have a second job. That's because they don't make a lot of money from their primary job. If you go talk about Joel Osteen and all these other people, yes, it might be true, but those people are even probably doing a lot for their communities. We're just not aware of it. But I want to get off the church thing.
Razor, calm down. Razor, calm down.
Those churches are definitely the minority. But let's go back to like what I was saying earlier. Like, I think there's a lot of hopelessness that you all interact with, and you don't see the other sides of the black community because maybe it's not appropriate in the interactions that y'all have. But I also understand that people join winning teams. When Steph Curry first joined the league, the Warriors were worth like $200 million, and now they're a $4.7 billion organization. As teams start to win, people jump on board. Those same things will happen with black community and black businesses. As those things start to win and can provide more for their community will provide more to those businesses local to their area. And that's just how the economics of a neighborhood goes from this small neighborhood to a fucking metropolis, right? Like, these are the things that happen over time. And that's those things. I'm not saying that like the hood is going to turn into a metro. I'm saying that the hood would turn into a better area with more property taxes to create better education, and those things in total, generation over generation, would be better for the constituents.
Yeah, but I guess my only my only point is that like I feel like we can increase the efficiency, right? Like if these areas are economic engines, we can increase the efficiency of that engine by putting in structures in place, by like designing policy to do so. Now, I'm not going to say it's easy, right? And it takes a person with a good heart to start with this, right? And proper principles. But I think we can increase that rather than just saying, we're going to put that money there and hope for the best, right? There will be an improvement, certainly, just like you said. But I want to maximize that money. For all those dollars can become $3 if we do it right, you know?
Last thing
Frank, can I go after you, please?
Last thing I'll say, then
I'll go after you.
I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong, and I hope GSU and Hope Dream's right. But what I see happening is for this to go how you guys envision it, how you guys are predicting, how you guys are hoping it will go, it will require that something unique in the history of fucking mankind happens. And I just do not see that happen. I do not think that this is going to be a watershed moment. I do not trust people to be as community organized or community minded as you all do. Maybe I'm a pessimist. Maybe you're right. I hope you are. I love you all. GSU, I know you don't think I care about you, but I absolutely do, and I care about you.
Wait, that's not what I said. I think.
Yeah, he never said that.
Yeah, I think
You care in the wrong way about black people. It's like when rich
Maybe
white
I
people
do.
try to give homeless people like dry soup packets.
I don't know,
like,
but I just know that
nice,
I just know
but-
that
But at least
I
they're
want
soup,
to help,
right?
and
I have like
I don't
Hey,
want
Wick,
it to.
thank you for all the
Anyway,
love
I
and
love
support
you,
and opportunity.
Majin. I
Wick.
hope I
I
still
know,
have that +1 to the barbecue. I hope we're still friends, and I hope I
Yeah,
still
but
have
hold
the
on,
hat.
Wick,
No, you
before
got
you
my
go.
back. Hey, you've helped me out, bro.
Of
So
course I
don't
do.
even worry about it. See,
I'll
But
see
hold
you
on,
guys
Wick,
there. I love
before
you.
you go, like it's hard to have these conversations because I do think because these conversations are just hard. I don't know how to dumb it down more than that. I don't feel any ill will towards you or anybody that holds an opinion like yours. It's a critique of the opinion and nothing more than that. And feel free to disagree or agree with my opinion on that. But yeah, I just see it as a critique of the position. I think the reason
no ill will.
the-
So.
Yeah, the reason it's been so many years since we've had reparations is this game of I don't know the perfect reparation to give Black people. And you have to wonder at a certain period of time, after a certain period of time has passed, what are the true foundations of that belief? And this is where I lie. That's the side that I lie on. So it's not anything against you. I'll still talk to you and join your panels and blah blah blah. But yeah, that's just
I won't. He's a goddamn racist. Bye.
Yeah. Can I go after Dream and then I'm gonna head out?
I want to make the point.
Okay, sure. Dream.
I want to make the point about like just real quickly about what Wick just said. It's like it'll take an unprecedented thing that never happened in history. Yes, when you give Black people reparations, this will be unprecedented, and so unprecedented actions are going to be met with unprecedented reactions. So the action of giving Black people reparations is going to cause an unprecedented reaction. Say, oh my God, we need to maintain our wealth. The people who are educated are going to recognize this problem. Maybe the ones that are uneducated probably going to be like too high on cloud nine, be like, oh my God, I'm going to spend this money. And then they're going to be grounded back down to earth by the people that care about them in their community. Be like, hey, you need to spend this responsibly. Maybe that's probably the case. Will you have some people that don't care anyways? Yeah, of course. There's always going to be outliers. So I think that's probabilistically going to be the case. Number two, I want to make sure like I'm very connected, right? Like I'm a deacon at a Black church. I'm the director of youth ministry. My pastor was Martin Luther King's student, and he's the co-chair of the California reparations. So I'm very connected with these communities about reparations. I'm very educated about this topic. I also know one of the founders of the Black Bank community, like the people, the person who like founded Black Banks and like brought them all together. There's like an organization for that. Like he was dating my sister for a minute.
An association for Black Banks. Okay.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. So what I'm saying is, I know these people will absolutely use their connections when reparations are going to be a real thing and like build the movement. There's a huge demand for this, where these educated top 10% of Black people are going to be like using all their power, all their like resources to help the bottom 90% of the rest of the Black people that have all of this newfound capital from out of nowhere. Like this is just not going to be like, well, we're just going to let Black, like as a community, the 13% of us that live in America, and it's not even going to be the whole 13% of Black people in America that's going to receive reparations. Only the people who actually like qualify for reparations. I'm not even sure how many that is. Maybe 7% of that, 8%. So the point is, we are going to band together. It's just historically been the case with like Black Wall Street, with the Black Panther community. Like Black Panther community created so many good problems. So like we've seen it historically. Like I don't know why Wick said, well, it's going to be changing his, like literally historically Black people have helped each other in the community in the community aspect. So I don't understand why it wouldn't happen.
I'm not saying that that's wrong in the sense, but I also just I believe Erudite pointed this out earlier, that the problem with that is that the Black Wall Street reference is that they were kind of forced into doing that.
What was that?
They were forced into doing that. They didn't have any choice but to help each other in that scenario because they only had each other.
Because I'm right, that was the Black Wall
Why does
Street
that matter?
was during the time of.
Because
was that
you
during the time of
used
Jim
it as-
Crow? Am I off? I remember correctly.
The Black Wall Street, I think, is like when there was like a whole bunch of burnings. There was a bunch of them like killed. They like stormed Wall Street.
Oh yeah, no, I know about that. I know the burning and stuff. I'm saying, like,
If you're using an excuse, well, they were forced in doing it. How come there weren't multiple
The
Black
issue
Wall
is
Street?
it's
Okay, I'm not
disanalogous.
allowed to speak. My bad.
Okay, yeah. So the reason is that it's disanalogous. The reason why it's really bad to compare situations where Black people are fighting for their rights and banding together to take care of the community, to assume that the Black community will then respond in a moment where they are given a bunch of capital and given a whole bunch of basically freedom and access, is because you're basing this on a history of basically necessity, because all they had was each other. And in the case when they get a whole bunch of capital, that necessity of driving each other together won't exist. And so like what we're saying is that, like, to be honest, I fucking hope you're right. And I imagine there will be a number of I believe your Black community, it sounds like your Black community is extremely integrated and very community oriented, and that's fucking based. The problem is that it's naive to assume that that will be the case for all local Black communities. That's the problem. And you don't want to underserve these Black
You're not
communities.
understanding me. I think you
Really
misunderstand
look
me.
at best of them.
I think there'll be a national movement by these national leaders. That's what I'm saying. These national leaders of the Black the black community.
Yeah, I don't see. But yeah,
wait, you seriously have
then,
you certainly have the idea of like the magic men who will like be
magic
able to
men
pull together everyone.
Well, who are these leaders?
Who are yeah, seriously, what are you talking about?
Yeah, it's great man theory.
Dr. Reverend Amos Brown, that's one of them. Then you have Al Sharpton. Then you have Ashley, I forgot his last name. Ashley
Has
something.
anyone even heard of these people?
Oh,
I know Al Sharpton's obvious, but
Just as part of the black community, like I haven't, but like that doesn't mean
Al
anything.
Sharpton is obvious.
Hey, I was on mute. I've heard of all of those people.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not surprised because I think you're super community integrated. Would
Yeah.
you
How
say
was
that
she
like
on mute yet you heard her?
He said he was on mute.
He was on mute.
He was on mute. And we can just like, I'm pretty sure that every president of every HBCU will come together. That's not.
You're
and
pretty sure. Because I think the thing that
I can't guarantee it, Brazen. What do you want from me?
He's coming, bro. Coach Dion is coming. He's
What do
coming.
you want from me?
No, because that's
Spike Lee 1,000%.
No, because
Spike
that's
Lee
what Urdite was
1,000%.
having an issue with. I think that's what Urdite was having an issue with.
Why are you, Razor? You're just gonna say something really stupid. I don't want you to say.
I think Erudite asked an important question earlier that we didn't answer, and she talked about what percentage of the community do we think might embrace this. And me personally, I think if 20% of the community embrace this, that's far more than enough because of the concept of like winning teams and people jumping on board. So there will be people that'll spend money and do crazy shit. You can't get rid of that. That's going to be a subset of people. But I think if 20%, 10% of the population does the right thing, that in total over time, as those communities also reproduce, is far more than enough. I'd be amazed at 20%, and I'd be happy and think that's enough.
Yeah, I think 10% is probably. Go ahead, Prime.
My only problem is like I hear what Erudite is trying to say, and I think I've expressed that like in my own comments, that these communities aren't even, and I don't know if like
aren't even
council. Yeah, the communities aren't even in terms of their resources
like
and
a national
infrastructure
thing.
that would be able
States have
to do
different
this.
type of communities. Yeah,
And then to say that there would be a council of like black elders who would come together, and like, I'm sure would. I'm sure there would be like an effort, right? I'm sure there would be an effort.
Yeah, there would be an effort.
But like,
Not necessarily a council,
what
but
is
a
their
movement,
national? What like we don't have like a black pope or anything. We don't have infrastructure of the Catholic Church, and so even to like and their reach, right? Their political and social reach within the black community, it will
there is a
limited.
There actually is
The AME and the CME church. The AME and CME church is huge.
I didn't say there wasn't. I'm not denying that these people.
There's actually like there's national like black church organizations, and
AME and CME.
Yeah, and they exist in like every region in the country, and so these would be probably like the spearheads of the movement, where they would make sure like they would delineate tasks, and like from top to bottom, and be like, okay, your region does this, your region does this, and make sure that they all understand like the economic side. The
I agree.
Side.
I agree.
I'm glad you agree.
Sure. Now, I'm saying that there is infrastructure, but I'm not saying. But like, it would be foolish to say that infrastructure is equal in all areas, and that is as influential in all areas, and that like we just have to take that into account and how we design a program. That's I think that's very
and
simple.
I'll grant you the situation where it's not equal, and it's and probably going to be areas where it's not going to be as the most optimal situation. But it's not an argument why we shouldn't do it anyway.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, to be clear though, I think hold on 1 second, just to give you numbers though. I don't want to give an opinion or anything. I just want to give you the numbers. But the CME Church has like more than 1.2 million members, and the AME Church I think has more than like 3 million or close to 3 million. That's like almost 4.2, 4.7 something.
Didn't we just say mega churches are like the most inclined towards like
No. These aren't mega churches. These are the collection of small churches into the CME umbrella. So the reach of the AME and the CME church is ginormous. But go ahead. Well, I just wanted to give you those numbers, Brian.
Sure.
Okay.
Like those.
I guess.
Like
could I ask you guys some things? Would you guys agree that if the reparations happens the way that you were suggesting, it would be like basically one of the most historic moments in Black history, like probably in the last century? Would you guys agree with that?
And
Yes.
for
Oh,
like
okay, yeah.
in all time, probably.
And it would be like one of the most major historic events of like society trying to like undo the fuck ups to some degree a little bit. It would be like the most major historical event of that. Would you guys agree?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't
Wouldn't
know.
okay. Most would agree. That's fine.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you say then, if this is potentially such an important thing, that maybe the answer shouldn't be, well, probably these people will come to go. Well, hopefully organically it'll pop off. Shouldn't there be a little bit more intention so that the most major historical marker that could actually address historical Black injustices and disparities actually gets utilized to help the people that it should? Right? Should that be the
I've
number
already
one
laid that out.
priority?
I've already laid that out.
The issue is that you keep on using vague language, like it'll happen organically. People
That's
will
not
just
what I said.
naturally like pull together. You've outlined your San Francisco group, and I said that that's based. The issue is that San Francisco. I'm going to guess that you have a very unique thing. I doubt that there's a similar group in Oklahoma or like another like random place that
No,
has
no.
like massive amounts of wealth
I
disparity.
think you
that
misunderstand what I'm
access
saying.
to the types of
I'm
resources
talking about there are non-organic ways to solve this problem as well. I've already stated it before. Maybe you didn't hear
Yeah.
it. But
No,
there
no.
could-
So the issue is what I'm
Okay.
saying is relying just on the organic is a fool's errand if you actually want this to make a difference. If you instead pre-plan in structures and ways that you're going to bring the Black community together specifically, which you said through things like financial education, that's a fucking great idea. If you are intentional in building this into your reparations, rather than just saying, yeah, organically, I think Black people will just pull together, is like it. Be intentional with something if it matters this much. If it really matters, be intentional.
I don't
Agreed.
disagree. I mean,
Let's-
like I said already.
I know.
Okay.
I just want to get Nick in there because Nick has been waiting. So go ahead, Nick.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll try to be quick. And then I got to get going here. I think the thing
Okay.
is, incentives are the most important thing. Incentives is how the economy runs. It's how we move money. It's how we make things work. If you can give Black people resources and access to things like education, finance, upward mobility, incredible things happen. That's completely true. Ben Carson pioneers neurosurgery. Barack Obama becomes fucking president of the United States. It's like people can make moves out here, right? The issue is that reparations, I don't think provides these incentives. It just gives the money and
Incentive
hopes
of
for
what?
the best. I'm gonna explain. It says, you know, the Black community is going to shoot for the moon, and even if we miss, we're going to land amongst the stars. The problem is like it's just too complicated. The system's too complicated for that. What we need is social programs, which is what we already have. They just suck ass right now. We need to funnel money, in my opinion, to Black entrepreneurs, to captains of industry, and create some kind of system that specifically incentivizes them not to reinvest the money back into the general market, but into the economy of these Black communities. How we do that exactly, I'm not sure. We have a great program here in Canada. Actually, it's called the Black Entrepreneurship Fund. Basically, it connects aspiring Black entrepreneurs with pre-established Black entrepreneurs to provide them with mentorship, and it tries to pair them with grants and loans to get them started and give them the guidance they need to succeed.
It's a non-unique argument. That
Ed.
scenario could happen in my world, so I don't understand why.
Well, that's what I'm getting to. It's not a lack of confidence in Black people that is at the heart of the white liberal fear. It's a distrust of the system fundamentally. It's not just out of greed that people leave the hood after their come up. It's for a good reason. People act in their own self-interest. That's not a bad thing. It's a human thing. It's also dangerous a lot of the time. Nipsey Hussle, as an example, tried to give back to his community, and he ended up fucking dead. People leave the Black community for a fucking reason. We need to create an incentive to bring people back into it.
Hold on.
Wait,
if you're making an argument, if you're making an argument that people act in their self-interest, it is 100% within people's self-interest to gather together and multiply their wealth.
The issue is that's two steps removed. That's two steps removed, right? It leads to the death of your local economy every time you What? It leads to the death of you. Listen, it leads to the death of your local economy every time you make a purchase off of Amazon, and yet we all do it every fucking day.
Okay. Yeah. Hold on. You could be Black sellers on Amazon.
Yeah, but what?
And you could be buying from Amazon.
Hold on. No. I don't think you understand that bit.
No. You can say, hey, I'm a local shopper. I'm literally your neighbor, and I sell this on Amazon. So you can buy both. You can do both. Buy from Amazon. And your local.
The point was to draw a comparison. It's that consumers do not give a fuck about their community. consumers will buy the best shit for the cheapest price, and that's
Yeah.
not always going to come out of the black community.
Oh, and hold on. I'm gonna counter that specific claim that you just made. Part of the reason that that's true is because people don't have enough capital to do it in bulk to make costs cheaper. So when you get the capital, aka reparations, you're going to have more cheaper stuff, and black people are going to have more money to buy more expensive stuff. So that combined, where you're going to have products that are cheaper due to more capital and buying in more bulk.
So were you saying this? Were you saying this was at that point? At that point, will there already be like other black businesses that have gotten bigger? So then those people will choose to go to the more expensive black businesses, or are they just going to?
You
take
haven't said anything.
People in rural communities
Or a lot of people
will
just gonna-
shop at those. People in rural communities will shop at their rural communities for sure.
yeah, there are going to be some. But what about people in black people in cities and stuff?
Black
what about people in cities?
Yeah, but you don't believe this, bro. You already said that you said yourself that brick and mortar businesses are failing. The reason they're failing is because of e-commerce, bro.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah,
another one.
but a lot of those places that are being the most negatively impacted are already affluent neighborhoods. It's people like me that live where I fucking live, and I don't want to walk out to the fucking store, so I'm gonna get next day fucking delivery in 4 hours from Amazon. It's people like me tearing up shit in my community by not supporting it, not these more impoverished communities. Because they don't have the funding. They don't want to pay. They don't want to pay for Amazon Prime. They don't want to pay for the shipping on Amazon. They don't want to pay all these other additional costs.
Hold on. Dog. We already have this though. Do you think it was always the case that all gas stations in the hood were owned by Indians?
What kind of shit are you just saying, bro?
No,
we literally talked about this already. We literally talked about this already early on the panel about how
But they
Indians
weren't
and
ever
Asian, the
owned-
dollar stays in the community longer. Because what people do is they'll buy up the gas stations in the fucking hood, and then they'll run all of the industry. Right? We talked about this
you think
earlier. I don't know
we
why you're acting
wouldn't
like
buy
this is
our
fucking
gas
news. We
station?
talked about this
That's what
earlier.
I'm saying. Why wouldn't you think that people wouldn't
We
like
would buy our own gas stations.
and like corner stores and shops?
They will. The issue is that as soon as the competition outprices your locality, whether that means literally like the gas station down the street, or if the gas station that's opened up by the Asian dude has lower prices than the gas station opened by the black dude, people don't give a fuck that it's a black owned business in the hood. They're gonna buy the cheap fucking
I don't
shit.
agree with that.
First of all,
not everyone.
hold on.
Not
So then
everyone. There probably are.
Yeah, there's a minority, but it's like it's always going to trend in this direction. It's like what I was getting at is it's like there's a reason why other people come into the black neighborhood and take up all the industry. It's because people don't
Nick,
have
this is where we're missing
people
each
don't have
other.
this solidarity where it's like I'm only buying gas from the
Nick,
gas station.
Nick,
Like
this is where we're missing each other. It wasn't that historically these places were owned by black people. I don't. It doesn't exist.
But it was. There used to be.
Let me ask you a question.
No, these communities weren't. Hold on, wait. I hope this is not your perception. Your perception is that there was thriving black enterprise in these communities. External communities moved in, became cheaper, and that got rid of the black business. No,
I'll explain it really specifically. I thought we'd been over this. So through this in the '60s, as a result of the Civil Rights Act and lots of other sorts of initiatives like affirmative action, it creates an initial massive surge in black entrepreneurship and industry.
No,
right? Yes, it
did. Wait. No.
So you're saying you don't believe in gentrification? Is that what you're saying?
If you let me talk, you'll understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that yes, there was a original thriving, but what that doesn't equate to is that black communities own their own enterprises in most places. That's just not true. That's factually inaccurate.
It's about the line. It's about the proportion. There was a greater proportion of black industry and entrepreneurship in black neighborhoods as a result of those acts, as a result of those programs. But then as people became wealthy, they got their come up, they left the hood. It caused a brain drain. And what happened over time is people coming from without of the black community started outcompeting the businesses from within the black community. And then what ends up happening is there are no black owned businesses in the black community. And so every single dollar that comes into the black community leaves. That's what happened.
My assumption is there's far more black enterprise or black entrepreneurship now than before. And that even in those black communities that we're talking about, there's more black business now than at ever a point in history. I don't think there's a point.
Black neighborhoods. I do not think that is the case. No, I think that is false.
We'd
have to look it up to figure it out.
Yeah, we should look it up. I'm
I-
pretty
I
sure
was-
it's true.
I want to ask quickly, our friend, because literally I think they're my only tier 3 sub, Unicat Jess, who came in. Did you want to say anything?
Not really. I'm kind of lost with where we are in the conversation here.
Okay.
So
Me and
No
Unicat
problem.
Kitty were in the rowboat waiting room, kind of talking about what we were hearing because I was watching the stream while we were waiting, and we were talking about all this, and it appears that like Eurodite and Nick were saying a lot of things that I was already thinking. Like we do need to work on the more the social structures, or I can say words, please. It's 2 a.m. and I've come back from karaoke. My throat's fucked. We need to work on like social. We need to work on like social structure. On like social structure, like put money into those better. Fucking goddamn it! I literally had it and I lost it immediately.
I'm glad.
I just know that Nick
Social
and Yurday have
programs.
already said a lot.
damn
Thank you.
karaoke.
Social programs. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, we need to work on more social programs in order to make sure that at least there's a foundation for more Black-owned businesses to thrive, and the thing about money leaving, the brain drain that Nick just talked about, it is an issue because companies like Walmart came in and definitely did outprice all of these, Black-owned businesses, or just small businesses that made a community thrive and took the money out. So giving just straight cash wouldn't work the way that you and Dream seem to think it would, at least.
What?
Yeah.
Repeat that last sentence.
Giving just straight cash to a community, even if you have like the occasional lead.
I agree with you. I'm not advocating for only cash. I agree with you. Next.
But you said at minimum you would accept that.
But you said even if there was just cash, you think it would cause an unprecedented change of people balkanizing in the community and coming together.
Let me ask about that change.
did
I
say
got a
that.
question. So y'all talked earlier about.
I gotta go.
Yeah.
I'm so
Yeah, I gotta
sorry.
go to bed too. I'm
Nick
so
and I
sorry.
need to go to bed. I just want to say, Razor, I fucking love your headphones.
Are you guys
They're
married or
so cute.
something?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, we're married.
Really are.
I just love the headphones.
Erudite,
I
I
see
have to.
now. Everything makes sense now.
I gotta ask.
Nick,
I gotta
I
ask the most important
no.
question, Erudite. Did you enjoy this?
You know, I've been here for 10 hours, so nobody can accuse me of not caring. Okay, 10.5-hour panel. So.
But did you enjoy it? I want to make sure.
I did.
Okay.
Of course. I wouldn't have stayed if I didn't.
I did this all for you.
Especially because I
friend.
made very little money. Basically no money.
What was the original topic?
Yeah.
This
We didn't even get to get
Coast
into
Guard
that.
piece of shit who was fucking
Yeah.
around, and then the second was about chess tournaments, and I was like, "Boo, chess!" And then
reparations.
Black
You
Joy
were
Defense
really mean to
and
Mad
slavery
Lad.
tape.
That was fucked up.
I wasn't just mean to Mad Lad.
I want to just tell you guys about chess, guys. And you're like,
I don't know what to
don't
tell
give
you.
a
I was just
fuck,
watching my
dog.
viewership plummeted. I started with like 400 viewers, and it was just like through the chess segment.
that
I
makes
was
sense.
like, no.
That makes sense.
Okay, sorry.
But I wanted to make sure you enjoyed this. So like, shout out
did.
to you, Erudite. And
Yeah,
thank you,
very good
Nick,
job.
for coming on through and supporting. Seriously, you're really kind of you.
Nice meeting y'all both.
I love black-owned businesses.
Yeah, hey.
If I had been able to listen earlier, it's because it did sound like Nick and Eurodite did actually give a good amount of
The
what I was
total-
already talking about earlier. What I was trying to say
Just
earlier,
to-
but better.
Now, guys,
Just the
remember,
FY
I'm married to a black man, which means I play reparations every single night. Okay?
Oh,
So I've done my
damn
part.
right. Damn
Right.
right. It counts.
No, you're not.
It
She not-
counts. Uh-oh.
You're not married to a black guy.
If you're gonna say he's
Yeah,
not
he is.
black, you better
Yeah,
not.
please
We
don't.
me and him are the same.
I would say,
I'm about to say.
hi.
I'm about to
Oh,
start.
it was just a
We
meme.
one of the same,
no,
dog. I'm right
definitely
there. I'm an ally.
You're black. You're black.
Definitely
You're black
darker than
American,
me.
Nick. You're black American, Nick.
Canadian.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Yeah,
you are
I'm like
black American.
I'm like 1/4 Nigerian Jamaican, and then like 3/4 Irish is like my spread.
Yeah.
What's the last
Wait,
part of
wait,
that?
Are you
What?
ADOS? Are you ADOS?
Sorry, I don't know what ADOS is.
Oh
African
wait,
descended
this
slaves?
Nick and
Well, not
Erudite are
American.
together?
Yeah,
Well,
Caribbean
Jamaican
slaves.
is
Yeah,
inherently
all
Oh,
of
so
my
that's not American.
You're not ADOS.
not
then.
not like white Jamaican. Like all of my ancestry is Nigerian, and they were taken as slaves to the Caribbean because there's no native African. There's no native black
You
people.
wouldn't qualify for reparations. In
Hold on,
that.
wait. Just so I understand what's happening. Wait,
or Canada.
Hold on, wait.
Okay,
Nick
that's
and
fine. Wait, why
Erudite
wouldn't
are
I qualify
together.
though?
Why?
Because ADOS is only for the country.
Oh, I wouldn't have paid to get him removed. I didn't know.
Why would someone?
That's okay. You can
You would
try to remove my husband.
you would qualify for
I wanted
reparations in
Prime to
Jamaica.
make as much money as possible. If you kicked me off and he made money, I would have been okay with that. Okay, I can't.
I'm too. Yeah, no, I wouldn't. I would.
This is
I wouldn't have
bullshit.
thought he was just some annoying ass loser in chat though. Like, okay. No, you were just annoying the fuck out of me. I gotta pay to get this guy kicked off. But
If you saw my DMs, I did DM him a bunch while he was screaming, and I was like, "Bro, chill." So
Wait, what? Sorry, I
But,
missed.
I'm a
you
little
thought
mad.
you were a
I'm a little
random
sad I
person.
missed that.
No, I thought you were just some random.
Me
chat.
too.
I didn't know
Nah.
you and
Oh,
Erudite
that's okay.
were together.
Yeah, no.
But
well, listen, guys, I was trying to. I knew exactly what you were saying from the beginning, and I wanted to move past the fucking the
Just next
white
time.
liberal.
Just next time. Just as advice. Just next time, allow us to explain ourselves, even if we are. You think we're repeating ourselves, so that we move on even faster.
Yeah, but to be clear though, Nick, to be clear, black businesses between I can't get the numbers. I can't see the numbers for this year, but black business between 1972 and 1982 grew by 80%.
Sorry, what was that? Black businesses?
Yeah, number of black businesses by year. I'm just looking at this.
Black businesses, but that's not for locality.
What does that even
Of
mean?
course, it grew because
Yeah, I don't think
businesses
we're gonna-
grew
The
every
local
year.
community.
Like so
communities,
more
that's what it means.
so yeah, I agree that black entrepreneurship increases probably every fucking year because the economy is growing every single year. But that doesn't mean that more black people are opening more businesses per capita in the communities that need the service.
So you think so? Yeah. I'm not saying that these things necessarily follow, but I'm saying that likely they do. Black people traditionally live amongst themselves, just like other communities. So the idea that there's an 80% increase in black businesses, but there's not an increase in the community that they frequent most, I think that's highly unlikely.
I think because
Do you think it's more likely?
issues.
Because I don't think we're gonna find the exact stat that you're looking for, which is give me an area that's 80% black and give me the exact number of businesses in 1960 versus today. I don't think we're gonna find that stat. If you do, I would love to see it.
You know, I hear what you're saying. I don't think there is going to be a stat for that either. But what I'm fundamentally saying is more money by year staying in the black community, or is
That's a
more
way
money
different thing.
leaving?
Way
no, it
different.
is the same because that's the way that the black dollar leaves the black community is through non-black owned businesses. Right. So if more money is staying within the black
before you say that, like I really messed up. I didn't check YouTube because no one ever does this. But thank you, Eddie Bombay, for the super chat. He says that reparations cause reallocation that cause others to go poorer. Should black people say reparations to those people? And then Displaced Gamer gave $10 saying, do these people not live in the real world? Talking about you. When people get life-changing amounts of money, then they move. The real question is, how are you going to keep people from leaving the community? Sorry that I missed those two. Eddie, I do apologize, but and thank you, Eddie, for becoming my other tier 3 sub. Awfully kind of you. But okay, say things to Nick.
Yeah, I mean, so I guess Gambit. Let's rephrase this because we're not going to find that statistic. So fundamentally, what I'm talking about is I think more money is leaving the black community than was leaving the black community in say 71 or 69.
Yeah, because we're more integrated now, obviously.
Sorry, what do you mean by we're more integrated?
We are more in mixed communities than we were in 1970s.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. But that's part of the issue, though, is people mix into the black community and pull money out of it, and people mix out of the black community and also stay out of it. That's the problem, right? The integration doesn't lead to more money pooling in black communities.
Yeah, but that's a problem of integration, not a problem of giving black people more money.
The thing is, where I think D10 Dream and GSUs coming from, and Solus would be mad if I didn't say it, is that like a lot of the communities and stuff like that, we do feel more comfortable around each other. It's just natural.
I
There is a
promise
natural
you,
place where you want to
the
go,
black
and
barber industry would skyrocket. Oh my
that's
god!
not where I'm going with that.
But that's one
Where
important.
where again you would want to funnel into a neighborhood or something that would be predominantly black. Hopefully, then those have their own separate, like corner stores and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And I think it could happen, right? I'm pretty sure it would, because it's still, the thing is, you still gotta wear the skin color of being black, right? And society, if we're talking about what's to come, America ain't gonna be too happy about that. It's gonna be a lot of hate. So you're definitely gonna want to go home to the people that are gonna
Okay,
be in
why don't
your
we do
community.
this? Why don't we do this for everyone's saying? Why don't we just end things here? Because I know everyone needs to go to bed.
We need a round two, like
we,
a different day.
We
I'll
yes,
comment on this topic any day of the week, baby.
we do need to get one. We should get Destiny on here too. I think he'd love
Oh, no.
to tell
Oh,
black
no.
people about
Oh,
like how much
no.
money they deserve. So thank you all for anyone who supported me. Like shout out to my man Chish, shout out to my man Nick, Doobie, Toya, others as well. Majin was here. Thank you
My
all.
broke ass.
Erudite,
Don't worry.
just for
My
being
next
lovely.
paycheck, I got you,
Okay,
don't worry.
I thank her. But yeah, we'll end this. We've been doing this 10 plus hours. Go ahead.
I do want a final word though.
Go
I
ahead.
do want a final
You
word.
bought that. So
First off, shout out to all y'all that stayed like erudite after the closed panel, because I wanted to interact with some of y'all. I wasn't sure where the conversation was going, but I wanted to come on and interact with y'all. So shout out to y'all. But I think what's more important, there was a really big event that happened tonight, and Doobie decided that he was going to measure his penis against mine, and unfortunately for him, we found out who has the bigger penis. So if you want to, you can go to Prime's chat. You can write exclamation point BBC in chat and hit enter, and it will give you the link to my Twitter. If you would like to follow me, you can follow me on Twitter. So Prime, I appreciate it. This
Not
was
to hate,
fun.
but I think what we found out was Doobie's dick is way bigger than yours.
You talking about the guy that said he had a $300 limit? That guy?
It was. I'm sorry, Gambit. I love you, but it was the biggest optical L of your life. I was so mad at you.
You talking about the guy that said I can't go higher? I can only do $300. That
I
guy?
love you all. I'm going to bed.
He
All
didn't
right.
say that.
If you want to feel like it was a win, I'll give it to you. I don't need to fight you on
He
this.
literally
but
said,
it was
Prime,
great. Okay,
listen.
good night,
He
guys.
said, Prime, I can do 300, but I can't do more. I want to stop here, and I'm not going to counter anymore. That was his
You're
exact
given
words.
all I gotta
twice
say
as
to
much
you
as you had.
Hey,
No,
You've
he
already
didn't.
given twice as much as you
No,
had.
he
Hear
didn't.
me
You
out.
can't do
And of
good
course,
math. He did it.
and they said the optical thing. So
This is a game of money, all right. This is the way you supposed
just
to.
makes it look
You're just
weird.
supposed to just hit the table, dog.
thank
You know
you,
what I'm saying? There should have been
Prince.
talk.
Thank you, Prince Keys, for gifting the $10 hype chat, saying if we think we can create programs and funding in an efficient way for poor black people, which we should, why not use the programs for all poor folks? Thank you, Prince
And that's
Keys,
why,
for that.
that's why I'm saying
And
the Cat
thank you,
Direct
Love
Cash thing would
Itself,
work.
for subbing yourself, like subbing to the channel yourself, Love Itself. We really get that. That's really kind of you. Thank you for supporting this community. One more if we get a hype train. I don't know. I like a hype train. I don't know if we could do that again. That might be a fun thing to do. But anyway, this has been great. So just if you want to get your final word, go ahead.
I almost want to say that.
Yeah, I was, I don't know the math that some of these people are doing, but I gifted bits to kick off Doobie. I gifted bits to come back. I gifted bits to kick off Nick twice. And I gifted Prime other subs and things. If you add up the money, I gave way more money tonight. But some of y'all are bad at math, so I understand that.
It doesn't matter.
It wasn't even.
It was
Razor,
the competition.
please stop.
That's all I'm saying. It was just the competition.
Hold on one
Yeah.
second.
We were talking about the competition part, not the beginning part where you decided all of a sudden to kick Nick for no reason.
No, I'm talking about like when somebody hits money on the table, you're supposed to hit them back with another stack. That's all I'm saying.
That's what I did, and then Doobie left.
I think it's shit. I just think it's shit that you can throw your money around and be like, "Oh, I'm gonna mute this person because I don't like them." Like,
hey, I'm
it's
about to
fucking
kick
weird.
you off.
This is a panel,
I'm
and it's
about
the
to
end of
kick
the
you off.
panel, so I don't give a fuck. Kick me off, buddy. I don't give a fuck. Give Prime more money to kick me off. I don't care. It was the whole thing was shitty.
Okay.
Yeah,
but
I don't know.
Dude, you've been screaming this entire panel, and I'm emotional.
You don't need. You can scream without
just
emotion.
Real quickly,
Yeah,
just for
you
a
can
bit,
scream
so at least
without
we can
emotion.
have at least so
No,
we
you
can have an
can't,
ending that's
dumbass.
at least a little bit.
What?
At least we can have something a little bit substantial for an ending. I just real quick for that for that hype chat. For that hype chat, I do want to at least say
Ginger is upset.
it's why working towards
Is it
more
possible
working
to
for working towards infrastructure that's targeted at poor poverty-stricken communities in general. Like it will because of how the systems are historically racist, have caused a lot of black communities to be in those poverty-stricken areas. It would definitely be a way to help a lot of the black communities while still helping poor people of all the other races.
GSU,
So
you wrote
By the way, I just
5,000.
asked ChatGPT, can you scream without emotion? Yes, it's possible to scream without emotion. Here's the breakdown. Give me 5 reasons.
GSU, you just wrote 5,000 in chat. I don't know. You just wrote.
No, I forgot the right tier, but I like joking, and Ginger got a little bit upset. So,
let's
we can
You're
just
so
like
retarded.
give an,
Like you just. There's no
bits.
reason to even argue with you because you literally run in circles.
No, no. Don't end on that note. Don't end on that note. Don't end on that note. Hold on. Don't end on that note. We can. Someone can give another 5,000 bits. I mean, like if we can end on that note, that'd be cool. That would be the note to end on. So if someone. Let's see if I have
the note is
someone off, then that would be fine.
What's his name? Was it?
I probably if you go for another 6 hours.
Fuck you. Yeah. Thank you. I wanted to be sure if you. I wanted to be sure you heard me, Prinsky, if you understood what I was saying. Like, the money for reparations, because of how integrated a large number of people are into these communities that have they're majority black communities, but they still, of course, have white people in them or Mexican people. It's better if we target a lot of any kind of reparations to infrastructure to better said communities that are poverty stricken, and it will hit majority black people because of thanks to historic issues of racism that caused a lot of black people to be in those poverty stricken
That
areas.
should just happen anyways. That's not necessarily a reparations point.
But no, exactly. That's what I'm saying. It'd be reparations.
Yeah, so you can still have reparations and that.
And the reparations that wouldn't be money wise. It would be things that it would be better incentives for black people in general to. It would be a better like building businesses, like better tax breaks for people for black people to get.
You know what's the best incentive to build a business?
Like
the capital to build a business.
That's again. Infrastructure. That's what I'm saying. Money into infrastructure. Money into infrastructure. That's what I'm saying.
You're making too much sense, Dream. Stop it. Stop it.
He's not. Beside the point. That's what I'm saying. Because in order to avoid the issue, goddamn, I'm becoming fanatic. Fuck. In order to avoid the issue, with like possible people like getting mad because it's like why are they getting all this money? It would be.
Why do we care? Why we never cared about that before? Why do we care now? We've never cared about that in any iteration.
To avoid right wingers causing terrorism.
Okay.
I really appreciate it.
I'm just
no problem. Thank you, and come back again.
Hey, Admiral, good talking to you.
Hey, Admiral, I love you, bro.
And
thanks
look,
for your support
and celebration. And
you sold me.
And celebration of my man GSU, who really has been so kind, right? I'm gonna do the thing that he traditionally started. I'm gonna raid a black channel, right? This is our reparations. We got a guy who's streaming Call of Duty Warzone. I just again it was
late. I would start streaming and make you come to me. No, I'm kidding.
It was Gambit who
I'm gonna do that next time.
came up with this idea of doing this. So I want to shout. I don't know who this guy is, but he's playing Call of Duty Warzone. So I'll see you guys there, right? So we're starting the raid. Thank you all for being here. Just counting down, second by second. It takes a while.